vibes. People walking into the office 5, 6 a.m. with the sun up.
Big difference.
Sun is here when we leave.
Huge. That's the biggest.
Big tennis match here today. It's been a couple weeks since you, me, and Clink have gotten on the court. Is there any, what's like a fun nickname for a tennis court? Because there's like the pitch in soccer.
Yeah, the court.
Court,
that's the same thing. That's the same thing as saying the pitch. The field.
All right.
Yes, yeah. You can call it an arena. There's not really stadium seating.
And Wimbledon is going on right now?
Oh, yeah. Big time. We still have an American hero in it. Taylor Fritz. He plays...
Oh, good for him.
Tomorrow. Semifinals tomorrow.
Semifinals tomorrow. He's playing... Alcatraz.
Yep. So, not looking too good for our American king.
That guy's he's the best, Alcaraz?
He's ranked second, but he's my personal favorite.
Okay, who's ranked first? Djokovic?
No. Your boy, Yannick Sinner.
Oh.
Who's playing Djokovic.
Redhead Italian.
Yep.
That's
Dang.
That is my guy.
Ding, ding, ding.
I have not seen him play a single point. What do they do?
Correct.
What do they do in points?
Correct.
But they're 15. Each point is 15.
Well,
it's like a touchdown.
Except when it's 10. It goes from 30 to 40.
15, 15, 10. And then no more points awarded.
And then we're done. and then it's 1.
But it's win by 2.
Correct.
Okay. Who came up with this?
Some Englishman way back when. But you
tracks.
also you went to All You Can Eat Sushi yesterday. Give me some stats there.
Probably put down like, I would say 25 to 30 pieces of nigiri. Personally. No?
Keep going.
And then we shared, I think, 3 regular, like, maki rolls. So we went very roll light.
Okay. Yeah.
And very
That's the value play.
nigiri heavy.
A lot of
and then,
fish.
of course, if you're going to go to All You Can Eat Sushi, and if they have mochi and tempura Oreos on the menu, little life hack. It's like going to Jamba Juice and ordering the pink Starburst. You put the mochi on top of the tempura Oreo.
Here's a life hack for you. You can take all the desserts they offer, and
Make
you can just eat them all at once.
Make them into a sandwich. You go to an Italian place, cannoli, tiramisu.
You load the cannoli, extra stuffed.
That's right. You put the tiramisu on top of the cannoli. The cannoli becomes a vehicle for further Italian sweets.
I'm actually on board with that.
But yeah, of course, as is Japanese tradition, a tempura Oreo becomes the vehicle for any other sweets you want to pack on there.
Tempura Oreo, they did kind of nail it with that one.
The only
Pretty
thing
good.
is, the Sushi Taku has to get their tempura technology in line, because the Oreo, I feel like, should be crisp. Like it, and if you
want really,
shouldn't it be?
I don't know. I
It
kind of
like
that.
if you pick it up with your hand at the edges, it like kind of folds like a pizza slice almost.
See, I think one of it's genius how they transform an Oreo into more of a baked dessert.
Yeah, I guess you don't want the Oreo itself before being any kind of transformation.
Because if I was
is already like pretty harsh.
Right. If
And
I was
so,
just
like, you use
served an Oreo,
Yeah.
then like that's already crunchy.
It's crunchy. And so yeah, you use the milk or the tempura does soften it. Okay. This is why you're here.
No, you have to say it. Say you're right. Because you didn't even say
You've raised some good points. I'll rethink my tempura Oreo assessment, and I will get back to you all next time. What do you want to do today? You wanted to. I think. Did you want to change it up? Didn't you want to do like the study first?
do the
Summertime
study
Glenn
first.
has been doing a lot of studies.
Yeah, a lot of research.
Summer
I've been in the
school.
lab.
Yeah.
I need to get my glasses back on. Back when I was on with Crypto Ryan, he would call me his quant.
Oh,
For no good reason. I did no good research for him.
If you have glasses and you look like you haven't gone outside,
Right.
you're a quant.
Too bad I'm super tan right now. Yeah, let's get into the study first because we want to take our findings from the study, then hop in the platform.
Sweet.
So let's hop over to the slides. Today we're looking at timing mean reversion strategies in low volatility environments.
This is what we're talking about.
This is good stuff. I still have to work on making my titles perhaps a little less wordy, but this is
the best one you've ever
this
had.
packs a punch.
You're learning like I learned, and like how my
my
father
father.
learned before me, that what the people really want is like some of the most specific stuff that you could give them, because in this day and age, people are digesting content constantly.
All the time.
And so, like, if you can give me a mean reversion strategy in Forex for low volatility environments, and then you can also give me a mean reversion strategy for high vol environments, trend following, all these different things, my brain at some point digests the information, and I can go, okay, that market's low vol and it's at an extreme. What do I do? That market's high vol and it's moving through to a new range. What do I do? I love the specificity of it, as opposed to like, here are the returns of this market compared to this other market. So this is great. I'm excited. You are really cooking now.
All right, let's get into it. Background here is it's summertime, and we've seen some pretty boring dollar markets as of late. So went and crunched the numbers on what the realized volatility is, annualized using a rolling 20-day window. And here we've got also the percentile based on, the past year of those realized volatilities to kind of give you a gauge of where these dollar pairs sit historically to themselves. And that low vol column is the currency pair in the bottom 30 percentile of its historic range. So we're seeing some really extreme volatility compressions in those Australasian pairs. I mean, the 6th percentile for Australian dollar and for New Zealand dollar.
Very sad.
All the same.
Very sad vol numbers on the whole. 5 to 6% volatility. It is not like absurdly low.
Right.
We're not talking about like VIX trading in like the 7 or 8 handle. But like it's pretty low. We've seen all of these pairs hit double digits in the last year of trading.
Yeah.
In terms of the realized volatility, that percentile I think is helpful. We'll probably do some work to make that even easier to digest, just because, I mean, what you're actually looking at here with like a 13% there at the top is just to say that the range of volatility for Eurodollar for the last, I'm guessing you did it for the last year, for the last year is like probably 5 to 12%. It's 13% above its lowest volatility reading.
So 87% of the time, the past year.
It's been more volatile than this.
Volatile.
Yeah. And also what's sad is none of these are even above 50. I mean, not a lot of markets with huge swings aside from, I'm not surprised to see that Swiss franc and Canadian dollar are two of the more volatile ones in here, given that they've been bouncing around historic extremes recently. But all right, good backdrop. So mostly low vol, even the high vol ones not above 50th percentile in volatility, and nothing sniffing 10% plus volatility.
And anecdotally, what this calls out to myself and probably a lot of Forex traders is that in low volatility environments, you tend to think anecdotally that this would lead to higher success in mean reversion strategies because you're seeing similar price levels and not much going on. But we wanted to get into the numbers and see if this is actually true, how often, what pairs, and over what time frame. So what we did is we used the past 6 years of price data for 7 major US dollar pairs. We measured the realized volatility, as you saw in the last slide, and broke up this analysis into a low volatility environment, less than that 30th percentile, and the rest high volatility, so above that 30th percentile. And what we did was simulate trade performance using contrarian trade strategies. So if the if the pair hits an extreme to the upside, then entering a short position, and likewise on the other side. And what we did was we used the Bollinger Bands, and we'll get in the platform and show you how easy this is because we use the default settings for this Bollinger Band. And why we did that is because that indicator reacts to volatility. So those bands, it uses a moving average and then 2 standard deviation bands, and that will actually respond to low volatility environments. Those bands will tighten and likewise expand. So a pretty reactive measure when we're cutting up the volatility environments.
I don't understand how how Bollinger got his name on that.
That's a pretty good deal.
Because he definitely didn't invent standard deviations. And it's
No,
not
that was
like
Stan.
It's not like moving averages are called like the Johnson metric.
No, that guy nailed it.
Standard deviations, pretty well understood in the math community for, I have to imagine, at least a couple hundred years at this point. They've been measuring like, okay, like this is what the thing tends to be, and like this is how far it can kind of move around that current average or mean price. But yeah, I mean, the Bollinger Band there is just a quick way and an adaptive way for you to look at what's a big move in this market. And so, yeah, getting above that Bollinger Band is essentially saying, okay, we're outside of either 1 or 2 standard deviations, which is the equivalent of 68% of the data or 95% of the data. So now we're in rare territory. If you're outside of that band, you're in 32% or 2 standard deviations, 5% territory. So rare territory. And you looked at when we got below the lower band, taking a long position, when we got above the higher band, taking a short position. And this is in low vol environments specifically.
Yeah, actually did it for both because I thought it was interesting. But we used that 30th percentile cutoff, and then we calculated the win rate on any positive P&L over 1 to 10 days. So we broke that out and we averaged it. No stops or take profits here, just directional P&L. So what we saw first is I tested whether this low volatility mean reversion thesis even holds across dollar pairs. And what we see is dollar pairs are actually split. It isn't necessarily across the board that low volatility leads to higher success in mean reversion strategies. But I mean, the clear winner here for that thesis would be this Australian dollar, with the average win rate in low volatility environments a full almost 12% higher than when in high volatility environments.
It's pretty wild. The more these studies that we do, the common theme that we're seeing is that commodity currencies, specifically, Aussie and Kiwi, have been very mean reverting the last several years. You just I forget the other study that you did, but it was essentially, what was it like, looking for like reversals,
right?
And then what was the one before that?
When to get long U.S. dollar?
Yeah. When U.S. dollar's getting hit like it has been this year, which pairs could you have gotten long U.S. dollar in the last handful of years? And it showed a good reversal. And it's been these commodity currencies, this Aussie and this Kiwi. Surprising to see that the dollar-yen pair has shown a good amount of mean reversion in both environments.
Right. Agreed. And especially interesting that the euro, Swiss franc, and Canadian dollar have not only higher win rates in high volatility environments, but that's pushing all three of those above 50%. When they weren't in low volatility environments.
So better. Okay, so euro, Canada, and Swiss franc, better high vol contrarian trades, and yen is also in there above 50%. But in low vol contrarian trades, you're looking better with the Aussie, the Kiwi, and the yen there.
Yeah. So
Okay.
let's break this out. Let's keep that in the back of our minds as to which is better for low and high.
Yeah, this is only like 15 to 20 numbers. I can keep those in the back of my head for sure.
Okay. So good thing I've done some color coding. So when I hit you with more numbers, bang.
You love numbers. This is
But this is hopefully you don't have to read all of this. Seriously, you only have to read one per line, and I've even highlighted which pair this is the optimal environment for. So this is low volatility, looking at contrarian plays with those criteria, and which day, how long it would take for you to get out of this position with the most success. And so
this is amazing.
looking,
You have truly gone too far.
you don't have to read it. All you have to do is see 1 to 10, and all the green numbers, the highest probability, are centered in the 1 to 5 day range.
All you have to do is look at this for 20 seconds.
Not even.
Let it stop hurting your head, because it hurt
Okay.
my head for 15 to 20 seconds. And now I do understand what you're saying, that, okay, we're in a low volatility environment in this study.
Yes.
We are also currently in most of these major U.S. dollar pairings. I'm looking at contrarian strategy, which is what's the criteria for this contrarian strategy? I already forgot. There's so many variables that I can't remember with this friggin' study.
If it touches one of the Bollinger Bands,
Okay.
so
Low,
standard deviation.
low vol.
Low vol.
I got my Bollinger Bands on my chart.
Yep.
Or I'm just thinking about standard. It's the same thing as
Right.
like euro dollar standard deviation right now is probably like 40 points.
Mm-hmm.
And so like when it gets out of, is it one standard deviation or two? Okay.
2.
So when euro dollar breaks out of like a 70 or 80 point move right now in a low vol environment, I'm entering into a reversal position, a contrarian position. I'm shorting it if it's up 80 points. I'm buying it if it's down 80 points. That euro dollar metric here is telling me, okay, there's a positive win rate to that contrarian trade in the first few days.
Right.
And you highlighted the first day, even though the third day has the same win rate. But I guess it is probably better to, if you've got the same win rate, same strategy or whatever, take the profits a little earlier. But it is, the way you can look at that is, okay, you've seen a reversal in this low vol contrarian trade the first couple of days. Whereas you're looking at some of these commodity currencies, and I'm looking at you, Aussie, on the top row, and Kiwi on the fourth row, the middle row there, and you're seeing some of the best win rates actually in the middle. And then actually there's a little bit of a tail with both of those, where the win rates 7 to 10 days out are also pretty positive, so can be a little bit more of a longer term contrarian play in those. Whereas, yeah, the European currencies, that euro and that pound, although I don't know if the UK, that was an awkward thing when I was in London. It's like, are they European or not? They always, it's always like UK and euro area,
Yeah.
and it's like, all right, I get it, everybody. A little bit quicker maybe on the trigger for taking profits for those. And again, yeah, that yen, I'm surprised to see in low vol how mean reverting that pair has tended to be.
Yeah, you nailed it. That maybe the most actionable takeaway here is if you do put on one of those contrarian plays in a euro dollar market and you have or haven't seen success, the study shows less favorable for you to just keep holding on to that.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because when we flip over to high volatility environments, that trend goes kind of out the window here. And so here highlighted in green, the pairs highlighted in green, where this is the optimal mean reverting environment. So that euro, that CAD, that Swiss franc, it could still take longer here, longer than 5 days for those to mean revert. So if you aren't seeing a pop right away, perhaps there is rationale to hold on.
Yeah, my
a little
takeaway
longer.
for this would be, one, the pound has been an awful mean reversion trade in general. The stats have been bad for both environments. Two, in low vol environments, you've been able to get some mean reversion relatively quickly in a few of those pairs. In the commodity currencies and that yen, you can wait a little bit longer. It seems like you've been able to. That is not indicative of future results. There you go, TJ. But in high vol environments, it is interesting to see that those time horizons can kind of get kicked out. You probably have to have, and it makes sense, you have to be able to take a little bit more heat in high vol environments. You have to be able to take a little bit more time to probably see that mean reversion that you want, whereas it could be a little quicker in low vol, and the pound is just not a great mean reversion trade the last 6 years, no matter how you look at it.
Agreed. So your key takeaways here is that underlying thesis, low volatility does not mean across the board U.S. dollar pairs are always more likely to mean revert, but we do see Australian dollar, U.S. dollar is the most mean reverting pair by far when volatility is low. Similarly, you're seeing win rates in Euro, CAD, and Swiss franc only above 50% when volatility is high. In low vol environments, that less than 5-day trade exit generally holds up better, whereas in high volatility environments might take a little longer.
Do you want to pull up the platform and show people how to put on? Why don't we just pull up Aussie, put a Bollinger Band on it, and kind of show people what the heck we're even talking about?
Yeah, that'll do it for
numbers.
the slides, and we'll hop into the platform here. Taking a look at our mover of the day is the Australian dollar. Here looking at the hourly chart, coming off of
so classic, just
some new highs.
Just got up close to a new high and just getting annihilated as we speak. The most classic Aussie thing that we could have seen.
So yeah, here flipping over to the daily chart, what we can do is you can add Bollinger Band right here from the indicators. Does this require any more setup? No, because we're already looking at 20-day periods with 2 standard deviation. So play with it if you'd like, but for the study's purposes, this is what we went with. And you're seeing a couple times here would be an example of trade entry right here. Took 1, maybe 2 days to get back into that range, but did.
Pretty quick, yeah.
It's over the past, since this, here's where these bands tend to widen out in reaction to this huge move. But since May, really pretty tight bands and not straying far from this range. Pretty sticky to this Bollinger Band.
Yeah.
So that would be your validation for that study, at least historically.
Cool. Well, yeah, let's see if we get a move up to 66 or down close to 64, because that's what the bands are showing us right now. Hopefully we get some kind of move and we can try to test it in the future. Nice study.
Thank you. Economic calendar today.
Oh.
Not much, but we've got some Fed speakers. That's sure to rile some people in the office up.
Of course.
Maybe they'll say something notable.
That guy's name looks like Mausoleum. Maybe there's a joke there, or like Museum.
Waller, Wall Street.
Yeah. John Daly's speaking at 1:30. You're too young for, you don't know John Daly?
I know John Daly.
Okay.
Late night.
Let's get out of here on that. Wait, late night?
Just kidding. Golfer.
All right, that's it.
All right, that'll do it here for us today on Forex Focus, but a lot ahead on Tasty Live, so stay tuned for Tom, Tony, and Vanetta up next.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on tastytrade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on tastytrade.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from tastytrade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. tastytrade. Download today.
One of the things that was most intriguing about the financial space to us is just that there wasn't a lot of vision, there wasn't a lot of innovation, and I think that left a door open for us, which we really liked. After almost 20 years of open outcry, standing in the pit trading, I felt like all the markets were moving from kind of traditional open outcry to electronic trading. I saw the writing on the wall, and I wanted to be first. Building the best technology in the world for traders was one of the coolest things anybody could ever do. I loved every second of it.
Thinkorswim will always be my baby, but this one, it's different. We built ours literally from scratch. It's a much thinner, it's a faster, it's a slicker application. Everything's on one page. So you're always looking at the core page and then bouncing around from there to get to whatever you want to get to. Most of our competitors have legacy technology, and some of them are multiple firms. Their technology has just been rolled up into a single platform. That's not the best way to build a platform. We built ours literally from scratch. It's from the ground up, so we were able to design it in the way that we wanted to design it with the flexibility that we wanted. And obviously beyond that, we do have, in my mind, the greatest customer service in the industry. You want to reach out to me, you want to talk to JJ, it doesn't make a difference who you want to talk to. We're always available, and not only are we available, we look forward to your questions. We're here to support whatever you're looking to do. So you can trade stocks, you can trade options, futures options, crypto. We're agnostic to product. We have the tools that you need to be a successful trader.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Woo! Get tasty, pre-market. Come on, you know it, can you feel it? We got some things to talk about. Pre-market, it's early, but not too early. Come on, wake up now. Pour that coffee down your throat hole. It's hot. Now you got a hole in your throat. Oh no, just call your boss. Take a crust from out your eyes. So tasty, not a coffee.
Good morning, you knuckleheads. Happy Thursday to you both.
Hello.
Hola, Sosnoff. How are you? Very casual today in your semi-see-through yellow shirt.
What's this?
Wait, what is it? You do this. What are you trying to do there?
Just showing off the guns.
Is that what that is? Is that what that is?
You don't lift at all, bro.
You don't know what I do.
Yeah.
In fact, I do know.
He lifts himself out of bed.
Barely.
I gotta lift.
How'd you get home yesterday?
What do you mean?
How'd you get your car?
Yeah, because you had to walk up the stairs. The elevator's out again.
Walking upstairs is easy for me. It's downstairs.
Walking up is easy. Down is hard.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot of stairs.
It's a beautiful staircase. I had to do it today. It's
bullshit.
absolutely gorgeous.
No, you think you're gonna get murdered.
No, it's big. It's spacious. You can live in there. Usually, it's just like a dungy little dark.
No. It's
That's
really
wide.
a nice staircase, but
wide.
Yeah, well, you guys can tell that you are not a woman navigating it by themselves. You're
Beth did say she would turn around and watch if anybody was behind.
Yeah.
it sucks walking up and down 4 flights of stairs.
Well, I've only walked down. I'll see how it is.
I'm not happy about it.
But did you park on the same level today, or did you park lower?
No, I parked on the same level.
So you didn't learn your lesson.
It's not a question of learning lesson. I thought they'd have the thing fixed in a day.
No, I think it's like massive, just flooding damage. Like you can see.
Oh, they got the blowers downstairs. You walked right by them.
Yeah, all the engineers are all the like that's what all the service trucks are in the garage.
They came up through the sewage,
Yeah, I don't know.
Vents, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm not happy.
Well, I'm not happy because I hit legs yesterday and my legs hurt. My legs hurt. So it's gonna be. It was okay going down the stairs, but going up the stairs, it's gonna hurt.
Going up the stairs is easy. Going down is.
Yeah.
It's the pounding going down. Is that what it is?
Pounding.
Yeah.
Also,
But you're supposed to hold on to the railing at your age.
Oh, he holds on. Believe me.
Yeah.
You take one step with 2 feet. I mean.
Also, I like to leap sometimes.
Yeah, like a lemur.
So you're gonna do the race to the top of the Hancock this year, then?
I could go up easier than I go down.
That's 95 flights
I
to.
didn't say I was going to do it.
Okay.
I could do 5.
You do 5.
I could do 5.
You could do 5.
Probably 10.
Yeah, actually, we went to the old studios. By the way, I don't know who they got. I got to get those people to clean my house because they swept that thing. It was like a crime scene that they fixed better than any movie. I mean,
I agree. I couldn't
that
believe
place
how clean
was
it was.
spotless. Anything you left in there is gone. Okay,
That's fine.
Not there anymore. I mean, it was out of there.
I saved a picture of the 3 of us.
Aw, that's nice. Memories.
He now has it hanging in his bathroom, I believe. Right? Where do you have it?
I have it next to your seat out there.
Oh no, I moved it. I moved it down on your.
Oh, that's nice. That's
And
nice.
Liz and Jenny. A couple others. I took the one to Christine, a couple others.
Did you take your light fixtures that you wanted?
No.
No.
I do want them, but I have no place to put them.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, those are expensive.
You gotta put them somewhere. You can't put them in the coffee shop.
Actually, when you sell a building, the light fixtures, unless you specify that these light fixtures are not part of the deal, are part of the deal. You can't take the light fixtures.
It's okay. I don't want them.
You just said you wanted them. I'm saying you can't.
I do want them, but they're not.
They were part of the deal. You can't take them. Like a painting, a drawing, or something that.
How about the couch?
The couch you can take.
You load it up for me?
I'll do that right now. Let me get on this.
You don't have anywhere to put it.
I know.
You should put it on the back wall of the studio here, and then that way.
Hang it.
Yeah.
Hang it.
You could just make like a little cozy spot, like a nest.
Hang it.
Hang it. Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, are you gonna watch the All-Star game? When is that? Soon? Yeah. Baseball.
Games. I don't even know what they are.
Baseball, the All-Star game.
Oh, All-Star. I'm sorry.
Yes, the words that are coming out of my mouth. Yes, the All-Star game.
Is it this weekend?
I'm not sure. I thought you would know.
Ooh, good question.
Look, dude, I'm just trying to make conversation before it grinds to a halt here.
I actually don't know when the All-Star game is.
Okay.
All-Star game date is July 15th, Tuesday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's coming up.
Yeah.
You watch the home run derby before
I don't
that.
care about the home run derby. Well, we need the All-Star break here because the Cubs are.
Well, the wheels are falling off for the Cubs.
Horrible the last 2 days.
Yeah. Because you weren't there
Right.
to cheer them on. They need you.
I know they lost to the lowly Twins.
The Twinkies. Always like
Well,
that.
it's a long season, so that's why like no one's head gets too big because there's a lot of baseball left to.
Thank you for your.
It's okay. Okay. Hey, you know what? Then you drive this conversation. Go ahead, then take it away.
Go ahead, Saz. What do you got for us today?
You know, it's interesting because I didn't really do anything yesterday.
Well, markets have been complacent for the last
pretty dead.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that, but yeah, been pretty complacent.
And I didn't really, all I did yesterday was walk around the neighborhood. Not too exciting.
It wasn't as humid.
You're right.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Did you stop for a little ice cream?
I was thinking about it, but I had the dog.
Did you wear your weighted vest for your hot girl walk?
No. I was going to stop at Dairy Queen, but I didn't know if you were allowed to bring dogs in.
What, you had a dog?
Do you have a fake service vest for them? Everybody does.
I do, but I didn't have it on.
Wait, why did you have a dog? Whose dog? Where did you get a dog?
Watching the dog, Corinne's dog.
Oh, how did that go?
Easy.
Corinne, AKA your wife?
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
And I was we walked to Dairy Queen, and I
It was her border collie, right? Or yeah, okay.
and we didn't go inside because I didn't know if you could bring dogs.
Sure.
You can bring dogs in Dairy Queen?
Chicago is, I've seen dogs in a dentist office that like were in a purse. Like they weren't a service dog, but I've just seen a dog in a dentist. So like there are no rules anymore.
Yeah, I didn't know the rules.
Yeah. Because they could give him a pup cup.
Be nice.
I mean, you could. I don't know if Dairy Queen does pup cups. We give pup cups at Bad Coffee.
Yeah? What's in the bad coffee pup cup?
Whipped cream.
Oh, just whipped cream?
Yeah.
It's so pedestrian.
I know. Well, you can have milk bone chips if you really want.
Ooh, the little shaved milk bone on the top.
We have to make sure the dogs don't have any allergies to them. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Yes, shaved. We do it just like shaved truffles.
Yes.
Shaved milk bones.
Aw.
Do you shave the milk bone in front of the dog?
Yes, the dog can see.
Wait, it's Wesley, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't you bring Wesley to work with you today?
No dogs here.
Well,
Yeah.
whatever. No one's going to know.
Yeah.
You could say that you need the assistance going up and down the stairs because you got to hold on to Wesley.
No, the building allows dogs.
Yeah, I know. So then
Just the overlord here, the end of democracy, does not allow the dogs?
Well, to be honest, when we used to have the all dogs are good policy, it wasn't
free for all.
It was a free for all.
Yeah.
they're all good dogs.
They are all good dogs, but when we had dogs in the office,
Yeah.
it was
It was amazing.
it was a little bit much.
But do you know how much dog daycare costs? Like, it's getting real
ridiculous.
out here in these streets. Like,
Ridiculous.
people are always like, hey, Vanetto, are you going to get another dog? I don't know that I can afford a dog as like a single person. Like, I need that dual income.
I'm telling you, I can't afford things anymore. Like, I'm tired of that. You can afford it, you just don't want to spend it.
No, I need that dink life, dual income, no kids. Dinkwad with the dog.
When I first started bringing my dog to daycare, I think it was $16 a day.
No way.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's like 75. Now it's like 50 at least.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This economy.
Whose economy is it?
This economy. Oof.
What did you get up to last night, Pat?
Oof. What did I do last night? Last night was the Sun has now decided that the train not only goes north, it goes south into the city. So him and his friends went into the city. And
by themselves?
Yeah, they're 15 years old. I mean, they should be able to.
Wow.
I don't have a problem with that. But my wife had one rule: please don't ride a bike in the city.
Right. Yeah.
One
dangerous.
rule.
Yeah.
So I said, "How's it going?"
Because they don't know like the streets. They don't know the traffic. You know which way. Like yeah.
Reasonable.
That's reasonable.
But I don't think the other mothers thought about it or had that kind of conversation with the kids. So the first video he sent was him on a divvy bike going down Michigan Avenue.
I like that he recorded his crime. He recorded
the crime.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is, I go, you put me in a very crappy situation here now. Your mom said no bikes. I got to tell you on a bike. I said,
you're not going to punish him. You're not going to do anything. You're not going to do anything.
Oh, no, she gets mad. She's
not going to do anything, though.
I wouldn't publish these.
Well, I had to tell the mom. I said, he's fine. He's riding a bike. She goes, I said, one thing I told him was not to ride a bike. I go, that's a conversation you're going to have. So that was yesterday's conversation.
Yeah.
All his other friends were riding one. He said, what am I going to do? Run alongside, walk, not go with them? It's a logical argument.
I mean...
I know. I'm just telling you, ask me what I did. That's what I did. A hard conversation with mom. Didn't make dinner go over very well. I will tell you that right now.
Well, maybe then.
They did it from the train station to Navy Pier, and he said, I just rode on all the, like it was right by the lake. She goes, no. The train station to Navy. She goes, I lived in the city a long time.
Yeah, you're not going to pull one over on her.
City, because I told him to say, you just rode along the lake. You know what I mean? Like I tried to.
On the bike path.
On the bike
right,
path.
Yeah.
Out there, make it, because they went to Navy Pier. So I said, just say you rode along Navy Pier. But he's not that shrewd yet.
Yeah.
And he did it from the train station to, like, his mom wouldn't know,
Yeah.
Middle of the loop to.
Those suburban hooligans hitting Navy Pier.
Not going to use the word mastermind.
That didn't come as part of the conversation. No.
You see, that's the problem with this generation. Like, they want to film everything, man. Like, I don't know, like as an elder millennial, there's stuff I did with a kid that I'm still taking to the grave.
And I with pictures, we never even had pictures. I didn't have pictures of my dad my entire life. I mean, you know, one was at his own wedding. So you know, it's tough. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what happens. I don't know how you come back from that. But
Josh is right. And the reason why we don't have a no dog policy anymore is because you broke Callie. You did break Callie. That was a great service dog. She was awesome.
That dog is racist as hell.
That is true. That was true. That was true.
That dog hates blacks and Asians.
That was true. For a golden retriever, it sure did get vicious.
Yeah, for a lab. She's a lab, not a golden retriever. Yeah. But
Callie was good until you started feeding it, man. And then that was it. That dog became a chow hound.
Yeah, my lawsuit is still pending. I mean, I think it was over when she tried to bite our then CEO.
She was gentle.
Did she or did she not try to bite our then CEO?
Who?
June.
Oh. No, she didn't try to bite her.
Yes, she did. Yeah. Anyway. All right, good times. All right, that's ground to a halt. I got nothing else.
What'd you do last night?
I went to the gym. I told you it was leg day.
I mean, what did you do?
No, it was like 2 hours. Cause you gotta like warm up. My workout is an hour. And you gotta like warm up. You can like cool down, and then I do incline walking afterwards.
You're checking out the scenery too a little.
No, I am head down, headphones in. I don't talk to anybody at the gym. It's about these gains.
Put a GoPro on your head.
No, it's about these gains. I really don't talk to any. You know me. I don't like laser focused, but
okay.
I don't know.
But all right.
How much do you think you could squat?
My squatting's not good right now.
Your squat. Can you even do a squat?
Maybe.
Can you even do just like a dry squat?
He carried some tax returns out of the
400 or 500 pounds.
He carried some tax returns.
You can't even. I bet you can't even lift the 45 plates from the bottom to the
you'd
top.
You'd be surprised.
A 45-pound plate. He can't even lift it.
No, I listen. 48 hours ago, I would have agreed with you. I watched him carry about 25 pounds of old tax returns that he's been carrying around for 30 years. Those
are just papers.
What's that?
Those are just papers.
Yeah, but it was a lot. It was heavy, and there was some other thing that was a lot lighter, a sign and stuff like that. I said, "Why don't you take the sign? I'll take that." He goes, "No, I got it," and he actually carried it down, so he can do it. His bullshit is, I don't want to do it, so I'm going to pretend I'm injured and I can't do it, so you do it.
Weaponized incompetence.
Yep.
Yeah. So, what can you do? Can you do a squat? Even just like standing, no weight, just like stand up, put your hands out, and then just drop it like it's hot.
No.
Do a squat. Can you do a
squat?
This is a squat. Yes, that's a squat. Can you
don't
do a
have
squat?
to do anything while you're down there, like when you squat. You just have to.
I mean, maybe.
The hands out might get him.
No, just do it. Try. Stand up. Stand up. And then just do a squat.
No, I'm not good with standing up.
You know, though, if you do just 10 body weight squats an hour, it's more beneficial than if you'd gone for like a 30-minute walk, and it helps regulate your blood sugar levels.
I have to start getting in shape for my ski trip next year.
Okay, for ski season. Yes, honey.
The challenge.
We are going to Park City.
I'm not going to Park City.
Are you going to Aspen?
No.
Vale?
No, I want to go to
Utah?
Whistler?
No, Montana.
Oh, Big Sky.
Hard to get to.
Girl.
Why, you just fly to Bozeman from here.
And then you got to drive like
an hour.
Oh, it does like.
That's not the worst, but girl, you in danger. You're in danger because that altitude is no joke.
I don't care about altitude. Anyway, so I plan to go next year. I'm gonna go take the whole family, but
you got to get in shape.
Yeah, I know. I need to get in shape.
I have a plan. I have a like.
Skiing's fine. I just got to get like the other stuff.
Cardiovascular, yeah.
So I got to I gotta start working on the biggest hardest
game
part,
ready.
Hardest part is pushing off the chairlift.
Pushing off the chairlift? It's easy for skiers. Try being a snowboarder.
I've tried. I didn't like it.
Okay, but it's hard getting off the chairlift.
What's hard about snowboarding too is also like you got to.
I like how you're explaining this to me, a snowboarder.
You got to drag your foot. You got to drag.
Yeah, like I call it the Sosnoff. I call it the Sosnoff. Yeah, you just drag
that one foot.
You've been practicing dragging that foot for 15 years.
Yeah.
You got to drag the other one on a board.
Oh, that's a tough one.
One foot on the board, one foot on the snow.
I just find it so funny that not even a recreational skier, you've skied one time in 20 years.
I know, but I'm
at your age wants to go back out on the slope so that one stupid thing can put you in traction for like 3 6
you know what's
months.
really weird is skiing. Always.
I know you're good at skiing,
Super
like
easy for me.
no, I get that.
It's
but
easier than walking.
It's not you. It's like my kid on a bike. He knows how to ride the bike, but he doesn't know the rules of the road in the city, and maybe he's not watching all directions. He knows how to ride a bike. He rides a bike every day. That's not the point.
Yeah, Big Sky, like that's a big mountain.
Big
Because like
jump.
Park City is at a
other
lower.
people flying around.
Is it? Yeah, it's higher. It's
really think you should.
Yeah, it's a bigger mountain. Like that mountain's gonna eat you alive.
I already booked.
Not my concern. I'm going to visit you. It doesn't matter to me.
I can't wait to start training you. I can't wait to start training you.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this. I'm excited for this.
I got a half a dozen guys in the neighborhood your age that have done all the same things as you. Even my friend Joe Mama, who I think is a much better skier than you, had his own mishap.
Anyway, hey, we got a great schedule for you. It is a thrilling
listen to me.
Thursday here at Tasty Live at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Oh, wait. No, I'm sorry. I'm drunk. That's yesterday's schedule. Yes, at the top of the 8 o'clock, I just had clicked on the wrong schedule. It was yesterday's.
Okay.
Fan favorite, Trades from the Research Team. That's right, the world's greatest financial think tank presents their trade ideas to Tom and Bat. That's at 8 o'clock. 8:40, we got Victor Jones in the house for Hear Me Out. What are you talking about with Victor today?
I have no idea.
Okay, great. Way to be prepared. 9 a.m. market measures. Testing contrarian directionality in zero DTEs. What?
It's actually a piece. It's a good piece. Liz and Jenny started on it yesterday. We're finishing it up on it today.
Okay. That's part of our Zero DTE series. And then live from the trade desk, big boy Scotty S. counting down all the top trending tickers over at Tasty Trade. Hey, programming note tomorrow is hashtag Fan Friday. So if you have a trade idea, we would love to hear from you. You could be, your trade could be featured in tomorrow's Fast Market segment. So make sure you get your trade ideas in today. In the meantime, in between time, you guys want your daily dose?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Hit me with my theme music. Let's go.
Our leading story. Breaking news.
Across the wire.
Leading story. Top story.
In today's headlines.
This just in. Breaking news.
All right, everybody. Today is a thrilling Thursday. It's July the 10th. This is the part of the show we like to call the Daily Dose, where we talk about today's financial news and headlines. My name's Vanetta. Are you ready for the news?
Ready for the news.
Earnings.
Ooh, just yesterday, Delta Airlines, big move, well over 10%, up $6.50. Between $5 and $6.50. Last time I looked, it was $6.50. Nothing for today.
What'd you do in Delta?
A really small strangle. It's going to be a small loser.
Oh, no. It does not know about your status on American Airlines?
Delta, he's the man.
It's funny. I am very... This is probably the last earnings cycle was great.
Yeah.
This earnings cycle, I am not looking forward to because last earnings cycle, vol was really high. This earnings cycle, vol is really low.
Sure. And it's the summer.
And
Delta's a hard test pancake, though.
Delta is a hard test pancake, and we did it tiny, so it's no big deal. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to like this earnings cycle. I can tell you right now.
Okay.
Because there's just...
See, but that's not positive manifestation. If you...
earnings are weird. If you have earnings during high volatility,
sure,
they tend to work out pretty nice. If you have
that is true.
Low volatility, they tend to be very difficult. I just would be super careful in this earnings cycle.
But I called my sister this morning and told her Love is up $1.50 too, and you know she's long Love side enough because she's an agent.
Okay, hey, keeping it moving.
We're very excited.
Fed minutes show little support for an interest rate cut later this month. Only a couple of officials, two tree at the Fed Reserve meeting, said they felt interest rates could be reduced as soon as this month, with most policymakers remaining worried about the inflationary pressure they expect to come from President Trump's use of tariffs to reshape global trade. They use the word uncertainty over 25 times in the Fed minutes. Let's just talk bonds.
They're unched this morning. I mean,
one tick, but yes, 114.03. Yeah,
they
better than flirting with going under 112.
Yesterday morning they were 112. They were 112.31, 113. Today they're 114. We actually have are playing it to the upside.
Okay.
And so we're betting that there will be an interest rate. We're betting that the Fed will be leaning towards their future cuts, and the will pick up some strength here, but we'll see.
President Trump wants a 3% rate decrease, so 300 bips there. I'm just saying that's.
Well, rates are 4% now. He wants 3% rate. It's a 1% drop.
Yeah.
No. He wants a 3% reduction in rate.
I mean, that's just.
We'll just keep it moving.
He's stupid.
Just keep it moving. All right, but what are you doing in 10 years, 30 years, or it's all just long everything? Okay.
We're betting on the 10-year we're long, the 30-year we're long. We're short puts in both. I mean, so far it's been a good trade, but listen, I'm expecting pretty much a non-event this morning.
Analysts at Stifel predicts a 12% decline for the S&P 500 in late 2025 amid tariff issues. Many across Wall Street have remained bullish, while banks including Goldman Sachs and Bank of America raised their year-end S&P 500 targets. This analyst is doubling down on his bearish view. If you had to rate your outlook for the second half of the year, where do you fall?
I fall in with his camp. I don't think 12% correction. I think it's too high.
Okay.
But I think they're going to finish up.
You think that's too much?
I think it's too much. I think like maybe 5% from here down to about 6,000.
Okay, that's interesting.
I think lower because I'm a contrarian. Everybody else thinks higher.
Sure.
So I'm thinking maybe closer to 6,000. But whatever it is, I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to be much either way. Maybe they go up. It's either up or down a couple percent.
How about you, Bat? What is your outlook?
Well, Tom's got about you said 6,000?
Yeah, 6,000.
Right, it's a 300-point move. We got about a
5%.
Yeah, we got a 450-point or so expected move for the rest of the year.
It's in the range.
Yeah, you're in the range. No, I'm not saying it there. I think we're going to be right where we are.
Right here?
Yeah. Like I'm kind of going sideways with the old.
Okay.
That's what I.
Yeah. Neither of us are super bullish because of the size of rally.
We're already there.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm not. I'm bearish, but I'm not super bearish.
Okay. Hey,
we're gonna fall out of bed, by the way, if we're not bearish.
Here's something interesting. A UK fintech, Revolut, is now in talks to raise new funding at a $65 billion valuation. What? I was surprised by that.
Yeah, because that was about a $4 billion valuation for like a number of years.
Yeah.
Forever, yeah.
And they're kind of an everything app. Like you can book like travel on there. Like you can trade. Like it does a lot. It's kind of like Venmo and like Robinhood and like DoorDash all rolled into one.
It's like a challenger bank and a brokerage firm and a crypto company.
Yeah.
All rolled into one.
Yeah. I just saw this come across and I just thought I would talk about it but it seems like a lot, especially from out of the UK. Like we don't see a ton of not only unicorns but decacorns.
That's the biggest success story.
Yeah.
And Revolut's a really interesting company. I've never actually seen their software.
Okay. I don't know if we have access to it here.
We don't. You can't open an account.
Right.
You can't see the UK software.
Right. The fintech's latest fundraising round would be used to help finance their plans for global domination.
Like it.
Hey, in other news, congratulations. Bitcoin rises to fresh record above 112,000, led by an NVIDIA-led tech rally. The flagship crypto's rise is setting new records. Let's go ahead and talk about Bitcoin.
It's down about 1,000 today.
Yeah, 11,300.
Got to buy those dips.
Yeah.
That's all he's got for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it? That's all you have?
That's it.
That's it.
Are you're not surprised by this? Like, you still don't wish that, like, because if you and Bat had held on, because you had how many? 3 Bitcoins? 5? How many?
Okay, listen.
You had 5. So you had $500,000 in Bitcoin, and
big deal.
you liquidated them for what? $800?
No.
No, 5 to 6,000
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Each.
Talk about an out trade.
That's not out trade.
That was the market.
But they're worth $500,000 now.
Crap.
Oh my God! I had stock in the 80s that would be worth.
Do you know how much NVIDIA I owned at $14?
Right.
Well, you guys are bad at this.
I mean, how much Netflix we bought at $9?
How much Apple that you bought at like $5, $12? Yeah.
I sold the 7.5 puts in Amazon.
What?
When we were on in 1999, I still remember to this day. I walked into the Amazon pit.
I wouldn't tell anybody that story.
I sold a 50 lot of the 7.5 puts for like $1.
I bought even the S&Ps at 666. They're 6,300 now, or
Yeah, right.
669,
Man, oh, man.
something like that. Yeah.
Talk about blunders.
The Russell in 2000
live on air, by the way.
2009, I bought
I said I would never sell them.
under 340.
Wow.
I mean, there's things like you've done things, you know.
Yeah.
I know.
AMD.
Yeah.
I bought like 100,000 shares at $3.
Wow.
And I lasted about.
I had Palantir when it was a nickel. No, I don't know.
I traded in for some milk.
I bought Palantir at 9.5 and 10.25 when it first came out.
Yeah. Wow.
You know, I mean, you can't hold this stuff.
What's Coinbase doing? We can talk about that.
We can. Coin, I'm assuming, is going to be up, and I'd be wrong. It's unchanged, maybe down $1.72. That would be $370.
Okay.
Big number.
This really chaps my hide. I hate this so much. A federal appeals court is now blocking a rule that would have made it easier for everyone to get out of subscriptions. The Federal Trade Commission tried to make it easier under the Biden administration with a click to cancel rule. Like, it's the only reason your girl joined a Planet Fitness, because I was like, hey, at least I know that I can get out of this now.
Can't cancel anything.
I know, but that's why the rule is like the rule is in place, and we were all going to be able to go about our lives and be like, you can't trick me. But now, of course, there's been a regime change, and a federal appeals court is blocking this. I don't know who is pro this policy. I mean, I do know who's pro this policy.
Here's your number.
And it's gone.
And it's gone.
Even the S&P's down $1.25. No movement there. Bonds are unchanged at 1.02.
Okay. So the idea that this is going to be a non-event.
Yeah, volatility was telling you this all day long.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did we do anything in 1 day or 0 day? I can't remember. No, we didn't do it. I asked you to.
Bonds down 1. This is a beautiful non-event. You can scoopy here for like 5 ticks.
Mm-hmm.
Scoopy bonds?
Wow, this is the least movement I've seen. I mean, they didn't even like go down 10 or up 10 for a second. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there was just nothing.
Everyone's on vacation.
Everybody's on vacation. They're all in the Hamptons.
You think you can buy them here for a tick?
I don't think so. I don't touch them.
I know. It's probably a stupid trade.
Yeah.
Do it. I like it when you do stupid trades.
So do I.
Yeah.
I missed them.
I missed it by that much.
Mm-hmm. Maybe not. I might get them now.
Okay.
Missed them.
All right, so now we're back to
regular programming.
Right, now we're back to trying to figure out how to cancel things, being on hold for hours, and getting dinged on your credit card statement every month and again because you can't get out of it.
I was on.
This is it's just annoying, and no one wants this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was some. I couldn't cancel it, and you couldn't. They had a live help. And
yeah, but you can just go to your credit card and just.
But I went to live help and I said, "How do you cancel?" And they
new phone. Who this?
Exactly.
No habla inglés.
I swear they sent me the instructions.
We're not here right now.
Hey, congratulations. NVIDIA briefly touched $4 trillion market cap for the first time. The chip maker is the first company to achieve the milestone and has benefited from the generative AI boom. What does this mean in an overall larger That's amazing. He literally started this company in a Denny's.
He did.
Yeah, and it's worth $4 trillion.
Going to be back there again, 164.40 up
America.
A buck and a half.
Yeah, no, it's a great story. Like, what do you do in NVIDIA, though? Because I remember people were like, oh, it's over in NVIDIA. Oh, it's done.
$4 trillion?
Yeah.
You sell to the bat.
Okay, well, it's up again this morning.
Get in line.
Tony Batista's making an unsolicited,
I'm interested.
A hostile bid for NVIDIA at
non-binding bid.
At $4.2 trillion. I just want to be the first to announce it.
Non-binding.
I have a bunch of chip news. ARM. Remember ARM? We never talk about ARM, but you can trade it. They estimate a 14-fold increase in data center customers since 2021. Like other chip companies, ARM has benefited from the frenzy around generative AI. And they said a significant portion of their data center growth is due to AI. Can you do anything in ARM?
Not really. You can if you want to stretch it.
ARM,
you want to stretch your arms?
148 and change, maybe up around 50 cents. IV rank at 30 is pretty good. I mean, it's off of its highs of 170 something, trading 148. Earnings of July 30th. But I agree with Tom here. I'd look at the markets in August with 36 days to go. They're not bad. If you have an opinion, you know what? Not a bad. You might have did something for option trades today, every Tuesday and Thursday, which today is Thursday. Lucky for you.
Did you do your podcast on Tuesday?
I did not.
Okay, I was going to say, I was like...
It's every Tuesday and Thursday unless I don't do it.
I know, I was like, as the person who posts it, I was like, there was no podcast on Tuesday. That's fine. Cool. Hey, another chip news. Supermicro is planning to ramp up manufacturing in Europe to capitalize on AI demand over there. Supermicro CEO said that demand in Europe is growing very fast. SMCI, you ain't got no alibi. What are you doing in Supermicro?
We do not have a position in there.
Okay.
Wah.
Not at all.
Wah.
What's the IV in there?
Let's take a look. Supermicro. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
No. Brain fart. Another brain fart.
Are you okay?
Trading $50, basically unchanged. IV rank of 16.
No. Womp womp.
Can't do anything.
Womp womp.
Sorry.
Hey, this is crazy. An AI semiconductor startup called Grok, but not spelled like Twitter Grok, it's Grok with a Q, has spoken to investors about raising between $300 million and $500 million at a $6 billion post-investment valuation. Again, I've never heard of this company until yesterday, and they're worth $6 billion now.
I've never heard of this company either.
They're worth $6 billion.
Tony?
Never heard of them.
In February, they secured a $1.5 billion commitment from Saudi Arabia. So good job for that.
Thank you,
So
Saudi Arabia.
yeah, thank you for that. Hey, this is interesting. OpenAI is going to release a web browser to challenge Google Chrome. So instead of when you go to search for something and it leads you to different tabs and hyperlinks, this would be more like agentic AI, and it would be like a chat bot. It would have a conversation for you. You could do a deep dive into research or whatever you're looking for. And so OpenAI is coming for Google's crown.
Coming for you.
Perplexity and Anthropic are also trying to get into their own, search sphere. What are your thoughts?
The more the merrier. I'm a searcher.
I hate AI search though. Like I get frustrated by it.
I'm very mixed on Google Chrome AI.
Right.
Because on the one hand, it leads to less kind of spammy things.
Sure.
Less sponsored sites.
Sure.
So I like that part of it.
But it also tells you can use glue on pizza.
That's a problem.
That's a problem.
It's a slight problem. You can't trade OpenAI, but you can trade Google. What's Google doing this morning? It's a threat to their empire.
Google, the Goog, as you like to call it, 176, or Tom does, and change, basically unchanged July 23rd earnings, IV rank of 41.
No, I call it the Goog because I'm from Indiana, which is the home of John Cougar Mellencamp, or as we just call him, the Coog. And so that's why I call it the Goog. So that is how I can show you the receipts, how I wrote that joke.
I got it. My bad.
I own it now.
Also, John Cougar Mellencamp was my commencement speaker at Bloomington, and he had like one of the academic robes on, but he cut the sleeves off. So.
I mean,
I'm not making any of this up.
He's kind of.
He lives in Bloomington, so they just like sprayed him with the hose and was like, "Hey, get up, come speak to these kids." And he's like, "All right, man."
How was he?
It was okay. I was just happy to be done.
Look at you making 5 ticks. 5 ticks? Yeah, 5 ticks.
I said it was a 5-tick trade.
114.04. Good job out of you, Sosnoff. Good job out of you.
31 to 04, 5 ticks the hard way.
Ooh, do the dab.
Got to do a little. Got to make a little positive scalp before the day starts.
Hey, Microsoft racks up over $500 million in AI savings while simultaneously slashing jobs. The tech giant last week that they announced plans to lay off nearly 4% of their workforce, but they also said they saved more than $500 million by switching to Geico. No, they saved $500 million in their call centers alone last year by using AI. What are you doing in Microsoft? And I think this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of like layoffs related to AI and stuff, but whatever.
We don't have a Microsoft. I mean, we are long some put spreads that are $60 out of the money.
Oh no.
Microsoft going a little bit lower. Sosnoff 502. Let's call it down $1.50, July 30th.
Call me when it gets to 455.
I know.
Then I have nothing.
According to internal data from KeyBank, June iPhone sales dropped from the previous month and year. Apple iPhone sales dropped after a tariff-induced buying spurt when people thought that phones were going to maybe double in price. They stocked up, but that has now put a damper on post-month sales after that spike. What are you doing in Apple?
In Snapple, we have a very small position. We're just short at the money premium.
Okay.
Nothing directional.
That's it. Hey, in a surprise move, Linda Yaccarino, one of Elon Musk's top deputies as CEO of his X social media site, announced she was exiting the company in a surprise move just months after the platform was acquired by his AI startup, XAI. His revamped Grok has been posting very anti-Semitic comments all week. It posted some very sexually aggressive comments towards Linda herself, but she supposedly had talked to people earlier this week before the Hitlerification of Grok that she was going to leave. But what's interesting about this is just this week, the CEO of X has resigned. The head of infrastructure at XAI has resigned, and the VP of software engineering at Tesla has resigned. Is Musk's empire crumbling?
No.
Okay.
But it's not a good look.
It's not a good look.
Tesla up $4, $2.99 and change.
Okay.
$4.
There you go. Hey, Amazon Prime Day sales fell off of a cliff, kind of. They were down 41% on its first day compared year over year. Amazon took a big gamble by expanding the sale to 4 days, but it looks like, I guess we are in the midst of some economic shenanigans because sales down 41%. That's a big number. Analysts did estimate, though, that retailers logged $7.9 billion in online sales during the first 24 hours of Prime Day. But that's all retailers. So that includes like Walmart, Target.
I would think that Prime Day has lost a little bit of its luster because
I bought stuff on Prime Day.
But every day is Prime Day.
For me, yes, every day is Prime Day for me.
Every day I thought was Christmas. Did I miss something?
In the option world now, every day has an expiration.
Sure.
So expirations don't mean as much.
Sure.
In the world of Amazon Prime, every day is Prime Day.
No, there are some things because I've bought them before, so I know how much they cost. No, listen. So I know how much they cost, and they were on sale like for Prime Day, because these are things like skincare stuff that I buy.
It's like going to a duty-free shop.
Let's all go to the duty-free shop. Hey, what are you doing in Amazon?
Corinne bought something in a duty-free shop. When we come home, I'm like, how much money did you actually like? What's
it's duty. Duty's tax.
And she's like, I don't know, like $4. I'm like, okay, great. This is
carry it thousands of miles.
Right. This is great. Great. Smart move.
What are you doing in Amazon?
Amazon looks like it's down just about $1.80. So even the S&P is down 5.
Costco's monthly sales growth accelerates following a slowdown earlier this year. Costco reported $26.44 billion in sales for the 5 weeks that ended July 6th. That period covered Father's Day, Juneteenth, and the 4th of July.
Yeah, I got a small complaint. The sushi is not as good as it was a couple months ago.
All right, duly noted. Taking down your complaint.
Sushi, I don't know what happened, but they knocked down the spice level, and it's not as tight. It's not as good.
Oh no.
Maybe the sushi chef left.
Maybe the sushi.
Maybe there was an ice raid. Yeah.
Costco.
Yeah. What are you doing in Costco?
It's up $4 on the news. Sadno's not going anymore.
Whoop whoop.
Oh, I'm still going.
Oh, never mind. It'll be down.
I don't have a Costco position.
Okay. Hey, in merger news, shares of WK Kellogg spiked in a report that Ferrero is nearing an agreement to buy the breakfast food company for $3 billion. This would put the company that makes the Kinder eggs and Nutella under the same umbrella as the company that makes Fruit Loops.
Nutella umbrella.
No, Nutella umbrella.
Ferrero.
Ella.
They're a Chicago company, aren't they?
I think you're thinking of Ferrera pan. This is Ferrero, like Ferrero Rocher.
See, you think I say din 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 din.
So there's a Ferrera, which is right, is a confectionery company here in Chicago, but then there's Ferrero.
Oh.
Okay.
Not to be confused.
I don't know.
Yeah, I could be wrong too, so I don't know, but I think they're different.
Oh, I was thinking of the
companies.
candy company.
Because I don't think like Ferrera. They make lemon heads, right? They make the lemon head candy. But this is Ferrero. They make the Ferrero Rocher, the little chocolate things, and they make Nutella and the Kinder eggs. What?
You know the sugar truck, the sugar train used to come down my block.
Is that a euphemism? What?
Yes, she did.
What is
legit?
They all hang out by the tracks.
There was legit train. I lived on a street.
Sugar train. Yeah, because it used to deliver.
It had the Ferrera factory at the end of the street.
Yes.
And there was a set of train tracks, a residential neighborhood.
Yeah.
Set of train tracks, and once a week, one car would come down and drop off sugar at.
Wow.
And it did that for 15, 20 years, and then they just paved it over.
Hey, Panera is launching a mac and cheese flavored lip balm.
Oh, no.
Why?
No.
Why? The Bakery Cafe fast casual restaurant chain announced they'd partnered with beauty brand Holler and Glow to launch the unexpected product that is equally indulgent and playful. The Smack My Day is a golden mac and cheese scented balm that's as rich and as satisfying as your favorite spoonful. And the Get That Bread is a bread scented balm with a soft brown hue.
No.
That invokes the scent of baked bread with every swipe.
No.
Okay. I didn't invent these. So I'm just saying, you can go to, they're available on Amazon and the Panera shop. They are $8 while supplies last.
I don't even actually know what.
Don't rush.
I don't actually know what my favorite mac and cheese was if somebody asked.
What's your favorite mac and cheese?
Yeah, I don't know where I would say.
Entire world is?
No, just where would you go? If somebody said go.
Oh, I like Roosts that we're getting today. I like their Roost. I like their mac and cheese. Yeah, Fry the Coop. Their mac and cheese is actually
That's
also
something
really
I order
good.
at a restaurant.
What?
Yeah, that's something I order
Never,
at a restaurant.
ever would I order mac and cheese.
I make good mac and cheese. Like my mac and cheese.
There's a frozen spicy mac and cheese.
That's what I really don't like: lobster mac and cheese. It doesn't do anything for me.
Well, then don't eat it.
I don't like fish and cheese together as a fish and cream.
Me neither.
What are we doing?
I don't like fish touching my cream either.
Yeah.
Hey, flag football is going to make its debut at the 2028 Summer Olympics.
I don't like that.
And the NFL is updated, like, what it's going to happen. The national team, it's only going to be 10 players, right? So I didn't know this, so it's interesting. So they're breaking down per the internet IFAF rule book, offensive players are either a snapper, runner, or receiver, and then that's it. And so they got to field a team. Only one person per NFL franchise can be on the team. But again, they're only going to take 10 people. But there is already a USA men's flag football team, and they think they should be. But then the NFL is like, no, this is how we can spread the gospel of the NFL globally. So it'll be interesting.
Sounds like the NFL paid a lot of money to get flag football in the Olympics, because I can't imagine there's another country in the world where they even play football.
Any NFL player may participate in tryouts, but again, one player per NFL team can be on the national team's roster. So we're going to have to see what the selections are. Yeah, okay, that's it.
I'm going to go out for the team quarterback.
Hey, finally today for my viral video of the day. Tom, if you've been watching the show, you know he is a lover of food reviews, more specifically food reviews in a car. But I think I found my favorite food review in a car, and it's a dog. Look at this dude rating fruit with his dog. This is the cutest thing I've ever seen. Such a good little dog. Watch this.
Some fruit, blueberries. Blackberry.
4 stars.
You don't like blackberry?
1 star.
Raspberry.
What?
1 star.
You don't like raspberries?
Half a star.
Watermelon.
That's pretty good. That's
that's
cute.
so pretty. That's so cute. She's such a
Very
good
nice.
girl.
Saz, will you be following this on TikTok?
I don't follow this guy.
No, you don't follow him? No.
I just think that was so
Takes your
good.
shirt off, you'll follow him.
Aw.
All right, good job out of you, Vanetta.
Thank you.
Again, bring in the tea, as you say. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this, but what comes up next?
Confirm
That's
and
right,
send.
Saznoff. Confirm and send. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Peace. Peace.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
So you're an active trader, looking to increase your return, decrease your risk, or quite possibly both. Sure, you've heard of the Greeks. You know, your deltas, your thetas, your vegas, your charms, your vamas, etc. And you're wondering, hey, how do I use these guys to improve my risk-return relationship? Well, join me for a 10-episode crash course, and I'll show you exactly how to do it with all the gimmies and gotchas, one Greek at a time. We'll see you there.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, 2 female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. ready to pounce. Some traders hide from it, some ride it. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. And you know what that means? Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with Confirm and Send. But before we do, let's take a quick look at the market. Even the S&P's down 625. Not on their lows, not on their highs. Goldilocks, Sadnov, just right. Middle of the road, right at 6,300. Non-event on the number. NASDAQ down 12. Russell down almost 4. The Dow down 86. They're all down minuscule percentage. They're all down around the same in the teens. Volatility, again, down 13 cents to 1920. I mean, volatility pegged this move exactly non-event all week long. Bonds, Sadlov, you just bought them again at 113.29. You scalped them out at 114.04. They're 114.0.
I'm just messing around looking for something to do pre-market.
You're just a squirrel looking for its nut.
Just a scalper looking for a scalp.
Understood.
Yeah.
Bitcoin hovering over 111, 111.2 after trading up to 112.2. That'd be rounding up. Oil down 65 cents to 67.73. Gold up $11. Silver making a move though. Sadnov up over 1%, back over 37 to 37.07, up 44 cents. Not allowed to mention platinum, but platinum futures making close to new highs, up $39. That's almost a 3% move. Net gas, after being lower for what seems like 2 weeks, up around 4.5 cents. That's a almost 1.5% move. The earnings was Delta Airlines, which was lifting the other airlines too. It's up around $6. That's a little over 10% move. Bigger move than I would expect in Delta Airlines.
I just sold my bonds.
You did 114.02. Man. You're good.
Making 5 ticks like it's clinic. Like it's lunchtime.
Clinic.
Hey, confirm and send. It's Thursday, July 10th. It's 7:53 in the morning. We're in the West Loop of Chicago. Thanks for spending your morning with us. Thanks for spending the last 53 minutes with us. We go all the way till 10 o'clock this morning, so we got 2 hours left. The Bat and I. You'll have, let's see, it's Thursday, so you'll have trades for the research team. You'll have Victor Jones. You'll have Scott Sheridan. You know, Tasty's we're a different kind of network. We don't really have any outside guests. It's all internal stuff. And we do that on purpose because, to be fair, we don't care about other people's opinions.
Yep, that's true.
I know that sounds egotistical and arrogant, but the reality is this is a business where I'm not trying to defend what somebody else thinks about markets. I just want to present kind of, what our research says. And we have a really interesting zero DT piece coming up at 9. So we got a packed schedule for you today.
Yep.
Let's do it. Confirm and send. Emails that came to us from viewers and traders all over the world. We don't post who wrote these, but trust me, if you've sent us a bunch of emails over the last 14 years, I promise you probably one of your emails is up here somewhere.
Yeah, for sure.
This person wrote, I was wondering, what is the biggest strangle as measured by buying power reduction you would trade in a $20,000 account? I'm looking at an Amazon 20 Delta strangle, but at $2,800 in buying power, that's probably too big for me. Let's see, $2,800 in buying power is 14%, right? Yeah. 14%. Yeah. Okay. So at $2,800 in buying power, that's probably too big for me. What is a good percentage? And by the way, that would be 14% of their net lick of 20,000.
Right.
What's a good percentage of my net lick for a strangle of my account size? $20,000 account. What's a good percentage of net lick? Max, minimum, average. What do you think?
I would double my numbers and say maybe 6% would be the max, and I would prefer you to be closer to 3 or 4%. And I know it's a tough number to get to. I think you're going to have to define the risk, which is just making a synthetic strangle in places like an Amazon so that you can participate in something that might have a higher IV rank and go, I don't know,
So what are you saying? What's the percentage?
6%.
Okay, so what Tony's saying is then he would keep it somewhere in the neighborhood of because you can't be exactly, but let's just say 6% of 20,000 would be $1,200. So what Tony's saying is a good range would be.
I mean, it's so hard.
What Tony's saying a good range would be, let's say 1,000 to 1,500.
Yes.
Okay. And that is well within kind of our normal constraints. I would say a $20,000 account, because sometimes you got to be a little bit more generous than that. I wouldn't go over 10%. So the max would be 2,000. But Tony's right in that, 1,000 to 1,500 would be kind of a sweet spot.
It's tough, and we're not. When we started this network, you could have easily done that in a lot of stocks because prices were a lot different, a lot lower back then. Now you've got stocks that are just so high in price.
You might have to do defined risk, whatever, but 2,800 is too high. 14% is too high. That would have to be a really rare situation.
Yep.
I think 2,000 would be the top end, 1,000 would be the low end for undefined risk.
Yep.
Defined risk, obviously lower. Let's go next slide. I come from a background of buy and hold. I am just now discovering options. I'm trying to explain this style of trading to a buddy of mine, but trading options didn't seem adequate. Is there a name for this style of trading?
Option trading? I don't know.
He's just saying options.
Derivatives trading? I'm looking at trading options. I made it options trading. See what I did there, Saz?
Brilliant. I'm going to call it strategic finance. Options are a much more strategic instrument than a traditional, what we call static instrument.
Yeah.
So the way I would explain this to your buddy is I would say, listen, most financial investments, most asset-based investments are very static. They're one-dimensional.
Right.
You either buy something or you buy something. That's really what you can do. There's a few situations where you could short something, but for the most part, you buy something. In the world of trading options, it's very strategic. So we call that dynamic. And it's just different. It's not for everybody, but it is it's strategic finance. It's dynamic finance.
Yep.
Next slide, please. When doing a diagonal, Tony happens to be an expert on that.
No. I'm a broken wing butterfly expert, Saznoff. I'm trying to get my diagonal expert plaque.
When doing a diagonal, how do you know when to close? And do you close both the long and short option at the same time?
Yes, typically on as a spread, off as a spread. I'm closing both sides. Diagonal is a directional bias calendar, meaning you're usually selling an out-of-the-money option closer in time and buying an in-the-money, closer to at-the-money option further out in time. Let's just make it a call one, so that would be a bullish delta diagonal. What am I looking for? I mean, 10 to 30% of what I paid for it seems to work out good enough. Again,
there's lots of different kinds of diagonals. There's diagonals that you can do for credit. There's diagonals that you can do for a debit.
Yes.
Diagonal just means that you just change one of the strikes in some kind of a horizontal spread from month to month. You just change a strike. And so do you close both the long leg and the short leg at the same time?
Unless you're rolling it. I mean,
if you're rolling the trade, no, you close just the short leg and you change it. If you are closing the trade, which means you're eliminating the long leg, then yes, you close both at the same time. It goes just like Tony said, what goes on as a spread comes off as a spread. But when doing a diagonal, how do you know when to close it? You know what? Diagonals are high probability trades, and we default to whenever we have a winner. So whether it's 10% or 30% or 50%, rarely do you get over 50%. So usually it's somewhere between, 10, 15, and 30, 35%. That's your target.
Yep.
High probability trade, take quick profits. Next slide, please.
Run.
What account metrics should I be paying attention to? There are a number of things on Tasty, like maintenance numbers, settled cash, etc. Which ones actually matter? Good question.
Maintenance number, net lick, P&L day, P&L year. That's what I'm looking at.
They're asking for account yeah, those are fine. Account metrics. Okay, net lick. Forget about maintenance numbers. Forget about settled cash. What matters is your net lick, obviously, And then I think the percent of buying power that you're using is important to us.
Sure, if you want to get into the weeds, sure.
So your option
delta,
buying-
beta, and EXT numbers, or everything that's on the top of the line.
The only numbers that really matter are net lick and option buying power, and then the percentage of buying power that you're using if you're looking for those kind of metrics. If you're looking for Greeks, that's different. Then you're going to look at your delta and your theta are your two most important. But I would focus
your pop is a big number to look at too. I mean, you can get really
if you're
deep.
just looking at on your account stuff, it's option buying power and net lick. Let's go to the next slide. I thought your discussion on truth or skepticism was interesting. By your own admission, you said you were discussing an outlier scenario. Since we're all traders here, if you had to assign a delta to a U.S. bond default, what would it be? Also, is there a market to trade things like that? Just as a little bit of background in case you listen, which I understand. Yesterday, every Wednesday at 1 p.m., I do a podcast with Dylan Radigan. We've been doing it since 2014, so we're almost 11 years into it. Yesterday's topic was sovereign default. So what happens if the U.S. decides to default on certain bond obligations in order to reduce the deficit?
I got the feedback. Yes, I got the email.
Yeah, I mean, the basis for the discussion is
what happens if a nuclear bomb falls on the U.S. I mean, it's this. I mean, like, you know.
No. Here, let me explain. I'll give you the back.
It's never happened before.
Of course, it's never happened. That's the whole thing. I said it's an outlier. It's a anywhere from a.
That's not an outlier. It's never happened before. Outlier moves happen. It's never happened before.
You have a president right now that has used bankruptcy in virtually every company that he's ever started, and that was.
I heard your discussion.
That's all it was.
I wasn't a company.
I wasn't.
I got it. But they're asking your personal.
If you had to,
you have your own personal opinion.
If you had to sign a delta,
to something that never happened before,
right?
I will give it. It's like the doomsday clock. Doomsday's never happened before, but we can give a personal opinion on what.
If you had to assign
how much closer we are or not. Since it's never happened before,
what's your delta?
Which would make it 0. I'm going to put it at 0.
Okay.
In the next 3.5 years, 3.25 years.
So. The answer here is that the number is going to be minuscule. The chances of it happening would be very, very low. But we've also been in situations where we have been scared of this in the past. Like even in 2008, money funds got under $1, and there was definitely a lot of fear about a collapse of a financial system. Mm-hmm. And so it's not like it's not without. I mean, there's a reason. Everything has a little bit of risk. Whatever that risk is, it's minuscule, but it's on the table. Is there a way to trade something like that? No, you cannot trade for let's call this a 10 or 20 standard deviation move. There is no way to trade for that. I mean, yeah, you don't have to ever be long bonds, but you can't necessarily trade for any kind of an outlier event. Like it's not something in any world in any case that you can trade for, whatever you think that might be, whether you think it's how could you trade for a nuclear bomb? It's not possible.
Sure.
So no, it's not tradable. It was just a fun discussion. Let's go to the next slide. I started scalping in the MES, that's the micro S&Ps, at the beginning of the year. Initially, I was just using one contract and looking to make around 10 points. Do you know what one contract is, 10 points on the micro? $50, right?
Mm-hmm.
One contract, MES, 10 points, $50. Mm-hmm. I think I'm ready to increase my size, just to give you an idea of the risk of this person is talking about.
Sure.
I think I'm ready to increase my size to 2 contracts. My question is, should I reduce my profit target to 5 points, or should I stick with 10?
I think you have to. I think you have to. You remember, just by doubling it, you're increasing your risk by 2 times. So going further out with the amount of money you want to take on it is going to double that risk too, all things being equal. So I would say no. I would keep it exactly the same as what you're doing, maybe even a little bit tighter in the very beginning.
To buy one EMS, you're looking at around $2,300 in buying power, just to put it all in perspective, how much you're looking to make.
So my take on this is, if you're going to increase your size, why would you reduce your profit target? Like, I mean, if you're going to...
I would keep it the same, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I agree with Tony. I would keep your profit. I mean, remember, it's a target.
Yeah,
You can always take your profit at 5. Right. If you have a slow day like yesterday, you know, like this morning, I traded bonds for 5 ticks because they've had a 5-tick range all night long. If in a normal day when they're moving all over the place and they have a 30-point range, I would have gone for 10 or 15 ticks.
Yeah, sure.
So if you have a day like yesterday in the S&Ps and where there's like a $10 range all day, then you go for 5 points. If you have a normal day in the S&Ps where the range is, 30 to 50, you go for 10.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're increasing your contract size.
That's right. That's right.
You don't want 2 contracts if you're going to reduce your target price. At least that's not how
I would stay with the one and increase it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So I think you got to increase 2 contracts. Your target's still 10, but if you want to take 5 sometimes, go ahead.
Let's take a quick 90-second break. Sad enough, you know why? Because we got trades in the research team coming up next. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Let's take the live. Even the S&P's down 3. NASDAQ trying to catch a bid here, up 5. We'll be back in 90 seconds.
I mean,
in the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that 1-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
I distinctly remember getting an email from Tasty that LookVac had just been released, and I was doing the most laborious back test on the face of the earth before that. And I did 2 or 3, and I saw how quick it was, and I saw how quick the data was. And basically, instantaneously, I was hooked. I'd always seen all the stuff on Tasty Live with all the data and all the value I thought that bring. And then it was all of a sudden I could control that and basically make my own segment for myself of what fit. And that democratization technology, I think, drastically changed not only the landscape of what's out there, but drastically changed my ability to learn at such an insane rate. And that's kind of when I developed a little bit more of my own path. I was like, this is the type of trade I exactly want to see, or I'd get some type of inspiration from Tasty Live to look at that. And that's when my consistency went from 1 to 30, and I haven't had an unprofitable quarter since.
Calling all traders. Are you using Tasty Live mechanics and enjoying awesome results? Are you an up-and-coming options savant? We're looking for you. For over a decade, Tasty Live has shared the most inspiring stories of traders teaching themselves a new skill, using probabilities and experiencing new levels of success. If you think your trading journey should be shared with Tasty Nation, we'd love to hear from you. We are always on the lookout for the next class of rising stars. Email us at risingstars@tastylive.com if you'd like a chance to share your trading journey and inspire others.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. With stockbrokers.com, we're number one for options and futures trading. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live. That's right. With trades from the research team, we're shooting from strength. We've got your namesake, Thomas.
I am not a Thomas, by the way, just so
Thomas, my man, what's up?
What's up, Tom and Tony?
How's it going, brother? Why did they name you the Pink Panther? That's the Pink Panther theme song. I don't know.
You know, it's from this artist named Pasa. He makes house music, and he did a spin on Pink Panther. It's this label. I mean, the song is called The Groovy Cat.
Oh.
And I love that song. I told James, you got to play this song for my walk-up. And
I love it. I'm
glad it worked out
Groovy
well.
Cat.
The Groovy Cat. So
I was Mudcat at one point in my life.
I think the Groovy Cat's cooler. So I'm going to take that as my name.
It's way cool. Mudcat was the name of a minor league baseball team before he says he was.
No. Even before the minor league team, my nickname was Mudcat. There was one guy that would buy a 45 OZ, you young kids call it now, for me when I was younger, hanging out on the streets. What's that?
45 ounce of what?
Beer. 45 ounce of beer.
Malt liquor?
Like a malt liquor. Yes, he would buy it. He would buy it from me. He'd nickname me Mudcat because I was very dark in the summertime and I would cat around. So he called me Mudcat.
Did you say that we young people say OZ?
Well,
we say Ferda. We say it's lit. We say it's gas.
Ferda, that's the friend thing. My son's running around saying that all the time.
Ferda, yeah, I put him on. I don't know
Right.
if I put him on, but
Right.
I say that all the time in the office and it gets a laugh.
Ferda.
Ferda.
What does Ferda mean?
It's a combination of 3 words in one. It's for the boys. Ferda.
Ferda runs around saying it all day long. All day long. Can I have a pool party? Be Ferda.
Ferda.
That's happening on Friday, by the way. Pool party, Ferda.
That's so
I've never
Ferda.
heard that before.
That's so
Throwing
Ferda.
a pool party at your house is so Ferda.
There you go. What are some pizzas, Dad? Ferda.
See, Tom's Ferda with the food, and Tony's Ferda with the
So your
pool
job
party.
is to order pizza.
My job is to order pizza.
I hope nobody drowns.
Hope nobody drowns. That's correct.
Oh boy.
God willing.
I'm ready to present a trade for you guys.
Yes, please get us
Are you
back
ready?
on. We had to have the young man bring us back on track. Yes,
Oh,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Today
Thomas,
we're
give
going to
it
be
to us.
talking about Unity. Ticker sign is U. We're doing a short call. So recently, Unity has had some price action. They've had a sharp rise, 44% returns in the past 3 months. And so this play here, we're going slightly bearish on the company, playing against the price action. Reason being, the company has been trading around $22 for the past year. Don't really see much reciprocation from the markets being so bullish on the company. So we're going out to the 36 strike. This gives you plenty of room to be slightly wrong if you are. And with this company being at 50% IV rank, the last price being at $29, it feels extended to me. The credit is amazing for the buying power reduction. You're going 1 for 2 for the credit to buying power effect. So what do you guys think about this short call?
I like it. What price do you think? The 36s, you said?
Yeah, 36 strike, $1.44.
Stock's basically
natural price.
unchanged, down a dime this morning.
Yeah, I could do that. Sure, we'll take a shot. I like your little story there.
You liked it?
You I don't know whether you did it intentionally, but you went out to just outside the expected move, which is what we would do. And yeah, I wouldn't vertical this off. I would just go naked.
I'm a natural. Sounds like I'm a natural.
You are a naturaler. Beautiful. I entered it. I like all the stuff you put up there. It's liquid, high IV rank, decent credit for buying power, and the stock been like hyperbolic recently. And you're just outside the expected move. Beautiful.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you for your time. Who's our next researcher? Shark! That's right, Jaws. My man is in the house. I actually had lunch with Baby Shark, aka Jaws, this weekend that just passed, and I can confirm he eats like a shark. He is all in there. A little bit of a like a prison style. But you get in there, man. Yeah. You dive right in. There is no. He's a predator. He's a predator.
Prison style.
Prison style predator.
I think I was the only one who ordered finger food that day, so might have skewed the results a little bit. Yeah, it was a sandwich with some eggs on it.
Yeah,
like,
looked good. I dare near go near it.
Did you like that restaurant? It's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it? Salmon encrusted, pork encrusted salmon or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird.
No such thing as salmon on a sandwich.
Huh? There's no such thing as salmon on a sandwich?
No.
At that restaurant there was, okay.
No self-respecting man.
You're right.
That's what he meant to say.
Quick story. I was in Maine. I was at a diner, and I was sitting there. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try something that I would never order. And they had instead of a patty melt, they had a patty melt, but with haddock. Haddock patty melt. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to try this. I'm regretting it to this day. It was 3 months ago. Like, I'm regretting it still.
Okay.
As opposed to going for the patty melt. So, all right, D-Dog.
I come from the culture. We don't, no beef, barely any pork in the house, just chicken, some goat meat, lots of seafood. A lot of Indians don't even eat meat. I know, like, a lot of them are vegetarians. So.
Well, what I found in India was that everybody eats, they call it lamb, but everybody eats goat.
Yeah. Goat is more popular. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, they say everything's lamb, but then it's really goat.
Okay.
And but I mean, if Stephanie Izard's cooking it, it's good. But everywhere else, it's goat.
Good job. What are you gonna do here, D-Dog?
So I mean, it's a new addition into the S&P 500, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, the stock exploded on that.
Yeah, stock price came up. It's coming back down a little bit from the highs. So. I don't know how liquid it is because it's just a new addition into it. I think
it's mediocre.
Yeah.
Liquid. We checked it out the other day.
15 cents wide, 20 cents wide.
Yeah, not horrific.
Yeah.
So trying to do a strangle in here.
Go ahead.
See, I haven't put it in yet, so I'm going to put it in after the market open to see where I get filled. But yeah, it's nice. Credit to BPR ratio around 30%, potential return on capital. So just the regular 18 delta strangle. No particular opinion in any direction or anything. So
yeah.
See how
okay.
I just wanted to
think about that?
Try a new one. So
it's been a while since we traded D-Dog. In the past we've had very mixed results in there. It's been a little less liquid than I would have liked, but it's tradable.
All right.
Beautiful.
And now that it's in the S&P, it will have more, at least stock volume. Sure.
That's what I'm hoping for. See what happens.
Cool. Thanks.
Yep.
Awesome. Who is our next researcher? That's right. It's that smooth, silky sounding voice of Gad. How are you, my fine dresser?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you very much.
How are you, Tom?
I'm good.
You're good.
What do you got here for us today? Coinbase?
I got Coinbase, yeah. Short term kind of, but you have to be careful with.
Oh, they just popped up the IV rank in there. It's been in the crapper as of lately, but now it's back. You're right.
33 earnings July 31st. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, just have to be careful with your earnings in 15 days. So yeah. So I'm doing short term. That's why I'm doing short term kind of. So.
Okay. Yeah, this is expensive stock. It's a better Condor play.
Yeah. So my strike is 320, 310 for put side, and 480, 490 for call side.
480, 490. What's the stock doing this morning? Down 3?
Down, yeah.
480, 490.
And 320, 310.
All right. It's a
right there, $3 credit, 1/3 the width of the strikes. Don't tell me you can't find 1/3 the width of strikes for $3. There it is.
You got it, sir.
You, I'm talking about.
Markets are a little wide. Let's see where this
can be.
Yeah. Let's see where this thing actually trades. All right. Entered, sir, in the order book.
Did you have
beautiful?
Did you have these before?
Beautiful.
I do not have a position on Coinbase. The IV rank has been in the single digits.
Yeah.
Like it's been really low. I didn't realize it popped back up to 30. So
good.
It can go on our radar right now.
Good. Now I can drink a coffee now.
So. Now you can have coffee.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Good job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Who is our next researcher? Your wake up mood gets me going, I'm not going to lie. Kai in the office. How are you, Kai?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well, thank you for asking, but I am with Tom.
Yeah. By the way, the coffee price may be higher in the future for the 50% tariff on Brazil.
I'll just have to get our Colombian coffee. Just teasing. Well, if that's the case, I'll still be drinking coffee.
Yeah.
What do we got for us?
All right. Uber Strangle. High IV, high IVR, decent return to capital. Trading neutral, pretty much neutral. You still have a high call skew, the call skew to the upside.
Yeah, they should have the stock has been on a tear.
Parabolic, right? I mean,
Yeah, every stock.
It's been on a tear.
By this dip, it's down 10 cents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two. What are you doing in August, right?
Yeah, August.
85, 110?
Yeah, exactly. Take it off before earnings, which is early August. And of course, we should take it off before August 1st.
Yeah, we'll readjust around earnings. I'm not liking the earnings cycle this time around, but
just because the volatility is low across the board everywhere, right?
But anyway, okay, I threw it in there.
Beautiful.
It's
beautiful.
Working right now.
Awesome.
We'll see what we get filled on.
Don't sell past the close. Great job out of you. I think we have our last researcher. Your music gets me going too there, my friend. Mr. Data, a.k.a. Dr. Data. How are you, brother?
Ferda. Thank you very much.
Ferda.
Doing great.
Ferda, that's right. We're doing good here.
Nice.
Yes, we are.
Ooh.
So look.
You're going rogue on me here.
Maybe a little bit. But not
wait
too bad.
till you
It's
see
still
what
within
he's
the
going to do,
mechanics.
Sosnoff. Ugh.
Okay. So Nikki and I wrote about in the last cherry picks, which you can sign up for. info.tastylive.com /newsletters. We talked about how the healthcare industry, the forward-looking volatility was much greater than the backwards-looking historical volatility. So one of those stocks was Eli Lilly, LLY.
Mm-hmm.
It had big difference in that IV, much greater forward-looking than what we've moved historically. Thought that was opportunity. So with this, just doing a very basic iron condor. So 700, 690 on the put side, 870, 880 on the call side. Doing it for pretty rich credit here, about 416, costing a little less than $600 worth of buying power.
Yeah,
strikes right now look a little high. But
you just gotta wait to get filled in there. I'm short.
Mm-hmm.
I'm short some strangles in Lilly, and pretty wider than this one actually. 680, 940, I think. But
I get the buying power.
660, 940.
Lilly. Well, it is a 50-50 shot. You are playing a volatility control. You're really playing a time game here.
Yeah.
On a relatively tight.
Yeah. I find Lilly, it's a trade by appointment, but if you get lucky and get filled, it's fine. I mean, it does trade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna chase this one too much. If you look at the open interest is really quite good.
Yeah.
For a lot of these trades.
It's always one of the biggest movers too. Like when I put up my list, it's always one of the biggest.
Yeah.
Movers.
I have, like I said, I have a short strangle in there, just a little wider than this. So I'm gonna leave my short strangle on, but so far so good. Actually, I think it's so far so good. I don't even know. Let me check. Let's check.
You may have misspoke.
It looks like I did. I'm about even.
It's okay. It hasn't caused you any trouble.
Hasn't caused me any trouble.
There you go. Better.
No, we're up a few pennies.
Just like you, Data, you don't cause us any trouble. You're a good researcher. I'm a good person. The jury's out on Tom. We'll take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got the opening bell next. Back in 90 seconds. Tasty Live.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move. The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Regulation time may have expired, but the conversation is just getting started. This is Overtime, the post-market scrimmage for market junkies. Join Chris Vecchio, Ilya Spivak, and me, Dylan Radigan, as we analyze the X's and O's for everything from earnings to politics to macro events and more. Nothing's out of bounds on Overtime. We break down the news to provide you a playbook for your trades. Watch Overtime Monday through Thursday only on Tasty Live.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live at the opening bell here in about a minute and a half. Even the S&Ps. Decidingly unchanged, Sosnoff. NASDAQ up 23. NASDAQ and the S&P is trying to catch a bid as the Russell stays the weakest, down 5, followed by the Dow, down 31. Volatility weak also, down 15 cents to 19.18. Bonds unchanged at 114.02. Sosnoff, there was your opportunity. You had 5 or 6 ticks. You took it. You seized the moment. Fortune favors the brave. Bitcoin 111.4, down 700 and change after trading over 112 last night. Oil just took a little bit of a slide lower, Sosnoff, down $1.56 to under 67, 66.83, about 10 cents off of its lows, recent lows, after catching a bid here over the last 2 weeks. Gold up $13 and change, going sideways. Silver up 57. That's a bigger mover, 1.5% move to the upside. You could see it's closer to the upside highs. While gold is not making new highs. Highs would be closer to 3,500. It's 33 and change. Nat gas up 7.5 cents, close to its highs of 3.3 for the day. But as you can see here, it's been falling since the middle of June, trying to catch a bid here and maybe make a bottom. Sosnoff, we've got about 4 or 5 seconds before the bell. There you go. There's your bell. Even the S&P is up 175. Delta Airlines was the only earnings play. Delta up $5.77, lifting some of the other stocks. Let's see what AAL is doing, up 86 cents. Let's see what Love is doing, up $1.18. I'll let the other stocks settle in here for a moment before I quote them. What are you just doing here, son? Oh, you got filled in Unity. $1.46, the young protege Thomas's trade from the research team. Delta Airlines, what do you?
I just rolled up my putties to the 55.
Got it.
Straddle. Delta's going to be a small loser at this price. Now I'm in the 55 straddle.
Loser.
Loser. That's okay.
It's small. It's under
I think we got filled in.
still working D-Dog, still working Coin. You got filled in Unity.
We did get filled in Unity at.
You're already up a nickel in there. Unbelievable. Money
Yeah.
goes to money.
We got filled
The
in.
offer's 144. You sold them at 146. The offer's 144. Sadnov, how do you do it?
How do you do it? Let's check out a couple of trades here. First one is D-Dog. We're just a little bit away. Coinbase.
Let's see what's bringing this market a little bit lower. Netflix down $7 and change. UNH down $5. Adobe down $4. Coin down $3 and change. D-Dog down $1. On the upside, what are we looking at? Tesla up 8 and change. AMD up 6 and change. CRCL up $7. UAL up 6 for earnings. I just mentioned that. Delta, I'm sorry, I didn't mention UAL, but I mentioned Delta up $4.
Well, I'm working all those other trades. Nothing done as of yet. Let's see what we got
Oracle
here.
up 2 and change on a upgrade.
Oracle upgrade.
I believe. I believe I'm falling in love.
Let's see what we got here today. Ooh, UAL. We got a problem child because of Delta.
Just mentioned UAL up $6.
Yeah.
And 30 some odd cents.
Unfortunately.
Now it's only up $5 and change. In a tick, Sadnov, it just moved $1.50. So,
well, unfortunately,
their earnings July 16th.
Fortunately, Delta has impacted.
Now it's up 540. Man, it's moving about 40 cents at a clip there.
Yeah, and the options are moving too.
I would imagine so, and probably getting.
It's kind of wild in there.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Just taking a look. UAL. Oof, bad option pricing in there. Do we have any other airline stocks?
Mm-hmm.
Don't think so. Other problem children this morning. Nothing really. Maybe natural gas a little bit. Pumped some premium in it today, but not much. What are the S&Ps doing?
I mean, the S&Ps are now down 275. It's trying to catch a bid.
Bonds, do you buy them here on every dip?
I mean, that's been our modus operandi, but it's been a very small dip here. I think you can.
I dip, you dip, we dip, whatever the dip is.
Hold off a little bit here on this move, but you've been catching it good. Don't listen to me.
Let's see, Uber Goober.
Mm-hmm.
No, still a little bit away. I'll leave it in. D-Dog. We're a few pennies away. I'll leave it in.
Mm-hmm.
Bonds were a tick away. I'll leave those in. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see what else we got here, Mr. Batista.
Yes.
Yeah, this UAL. Oof. Oh, D-Dog. Take a fill, Phil.
D-Dog, you didn't take a fill. You got a partial.
Oh. Well, take a partial. Take a partial, sir.
Uh-huh.
Wow, this United Airlines. That is one hell of a move. What else you got for me?
Ooh, not too much. Even the S&P's down 4. Sadnov volatility trying to lift its head here. Key on that for a little bit of downward move. 6,300 seems to be the stickler here. We've been about $10 under it, been about $10 over it, hovering around 6,300. Last thing I want to see is us just be right here, which is what I predicted for today. But man, I'd like to see a little bit of move to the downside, get volatility uptick a little bit, make it a lot more interesting for earnings and future trades. But so far, we don't have that.
Yeah, working a couple different orders, but nothing like major here. I mean, I figured with the airlines as strong as they are looking this morning and everything, that the market would be a little bit stronger. Didn't you think so?
I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Thought it'd be a little bit stronger. Tried to goose them up a little bit on the opening, but they really couldn't.
Yep.
S&P's down 4, NASDAQ down 20, Russell down small, Dow down small, Bitcoin down small. Everything's down small. On my screen, PLTR is the only stock I've got. No, I shouldn't say that. PLTR is up, and I mean, UAL is the killer. AMD too.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So let's go back to UAL and let's try to make a nice little adjustment. All right. That's it, dude. I got nothing else.
Awesome. Let's take a quick 90-second break. You want to know why?
Sure.
Because we got Victor Jones coming in and hear me out next. Nobody says yes, my man, Victor, like I do. We'll talk to him in about 90 seconds. It's Tasty Live. Give me SP down 375.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
It feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with the ultimate how-to guide. Learn 31 different option strategies, cover calls, iron condors, jade lizards. Become a trading mastermind. Get the guide at tastylive.com/guide.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Question for you guys.
Yes.
Vanetta this morning was giving me a little flack. It was lighthearted. She meant well.
Okay.
For my particular baby face.
Yes. You are young.
Just
young.
question for you guys, because I look up to you both. How much of your success, I don't know, financially with the ladies, do you attribute to having facial hair? Is it something I should work on actively?
Ooh. See, the thing I can hear John laughing out there. See, the thing is that you either have it or you don't have it, and
All right.
you just don't.
I could put together a pretty gnarly neck beard.
It's a manly thing.
The last time I shaved my face, it was to dress up as Sting for Halloween. Like Sting the wrestler.
Every time I leave Tasty, I miss it. Even like when I go home after work, I think about Tasty. I'm like, I wish I was really in the office.
No, you don't.
I don't.
You just went abroad. Were you able to just fully disconnect?
Fully.
Yeah.
We saw several artisans, but the sword maker. 3 months to make a sword.
Yeah.
That's
when
one
does yours get delivered? You didn't do the sword?
50 grand. And there's
but that's,
and a 2-year wait list.
It's a couple spoons.
Yeah, that's, come on.
Going to Rockford for a wedding. It's going to be a very fun wedding.
Your friend that's getting married, or is it your girlfriend's friend?
Girlfriend's friend.
Do you want your girl to catch the bouquet?
No. That never ends well. Like in movies, that happens. The guy's like,
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with 0 commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means? Enough out of you. We've got this man in the house, Victor Jones, and hear me out.
Tom, Tony, Tasty Nation, how you doing? Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh my God, you didn't give me the all right. What is wrong with you? Is
no, it's all yeah. What do you mean?
there you go.
Right?
Okay, there you go. All right.
Gentlemen.
I'm thinking something. I think something is askew with you, and you're gonna come and you're gonna ruin my day by taking down Tom Sazov. Is this true?
Let's go. What do you got, Mr. Jones? Give it to me.
All right. I want to talk. Let's start with the dollar. I want to get to Bitcoin Treasury in just a second. Dollar's getting murdered. I would offer in the last couple of days you got a little bit of a reprieve off of the whole dollar weakness story, maybe the last week or so. Let me just ask you, do you think, before I get into the deeper topic here, do you think the short dollar trade, you think there's too many people on that side of the boat? Think it's stretched?
I mean, I think it's had its worst 6 months since the 70s, the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't think there's no, I think right now, I mean, there's no question. I mean, we've all jumped to the other side. I mean, we're all long dollar right now. And so I think I think the trading community is all long dollars.
Long dollar against what? Just across the board?
No, it's not.
Dollar against euro?
It's got to be dollar
British
versus in the spot world. It could be anything. In the listed world, it's all dollar versus euro. There's nothing else that's tradable.
Do you think it's a short-term fade because we're a little bit overextended?
Yeah.
But in the long term, like cyclically, you'd be a little bit long dollars, but secularly, you still think the short dollar trade has more to go?
The short dollar trade went way further than I thought it would go. I mean, the only place that we are short dollars right now is because we're long yen. Because I like the long yen trade, and I'm not getting out of that trade no matter what. I'm staying long yen versus dollar no matter what. Other than the yen trade, we are short right now. We are short the euro and short the Canadian dollar, and that's and kind of just for personal reasons we're long the British pound, but that's neither here nor there.
For personal reasons.
Yeah, we happen to be.
What does that mean? You're going on vacation or something?
No, we happen to be.
I'm short the British.
We happen to own a stock that's in British pounds. So
yeah,
I mean,
I got you.
I mean, Tasty trades in British pounds. I don't know how else to put it. So whether you whatever you think about the pound, we are always rooting for the pound in this office.
All right,
fair enough. The pound at 135 is way better than 110. That's all I can tell you.
I think it's necessary to set up how you feel about the dollar to get into this next part. I'm curious if the Bitcoin Treasury play has jumped the shark.
Oh, yeah.
I was reading this morning.
There is no play.
I was reading this morning a company called K-Wave Media, KWM. There's no liquidity, so it's not even worth bringing up on your screen. But if you want to, it's KWM. They secured $1 billion in capital to drive their Bitcoin acquisition strategy. $500 million of that is going to be in convertible notes, of course. And I was reading the press release, and I almost couldn't believe
how stupid people are. How stupid.
Listen to this first line. Listen to this line in the press release. KWM is the first NASDAQ-listed public company to integrate Korean cultural content with a Bitcoin-focused corporate treasury model. And I fell out of my chair there. I was like, oh my God, you have no idea how long I've been looking for a company that integrates Korean cultural content with a Bitcoin-focused corporate treasury model. My question to you, we knew when MicroStrategy announced their sort of corporate Bitcoin strategy, we knew at some point in time there was going to be a bunch of Me Too companies. With the weakness in the dollar, it should not surprise anybody that this is being attempted by a handful of companies. MicroStrategy, of course, the first, GameStop, Rumble, a handful of others. I guess my question to you, Tom, is this just what a prudent CFO would do, or is this model kind of jump the shark at this point?
I have been incredibly outspoken on this particular topic for probably, I want to say going back almost a year, but let's call it 6 months nonstop. I think this is a flat out scam. I don't think anybody, I don't even know what this company is. Honestly, I've never even heard of them. And the fact that they raised $1 billion just shows how stupid investors are and how gullible they are. I think that
D-Dog,
thank you. I think that Michael Saylor's strategy is a scam. I think Ryan Cohn is a scammer. I know he's a scammer. I think that anybody who's trying to sell this approach to the public is basically just trying to rake or steal the fees for executing this policy, and I think they should all end up banned from this industry forever. There's never been a less transparent, more public scam than this whole thing. The idea that you can raise money on a convertible note without an interest rate and without a conversion ratio is I don't even know how it's legal, and yet people are throwing money in, billions of dollars. So it's either, you know, people are chasing the crazy potential returns of Bitcoin without having to do it, you know, obviously themselves, and having to, you know, feeling like they have the upside, feeling that these things are always going to trade at a premium, or they just, you know, they're being sold something that they really just don't understand. I mean, why would anybody? I've never been able to get a reasonable answer to this. And I've used AI, I've Googled it, I've read every story of people that defend the approach. It's all bullshit. Why would anybody pay 2x the price of spot Bitcoin without a conversion ratio or an interest rate for loaning the money? It makes no sense how you take the risk at double the spot price. In some cases, more than double the spot price. In the case of MicroStrategies. For me, this whole thing is just it's a criminal. It's like you'll never ever see me long one share of MicroStrategies, GameStop, Chewy, whatever, anything any of these guys are associated with, because they're all scammers.
So just let's unpack this just a bit. Who is being scammed? Is it the buyer of the convertible note, or is it the buyer of the equity, or both, in your mind?
Oh, well, I you know, it's who's ever putting the worst, the person who's buying the equity, you know, they have a, I don't care as much about that person, because that person is making a decision on, you know, they're making their own decision whether to buy the stock. I don't really care. I think the person who is putting up the money for the convertible note is the person being scammed. I just don't even I don't understand it. Like, it's, you know, it bothers me. I'll tell you something. Interesting story, Vic. It bothers me when somebody raises capital for something and they don't give you equity. They do it in a way where, let's just call it's a convertible. And usually they do it that way. It's called like a safe agreement. They do it that way so they can, you know, raise the money, and then they give you a max price. It possibly could happen at lower price, but they give you a max price, and everybody likes to raise money that way on a convertible. I run from those deals. I've never made money on one safe agreement that I've ever invested in. I only do it where I can invest and I get equity. That's it, because I don't care. All these other things, such bullshit. Where does somebody get off trying to start a company from scratch and saying to you, you know what?
I'm going to buy another company. And
No. Just give me, we're going to do it as a convertible note.
Right.
Like, I'm like, wait, so you're going to pay me interest? No, we're not going to pay you interest.
Under rates is what I was going to tell you.
So you're not really going to pay me interest. So then what is the conversion?
It's a great gig if you can get it, Tom.
Exactly. But people don't understand what it means. It's been like hundreds of billions of dollars of scam capital that's been raised, all under the pretense of convertible paper, which doesn't pay interest. That's the whole purpose of a convertible note. That's what a note means. And it drives me insane. Mm-hmm. You don't know how many times, Vic, we sit around and get pitched. Like, I get pitched at least once or twice a week on stuff. And every person is like, you know, no, this is how we're doing it. It's all convertible. There's all these, and I always say, and then one guy pitched me on something. He's like, no, I'm doing it as straight equity. I go, thank you. So you actually believe in your product.
Right. Because if you're going to take that, you get the upside.
So I guess if I could ask you 5 years from now,
yeah,
do you think we see more or less of this Bitcoin treasury strategy in 5 years?
I mean, the only way you'll see more is if Bitcoin goes to $200,000, $300,000 or $400,000, which is entirely possible. And that keeps the,
if dollar keeps going this way, that's totally possible.
The dollar, the dollar is merely a reflection of, the dollar is just basically an arb between bond stocks and dollar right now. It's the only way to normalize what's happening around the world. It's how you discount America. That's all it is. So the dollar is just a reflection of it's just a statement on Trump. It's all the dollar is. So when Trump
when he backs off of his policies by the administration,
what?
If you read a lot of the policy papers by like Mirren and a handful of others, it seems like this was sort of the desired outcome. A weaker dollar is a desired outcome. Do you think that's true?
It depends who you think that is. I mean, if you're Trump, I think a weaker dollar is a desired outcome because it fuels your other policies. Because if you're an isolationist, you don't care what the value of your, you don't care where your dollar goes around the world. If you're on the other side of the equation, yeah, you care. So it really just depends who you are. In a global sense, I mean, it's not helping you. Just think about it. Not helping anybody that's got to go. Not helping anybody that doesn't trade in U.S. dollars.
Yeah, I'm getting totally smoked.
Yeah, you're getting killed.
100%.
Right, you've lost 20. You've lost 15% of your earnings, and same with a lot of other people. And it's not just that. It's not just travel and things like that. It's just the world just became more expensive. The U.S. is on sale. That's why equity prices are where they are, but it's also why bond prices are where they are. And so everything normalizes. It's just a, for us personally, most Americans are pretty ethnocentric and pretty much, we don't really get that as much. But, I think the dollar was too cheap, honestly. I'm sorry. I think the dollar was too expensive.
Expensive, yeah.
I think it was way too expensive. And now I think the dollar's too cheap. I think there's a happy place that's maybe about, euro, let's say 110, 112 in that range. I still think the yen's cheap, just as a trader.
I never brought this up to you guys, and I'm actually curious to get your opinion on the whole stablecoin thing. The Genius Act is working its way through one portion of Congress. I think it's still got one more to pass. Circle's now public. Do you guys have an opinion on? To me, I get the theoretical value of a stablecoin and internet money and sort of instant settlement, but there's another part of me that goes, this is just a big gimmick to create treasury demand. I can right now, I can buy things on the internet without having a 1-for-1 treasury, without my dollars being 1-to-1 backed in treasuries. I can just use my debit card or my credit card, whatever. I can make a purchase online. But as we move more towards a stablecoin economy, what that means is you're going to have to back up those dollars that get put behind these stablecoins with a 1-to-1 purchase in stablecoins. And to me, that's just like it's just creating artificial treasury demand where you really don't. Today, I can make all these purchases without that, but we're going to move towards a stablecoin world where dollars are backed up by treasuries, which to me just seems like artificial treasury demand, which is good work if you can find it. But I guess, have you thought through private or public stablecoins, and do you have an opinion one way or the other?
Well, what bothers me about stablecoins is that I thought the reason that they would be successful was because the fee structure would be
much less.
Right. I thought
instantaneous.
I thought we would be going to like
old school thinking.
I thought we would be basically taking 95% of the costs out. So for example, if we were 100 basis points to do international or just money transfer in some way, I thought we'd be taking it down to about 5 basis points, and it'd be instantaneous. So for the convenience and speed and the huge savings, I thought it would be really interesting. What's happened is that the space has not been fee commoditized yet. So the fee structure there's no savings at all. In some cases, it's more expensive and it's a pain in the butt. And so there's been no real adoption yet. Like Tasty will start accepting stablecoins this week, I think, for funding. And like, we're not expecting it to be a game changer or anything. I thought at first it had the potential to be. I think that the fees, something has to give. And for me, it has to be the fees. They have to come down dramatically. You have to make it so you have to have a 90 or 95% savings in order to justify, first of all, there's stablecoin risk, because you never know who's guaranteeing the trust or the fund on the other, who's guaranteeing the trade. And so you've got these third parties that, how do you know who they, you don't know, you're not 100% sure. So there is risk, right? And then the fees aren't any kind of a saving. So I don't really get the whole thing. I think Circle is insanely overpriced. It came out as a $30 stock. It's a $200 stock right now. It's probably overpriced by $150.
Up another 1.5%.
But it's in fairness, it is the only pure play.
Yes.
And they had a relatively low float that they
It's
they
the
released.
only-
They were way oversubscribed,
Yes.
and then they increased the amount of issuance. But even then, they still have a very low float relative to demand. In fairness,
It is the only public pure play.
yes.
There's a lot of other plays out there. It's the only public pure play. But again, at the current rate structure, there's going to be a ton of stablecoin companies because there's too much juice in it and there's no risk. Like it's simple shit. So, okay, my take on stablecoins is I haven't started to use them yet. I'm interested. I will try. It's not necessarily mine and Tony's generation of
I'm too old.
Of money, I mean,
I'll say it. I'm too old.
I will.
It's a prepper's. I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah, it's a prepper's paradise.
Dream. It's a prepper's dream, because the things that I start thinking about, Tom, are all right. What happens? I hear rumors about Bank of America or whatever the case may be. I don't want to keep my deposits there. I can keep them on a little USB stick, and it's backed up 1-to-1. I can take my money out of the financial system, and I can keep it on me.
Yeah, Victor, I'm going to talk to my
me.
sister, who's a prepper, and I'm going to find out what the organization is thinking there.
I agree with you.
Nobody
Vic.
can come and debank me. It's the same reason I want to hold silver or gold. Nobody can come and tell me what I can and cannot do with my holdings.
Yeah, you're right. It's actually, it's not for preppers, but it's a nice little, preppers get the benefit of this. We don't build stuff.
It's an add-on.
It's an add-on. We don't build stuff for crazy people. But for sometimes things just fit the crazy person scenario. And you got lucky on this.
Here's the thing.
You got lucky
system,
on this. He lumped you in there. You have to watch the subtleness sometimes.
No. He's a crazy prepper.
I know.
No, he's crazy. I mean, Vic is he's one of those people. But
I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy because I think through tail risks.
You are crazy because you think through tail risk. There is no such thing as people
if I had never met you and your way of thinking, I would never be thinking about tail risk in my life. You are 100% responsible for
my
the
wife
way
blames
that
you.
I view
He
the
blames
world.
you. Everybody blames you.
Why does everybody blame me? Okay, you're blaming me for tail risk?
Exactly.
No, I'm
giving him the knowledge.
If I never met you, I'd be a binary thinker. It would be ones and zero world. I met you, I started to think through the distribution curve, and then I took that way of thinking and I applied it to everything. I apply it to everything in my life. All decision making comes through a distribution curve and tail risk. And I think that's a great way. I think that's a way better way to think about the world and decision making.
No, I agree with him. Everybody should think that way. But here's the thing. I think that way too, except I don't think about tail risk, because you can't think about tail risk. Because those who think about tail risk.
Were you out that day for that class? Did you call in sick or something?
The definition of tail risk, Vic, is crazy. That's where people cross the line. Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
Crossed the line.
See, here's what you do. Here's what you do. You go outside of one standard or outside of two standard deviations. Nothing matters. It never happens. If it does hit, it's just an opportunity for you to be opportunistic to acquire an asset at a multi-standard deviation move. That's how you think. And you sell multi-standard deviation moves. And I think that way in most areas of life. But as a 39-year-old father of two, I'm responsible for thinking through the 1 or 2% possibilities. I've got to think through those things, and I don't just poo-poo them. I think, how do I protect myself in those potential scenarios? And you sell those risks. I don't. I sell market risks at 1 or 2 or 3 or 10% probabilities, but in my real life, I'm responsible for my family, and I take those tail risks seriously. So yeah, I own silver and I own gold, and I like stable coins for all of these reasons. And you might think I'm crazy, but you also called me crazy in 2000 and 2020, 2022 when I was buying up gold, and you called me a crazy prepper. And now look, gold's at $3,300.
Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke.
And you're still a crazy prepper. That doesn't mean anything, okay? That doesn't you rationalize it. You're a crazy prepper, okay? Crazy prepper with a bunker in your backyard. I mean,
do you have a bug out bag? Did I ask you this before?
Yeah, he does.
I do, but it got lighter when I moved to Singapore because you're not allowed to have guns here. In Chicago, you can, but you can't in Singapore.
Gotcha. But you have a bug out bag, like you're prepped with like oxygen and stuff like that for an hour.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I had in my cellar in Chicago, I had guns, blankets, I had canned foods, I had I had iodine tablets. So those are good to protect your in the case of like a nuclear bomb, you need iodine tablets. So I
so you can choke 30 seconds longer than the next person. Go ahead, yes.
Iodine tablets.
Did you have diapers too, in case you defecated yourself as you were dying before you died?
No. Those iodine tablets really help you in a nuclear war.
Okay. You know what?
I rest my case. You're crazy.
I'm prepared.
Oh my God.
I'm not crazy. I'm prepared.
Oh my God.
That's what prepping is. Good job out of you.
Watch this. If you out there, if you're a tasty trader and you have iodine tablets, send Tom an email.
No,
don't.
So do you have like bear spray or something like that instead of like a gun? Do you have like bear spray?
In Singapore?
No, I just pee on myself. If you just pee on yourself, I thought that
you pee on yourself and that'll protect you from what exactly?
I think Grok.
The zombies?
I think that's what Grok told me one time. Just pee on yourself and you're protected from the bears.
Oh my God.
No, I meant bear spray to protect you from people because you don't have a gun.
Oh,
you didn't think that far.
You don't need a gun in Singapore. Nobody has a gun in Singapore.
No, but you still are going to have a bad person trying to steal your iodine pills.
I don't even know if police have. Do police even carry guns in Singapore?
Oh, yeah. They walk around with like fully loaded weapons. It's disproportionate punishment to crime. So you have 6 million people on the island and you don't have a ton of police. So the ones that you do see are extreme show of force. Oh yeah, they got weapons for sure.
Oof.
All right. Thanks, Vic.
Thanks, prepper. We're going to take a quick...
The moral of the story is be prepared, everyone.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live, son. And what comes up next?
I don't even know.
That's right, a market measure. After 14 years, we'll be back in 90 seconds of Tasty Live. EMSP is getting near the lows, down 10.
Peace.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex. Now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here. And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast. Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon, every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bat. I found very early on that I was comfortable with having risk, and I liked the benefit of it. I mean, I found trading in a unique way. I loved seeing Wall Street in New York. When I was a young kid, I would drive down to the financial district and see all those guys in suits, very powerful looking. So to me, that was a way of having some sort of social status where I bettered myself. Trading was just a way out of Brooklyn. I go anywhere there's action. Really anything that has high implied volatility. And the IVX 5-day change, that's the volatility of the product's 5-day change, is green. And I show that on my Option Trades Today podcast. You can definitely get the thoughts on why I'm making this trade. Am I leaning a little bit longer? Am I leaning a little bit shorter? All the things that we talk about on the show day in and day out. It's not magic, it's just math. By the nature of the strategies I pick, I'm going to have a high probability of success. And I think my expertise comes from managing those trades, when to take them off, how to maximize the profit on them. I think that's what sets me apart from the novice trader.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
Clip thy waxen wings, thou economic Icarus. Discard these feathery adornments, thy flight's too vigorous. Rather, garb thyself with the soft fur of the bear, and dwell in low burrows of the valley fair. Forsake thy previous highs and perilous summit, for lo, I am short, so I must needs thee plummet. O market, I implore thee, make no high. Like some comic Fozzie, unclip thy bow tie. If thou dost tumble, I shall offer thee up a succulent hoagie. So, ye markets, remain as bearish as beloved Yogi. Follow thee the lead of Kipling's Baloo, and may the move be sweet as honey to Winnie the Pooh. With joy I watch descending chart lines straighten, run down with quickness and sweetness, like Lord Walter of Peyton. Let curious traders admire thy Berenstein way, and joyfully stealing some porridge, let us now say, sweet bearish market, never would I cage her, but admire her drop like some terrestrial Ursa Major. Come down, ye markets, to this sylvan glade, and let the bears have their day at Tasty Trade.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with cherry picks.
our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Today's episode of Market Measures is brought to you by SIBO. SIBO is partnering with Tasty Live to provide educational opportunities for traders at all levels. Did you know index options like these can provide opportunities for diversification, lower volatility, liquidity, and other benefits? To continue your education on some of the mechanics learned in today's Market Measures, check out SIBO's Retail Trader Suite at www.sibo.com/minis.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
I'm running Snow Leopard with this. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. Gee. Multitask MacBook handler, brother. iPhone in one hand, iPad in the other. Pop open top, Apple logo shining on the back. That's why all these player haters know that I'm the Mac. Easier to see a nun with VD than to see me ever typing on a PC. So if you got one, you can play a sad tune and play it back later in your room on your Zune. Windows made to break, and I'm here to crack it. And if I'm a Mac, that means that I'm immaculate. Style so clean, like it's disinfected. Clean surfaces where white light is reflected. Plastic case, Apple Store, keep my phone protected. Check my toolbar to see if networks are detected. Use my side swipe, applications hidden in it. This is Mac world, bitch, you're just living in it. I'm a Mac. 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 Roll into the coffee shop, know I'm on a power trip. Strapped with my laptop and my own power strip. Eye outlet, about to make your cable drop. Apple logo shining off the marble on the tabletop. So if you seen me, then you seen a star. Any place I sit down, call that the Genius Bar. Looks like I'm working hard, but to really know the truth, just taking pictures of my fine self in photo booth. Interface simple, why I need a Kindle. Working on that pad keeps my fingers mad nimble. So if you think I come up short, you must be wrong. More than one reason that these ladies call me Justin Long. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. Yeah, Justin Long, son. You catch that? Known by the ladies as the toolbar. 10-hour battery life. Force. Quiz.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means? Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with this market measure, sponsored by the SIBO. That's right, Sosno, sponsored by the SIBO. Even the S&P's down 3, NASDAQ down 100, Russell up 5, Dow up 120, volatility in by 13 cents. Place your bets.
It's 9:15 in the morning. 9:15 in the morning. We've been here for 2 hours and 15 minutes doing the show. You've been here for.
I've been here for 3 hours because I get here an hour early, Sadov, because I don't want anything to interrupt my
your pooping schedule.
No, me making it here, Sadov. A
Omaha.
flat tire, I'm getting here. If there's traffic, I'm getting here.
You've been driving downtown for 40 years. How many flat tires have you had driving downtown?
0. But I've had traffic where it's taking double the amount of time.
Is that your Victor Jones outlier risk that you're not going to make because you need a flat tire?
Flat tire outlier risk is a lot more than doomsday.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
You don't even worry about the flat tire, do you?
No, because I have a spare.
I know, but do you wake up in the morning going, wow, what if I get a flat tire today?
No, but inclement weather, construction. I mean, it takes 2 hours to get home sometimes.
How many times have you left your house? You live in.
I've gotten in one accident in 40 years that would have made me not make it, but it was on the way home, so it didn't matter.
But you got in the accident.
No, my mother got in the accident. Yeah, I got in the accident. Yes, I got in the accident. Why? What else would delay me if I didn't get in the accident?
You know how many accidents I've gotten to 40 some odd years? Driving back and forth? 0.
No, you clipped that bicyclist. You clipped.
I didn't
your
clip a
window.
bicyclist.
You clipped your.
No, you did.
You did.
I did not clip a
Yes,
bicyclist.
You did.
A bicyclist.
You sideswiped the car.
I didn't swipe a car.
Yes, you did on the streets. Yes, you did.
Few times.
Stop. The bicyclist. I was at a stop sign. They ran into me.
No, they didn't. No, bicyclists don't run into
this
people.
bicyclist did. They were listening to something on the radio.
No. You had cut him off, so he broke your side view mirror.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, that guy.
That guy was an insane nutcase.
Sure.
You guys better knock on some wood. You just jinxed yourself. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's
you
not-
also drive 4.5 miles. I drive 25 miles every day. Well,
I'm not
50
going to
round
move.
trip.
I'm not going to move just so I can drive more miles.
Well, you can't. I didn't get into the accident until I was about a mile from my house. So if I only drove as little as you did, I would have no problems either. Amount of time. I mean,
Well, I drive in the city where you got to be.
I have to drive through the city too.
Where you have to be a good driver. You drive in the suburbs where,
your kids can drive.
Your kids can drive. You got 14-year-old kids driving there.
You're both amazing drivers.
I'm just telling you, I prepare for outlier moves. Yes, I do. When to get here, to do my job, Sosnov.
It's 9:18 in the morning. If bullshit were dollars.
Oh my God, I've been doing that my entire life.
But what I do want to say is that this Sunday, speaking of...
If you're on time, Sosnov, you're late, okay?
Speaking of if bullshit were dollars, this Sunday is Jim Schultz doing a live show.
You get here about 15 minutes after me. You get here early. You prepare.
Always prepared.
Okay, so if you would say the same thing if you're on time, you're late.
Yeah, I just don't like that saying. I'm always early. Option crash course.
Option crash course.
Options crash.
For option traders.
An options crash course with Dr. Jim this Sunday.
Easy for you to say.
Don't miss this. If you're in and around the Boston area, that counts everything from, I'm going to say, from southern Maine to southern New Hampshire to northern Connecticut. Anywhere close. Cape Cod Inn. Go see Dr. Jim Sunday night, the 13th. No traffic Sunday nights. Beautiful. Doors open at 5 p.m. Show starts at 6. Dr. Jim's at a place called the Sinclair in Boston. You sign up at tastylive.com/events. It is in Cambridge, right next to Harvard Square. It's supposed to be a cool facility. Dr. Jim's going to be there. He'll be getting out there Saturday. And if he doesn't get lost Saturday, I mean, Dr. Jim in Cambridge, it's entirely possible you might get lost.
It's entirely possible. This is so true.
My dad used to live in Cambridge, and as he was getting older, he moved to Cambridge when he was older, and I went to visit him once, and one of my favorite stories, horrible story, actually not horrible, weird, is I'm taking a cab from Logan Airport to go see him, and I had never been to his where he lived before.
Okay.
And he rented a condo somewhere in Cambridge.
Okay.
And so I'm in a cab. I'm going over a bridge into Cambridge, and I see my dad walking down the street going the opposite way towards Boston. And I tell the guy, stop. It's my dad. I gotta grab him. I go, Dad, what are you doing? And he looks at me and he goes, I'm walking home. I go, you live that way.
Yeah.
Okay. So I grabbed him, put him in the cab.
Yeah.
And I called my sister. I go, hey, it's time.
Yeah.
Cool area. Love that place. Anyway, Dr. Jim will be at.
Way to prep Dr. Jim here with that story. Got it.
Seriously.
Hey, it's just a story. We had a nice weekend together, my dad and I.
Yeah.
We went to a bunch of places. It was fun, walked around. It was kind of my first time in Harvard Square. I've done 3 lectures at Harvard in the last 15 years, and I love going there.
Nice.
Yeah. Did a couple entrepreneurship ones and one trading one. Hopefully we're going to back out there this year. We did one at just outside of MIT, and I was supposed to do one at Boston University this year. So we'll see. We're working on it. Anyway, go see Dr. Jim, tastylive.com/events. If you can't make Dr. Jim and you're in the Denver area, this means anywhere within, let's say, 3-hour drive of Denver.
Oof.
Not next week, but the following week. Actually, two weeks from tomorrow. Right? 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Yeah, 2 weeks from
2 weeks from tomorrow, right. Tony and I will be in Denver, Colorado, at a place called the Summit Theater. Doors open at 8 a.m. This is a morning show on a Friday. The show starts at 9 a.m. Markets will be open. We've got a whole fun event for you. There's plenty of room. It's a big space. tastylive.com/events to reserve your ticket to see me in the bat. We'll be there. Like I said, show starts Friday morning, begins promptly at 9 a.m. It'll be over at 10:30, and you'll be back at work at 11.
In and out, quick, just like Sound Off on a Saturday.
There you go. So if you haven't signed up yet, please do. We're looking forward to seeing everybody in the Denver area. This will be just a lot of fun. All right, that's it, Beth. That's all I got.
Beautiful.
It's 2 weeks from tomorrow. We head out to Denver 2 weeks from tonight, or 2 weeks from this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Let's do it. This is a very interesting piece, but it's also a very tough piece because there's a lot of data. So you're going to have to go back and you're going to have to review this yourself when I'm done, because I can't go through every single detail on every slide.
It's just, you can't or you don't want to.
Well, it's very heavy and you won't remember it. But here's my question to you.
Okay.
We are talking about 0 day. This is Thursdays. We do 0 days. When trading 0 day, 0 DT, SPX options, okay? Now, we all know that Tony and I are both contrarians. When markets go down, we like to buy them. When they go up, we like to sell them. You know, we love the contrarian logic. It stems from being a market maker and taking the opposite side of everything, kind of like being the house mentality. So we're generally contrarians. But in the 0 days, we don't play a lot of contrarian games on 0 days. And there's a reason for that. In 0 days, it's much harder to be, if they open up, we're not necessarily going to get short. If they open down, we're not necessarily going to get long.
To be fair, we typically say, let's wait a day or two. Like, you know, I mean, we really
intraday, if you asked me, does it pay to be a contrarian on the 0 day? I would probably say no.
Yeah, to be fair.
Intraday, you know, we'll play for reversals sometimes. I guess I played for reversal and circle and things like that. But
individual stocks. And also we look at it more from an implied volatility standpoint.
Yeah.
Like if markets go lower and puts are bid, that, you know, it makes it an easier sale to sell puts to be a contrarian in something. Because even if the stock goes a little bit lower the next day, volatility typically will contract. I mean, the fear is over.
So we play the contrarian game mostly all the time. But in 0 DTs, we play kind of an at-the-money short premium game, and we don't necessarily play the contrarian game. I don't know if that's the right way. I think it's the right way. I think if you try to play the contrarian game intraday, it's not going to work that well. But we asked the research team to test that. Let's go, Beth, and let's see what the results are. In light of the efficient market hypothesis, we often like to stick to delta neutral trades. That's very fair. But the zero-day option markets give modern retail option traders more opportunities than ever before to try different things. Several viewers have written to us, more than a few, have written to us about their success selling verticals when the recent market moves seem to make it prudent. Let's open up a data set, put it to test. When searching for directional signals, there are numerous adjustments and things to consider. We're going to begin by exploring the contrarian approach. We're going to sell calls following an up move and sell puts following a down move in the 0 day. Normally, I would say, sure, that's what we do.
Yep.
But in the 0 day, maybe a little different. Next slide, please. So 2 years worth of data, 0 DT premium, 9 a.m. in the morning, Central Time, half hour after the opening. If the move from the previous SPX open to today SPX open was less than the expected move, we sold the at the money butterfly. Okay. If the SPX was down by more than the expected move, we sold a put vertical, short strike at the money. If the SPX was up by more than the expected move, we sold a $10 wide vertical, short strike at the money. Right?
Okay.
Got that?
So far.
Next slide, Beth.
I'd like to save that slide. That's why we have to go back and look at this.
We repeated the analysis using iron condors and verticals as well, with a short 30 delta and 20 delta strikes and $20 wings. We further iterated on the process using other multiples of the expected move as a threshold, ranging from 0, being the directional every day, to 1.5 times, which only triggered 5% of the time. At the money positions were closed if they reached 10% of max profit, while out of the money positions were held looking for 25%. Losers expired.
Okay.
All right? There is so much stuff in here.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So we're doing contrarian stuff, then we're doing contrarian using iron condors and vertical trades, and depending on the size of the move, so there's everything in here. That's why I said, just warning you now, you're going to have to go back to it. There's like 6 pages of slides. You'll go back to it later and you'll check it out for whatever you're looking for, right?
Yep.
Let's go to the next slide. The first one is short at the money, like a short at the money straddle is a butterfly with $10 wings. Okay. So actually, no, they're all here. Short put verticals, short call verticals.
Yeah, they got them there.
Short iron butterflies.
Taking profits at 10%.
Okay. There's 2 important takeaways in the first slide. Number 1, put verticals actually worked. Call verticals did not. And iron flies, which is what we essentially, a version of what we do, work the best.
Sure. Lowest CVAR too.
Okay. Lowest risk too.
And you would expect that with the market being higher.
Essentially saying the 0 delta non-directional plays were the best. And if you faded the up moves, I'm sorry. Yeah, if you faded the up moves, it didn't work. If you faded the down moves, it worked okay. But that makes sense because the market's rallied 3,000 points the last couple of years. Let's go next slide. So this one is short at the money with $10 wings, same as before, but this time we're going to look at being a contrarian every day and then inside of certain moves. And the answer here is that everything was profitable except when you were at everyday contrarian. So you had to kind of hope that you had, a reasonable move. And for reasonable moves, okay, essentially
everything worked reasonably.
Everything worked reasonably. Good probability of profit too. Good win percentage.
Yep.
Let's go next slide. So now we get into like the short the 30 delta with 20 delta wings and 25% profit targets here. And what's really interesting is, again, the put verticals worked, the call verticals did not. So if you sold a put vertical after a down move, it worked great. If you sold a call vertical after an up move, it failed. And iron condor was Let's go next slide. High win percentage.
Yeah, high win.
Here we go with the short 30 delta wing, short 30 deltas and 20 delta wings. Very high win percentage, but contrarian every day, lost. Contrarian when the move was greater than 5%, lost. I mean, this was not a great result playing the contrarian to everything here.
No, you go to 25% target here too, which is
Yeah, the 25% target just didn't work.
reasonable though.
Let's go next slide. Now we go further away. This should work, except the put verticals again worked. The call verticals did not. There's definitely a trend here, and the iron condors were fine.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom line here is your win percentage huge, but selling call verticals after an up move did not work in the 0 days. Selling put verticals after a down move did work. Iron condors, they always work in this case for short profits. Let's go to the last slide, or the last, yeah. So essentially the same kind of data, really high win percentage, except it seems like when you wait for 25% and you're a contrarian every day, it just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And you need a bigger move. And again, you know, I'm going to just argue the put spreads worked, the call spreads didn't, and the at the money strangles or iron condors did. Let's go to the last slide. For out of the money traders, put selling was the overall most profitable approach to zero DT option markets, which is,
I mean, obviously, we're all-time highs.
Which we wrote here, which is unsurprising, as the SPX has gone from 3,800 to 6,200, or not surprising, unsurprising. For larger credits from delta neutral positions, they helped reduce downside risk for at-the-money traders. It was enough to give the edge to iron butterflies. When trying to pick direction, looking to be a contrarian and bet against the recent market moves was counterproductive, with the best results occurring for very high thresholds, very high signal thresholds, which approach the success of never being directional. If contrarian signaling was unhelpful for finding zero DT success, what about trying to follow momentum? Tune in next week to find out.
Oh, cliffhanger.
Do.
I love those. Good little segment there. Good little go back and check it out kind of thing. We'll take a quick 90-second break and come back on 0 days. So far, 0 days will be working solid enough, especially if we're looking for your 10%. We're an hour into the day. We've had no movement in the market. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Let's Tasty Live.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today. You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex on Tasty Trade. Get in on 80+ Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Dear Cheapo Airlines, thank you so much for sending my luggage on a magical side quest instead of my planned destination. I am glad that I had the sustenance of the single pretzel I was served on board while I was waiting for my bag to arrive. Looking forward to your reply, because surely the response can't be as delayed as long as my flight was. Warm regards, Bettina.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
Every day I do God's work here.
From the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
I went to the pool at the,
You went to the pool at the Soho House?
yeah.
And you didn't go to my pool?
Yeah,
Do you think he wore his Crocs?
100%.
100%.
You can't. You wear your jorts. You wear your booty jorts with like your ass hangs out just a little bit in the back. I'll gross myself out.
I just threw up in the back of my mouth a little bit.
Daisy Dukes in like a crop top with Crocs. Meow.
Got the need for speed? No problem. At Tasty Trade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tasty Trade, make your move.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and Tasty Live web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers, ready to pounce. Some traders hide from it, some ride it. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live sizing off with this man. Tasty Trade World Headquarters, your friend of mine, the very popular, from the still named Scott Sheridan Studios, Mr. Scott Sheridan, how are you?
Excellent. You didn't send Tom the memo about White Shirt Thursday? I don't even want to know.
That's the closest he has, he said.
I don't even want to know what that is. What color is that? Is that
It's
canary?
yellow. It's
Is
a
that
John Barbados.
Is that canary?
No, I like the yellow.
Is
I
that
don't mind
canary
it.
yellow?
I mean, it washes him out a little bit.
It matches his personality.
It's too good call.
It's too what?
It's a little too thin. The
That's what I said. I'm staring at his
material-
nipples all day. It's driving me nuts. It's driving me insane. They're like peanut size. I can't handle
The
it.
material's a little thin.
See,
is it short too?
And I love, like if Max was here right now, because like he would cry if you like stretching your shirt out to see this. You don't do like what's this?
What do you mean?
Like you just stretch your shirt, which pulls the collar. Just do this. Just rip the collar once. Let's just pull it.
Rip
Just
it all
take my
off.
shirt off.
Take it all off. Just take it all off.
I might.
Please don't.
Use it.
It's a John Barbados.
No, it's not.
I think it is.
It's John Barbados. Okay. It's the Costco John Barbados.
Yes, it's John.
You know, I decided
Barbados.
I decided to wear a little color today, and
I like
look
it.
at the crap I get.
I like it. Spruce,
you're a
spruce
colorful
things
person.
up.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. What do you got down below? Hopefully torn jeans.
Don't answer
Nothing down below. Beth, can you please flip that for me, please?
Hopefully
I got
ripped.
nothing.
No ripped jeans.
What?
Shorts, ripped jeans.
No, I got jeans. I got jeans.
Ripped.
No, they're not ripped.
You look good in ripped jeans.
Oh.
Tony, I get Tony too excited.
Okay, so who are you going to dinner with on Tuesday that I didn't get the nod? There's no way you made the reservation. You told somebody you really wanted to go, and they're like, fine, I'll get a reservation. Let's go. And you said, fine, you make the reservation. I'll go.
I take it
100%.
back. I made a mistake. I'm going the 22nd.
Oh, I'll be there before you.
It's a week. That's a week after.
Who are you going with?
Oh, it's
Tooch?
It's a very it's a select group.
Got to give a shout out to Tooch. He
Tooch.
invited me to lunch for my birthday.
Did he?
He is a sweetheart.
Are you going?
No.
Yeah, I'm going.
No, you're not.
Go to your business. I'm going with Tucci's mine. He's always trying to get on.
Hey, talk
I
about
want to
lunch.
go. I told you yesterday. I want to go with you and him to the Gigi's place.
Gigi's Chicken?
No, not Gigi. Capri.
Oh yeah, I would love
Italian
to do that.
place out of
yeah.
Because I've watched the guy do 500 videos.
Yeah, me too.
Italian place in
That's out by JJ.
Yeah.
You can't say JJ.
Have you never seen this guy? Have you ever seen this guy on? Have you ever seen this guy on TikTok?
I'm not on TikTok.
It's this guy Gigi.
You can see him on Instagram and everything.
He's all over the
I'm
place.
not on the gram either.
Anyway, he does.
Really?
He does neck bones. I want to go for neck bones.
What kind of neck?
What do you mean? What kind of neck?
What animal?
Cow.
Okay, well, it's a reasonable question.
Not really.
You
What else could it be?
You have a chicken neck?
Chicken neck bone?
Yeah.
Who's gonna cook a chicken neck bone?
My mom used to cook them, and you get the pipic, you get the heart, you get the liver, you get the neck bone. I liked it.
Have you ever had neck bones?
Oh,
Chicken.
Come on, they have neck bones. You know, that's
Anyway,
a gourmet
they look-
Italian dish.
They look great. Anyway, so he shows every Thursday. Gotta
He
get.
only makes them on Thursdays?
I think so.
So he saves all the necks?
He's the guy shook on neck bones.
So, talking about lunch, I got a little bit of a problem today.
What's the problem? I like roost.
I love
Here,
we
here's
go.
Gigi.
Oh, you gonna put him up?
Yeah, there you go.
Capri restaurant by G.
Go to neck bones.
Ridge, Maron.
This is him?
Off with the fried meatballs.
No, this is not the wrong one. Who is this?
Who's this
Jamoke?
Jamoke? Is this like an imposter?
What do you just
It's like an
picking up
imposter. Who is that? That ain't my guy from GG.
Yeah.
What are you
Get him with the
doing
neck
here?
bones. Just Google him with the neck bones.
Bergeron neck bones.
we
Calabrese way, the only way. Come here, shoot man.
Come here.
Look how beautiful. Look how beautiful these Bergeron neck bones. They've been simmering for 8 hours. Look at the steam. It's fresh. We make it fresh here. Every
Italian
Thursday
chefs,
and
'cause they always sound
Saturday.
angry.
Remember what's serious and very important. We
sound
run out, we
angry.
sell out.
Look at this guy.
That's it. There's
Here,
no
look at
more.
this.
You gotta come back. And you guys know, you're my friend. You never starve. Ciao for now. Let's top it off with a little pecorino.
Hey, a little pecorino.
They always sound angry,
Hey, we got neck bones.
right? Okay,
I want those neck bones.
it's not that I don't like roost. I love roost. The problem is I have a 2 o'clock Katz's
2 o'clock what?
Oh, I
Katz's
thought that's tomorrow.
today.
So you can't have roost at 2 o'clock. It's gonna be gone by then. What do you mean? I'm so
Katz's? Well, no.
Oh, no, you can't have roost. You can get roost anytime.
Right, because I got to make sure I can eat the whole Katz's.
You can't do roost and Katz's.
It's too much.
Too much.
Yeah, dinner's definitely off the table at that
Yeah.
point. I could do a half a roost.
No.
Can't even do a half a
Nah,
roost.
he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He could do it.
Otherwise, you're going to
The
do half.
problem is I'm going to be hangry at 2 o'clock. If I haven't eaten anything,
What are you going to do at Katz's? You can't eat half a sandwich.
I'll finish. I can knock it down. I'll take it. But it's like, I saw some pictures. It looks good.
Yeah. I saw the same pictures.
If
You
I,
know
if I-
what? Because he's not going.
Right.
If he was going, it would be great.
Right, and if I
Unbelievable.
can-
can't wait back. You're not going. Nah. You know the whole thing.
and if I can, I'll grab you a bottle.
Yeah,
Of mustard and thousand.
Yeah, maybe. If
Maybe.
you're nice.
I'll see what I can do.
I don't want the mustard. I like their mustard.
You yelled at me when I
I know.
sent you the
I
gift
know,
box.
I know, but I don't-
And all
I don't
you
have the
said, it was a
pastrami.
great answer. Not thank you for the gift box of Katz's. Where's the mustard?
Okay, get the mustard and the see if you can get the mustard and the
Thousand Island.
and the Thousand Island.
Thousand Island though is not a jar, isn't it?
They sell it in jars.
Do they?
Yeah, they'll ship it to you.
All right, I'll see what I can do. Tony, you want any?
You're very nice. That is. I've
It
missed
doesn't mean anything to him. It doesn't have any. It
the
doesn't have
mustard to me.
any- what? No, the pastrami.
Pastrami, I can live it without.
Right. He doesn't. It doesn't mean anything to him.
The Katz's pastrami doesn't mean anything?
Like those neck bones.
Listen.
Those
I know your people peaked at breakfast, and this is a foray into lunch. I get it. I understand. I understand completely.
No.
The mustard I miss because you can't get the mustard like that. I don't know. That's
Rainy, spicy.
You just don't get it. So if you gave me a bottle of mustard, that would be greatly
You know
appreciated.
what's funny? I
they
can't
sell it
believe at
done.
Wrigley they don't have, like in New York, you can't go to a ball game. Like go to
Spicy.
Yankee Stadium, you get spicy brown mustard.
Yellow.
Go to Shea or whatever it is, City Field, spicy brown mustard. You go in Chicago, they don't have spicy brown mustard, which pisses me off. But Now they switched it at Wrigley, and they have honey mustard.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. No. I agree.
I like honey mustard on a chicken tender, but you can't put honey mustard on a hot dog.
No, it's mustard with honey. It's not honey mustard like salad, like dipping sauce.
It's the difference.
It's a big difference. It's just mustard with a taste of honey.
Why have the Yankees not sold the rights to their stadium? You just said Yankee Stadium, and I was thinking about it, City, Shea, not City. Why wouldn't they have sold the rights? Because everybody's still going to call it Yankee Stadium?
Yeah, plus it's cool. Who wants to sell the rights?
Sell the rights.
And they're already worth, so let's say you own a franchise that was worth $10 billion. Do you really need the extra $20 million a year?
Okay,
it's iconic. They shouldn't be allowed.
So then they should just give tickets away.
No, not really.
Or lower ticket prices.
No, I mean, I understand it. Maybe, okay, do you really... I don't. I think it's cool that they didn't sell the rights.
But most arenas have.
So you want them to sell Fenway too?
Yeah, well, I mean Wrigley is.
Wrigley, they've never sold Wrigley. It's the same.
Well, Wrigley was the name, I know, but they haven't sold why? Like
there's certain places where it's just
don't touch it. But I mean, what do you call the big building? Used to be the tallest building in the city. What do you call that building?
I mean, the Sears Tower?
Yeah, see, me too. So I don't care what it is. Willis, they keep changing the name.
I mean, like they changed the Boston Garden to TD Garden.
Correct. And what do you call it? The Garden.
Well, yeah, I call it the Boston Garden. But yeah. It's. I mean, I would really be. I think Chicago fans would be very upset if they changed the name to the United Airlines Wrigley Field. And I think that.
But I don't think people would call it that.
Doesn't matter.
Like Soldier Field. Why wouldn't the city sell the name of Soldier Field?
Because people would be pissed.
Who cares?
It matters to some people.
Well, what are you going to call it when they move to Arlington Heights, which they're not?
You're going to sell everything now, so you sell every street. You go buy your street you live on. You'll be the Sheridan Street.
I think you're onto something.
Yeah. Batista, look.
What would mine be?
Well, you live in the suburbs. You could afford your street. Batista Street. You just name change it. Batista Drive.
I mean, there already is a Sheridan Road, but
there is already a Sheridan Road, and they own it.
Yeah, but you could change yours to like, what is it, like the
Moron Road or something? We want me to call it a stupid road. What, stupid street?
Cul-de-sac, whatever you want to call it.
I don't live in a cul-de-sac, but I am one entrance in, one entrance out. It's called gated community.
Gated.
You're in a gated community?
Kinda.
Do you need a fob?
Sometimes.
Transponder? Do you?
When it works.
Otherwise, you got to get Vinny to come over, open it up, let me in.
Yeah, one entrance in, one entrance out to keep the riffraff like my friend out there.
How's the pool?
Beautiful.
Sure it is.
It's been great.
Right?
It's warm.
So warm.
I haven't tried to, said anything to him and stuff like that because it's been so nice and everything.
Do you go in the lake?
Does he go to the lake and do what?
It's a long walk down your stairs, but do you go in the lake?
What lake? Lake Michigan?
Yeah, Lake Michigan.
No, I don't go in Lake Michigan.
Aren't you on Lake Michigan?
Yeah, but I don't go in the lake.
Don't you have stairs to go down to the lake?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I'll
walk on the beach occasionally.
Okay. Do your kids go in the lake?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's possible.
A lot of people go in the lake. I don't go in the lake.
I mean, it's 70 degrees. I mean, if you're going to go in.
It's freezing.
I took my kids last weekend.
See, Beth, there you go. Beth, what lake? Where do you go? Where's the hot spot now?
Well, any of the beaches are nice. Evanston, Wilmette, Winnetka, they're all good.
It's freezing.
What do they charge these days for a season pass to the lake?
Around $200.
Oof, that's a family pass or individual?
Yes, family.
Oof. All right.
It's freezing. The lake.
Oof.
I look at people in the lake all the time. I haven't gone in, but
It feels amazing. It's great.
Kids and dogs.
She's such a wuss.
It's freezing.
Beth, how is it?
Amazing.
Right? See, toughen up.
So great.
That's what she wants to say to you. Toughen up.
Freezing.
All right. Should we get to some
I
business?
found the temperature for me. Water.
What you like?
Yeah.
Upper 90s bid.
Maybe 90. I always keep mine at 90.
90.
Your pool?
Yeah.
90.
Nice.
Yeah, real nice.
Really nice.
Yeah, you can go in at any temperature.
At 90 you can go in.
90 is perfect. Really is great.
100, you're in a hot tub.
Well, yeah, 100 is a hot tub. 102, 3.
102 or 3, 4 is a hot tub.
105.
Yeah, that's a hot tub.
I keep my hot tub 102, 3.
Yeah, I like hot tubs.
90 is
That's more your speed.
Hot tubs are my speed.
And you would like my pool too. I got like a ledge that you could sit on when you walk in. You
good.
can just go sit right there.
I don't need pool.
It's only 3.5 feet deep when you walk in.
You don't
down
like
8.
lakes or pools?
I mean, I like hot tubs because it's like I like 102, 103. I don't really love 90, but I'll do it. But
Lake Michigan temperature is 69.
69 is freaking freezing.
Yeah, 69.
You put your toe in there, it's freezing.
That's shrinkage territory. That's body shutting down.
90 shrinkage.
No, 90 is not shrinkage. I can prove it.
We don't want proof. Do no proof necessary.
How are you going to prove that?
Don't need proof.
How would you?
I'll make one phone call. I'll make one phone call.
Go ahead. Now I want to see. Go ahead.
She's working out right now. Otherwise, I would call her.
Yeah, I want to hear the answer.
I want to hear this. If you're willing, I thought
don't like it was shrinkage.
I thought it was gonna be if it was gonna be a photo. We don't need that. A phone call will take.
No photos. I'm Italian. We don't do that. We deny with pictures. We got neck bones.
I want a neck bone.
All right. Top 20 symbols going through the system first 40 minutes.
Yes.
What happened?
Sorry. No. Top 20.
Oh. Yeah. No broad-based indices or futures. Time for you. Number 20. TQQQ at an 18. For everybody else, Tesla at a 17. PLTR at a 42. DAL at a 23. AMD at a 25. NVIDIA at a 7. SLV at a 21. SoFi at a 29. Hood at a 33, Meta at a 29, Apple at a 25, Amazon at a 30, Coin at a 33, iBet at a 15, UAL at a 37, GLD at an 18, MSTR at a 9, UNH at a 58, SMCI at an 18, TSLL at an 18, and another 18 at TQQQ. And there we go.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, what do you think of that?
What do you think of that?
What are you guys off, like, looking at?
At other things.
Are you done with me?
Usually when you talk, we try to catch up.
We try to zone out.
We try to catch up on everything else. It's like, it's not, don't take it personally. It's just,
it's nothing personal.
Right, it's really a sign of affection from you two.
We have a lot of work to do on this network, okay?
Yeah, that's good.
I mean,
we're supporting customers right now.
You know what?
And
I'm
viewers.
glad.
It's not like the trade desk, okay?
I am
where you guys
glad.
are trying to figure out your putting.
God.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm glad somebody here works.
Time is money.
Oh my God.
So we try to do things. So when you talk, try to get stuff done.
Okay, one more comment and you're losing one of the condiments, okay?
Oh, I don't lose a condiment.
One more. Do you think they're going to sell? I think they'll sell it.
Well, do you have to be there?
At 2.
I know, but do you have to actually physically be there? Or can somebody pick it up for you?
You eat there. It's not to go.
Oh, you eat there.
Yeah, they give you a tray. It's nice. I thought you've seen it. You said you saw pictures, and you haven't seen
a picture, but I wasn't paying attention.
It's on a tray. Beautiful sandwich. So the guy chopping it up. I don't know if you go watch them cut it up like you do in New York.
What, do they send their choppers out here?
I think so. Did you see that Noma announced LA?
Noma?
Noma.
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 Yeah.
It's in Copenhagen.
Yeah. I got to use my connections to get in there.
Oh, the restaurant that's like the #1 restaurant in the world,
Yes.
something like that.
Yes, and they did a pop-up in Kyoto last year.
When are they opening in LA?
Soon. I don't know when.
Oh, we got to go.
I know. I think we do.
Yeah.
Because I'm not making it to Copenhagen.
I got to get my son.
Well, I got to tell you, because I thought we had connections, if you know what I mean. And Lila was just there. And the wife of the Connect said, I'll see what I can do. I'm like, oh, you're in for sure? She couldn't get a table.
Wow, that is breaking news. See, now you brought something to the show because she.
So we got to go here.
He ain't getting in.
They ship everything. They ship the plates. They.
You got to be some bougie SOBs, you two, to be thinking about this place. I got to tell you that right
Why?
now.
My son lives
because I went to Alinea. This is what you got to do. You got to take one step.
Well, I got to go to
ahead,
Noma.
right?
I always wanted to go to Noma, but I've been to like 10 restaurants that have like.
Here it comes. And they've all been disappointing.
They've all been okay.
And you still haven't gone to the French Laundry. I've been.
I'm not going with you, so don't ask. Because I don't want to sit there and listen to you go, yeah, I've had better.
He is a depressing SOB when it comes to that.
You know what? He's like, throw your finger through it, go, what is this?
No, I just need a reason to go out there and I could go see my son.
Oh, that's good. I like
and he's a foodie.
Yeah, he'll love it.
Yeah. Does the missus, not your missus, his missus, does she?
I don't know if she's the right person to bring.
Does she eat?
Does she eat?
Yeah.
You know, she's a.
Don't answer that.
She's a
goy. She's
a goy, and she's a
easy
workout freak, a health freak.
Oof.
Yeah, she's not a good.
Oof.
I mean, she eats, but she like.
She's in the fitness industry.
She's a fitness instructor.
Is she? Oh, she doesn't eat.
Yeah.
Oh, she must be busting your shit up, man. Oh, man, oh, man.
She's really...
Has she tried to give you a workout routine?
Oh, my God, I thought you were going to say something else. I thought you came over to the dark side.
Now that you're family, you think she could throw you a workout routine here or there? I mean, she could do it.
Oh,
you could do it on an iPad. She could watch you.
No,
I'd actually pay.
I don't.
That would be good video footage of her training you from LA.
That wouldn't be fair to her. That would be cruel and unusual punishment.
Excuse me, could you not bend that way, please? Okay. I think you should do it. We're on to something.
I need a trainer, but I need a trainer that works with special clients.
Special needs. All right.
Special clients.
Well, we could do that.
Probably be better with a dog trainer. We'll see.
All right, you ready to take a quick 90-second break?
Yeah.
Let's take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live. Immediately found these messages with fan favorites. Liz and Jenny next. Peace.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today. You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex on Tasty Trade. Get in on 80-plus Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Dear Cheapo Airlines, thank you so much for sending my luggage on a magical side quest instead of my planned destination. I am glad that I had the sustenance of the single pretzel I was served on board while I was waiting for my bag to arrive. Looking forward to your reply, because surely the response can't be as delayed as long as my flight was. Warm regards, Bettina.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
Every day I do God's work here.
From the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
I went to the pool at the...
You went to the pool at the Soho House?
Yeah.
And you didn't go to my pool?
Yeah.
Do you think he wore his Crocs?
100%.
100%.
You can't. You wear your jorts? You wear your booty jorts with like your ass hangs out just a little bit in the back? I'll gross myself out.
I just threw up in the back of my mouth a little bit.
Daisy Dukes in like a crop top with Crocs. Meow.
Got the need for speed? No problem! At Tasty Trade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tasty Trade, make your move.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and Tasty Live web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing. for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
I got Joe. Joe in Houston, what's up?
Just want to call in and say I really appreciate everything. I started trading and learning from you guys about 6 years ago. You know, it was you guys' work and the platform that got someone like me that didn't really know anything about the market capable of really outperforming the market now for, 5 out of the last 6 years. And so I really appreciate you guys. I think of another company where I can pick up the phone and call the CEO, the trade desk, and reach somebody as quickly as I can there. So just really appreciate everything and what you're doing for guys like me out here. What you're doing is really spectacular. So really appreciate it.
Thank you, my friend.
I really appreciate it.
You made my weekend, man.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and tastylive web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers, ready to pounce. Some traders hide from it, some ride it. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Everybody, and welcome to the Liz and Jenny Show. Today we have our special FX edition. We are joined by Glenn. Welcome, Glenn. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Hello,
How are you?
Glenn. I love number one, first ever show with Glenn. First of what I would like to be many, Glenn. You've signed a contract that you didn't even know about, but Thursdays into perpetuity, we've got you locked in.
Awesome. Glad to have you here too. Me and Jenny have hosted the Glenny and the Jen and Glenny show. Jen and Glenny show. And I quite enjoyed those, but glad to have you here as well.
Well, I feel terrible saying this out loud because I'm hoping it's not a bad meaning, but have you ever heard the kids these days call a glizzy? Do you know what a glizzy is?
Yes, a hot dog?
Yes, that's correct.
I've never heard of that.
So if we ever do a show together, Glenn, it's called a glizzy.
Can't wait for that one. Luckily,
so
yeah.
A glizzy is a hot dog?
It's a hot dog.
Luckily, this
Glenn, I'm impressed you knew that. My 18-year-old taught me that a glizzy is a hot dog.
I'm not that far removed.
And you're not.
But yeah, luckily this 4th of July, I got out of any hot dog eating competitions. I've gotten coerced into them before. It never ends well.
And what's your record? What's your record on hot dogs?
I got 6 in 10 minutes and threw up immediately after. So
wait, is it speed or quantity?
It was quantity under 10 minutes. So speed.
And who is the winner?
I did not win. The winner got 8.
No. What? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to shame you for not winning, but what did the winner?
I didn't win. Okay.
What did the winner eat in 10 minutes?
8.
8.
Oh, you were close. You were close.
I thought 10 would, and this is very amateur. I thought 10 in 10 minutes was feasible. I have the utmost respect for Joey Chestnut now. 70 and however, that it's impossible.
I wish my husband was watching, because I have a current debate with him about hot dogs and how much I think 10 in 10 minutes would be easy too.
I'll tell you,
do you have to eat the bun too?
Yes. And what I didn't expect is just physically gagging when you're trying to eat that fast and that many. And when you try and do the water thing, it doesn't taste good. I don't know how they do it.
So did you have condiments on it or no condiments?
No. That I don't know if that would have helped. Maybe it would have helped with the
What's the water thing?
like where you
Jenny,
soak it.
I almost killed your. Okay, Glenn, these are things you don't know. I've known Jenny for years and years and years, and I almost killed her brother, her older brother, once. And you'll appreciate this because it's the same thing as the water thing where you dip the hot dog in water to take it away, because otherwise you'll be choking. Your saliva can't take that much bread down. I almost killed her brother by administering the saltine test to him. Have you ever heard this? Where it's 6 saltines in 1 minute and everybody thinks they can do it.
And it's so dry that you just can't. Yeah, you can't swallow
Now
it.
you can, if you dip them in water, you can eat them, but you can't put like that same concept with the bun in your mouth. That's why Glenn was dipping it in water.
All right. Well, I'm going to see my brother Saturday at a family party. I'm going to try to replay the saltine challenge. So how many saltines in 1 minute?
6 saltines in 1 minute. He cannot do it, and I know this for a fact because I've done it to him.
It sounds easy. 6 crackers in a minute.
We'll try it, Jenny. 6 crackers, 1 minute.
Party size.
You go to a restaurant, you order soup, you get a packet of 2 crackers. You don't think you can eat 3 packets of those?
You can't have the soup with it. You can just eat 6 saltines in 1 minute. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Glenn, thanks for joining us today, Thursday. I'm sorry, I forgot my red. I'm not at home. I'm out of town. I don't have my red short with me. I didn't pack it. We are talking FX every Thursday with Glenn. Glenn, you need to tell us what to do because we're struggling a little bit with our FX positions. I don't know. We never got out of our shekel position. We should have taken that thing off. I took mine off for a loss. Liz took hers off for a loss, but we were giving it the old college try here in this account.
Yeah.
Okay, so Glenn, I'm going to let you kind of guide me because I've never been on we haven't had a Glizzy show yet. We will have a Glizzy show. But if you want to we'll pop in the platform and you can kind of guide me around if that's okay. Perfect. I'm going to go to our positions tab in the FX, but so we can go from here. Now, I know you guys put all the stuff on and I walked in and I go, I'm just kidding.
Let's pop in the platform. Let's have our crew pop us into the platform so everyone can see what we're looking at.
So Glenn can see what we're looking at. Now, we did have one position that went on and off. We had the euro dollar USD that we took off for about a $60 win.
Oh, nice.
And now that one's up $27. Maybe we should just take that off too.
We should, but you remember we took one off already, and then so we do have one win in the column, Glenn. I'd just like to state that for the record. But what do we do?
Yeah, sorry about that. The shekel position there. I'm not
blaming you. We're not blaming you.
Advanced research, and this week we had a Bank of Israel was expected to cut rates and did not. And so when central banks keep interest rates high, that tends to bolster that currency's demand because there's more yield for longer durations for holding long that currency. So a surprise move that I don't think anyone saw coming and was very hard to find because it's not in the headline news anywhere except perhaps Israel. Right. But yeah, that one is still at extremes. When I was on with Jenny, she layered into it a little bit. So that
this one, right?
Yeah, that.
So you could see we put one on right. It was like kind of before the U.S. stepped in.
617.
And that was. Yes, and so that, and then afterward, that was down $250. Glenn was on, and we thought do we take the loss, or do we add on here at an even more extreme level here? So then we add it on with another, I don't see how many, what do we have? Plus 0.02. So what is that called again, Glenn? The size, what do we call that?
So that would be a micro lot. And you've got
micro lot.
and you've got one mini lot of Euro USD. So looking at your positions here, if you wanted to keep holding on to that shekel position because it's still at an extreme, you're waiting for a mean reversion, then you absolutely can. What I would say looking at your account, though, is your margin available is now below $500, which is comfortable.
Oh, no, it says 750.
It says 758.99.
So
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
you're using that much margin, and how much you have available, that next one over, is how much liquidity you have to put on more trades. So I would say you're not, and all the way to the right, you're looking at your equity used is 61%. So you're not, with this amount of positions, you're not in any immediate trouble for getting closed out of any positions. But if you're looking to add on more positions, then you might want to think about looking at that Euro USD position. That is your largest, taking up the largest margin right now. So.
Because it's a mini lot instead of a micro lot.
Correct. Yeah. So that.
How would we know it's a mini versus a micro?
That 0.1 as opposed to if it were 0.01.
Oh, because this is technically 10. Got it. Okay.
Right.
So a mini
All right,
versus
so
a micro.
close that, Liz. Take that $28 off, and let's see what happens to our available.
How? How do I close it?
Slide to the right. Slide to the right.
Oh, there we go.
Slide to the left. slide to the
One
left.
click this time.
Everybody clap your hands.
Yeah, so the thing to call out about this positions tab is that this is a one-click close. So when you click this, it won't have any review and send screen for you. It will just market order. She gone.
Okay, so that's gone. So now we have 712 available. So it went from 480 to 712.
Yep.
Nice work.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So yeah, just checking in on the US dollar environment we're in right now. This morning we're seeing a little bit of a dollar comeback, but as you saw when we closed out that short position in Euro USD, that turned profitable. So we're seeing a little dollar comeback, but not to any magnitude that we've seen, when we're looking at even that shekel position, but across all the major currencies. So go to the watch list for me. And then that's how we're going to check our little U.S. dollar pulse check here, is just looking at that popular USD and looking at the net change. And this is where you have to do a little bit of back and forth, where if it's negative and the U.S. dollar is the second currency, then that tells you it's a stronger dollar. And
okay. Whoa. Say that sentence again.
So
if it's negative,
looking at the net change, if it's negative,
okay, this column. Yep.
If it's negative and the US dollar is the second pair, then that would mean the dollar is strengthening.
Okay.
Whereas looking at the dollar yen pair, since that's positive, the dollar is the first in the pair, then that means that corroborates our story that the US dollar is strengthening. But we're seeing a big pop in the Australian dollar and the New Zealand dollar. But overall, my boy Frank Caberna and I this morning on Forex Focus, if you missed it, did a study on mean reversion and the current volatility environment. And right now, for most major pairs, we are in a low volatility environment for these dollar pairs. And so what does that mean? It means that in a pair like the Australian dollar, that tends to be more mean reverting in low volatility environments. So
this is the Australia US dollar. I'm just going to go like this so we can look at the chart. That's okay?
Yeah.
So Glenn, how do we know the Australian dollar, US dollar is more mean reverting in low volatility environments?
Because I went in my little lab and crunched a whole bunch of numbers and presented it on Forex Focus today. So yeah, nothing that visual in the platform just yet for something like that, but doing some studies and some market measure type things led us to that conclusion.
Glenn, I would just like to state for the record, I missed it this morning, but I am a fan of your early morning show.
Awesome. Thank you. You're one of maybe 5. So thank you.
No, everyone loves it, Glenn. Everyone loves it. Okay,
Well, so funny. Pete used to say the same thing, being like, who's watching? I was like, I'm watching Pete. It's me. I got it.
So if you go back to the chart, if you click on the ask on the Aussie dollar, US dollar, click on the ask, and here we have the chart, and it seems to be at an extreme. So if we want to play the contrarian, because you think this is more mean reverting and low volatility environments, we would sell it.
Correct.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, let me ask a question real quick before we do anything, just because I want to get my bearings here. This chart that I'm looking at, is it really from 2020 to? Okay, no, this is month. This is good. So down here, this is just kind of showing from 2020 all the way to 1994. And then I actually have like a daily chart on. So I'm actually looking at from 2025 to July. So this is just a half a year chart. I just want to make sure.
Precisely, yeah. So you're looking at a daily chart, and the bottom x-axis there is kind of twofold, where the top line shows you that this is from July present to about March. It actually.
Yeah. I think it's beginning of the year. I don't know, but yes.
Oh yeah, it tells you. So it says on that line there near the bottom, Monday, December 30th, 2024 to August 2025.
Okay, right.
Yeah, and so
and then the bottom is just is the bottom just a snapshot of where it was from 1994 all the way to 2025?
Yeah, so that tells you how much historic data is available, and if you look all the way to the right, that little blip there that's lighter green, that's what we're currently looking at. So if you flip over to, if you hit daily in the top left and go over to monthly, then you'll see that highlighted section on the very bottom is a lot greater, and you can actually just drag that.
Then it doesn't look like we're at an extreme at all.
Exactly. So we're bouncing off of historic Australian dollar weakness, but here in this kind of, it depends on your time horizon. So if this is something that you want to hold long term, then you could say this has a lot more room to run. But if you're looking intraday, intra-week, then you would tighten up to that daily chart or even an hourly chart to try and get your ranges.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like you would look at this and think, oh, I want to buy this pair and get long it. But you look at the short term, you're thinking I want to sell it if you're playing a contrarian role. But what's the time frame? That's the question. Like, what's the time frame that we should be going out in time for with these FX pairs?
Yeah. So generally, since these are traded leveraged and are susceptible to slide over the long term, people often engage in a shorter term time frame. So intraday scalping, very popular since there's no pattern day trading or anything like that, and so you can have these small positions and get in and out of them. But
that's why you guys have the one-click close. And I understand this from my watching in the mornings. That's why the one-click close is in there, because these can be very, very quick in and out trades, right? These aren't your 45 days till expiration. This can be very quick if you want it, minute to minute even.
Exactly, and even that quick deal ticket offers one-click open and one-click close. Yeah. So that's if you're lightning fast. But yeah, I think there is also some sort of cost involved where if you are looking at a month or longer time horizon, where a play on the futures would make more sense if you're just looking from a cost perspective. But obviously
versus Forex, right? Yeah.
Correct. So obviously these spot pairs offer a lot more flexible trade sizes. So if you're not comparing them to futures at all, then it's not something you would worry about. But yeah, typically we see people in and out of these positions on a shorter term basis.
Here's a 1 hour chart.
So Glenn, I know we don't have you for much longer today, but I want to, maybe we won't place the trade in the Aussie dollar, US dollar, because I'm not sure what direction I would pick. But we had a question from a viewer yesterday that we saved for today to bring to you. It was someone wanting to get long 6J and short 6B. What do you think?
Yeah. So
And he said spreads at a recent low. Spreads at a recent low. Yen is very cheap relative to non-USD currencies. Is that pair in here? 6J, 6B?
yeah. So 6B, I believe, is British pound, right?
Right, yes.
Yeah. So if you go to popular non-USD, you'll see that pound yen pair right there at the top.
Right there, right?
At the
At the
top.
very top.
Oh,
Yeah.
here we go. Yeah.
And so if you click into that chart, then you're saying they wanted to get
They
long.
say plus 6J minus 6B.
Right. So for that, we would be shorting this pair because.
So I'd go to the bid.
Right. Because
Or
what you're doing here is you want to be short British pound. And so since that's the first pair, first currency in this pair, you want to be short this market. And that means that you would be going long Japanese yen. So yeah, looking at the daily chart, it is coming off of year-to-date extreme high. And so that would be playing some mean reversion.
Well, they said it
there.
yesterday, so that would be right
They
there.
said it.
Okay.
So they nailed it.
You hit sell, Liz. On the right-hand side where it says sell, on the right, go down to right.
On the trade ticket, yeah.
Oh, right here. So it's not up here. I see what you're saying.
Correct. Yeah. And so.
Okay. And
so
how
yeah.
big is this?
So the difference in the trade construction that you presented would be double margining on the future side. So you would have to appropriately size that, and you'd have to put in two distinct positions, whereas here you can directly trade the cross-currency pair. So single margin, this would be margined at 5%, and your spread is only 3 pips wide, so pretty tight market.
Okay,
Now,
so let's put one in. So walk Liz through it because she hasn't been on with you yet, Glenn. So walk Liz through how to put one on.
Of course. So
I'm selling it.
yeah,
What do I
so
do
you're
here?
selling it, and then you want to put in your size. So putting in your direction and your size, even as example values. So just hit that the minus. So that'll populate the lowest possible trade size, and then this will tell you it'll give you it'll compute all the information you need now. So this one a little more confusing because there's no US dollar in the pair, but it tells you that this requires $67 of US dollar margin. So that's directly to your account. But then.
So maybe make it a little bigger so we can. Otherwise, if it's too small, what are we gonna make on it?
She's huge.
Yeah. So, yeah. So.
And don't hit enter. Don't hit enter.
Yeah.
I'm trying so hard not to hit enter. Here's $200.
So yeah, here it's telling you that if you go back up to the size, that this will move 30 yen per pip. And so if we do some quick math.
Yeah, so let's say it goes down to, because right now it's 198. Let's say it goes down to 197. Let's say it goes down from 198.63 to 197.63. Then that would make 30 yen per.
Right.
pip?
So the pips here are that the second decimal place. So.
They're the second decimal place.
Okay.
You'd make
Correct.
You'd make a lot.
We'd make like $300. If we went down a full dollar, we'd make like $300 instead of 30.
Yeah, that's too quick of math for me right
Not hit
now.
enter.
But yeah, that's how you walk through the trade ticket, and that's so now you're looking at a margin reduction of $200.
All right, place that trade, Liz.
Done. Deal confirmed.
Booyah.
Okay, so Glenn, there's a question from the chat, and it says, it's from Mikos. When are we going to get alerts? And I'm sorry to put that on you, but I know that people are probably looking for stuff like that.
Completely understandable. I'm a big fan of alerts myself. The team is pushing out the mobile implementation first and foremost. We're going to get Tasty FX on mobile, hopefully by the end of July. And then alerts is next up on the dev work docket. So we'll try and get that.
I gotta tell you, you get a gold star for this platform. It's pretty cool. Even the whole chart system, how you can see the bottom and where it's been for a long time, and you get the slice of it. I mean, this is amazing. You guys did a great job.
Awesome.
I love
Thank you
it.
so much. I'll relay it to our very impressive tech team. But yeah, our charting capabilities are pretty cool. A lot of cool indicators you can put on there and a ton of data.
This is awesome.
Can we put on a closing order for that new trade we just placed so that if it becomes a winner and we're not watching, it will close?
Absolutely. So let's go back to the trade tab on this.
Tab. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the way we can do it is actually very cool. So go hover over the chart and scroll in.
Pick your spot.
Yeah, so
right?
scroll in, just if you're using a mouse.
Just going to go like this, right? Wait, how do I scroll in?
You can just scroll using your mouse or, hit that plus, that magnifying glass. Yeah. So we want to get a better gauge of what kind of profit target you're looking for. So we see that
$300.
even
right here.
Yeah, even so now you can go hit your the bar, the negative 0.03 lots.
But that might be aggressive, Liz. Maybe we're getting too aggressive. Maybe you just go to, let's see, where do we, I don't know.
Right here?
No, so hit to the left, hit the position, the left, your other left.
Left, okay, position.
Where do you want red box?
Yeah,
that red box?
Yeah, hit that.
Okay.
And now you can actually, from that take profit, where it says that, you can drag your take profit level. So click that and drag, and now you can actually see exactly.
Here, I'm gonna go very small, right there. Okay.
Nice.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And so then as soon as you.
That's amazing.
And so now as soon as you click right where you are on the chart, it should lock that in.
So just click anywhere?
Yeah.
It says it's locked in, didn't it?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Nice. And then
Where
and
is
then
it?
and then you
So
would
you
just
can see it's the purple dotted line.
yeah. So then if you did the same thing
Right
of
there.
clicking into your position, then it would pull it up again and you could manage it there. So you can do that for a
So
take
if I go to
profit level.
positions, is it in there?
And you can also do it for
Stop loss.
exactly.
Right? So that's why I dragged it down for the profit level. If it was stop loss, I would have went up here, right?
Correct.
Now, if you go to positions, so Glenn, let's say we come in here and that trade was working to make $125 and we're up $100 and we say, oh, geez, let's just take the $100. We don't need to wait for the 120. Can we cancel, replace?
Yeah. And so you can go back to the trade tab. And then you can click on it again.
Click on.
We don't have to do it, but so you would click on that red box again.
Well, yeah, go for it. Click it open, and now
and then I can move it.
You can move
I can
it
move
again.
it up or I can move it down.
And so, just for to do some quick conversion here, where you have it, it would be you're looking to make around $13 to $14 on this. So that's 70 pips away because you're moving at 30 yen a pip.
I'm taking it down.
I thought we were shooting for $150. How'd you figure out $13?
Well, if you go back, click back into it, then you can see that what you're asking for would grant you 3,500 in yen. Right there.
Oh, in yen.
And
yeah.
Exactly. And so 3,500 in yen at a US dollar conversion rate would be $24. But if you think about your return on margin, that's 10%.
Right, it is good. I think when I was doing the math and came up with the 3,300, I just translated it to dollars. Like, we'll make $330, not 330 yen.
Exactly. Easy to get confused here with the currency conversions.
All right, Glenn, this was actually an amazing lesson. I cannot wait to have you back.
Actually,
you did not know you didn't know you were teaching boomers technology. Yes, did you?
Just use your mouse, Liz.
Nonsense.
It won't let me zoom in using the mouse. I have to use this. Glenn put that in there just for me. Thank you, Glenn.
I'll make sure it's up and running.
This is awesome.
Thanks so much for coming on. Everyone is looking forward to next Thursday when you join us again. I forgot my red shirt. Next Thursday, Glenn, wear your red shirt.
I won't miss another one. Scout's honor.
Portland. All right, sounds good. Thanks, Glenn. We appreciate everything you do. This is awesome. We are going to jump into the platform right now, Jenny, and take off calendar home run, okay, while Glenn exits.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so I'm going to pop in. Bye, Glenn. Thank you so much. So we have a calendar home run of 43% in one PepsiCo.
Pepsi. We 8 days ago put on this calendar, and I don't know. It might have been an earnings setup calendar. I'm not sure.
Yeah, looks like it was. Jenny Andrews looks like it was, and
But it doesn't look like they even had earnings. They didn't even have earnings yet.
No, they didn't. That's why it's a 1 day, 8 day. It was a very bizarre one. But let's take it off. We're taking our $60.
But this is kind of how earnings setup calendars work. We sold that short term that expires before earnings. We wanted that to decay. And then we are expecting that long in the earnings cycle to inflate because vol will increase as earnings gets closer. So this is how the earnings setup calendars work. This is the whole point of them.
Closed position?
Great. Excellent.
Closed. Well, not yet.
So if you push that, I'll get that pushed out on the follow page. I know the FX trades are not, they don't go out on the follow page yet, but that
8:40, our Apple calendar hit.
This is the time for these earnings setup calendars.
So 8:40, our Apple calendar hit, Pepsi hit too. That was really cool to be able to put that order in that way with closing and putting your stop. If the stop loss were that easy, I might be able to put stop losses in. So
oh my gosh.
Putting your stop loss in and your order. That was pretty cool.
So you see what I mean? Like I've had Glenn on 2 hours now, while you were out of town. There's a lot to go over. Like we can easily fill an hour show with Glenn just looking at pairs. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, he's a great asset too, I think, Tasty Live. Okay, kind of going through all this stuff. I don't know if there's anything else left to manage. Did you see all the airlines, Jenny?
What did Delta do? Ooh,
12%. And remember, a rising tide rises all boats. So you should see United. United is up 12%. AAL, I don't know if that's up 12%. 12%. They're all up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we did a Jade Blizzard, which blew through the call spread. Wah, 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 wah.
I mean, honestly, I think this is fantastic because, I mean, I know you're saying wah, wah. Let's talk about the pros instead of the cons. If somebody did a strangle, they're SOL.
I know when we originally looked at the strangles with selling at 54 call for 54 cents, we would have gotten $1 and we'd be out about $200 on the strangle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Thank goodness for Jade Blizzards because this is something you don't lose money to the upside. It looks like we are because I think we only collected 94 cents. But I'm going to close this.
Oftentimes, though, on earnings, we like to just sell the puts, and it crossed my mind, but there wasn't a ton of premium in Delta, which is why we added the extra premium from the call spread. But if we just sold puts...
I think you need to change your attitude, young lady. I think this is a win instead of a loss because we didn't lose money on a strangle.
I know. I'm glad we didn't lose on the strangle, but, I almost wish we would have just sold puts. I know mostly we just sell puts on earnings, but that wasn't giving us quite... enough.
And I will tell you, not that it matters one way or another, but on the open, you can get out of it. I got out of this for a $30 win, just because there's markets are a little bit confusing on the open.
Okay, so you got out of that for 70 cents.
Yeah, so I mean, that's not bad. Do you know what I mean?
No, if you can take $30 out of the Jade Lizard, that's not bad.
I'm going to close this position, or do we leave it and see if it comes down tomorrow? I'll leave it.
You can leave it. Just buy back
we'll just see if it comes down at all tomorrow. We don't even need to buy back the puts. We don't need any stuff back. Okay, that being said, Jenny Andrews, let's pop into Twitter and take a look under the hood because we've got a lot of good tweets coming in. That was a fun segment with Glenn. I really liked it.
I know it was. Mikey, Glenn Freiberger. On Thursdays now, yes, Mikey. I don't want to say he's replaced our futures Frank on Thursdays, but we've got Glenn on Thursdays now with FX.
Yeah, are you gonna read? I'll let you read it.
Next, you're gonna tell me that Frank Berna is finally going to return to your show too. Will they both be at the Chicago show in August? Loving the new Tasty FX. When will it be added to the Tasty Trade mobile platform? So it is coming to the mobile platform. I did ask Glenn that last time he was on with me. It is coming to the mobile platform soon. They're working on it. And are they both gonna be at the Chicago show? We'll ask Glenn next week, or is the Chicago show before next week?
The Chicago show is a Friday. Isn't that the At Work by 11 show?
Yes. Do you have that up?
No, but I can. Watch this. It's very easy.
No. Oh, yeah, it is a Friday. It is a Friday. It is the At Work by 11.
Hold on. I could go. So we will, let's go to events. Do you see how easy that was, Jenny? At Work by 11, Denver, the Chicago, at Work by 11. Yeah, August 15th. It's a Friday.
It's not for a while. It's not for a while.
Yeah.
So Liz and I know we won't be there. We'll be doing our show.
Yeah.
But are Frank and Glenn going to be there? You can probably email them and ask them. Glenn at FX, is it, what is, let me check. I'll let you know his email. I will give it out. I will give out his email. I have it right here. And you can email Glenn, tell him how much you loved the segment, tell him how much you love FX, and ask him if he's coming to the Chicago show. So it's Glenn, Frybarger, FRYBARGER at tastyfx.com.
There you go. Yeah. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure. I know there's probably going to be a lot more participants of the Chicago show than there will be any of the other ones, right? So I don't think Glenn's going to be in Denver. How about that? So there's a possibility. Yeah, I know you said that, Glenn.Frybarger at tastyfx.com. And Frank just posted in the chat as well.
Okay, good.
And so then I will focus up. So thank you very much.
I posted something on Twitter today.
I know, this made me laugh. Okay, we'll get, because I know it's right underneath these. So Jack JT, it's great to hear from you. We haven't heard from you in a long time. Things are going well. I hope things are going well with you too, Jack.
I know things are going well. Jack, I think of you every time I look at Micron. Do you want to look at Micron and think of Jack JT? Hopefully he's still long it, because Micron soared like a phoenix from the ashes this year.
I know, and then it kind of stayed, right? It didn't go. It did soar like a phoenix from the ashes.
I feel like it went from it doubled. I think Micron doubled this year.
It did double this year, but it had. Hold please, let me just make sure. I think it went down on earnings.
Oh, but still, I mean, when it was close in the 60s, now it's 120. So it's doubled since April.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay, so let's go back to this. Hot team. So I did my first iron fly, credit of 835. That's pretty good. Looking for 20%, not working at the money. If market goes higher, is there a way of managing this trade? Honestly, not really. What does he have here? He's $10 wide, $10 wide.
I'm going to say it's $10 wide. 20% is too aggressive. I've got my iron fly in for 10%. Usually, you've got your iron fly in for 10%. Usually we get hit on 10% later in the day, 12, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, you need it to come back. This is in my opinion, this is a non-management trade. So you collected 835. Nothing we do is a trade recommendation. But so if you collect 835, your risk is only 165. This is something you kind of got to hold on for. You're either getting your 10% or it's going to be $165 loss, right?
And I'm actually surprised he got 835 because he has wait, his is different. He's July 25th. So hold on. This is not we're thinking 0 day. We were thinking 0 day. This is July 25th. And he's got it slightly separated, like 62, 65, 55.
No, 62, 55, 62, 55. Here, there's the call and there's the put. It's the iron fly, 62, 55. Okay. Yeah, then 65, 45.
So that being out into July 25th, I don't think that's going to come off until July 25th.
Yeah, you can't do anything with that on July 25th. We do these, and Jenny and I have been doing them, and we've been doing research on them in the 0 DTEs, meaning today's expiration.
Yeah, like you can pull mine up. I put mine on this morning. Liz put one on this morning. I will pull up my strikes and take a look at what I collected and what is working now and what I expect from it. I put it on. SPOOs were down 5. SPOOs are up 15. So that is just kind of like sit and hold and wait. And we know these iron flies, for if you're getting $8 on a $10 wide iron fly, they're not coming off till the day of expiration.
And it's pretty interesting because yesterday we were moving around like crazy. I thought it was going to be a full loss, and it came right back at about 1 o'clock. We don't know what's going to happen, but what the research on this is, and this is just from 2 years of data, the research says that your drawdown on the 0 DTEs, your drawdown is so little that it will take 2 wins of 10% to make up for 1 loss. So over time, this trade should be profitable.
Yeah, and so again, if you're collecting 835, the most this trade could be worth is $10 at expiration. So if you're looking for 10%, that's $80. I take $80 out of this trade. I think any more it's never going to happen.
No, I agree, because you're risking so little. The bar has to be a lot lower. Okay, now Punish Pixels coming on. We're getting to Jenny's in a second. Punish Pixels come in. Good morning, ladies. Happy Richard Thursday to you too, Punish Pixels.
I feel terrible for forgetting my red shirt.
It happens. It happens. You're forgiven today. This is your last time. I'm just kidding.
Next Thursday, I'll be at home, so I will have a whole section of my closet with red to choose from.
The 0DTE study from yesterday, could it be expanded to look at? Okay, well, we'll send this to Jacob. Hold on.
Yeah.
To look at. So they want $10, $15, $20, $25, and $30 iron flies. Sure, I'd like that. Making the iron flies wider. That'd be a great one.
Right.
And the VIX 1D being up or down has an impact, and the ideal profit target based on different IV regimes. We'll send this to Jacob. And now I'm going to guess it's not going to come in one study, but this is food for thought for him.
Hey, I just took a snapshot of it, and I'm sending it to him in Teams right
As
after
we speak. Look at her. Look at her. She's doing two things at once. And then this cracked me up. Jenny tweeted this morning.
This car was parked next to me.
This is amazing.
Isn't that so funny?
I need one of these. I would love to put one of these in my minivan.
Oh my God. This was it when we were at Notre Dame, dropping Lily off at Notre Dame, and we went to the parking lot. I mean, I guess this is a student's car.
I hope so. Is it a heat? This is obviously the heat screen or the sun shield.
Yeah. The sun shield. And so she's at camp, and the students run the camp. And she said Liz, you'll appreciate this. She said every single night, the students who are running the camp put on an actual theatrical production for them every night.
They do?
Yeah. Yes.
Is she in the theater dorm?
No, but she said whatever, all the students that are there running this camp, every night they put on a theatrical production for them. So I guarantee if Lily goes there, she's gonna try to run this camp so every night she could be putting on a theatrical production.
I'm telling you, you want something done? Hire a theater kid. You want a good kid with a positive attitude who can do things on a dime? Hire a theater kid. You want somebody who can make something out of nothing? Hire a theater kid.
I knew these must have been theater kids when we were checking in, and they were all singing the Frozen sing-along soundtrack. I said to Liz, I'm like, we walk into camp and these college kids are singing the Frozen show tunes versus, you go to Logan to school and they're doing keg stands. It's so you're onto something. These are all theater kids, probably.
I'm telling you, they're the future, because they're the ones who can look you in the face and talk to you, which is rare these days, right? And they can do anything and make it look like it was supposed to happen, which is amazing.
No, I really, it's interesting for those of you who have kids or grandkids and you're trying to decide what activities to put them in. They do learn so much from being in theater and putting on productions and being a part of such an event.
And I don't know if people know this, but every day my daughter runs her own production each summer. She started it when she was 14 years old. She came up to me with a wad of cash and said, I want to run my own production. And she handed me her little wad of cash, and I was like, okay, put that away. I'll let you do this. It's grown so much. There are 50 kids in her production. They come every single day to my house and rehearse. So they're not out there doing keg stands. They're singing, Go Grease Lightning, you're burning down the street.
And when you... years and years and years ago, back when Annabelle was little, 3, 4, 5, she was very shy, very shy. You put her in theater, and now she's running everything.
Well, I put her in theater because she wouldn't get off my leg. And I was like, you have to be able to look people in the eye. That's rule number 1. But I also put my son in theater. I made him do 9 productions, and I'm super glad I did, because he can look you in the eye. He can talk his way out of a bucket. Like that kid, it's because of theater. But nonetheless, this is a show about stocks. Okay, so this is pretty funny. I love it. I'm going to try to find one of these for you for your next birthday. And then, so my next, now our Polish warrior comes in, and I love this. And I wanted to get to this, Mikey, because we've been talking a little bit about this. So I'm going to scroll for a minute, okay? Because this is the second one. So he came in with this one. I think I posted this too late for Wednesday's show. I hope it can help some fellow small account traders. It says, happy hump day, ladies. As PDT is not yet removed for smaller accounts, an option for 0DTE traders, if they're doing a spread or an iron condor, would be to box off the legs to close it. and locking in profits without creating a day trade. Might be worth a demo on that. Now, that is an excellent idea. The iron condors, if you're using it, you're going to have to do the exact opposite side to box it off. And we can talk about that another day, but it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, because it's all cash settled at the end of the day. So not a bad idea, Mikey. If maybe one day in the morning we put on like a jejun almost, and if it gets to be a winner by the end of the show, box it off so people can see how that works.
Well, it's easier for me. We talked about this too. It's easy to box off a jejun, which is just 2 legs, versus 4, because you'd be boxing off both sides. You can do it. I think the fees might eat up what you're trying to take in profit, and that's the only thing I want to keep an eye on a little bit. But then he comes in, and that's why I wanted to go to both. Because, and we've been talking about this quite a bit on this show, Mikey, is my son's account is small. So he is doing ES, and he's doing ES, Iron Condor, Iron Fly, and we're closing it. But the other alternative for smaller accounts to avoid PDT is to use ES 0 DTE options, as they don't count as a day trade. You can't leave this until the end.
You see, Mikey bought a call spread at 9.29 and then sold it out at 9.48. So that's great. That's great. And then it's only 2 legs in, 2 legs out. Not bad. JD's doing both sides, right? Yep. Or he's doing the Iron Fly, both sides.
He's replicating the exact Iron Fly in SPX, but he's using ES with it. I mean, it's identical, right? He just makes sure he has to get out.
Now, yesterday we had that study of Jacobs, and I took one of the strategies from that study and put it on this morning, where I did the put spread and put in a 25% GTC to close the put spread, and that hit too. And that you could do that in ES as well. You could do that in SPX, or you could do that in ES. Now, again, what are the benefits of SPX? It's cash settled. You can forget about it. It is, I think the fees are slightly less. In ES, you don't have to worry about PDT rules if your account's under 25,000.
Yes. So there is some like gimmies and gotchas. And I prefer SPX because you can leave it until the bitter end, and sometimes you get filled. You've got to be real careful in ES. So I have to keep an eye on his account.
Because you said towards the end of the day it got closed and they were both in the money, that margin blew up to
and they were both in the money. It wasn't as if it was a dangerous situation or one was in and one was out. They were both, and it blew up.
To what? What was the margin?
Like $13,000.
Something like, okay.
Yeah, it was crazy when I closed it. I mean,
you just had to close it.
They didn't force him to close his trade. It just said that when I was closing it, I was like, whoa. You know what I mean? I closed it, and maybe the risk manager would have if I didn't.
Maybe. I don't know. But you can't count on that. You can't count on that. And wouldn't it be so funny if he got a phone call and JD answered, and they're like, this is Tasty Trade. This is a margin call.
I got to give a huge shout out to Sasha, because she's the best. That's Tony's daughter that works there. And so Sasha has it, and she's the one who helped me with JD's account. We hooked it all up. So she's like, you're involved in this account, right? I was like, yes. So she checked all the things saying that he has access to do absolutely everything. Because otherwise I wouldn't give him access to anything. I was like, I'm monitoring it, I promise.
I need to get access to Logan's account so I could actually go in from my account or call to do things, because I'm not on it.
Yeah. Okay, so Ajit comes in. Thank you very much. Most active large cap names with the highest IV skew.
Ooh.
Huh. I like it,
Still
Ajit.
circle.
New information.
Target's having a big run today. Highest IV skew. Target's at the bottom of its range. It might make sense that there's a skew. Oklo, is the skew to the upside still in there? Hopefully.
So take a look at this. This is 25-day put, 25-day call. So you can see the difference between the implied volatilities. I like this, Ajit. I like this. This is awesome.
Okay, yeah. So who has a really
Circle has the biggest skew, and it's literally just in so the skew here is 8.24. You can clearly see this is the 99 minus 91.
So who else has a big call skew? Carvana and Roblox.
Yeah,
Carvana.
Oklo's got a big skew, and CoreWeave.
No, but Oklo is negative, so it's more of a put skew, right?
No. Look at this. No, the negative means call skew, because the call has a 95 and the put has a 92.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So it means call skew. So the positive is your put skew. Like your Carvana has a huge put skew.
I see. There's a huge put skew. Roblox has a put skew. NVIDIA has a big put skew.
Well, Disney's on this list. What is Disney? Disney's got a put skew. The normal skew is put skew, right?
Well, and Disney's so high. I mean, that makes sense. Like if things are really high, Nvidia's high, Disney's high, near the top of its range, they would have more of a put skew. Where something at the bottom of its range would have more, because what was Target? Target's
got a put skew. 33, 20, 28.
Take a look at Target, because I thought, well, and I think it is near the lower end of its range, but I think it was up today. Yeah, up $3 today.
Let's take a look. Here. So, but this has put skew. Yeah. It's near the low. I would say it's near the lower. This should have put skew. This should have call skew. Yeah. I mean, that tracks.
Yeah.
That totally tracks. Interesting. I like that, Ajit. Thank you very, 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 very much. I'm going to give you a gold star. Well, actually, just a red heart.
NVIDIA's on there. Let's take a look at how far you can go in NVIDIA. Like, what are you getting for the 16 Delta put in NVIDIA, and how much is it using?
So, in NVIDIA's at the top of its range, right? So, you're going to take a look at that. Oops, sorry.
NVDA, like August 16 Delta put. Where is it? $1.84, and it's using 3,000.
Yeah. So this is what Ajit is talking about. If you go to the 16 Delta put, it's $1.84. If you go to the 16 Delta call, I mean, you'd have to go right here. It's $1.13. Yeah. So there's definitely call skew.
I think it was put skew. Yeah, put skew here.
Put skew. Okay. So thank you very much, Ajit.
That was something different from Ajit today.
That was fun. I really did like that. And then Bob on Fire, thank you very much. We super appreciate this. There's nothing today. Nothing. Not a zip zilch. You still get a red heart. And this is from Mikey. Happy Right Shirt Thursday, ladies. $50 in my pocket. Love it.
Nice.
Jackie, victorious. Oh, love it. $543 in gain and done for the day. I love that mid-morning pop, 50% gain.
So they just sold a put credit spread.
Yeah, Jackie, this is Jajun. It's a 50% gain. This is a Jajun trade.
50% sold, 62.30 put credit spread entered.
Oh, hashtag we love Liz and Jenny. I'm retweeting this.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, you're right. So, I mean, if it's a $10 wide, if they sold a $10 wide for $5.
Love that mid-morning pop. You know what? I'm getting back in. I like the mid-morning pop too.
You know, they must have done a $20 wide for $10. If it says 50% gain, if they did $20 wide for $10 and they kept 50% of it, they're making, so maybe just a $20 wide put spread for right there, right at the $20 wide put spread for $10. That's right at the money.
That's what I'm saying when I say Jajun-esque, because you're wrapped around me at the money. It's very similar to what we looked at yesterday. Do you remember this? When we were looking at that SPX and the spread was, the point was to go kind of like this. So, and you're going to bring it in a little bit. Let me just make it like this. So that would be
$20 wide will trade for $10.
Yeah, or a $20 wide will trade for $10.
Here's a $10 wide for $5.
Yeah, and you can make them as big or as little.
Right.
That you need. Very cool. Thank you.
That's a lower risk way. I mean, you're risking one to make one, so that is a lower risk way than like a $20 wide spread for $3.
Yeah.
Like I had this morning. I was risking, $1,200 on my put spread. I think I was risking $1,200 to make. 180, something like that.
Yeah, but it's a higher probability trade. But if you get the pop in the direction, if you get the move, that's why I kind of like those. If you get a little bit of a move in that direction, you can be out. You don't have to take 50%. You can take 20%. And we were looking before when we would put these on as a very low, percentage of the trade.
But when we talked about taking a low percentage off. I mean, for me taking such a low percent, I just got out. Well, no, I got out at 25%. But when you get a little bit of a move, we get out in minutes. If you get a little bit of a move,
yeah. If you've got a directional trade in, you're out very quickly. Versus the both sides because they have to battle each other and it's got to come back to that spot.
Right.
They're two totally different trades. And then Ajit comes in with the highest IVR, IVP. We appreciate that. I'm going to guess a lot of those have earnings.
Is there anything on that list? Is there anything on that list that we usually trade that we don't have on? Because we
these are all kind of random. Those were I glanced at this list earlier. They're all kind of a little bit of random names. The liquidity might not be 100% there. And then Eric, happy Thursday. IVR is insanely low this morning at 8.9 at the money. Okay, 8.9 at the money. I put in 2 6-lot tranches, just 40 points wide between the shorts with $25 wings at the 19 to 21 deltas. Took forever to get filled. The GTCs are set at 35 to 40%, collecting $5,550 in premium.
That's a lot. That's a lot of premium. Okay, my favorite thing about this tweet is that he wrote Thrifty Thursday and you called it Thirsty Thursday.
Did. Jenny, cocktails on the brain. I'll meet you at the bar. I'm just kidding.
I mean, Thirsty Thursdays. Don't you remember in college? What didn't they call it? Thirsty Thursdays?
Yes, I believe. Yes, that's what I thought.
Not at my school, but at your school. It was like some bar had some kind of Thirsty Thursday special.
It was so funny because I texted this weekend. It was not like during the week by any stretch of the imagination. But I go to my husband. I go 4 o'clock club, and JD goes, "What does that mean?" And I go, "That means we're having cocktails by the pool at 4 o'clock."
And I know. So at Miami, Ohio, they have this thing called Beat the Clock, where at noon beers are 50 cents. Then at 12:30 they're 75, $1, and then they go up in price every half hour or so. And I feel like when he's older, him and his friends will still be like, "Beat the clock." Me at noon on Saturday.
I had to explain to my son what 4 o'clock club meant. I was like, well, we're having cocktails by the pool. Okay, so I'm going to go top down. Then we're going to go take a look at some trades to see if we need to put anything in. Ooh, Dwayne.
Okay. Dwayne says, with my experience using ES, the team will close around 12:30, but Pacific time. So
you can't bank on that though. I'm keeping an eye on his, and it is defined risk. So they have not touched my son's account yet, which is kind of crazy.
And so I do want to give a public service announcement here. I know that that's happened to people, and there are people who just assumed the team would close it, and they had it. We know someone who had a trade, and they said, "Oh, the risk management will close it," and they did not, and then it turned into like a big loss the next day when they had a futures position. The futures opened the wrong direction, and the question was like, why didn't the risk management team close it? But that's not their job. They're not required to close it. They don't always close it, so you can't count on that.
Yeah, you can't count on it. And I'm glad they didn't. I'm watching JD's, and it is a spread. He'll get out of it.
Yeah.
But both will exercise and assign. And then Fabio, love it. Hello, ladies. SPX Butterfly is 8 days to expiration. Doesn't need any management. No. Butterflies, it's managed at order entry.
Again, a butterfly for $8, if you've got it on for 8 days, the only chance it would ever have coming off is on that very last day. You're thinking that it's going to be still in this range in 8 days. That's a low probability trade. And I'm curious as to the probabilities if you put it on in a 0 DTE versus 8 days out. We see the probabilities on those 0 DTE iron flies, but if you're putting out further in time, I think the probabilities have got to be even lower.
Well, I think the probability is a lot lower for sure, but the pops on those 0 DTEs aren't there, remember? Because it's too narrow, it's too close. They can't give you the P15, they can't give you the pop. But we know that your risk is, it's kind of bringing down your risk. Butterflies, when you put a butterfly on, your risk is managed at order entry.
Right.
Oh, and then look at this. I know we only have about a minute left. This is from Maria. What is the Jajun trade? You keep mentioning it. Sorry for the spelling. So we're going to quickly go over that real quick. It was a study that we did. It was a study that was done a while ago. And all we're saying, the original study was talking about how there's more up bars after 10 o'clock than there are down bars between 10 and 11.
Yeah, more 5 minute down periods in the morning, more 5 minute up periods after 10. So it was just like putting on this bullish trade in SPX, trying to take a quick profit out of it. This was the Jajun.
Yeah, so we would just put wrapped around the at the money debit spread. Now you can do the other. Like you can say you think it's going down, and then our goal was to take $50 out of it quickly. So if there was a little bit of a pop at all, if there was a 5 minute up bar, we could usually get out of these. And that's the Jajun trade in a nutshell. But I wonder if they're still on our site.
What do you mean?
Well, we never broke down the Jejune trade. It's just
We
we're
don't
doing
have.
it over
We
again.
never did like a strategy series on the Jejune trade, and you can make them as wide as you want. You know, we had the tweeter come in, Jackie come in, talking about his put spread. You know, they sold a put spread.
And that's the same thing as buying a call spread.
You can make it as wide as you want. And then if you get it moving your direction, you take it off for whatever profit target you want to set.
Yeah. But that's the Jejune in a nutshell.
Yeah,
But Jenny, SPOOs
we're
are
out
up
of time.
16. This is crazy.
Crazy that SPOOs are up 16.
Yeah, I'll do some account cleanup. Tomorrow I've got the infamous Thomas Preston on. It's going to be Flame Shirt Friday, so tune in. You're not going to want to miss that. He's got a couple questions that he's been getting from viewers. I have some questions that we've been getting from viewers. We've got wrap up of market measures, so it's going to be a jam-packed show tomorrow. So Jenny, we will miss you. I want to hear all about the pickup though.
Oh, it's a long day.
Yeah.
Can't pick up.
Yeah.
Can't pick up. Long day. Parent meeting, mess, clean out the dorm, take everything down that we put up on Monday. You know, a short week, but can't pick up. Do you want anything? Do you want any Notre Dame paraphernalia, Liz? Do you want a big green finger?
I want a picture of Lily and her adorable little roommate. That's all I'm looking for. All right, everybody, have a wonderful afternoon. I'll miss you tomorrow, but remember to trade small, trade often.
Laugh with us, learn with us, and watch the Liz and Jenny show. Liz and TP, we'll see you tomorrow.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Eddie in Texas, what's up?
I'm trying to determine whether or not I should actually feel experienced enough to grow my account. Been trading for about a year and a half, done all the homework. I'm not sure if it's just a market that I got lucky in the past 2 months.
Like, how many trades have you made?
This year so far, about 100.
Yeah, so if you've made 100 trades and it's working for you, then that's not luck.
No.
That's not getting lucky. That's being freaking smart and doing the right thing. Because you took advantage of an opportunity is not getting lucky. You made 100 trades already. Back when we started building this kind of software, an active trader made like 20 trades a year. What used to be 5 years, you've packed it into a few months. I mean, I wouldn't discount anything that you've accomplished so far at all.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Question for you guys. Yes. Vanetta this morning was giving me a little flack. It was lighthearted. She meant well. Okay. For my particular baby face.
Yes. You are young.
Just
young.
question for you guys, because I look up to you both. How much of your success, I don't know, financially with the ladies, do you attribute to having facial hair? Is it something I should work on actively?
Ooh. See, the thing, I can hear John laughing out there. See, the thing is that, you either have it or you don't have it. And
All right.
You just don't.
I could put together a pretty gnarly neck beard.
It's a manly thing.
But last time I shaved my face, it was to dress up as Sting for Halloween. Like Sting the wrestler.
Every time I leave Tasty, I miss it. Even like when I go home after work, I think about Tasty. I'm like, I wish I was really in the office.
No, you don't.
I don't.
You just went abroad. Were you able to just fully disconnect?
Fully.
Yeah.
We saw several artisans, but the sword maker. 3 months to make a sword.
Yeah.
That's
when does yours get delivered? You didn't do the sword?
50 grand. And there's
but that's,
and a 2-year wait list.
It's a couple spoons.
Yeah, that's, come on.
I'm going to Rockford for a wedding. It's going to be a very fun wedding.
Your friend that's getting married, or is your girlfriend's friend?
Girlfriend's friend.
Do you want your girl to catch the bouquet?
No. That never ends well. Like in movies, that happens. The guy's like,
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the show. This is Option Trading Concepts Live. My name is Nick Batista. I got my man, Mikey Butler, and of course, Miss Katie McGarrigle in the house with me today. And if you want to come join us, hop over to YouTube, type in Tasty Live, come to our channel, give us a like, and subscribe to our videos because it helps us immensely. But more importantly, just come chat with us live because we'll be taking questions throughout the show. Whatever you got questions on, from strategies, concepts, trade ideas, trade management, whatever. Come hang with us for the next hour of the day. My favorite hour of the day, I get to spend it with my team, Mike and Katie. Katie, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good. I'm trying to have them change the. Can you guys change the monitor on my thingy? I'll be chatting you.
Good. The thingamabobber has the top 20 symbols on it.
Yeah. Thank
John
you.
over there just
There we go.
slacking.
No,
as
no.
always.
Nobody's slacking.
Unbelievable.
It's roost. It's roost. You gotta smash the fried chicken. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then take a nice little nap.
Yeah.
Afterwards. How
Yeah.
are you? I haven't been with you guys in
It's been a minute.
8 million years, it feels like.
It's been a minute.
Yeah. What's been going on? What's the hot goss?
Things are great. They installed cameras in the garbage chutes.
Yeah. We got our
At
garbage chute.
At your apartment building?
Yes.
Or here?
No. At the condo.
So, is that exciting? Do you like?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because we have a bunch of freaks in the building.
There's people that would like throw flick syringes in there and like throw brooms down there, mattresses.
Down the chute?
Yeah.
So then the chute would get clogged.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And then poor Tony, the building maintenance guy.
He's like
great
65.
guy. I see him every morning.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
He's awesome. But then
He's in there getting jabbed with syringes.
Yeah, we get these emails that are like, Tony got like hit by a 2x4 today, like cleaning out the garbage. I'm like,
What the hell?
this is a good thing because I was a proponent of capital punishment.
Yeah. So in
I think we
every
should tie them up and stone
they'll
them.
be able to see who was putting the bad
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it hasn't happened since.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Who'd have thought? Yeah.
I actually wave every time I leave. I say, I did good. Wave.
I love that.
Yeah. Someone put a tub of like kitty litter just with the kitty litter and just.
Yeah, it's really.
Yeah.
Man.
People are wild.
I thought that my place was like ruthless.
Guess.
They're over communicators in our
Oh yeah, we
building.
get that too.
But I guess it's better than the opposite. But
Well, someone just posted on the app of like the community app that someone was throwing their garbage off their balcony and like landing it in the dumpster, but they missed and it splattered everywhere. It's like just walk downstairs
Yeah.
if you're gonna do that.
so when I lived in Champaign when I was in college, that my car parking spot was directly next to the dumpster.
Ooh.
So literally, I would come out to my car all the time, and it would just be trash and garbage juice and absolutely disgusting.
The worst.
The worst. So I can get behind, slapping people on the wrist for that because that's not cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's what's going on in the apartment life.
Yeah.
What
We got
else?
tea time this weekend.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We haven't
Just
played.
the two of you?
Yeah, we like went through like a little breakup.
Oh.
It was just a drought.
It was just a
We were out. We were gone. We couldn't find ourselves on the same tee box at the same time for many months.
Sure. And
But-
that's happening this weekend?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're gonna take sometime in the next couple weeks. We want to take Gus and Thomas out to
The Young Guns.
out to Jackson Park.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Okay.
Have you spent some time with Thomas?
Thomas Westwater?
No, Thomas, our intern, Thomas.
Oh, no.
He's amazing.
I think they keep the interns away from me because I'm scary.
That's true.
I can be the
You're
dragon
not
lady.
scary.
Yeah, you're not scary.
Murder Train only comes out every once in a while.
She's right on the precipice right now, let me tell you. That'll be fun. Yeah, because
Yes.
didn't you discover him on a golf course or he discovered you?
Yes, at our range that we go to.
Okay. All right.
But
nice.
he's a character.
Yeah.
He says I'm old.
I Oh, these kids. I'll just leave it there.
But he's, he's Ferda. He's Ferda.
What does that mean?
It's for the boys.
Furdub?
Ferda.
Furta.
Ferda. Yeah, you just kind of combine them all.
Okay.
It's for the boys.
I'm learning a lot right now.
There's a lot of terms that I don't even know. This is how you become.
He comes over and he starts talking. I'm like, did you just speak English?
Yeah.
Is it a different language? So
Kind of.
I'm trying to pick it all up.
Okay.
So Ferda,
Just like,
like a Saturday tea time. That is Ferda.
Yeah.
That's Ferda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that kind of originally started as a millennial phrase. Like, Saturdays are for the boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Like Fraturday type stuff.
The backwards hat that's half on the head.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
Basketball
That's my
jersey.
favorite. When I see that in the wild, I admire that.
The camelback.
The half on, where the bill's like up here.
Yeah.
That's my absolute favorite.
Doesn't it just make you want to punch somebody?
You never know.
Yeah. Well, that's fun.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to report in my life.
Oh.
Not really.
That's
We're
good.
Shows.
Yeah.
We got a show in a month.
The wedding.
We do. We have a show a month right now.
Yeah, you need to
Oh,
RSVP.
today was my
RSVP?
To what?
To my nuptials.
Oh yeah, I was like probably one of the first ones.
I am always the last.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
you're
You bringing the
stressing her
plus
out.
one?
Did I get a +1? I didn't
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, you got a +1.
Damn.
Pressure.
Whoa.
It's Tony. Tom.
That'd be amazing.
Tom would be a good one.
Tom will never.
No.
He joked about it like off air, and he's like, "Oh,
Did you
I
send him?
asked to not be invited or whatever."
Did you send him an invite though?
No.
You have to send him the invite because you got to get him because he'll send you a gift.
Okay. I've got a bunch of leftovers. So should I just hit up all like the rich dudes in the office?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
If you're looking for a little cash infusion,
Yeah.
that's the way to do it.
I need someone to bankroll this whole
Yeah.
production.
Yeah.
You should even put the price for not coming. Like you should say like
RSVP is like this much.
RSVP.
No is this much.
Yes, is free.
Yeah. RSVP, no.
And just put your price.
I love that. Okay, we're gonna work on this afterwards.
Yeah.
And then ideally, they ask and they're like, do you know anything about Katie's wedding? Like, how much is it per head? I'm giving her like 5 G's. So like whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever you think.
Okay.
Whatever you think.
Now
is
we're
that,
cooking.
Now we're cooking.
I'm giving 5 G's. So I don't know what you're.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm poor.
Yeah.
So you have to,
I don't know if you could afford that. That kind of thing. Try and really.
Yeah. Do the reverse psychology, the Jedi mind tricks on him.
Yes.
Works every time.
All right. Well, now we might have something.
I got you.
All right. I respect it. Yeah. Well, cool. That's good. I'm super duper light on trades, so I'm hoping the people in the chat today will give me something as well as the two of you.
Yes, please post some trades for us. I too have some free capital.
Yeah, I'm particularly looking. This is going to be a toughie, but I have some short deltas, so I'd like to flatten them out a little bit. So if you got any like long plays, I'll at your girl.
It's semi-long.
Yeah.
Like it.
Before we get to that, though, really last housekeeping, kind of like what we talked about, Seattle.
Yes.
A couple more weeks.
Yes.
In August. Thank you. I didn't know that's Denver.
That's for the boys.
There we go. August 10th.
That's Ferda.
That's Ferda.
The other one's Ferda.
Yeah. Well, I'm a boy.
No.
Ish. I'm in the crew. For the crew. For
You're our mama handler. Just keep us all.
Mama handler.
I think you guys have dialed back
mama
the crazy though.
So the crocodile, I was talking to someone that lives in Seattle, and they said the crocodile is one of the most historic venues there.
Cool.
We're like in the back green room.
Do one there?
I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe we've done the Music Box Theater right across from the fish market twice, but the crocodile apparently, like if you go in the back, which we will be there, but that I guess there's like Rolling Stones signatures and stuff like that.
Love to see it.
So that'll be fun.
Yeah.
You can find some little trinkets.
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 As long as there's no mice.
That was whatever. Hey, that got us going. That got the energy up.
Pump the blood up.
Seeing the mice run around.
Yeah,
really cutting budget here. You know, we gotta go to these dingy basements.
It was a nice place.
It
They
was.
just need a cat or something.
Yeah.
Is what they need.
Yeah.
Anywho, yeah, sign up tastylive.com/events. We'd love to see you all there. Sunday? Is it Sunday or Thursday?
It's a Sunday, yeah.
Sunday, August 10th in Seattle at the Crocodile, like Mikey mentioned. It's going to be just the three of us this time. No Ryan, because he's about to be on Dad Watch.
He's about to be dad.
I know. So
Daddy Crypto.
Daddy Crypto. But we'll be talking, stocks, options, futures options, and incorporating them into a portfolio, how to manage them in a portfolio. It's a great way to connect with your community.
Yes.
Come show
meet
you
some
love the
peeps
tasty,
that
meet
live
some
around
peeps.
you.
Think about opening an account with us, job security.
Yes. Do it.
Yeah. Good time. tastylive.com/events. And it's free.
Yes.
Bring your friends.
Bring your friends.
Quick little market update, and then we'll get into some trades.
Should be quick.
Yes, E-minis off the lows. They're up 12 right now. 63.19. Every dip is bought. E-minis have had about a 30-ish point intraday range, 37 point intraday range here. So definitely another grind fest here. We're basically at all-time highs. NASDAQ down 80. It was actually down about 200 at one point today. Saw a little micro dip of a move in some of the big name tech stocks. Netflix was down a handful. Meta was down 8 to 10. You had Apple go from red to green. You had Nvidia basically flat. Tesla bouncing a little bit. Amazon was down. So it's kind of a mixed bag in the big name tech stocks. A little bit of that rotation trade happening to start the session today. Dow up 250. You've got the Russell up 15. So the Russell and the Dow, the strongest of the group today. Oil selling off a bit, /CL 67 on the dot, down $1.38. Volatility futures have been smashed over the last couple sessions. They are basically flat today, down 16 ticks, a little under 1%. The VIX itself, 15 handle. Oof. Bonds down 7 ticks. You had a nice move higher yesterday. Gold and silver both kind of the lower end of where they've been trading. Gold's up $6, silver up 61 cents. So silver a little bit stronger of a move there. And then Bitcoin chopping around. It looked like it was going to sell off a little bit. It was down like $1,000 at one point, but now we are back to basically all-time highs. Buy it all. All dips must be bought.
If you have the chip.
Yes.
If you have the chip, you must buy the chip.
Buy the dip.
Buy the dip.
If you have the chip, you must buy it.
If you don't have the chip, buy the chip and then buy the dip.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
The brain rot is getting to us.
Oh, it's full on.
Yeah.
I have barely any brain cells left at this point.
That's
I don't
good.
know. Where's summer? Where's time?
Yeah.
Time's
I think I need like one of those ayahuasca retreats.
Ooh.
Just like
sit next to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Like in a dark room or something.
Just come back and have like dreads and wear like parachute pants and
That'd be amazing if he went. If he went and then he was just like he came back and his
Super
brain
crunchy.
chemistry was just completely warped.
Yeah. He quits trading. He starts a homestead.
That'd be wild.
He's growing his own food.
It might bring you even further into the matrix though. So I think you should do it.
Be interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He goes and he just sees the red and green candles flying everywhere.
I would hope it would bring me to somewhere else. I see that in my sleep now.
Well, speaking of, what kind of green and red candles are driving your trade ideas today?
Well, we could dive in.
Yeah, let's
if
do
you'd
it.
like. Pop over to the slides real quick and walk through them. And then, if you want to join us on the YouTube channel, we're streaming live there. Just head to Tasty Live. You'll see this video front and center. I've got the Cherry Picks newsletter pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. But throw in your trade ideas in the chat because we've got plenty of dry powder.
Yes.
All right. Kicking it off, I am going with an Apple long call diagonal spread.
Ooh.
Apple is sitting at 212. It's caught a bid a little bit from the high 190s, low 200s, but really it hasn't participated in the same move and the same magnitude of a move as the rest of these stocks, like Microsoft just going to new all-time highs every day, Nvidia, $4 trillion company. Apple still got 40 points to move to the upside before it reaches all-time highs again. So I am just going in here with a low vol debit spread, diagonal spread, buying September, the 215 strike, and selling the August 225 strike. So this does encompass the earnings announcement. But ultimately, I just wanted to get on a trade where I'm paying well under the width of the spread. And if we get a move up in Apple pre-earnings, I can close this and restructure it. But it's a 10-point wide diagonal. I paid $665 for it. So if we get a rally up to 225, it'll be a $400 winner even before earnings. So just trying to get some defined risk long delta in products that haven't moved up.
All right, I've joined you.
Cool.
I got billed at 6:30.
Pre-earnings pump.
The old pre-earnings pump works every time until it doesn't.
Until Katie's in it.
Yeah.
I like it.
I've been nibbling on a couple of Nick's trades, so it's time I threw you a bone, Mikey.
Thank you.
I wish us fortune.
Yes.
Same.
Very nice.
Cool. All right, straightforward. What do you got?
Congrats to Mikey on his UAL strangle. He got out. It's been a while. We're going to do a little anatomy of a trade on it next week.
Okay.
I thought you were going to say congrats on my 11-year work anniversary, which is today.
Congrats on that, Mikey.
Yeah.
11 years?
Yeah. I didn't even know.
12 or 13?
So I am.
You're definitely.
Well, I started as an intern in 2012. So this would be, I'm right around like 13 years unofficially, but like full time, I was April of 2013. So I was, what's that?
I think the intern counts.
13? 12,
Yeah, that's 12. 12.
Okay.
Over 12.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Insane.
It's insane.
My email told me.
Oh.
I just got a little email and it was like, congrats. I'm like, cool. Didn't know.
Okay, what's the highlight?
The highlight of 11 years?
Yeah.
You're one.
You can think about it if you need to.
No, there's a couple. So there's two. So one of them was right here the other week when we did the jumping horse.
Oh yeah, that was good.
At 6 a.m.
Yep.
And then the other one was another walk into work and get on the table and do the maniac because we were
Breakfast Club?
recreating the Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
The dancing one.
Yeah. Those were fun core memories for work. But, working every day with you guys is the highlight.
Traveling.
Yeah.
Being the whiteboard, King.
Master.
Sure.
Yeah.
The whiteboardman.
Whiteboardman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. That's
Thank
a really
you.
big deal.
Long time.
Thanks for holding both me and Nick down when we temporarily lose our sanity.
Yeah.
H. Montero wants a before and after 11 years pick.
Oh man, babies.
I've sent that one out before that of us all like
children.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like my birthday or something.
Yeah. When we thought people our age were old.
Yeah.
Just like Thomas is probably doing to us now.
Oh, he calls me old all the time. He's like, dude, you are so old. Hate you.
Yeah.
I love you, but I hate you.
He's good. That's gonna come back and bite him, for sure. That's funny. That's awesome though, Mikey. It's tough.
Yes.
So the next 10 or 12 or whatever years.
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be awesome. All right, sorry, Nick. Where are you headed?
So in honor of UAL, it's a nice move. Mike got out of his trade. We'll do the anatomy next week. It's a good trade. Strangle. It's been all over the place. I mean, UAL has gone from a high of, let's call it 110, 15-ish, all the way down to 50-ish. It's that, double whammy, face ripper to the upside, nuke to the downside, back to kind of the middle of where it's trading. It's up $11 today. A sympathy move after Delta's earnings this morning. Delta is up $5 and change, a little over 11%. UAL up about almost $12 now, about 14.5%. So they both had really nice moves. I don't know if I can physically get long it here, but I think I could get like neutral-ish.
Okay.
Just to have a little slight kicker to the upside here. So I did a crab trade. UAL has earnings next week, middle of next week, the 16th. So middle of next week, going into the July monthly expiration. So I'm buying the August 95 call. I'm selling 2 of the 100s in July. It's a nice round number. Once stock gets 90, it gets 100, right? That's just how it goes. Prices go up usually. So, because everybody's like, oh, if it hits 90, it's, you know, my target's 100. It's like, well, duh. You know, it's how things work. Things go up. Anyway, expected move is $7 and change, almost $8 right now, which puts you basically right at 100.
Yeah.
This trade, max profit range is really right around 100. You got minimal risk to the downside if this is maybe, you know, a little bit overdone. Kind of seems that way, but who knows? Everything seems to just get bid higher. So it's a neutral slash maybe the move is already baked in and there's only maybe $2 or $3 or $4 more as opposed to the $7, $8, $9 to the upside. So selling about $3.50 ish in extrinsic value into the end of next week. Use about $1,200 in buying power. So if you get kind of a sideways, you're trying to avoid the tail upside is really what you're looking for here. I moved the risk profile out to the end of July expiration. So as long as you stay inside the expected move, really on either direction, you'll probably make a couple bucks here.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Sweet.
I can't join you because, as you'll see, I'm also getting into an airline.
Yeah.
So.
But
that's airline season.
Yeah, but this one is a junk airline.
Whoa.
Whoa. You're talking to two Southwest credit card holders.
Well, I think I'm gonna get rid of that one. I actually just got the United Club card.
Wow. I know.
Like yesterday.
Ooh.
So guess what? We're going to the United Club when we go to O'Hare for the Seattle trip.
I've been actually thinking about getting that card as well.
It's there's a lot of, well, we can talk later about it, but
Okay.
there's a lot of benefits.
Yeah. Well, you're my financial consultant in all things, so we definitely shall discuss. But similar to Nick's train of thought, yeah, I'm doing a similar thing. I'm not necessarily calling this one neutral. This one definitely has, as you can see, about 85 synthetic short deltas. Just doing a little put zebra in Southwest based on, as you said, kind of the rally that all of these airline stocks are experiencing today. Big old gap up green candle type situation. So I'm keeping it pretty simple, just doing 2 of the long 37.5 puts and 1 short 35 put in the August 15th expiration. Again, I'm freaking out about time. Can't believe it's the middle of July already. I got filled on this at 342. And like I said, I'm picking up around 80 short deltas or so. So just kind of hoping that we see a little bit of a pullback after what I feel like is a slightly outsized move for some of these like sympathy rallies in these airlines. Would be happy with $100, 150.
Yeah, look at these.
Debit paid, more or less.
All 3 of these skyrocketing. Even American skyrocketing.
Do August, yeah.
And now, I mean, I got filled when Southwest was trading, 50 cents cheaper. So, take a look at the strikes. You might have to tweak them a little bit. But I'm underwater, obviously, right now, based on the fact that we continue to see a little bit of a rally in here after getting filled. Excuse me.
Sweet.
I like it.
Cool.
I can dabble with
Cup of
this.
2 tree trades.
Can dabble with this. 37.5, 35. Let's try it. Wow, look at that. Yeah, this IV is super low.
I know.
Super low.
Ish, 288.
Yeah. Sign me up.
All right, I'm in.
I'm also in.
Oh, now we're going to 50. So.
Look at us silly gooses getting short.
Yeah.
Silly geese.
Silly goose.
Silly girls and guys.
Yeah.
There you have it. 3 trade ideas, 2 short airlines, and 1 long apple.
Very nice.
Sweet.
Very nice.
Let's
get to some questions.
Yeah, let's do it.
Cool.
32 minutes to chat with everybody in the chat.
BC Neil, someone threw a suitcase in our garbage disposal. It's $4,500 to fix.
Yeah.
Just imagine the actual act of opening the thing, throwing a suitcase in there.
Just you have to be
out of sight, out of mind, I guess.
I don't know, like, what type of trash chute is in you guys' apartment, but ours is not that big.
No, it's just a door.
If
It's a
you
silver
just
door.
Jam in there.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Sickening.
David.
Capital punishment. That's why we need. I told Mike, I was like, we should.
He told the president of the board.
I did tell the board. I was like, listen, if we find out who this is, anytime this happens, I want their picture up in the lobby and like a dartboard.
Yeah.
You know, like
a dartboard.
like a literal. We need to shame people.
Yeah. You need to realize
insane.
this isn't right.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Do you think it's an actual owner or a renter?
Probably a renter. I guess. It's
So aggressive.
Clearly, he's upset.
I would love to see Nick be like on the board at an apartment.
My favorite thing about those calls is when they do the nay and the yays. Like that. It's like official like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, David asking about extrinsic value. How can my extrinsic value be negative 1660, but my theta be plus 184? So I assume you have a diagonal spread on, in which case your short options theta can be significantly higher than your long options theta against you. So temporarily you have a positive theta, even though your overall debit cost is a $1,600 negative extrinsic value. But yeah, typically when you have a diagonal spread on, your short option, especially if it's like a weekly option that has a ton of premium from earnings, your theta reading is going to be through the roof relative to your long option that has a much lower one. But that's temporary. The theta will eventually go negative if you do nothing.
Good call. I wasn't even thinking about that. And frankly, extrinsic value can't be negative. It's just the effect of the extrinsic value is negative. So if you're long something, buying out of the money call or put, it has positive extrinsic value, but it's decaying against you because you sell out of that.
Indeed.
When did we get this little thingy over here?
Oh yeah, it's to prevent the putting surface from being seen. You know.
It was also a weird angle. It was a crotch angle, so like you just like kind of it was a little funky.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I live on that side of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
I hear all the
north of the wall.
Are you the wildlings or are we we're definitely the wildlings?
Yeah, you guys are south of the wall.
Yeah, you guys are.
You guys are probably the wildlings.
Yeah, we are north of the wall, no doubt.
Yeah, you guys are. Yeah, I mean, but I feel like I'm kind of on Night's Watch, but I am.
You are
like
Night's Watch.
a little bit. Yeah.
But technically, we are west, so we are Westeros also.
That's true.
So we're doubling down.
That's true. Yeah.
We're the wildlings.
What's the trade for Google? How wide? Did you put a trade on in Google?
I don't think I have something on in Google. I would be interested. What are we thinking? Bullish, bearish, neutral?
I think it's the same story as Apple.
Yeah.
I would just throw on something bullish, close my eyes, wake up 2 weeks later and see a $200 profit.
Man,
just kidding. Just kidding. But
doy.
What about just a little short put spread?
Yeah, you can
That's
do.
what I was gonna say.
You can do whatever. Earnings are coming up.
Higher.
Earnings are coming up July 23rd. So yeah, a similar diagonal spread to what I just put on would be something like a 175 September and a 185 August.
I'll jump in that 170, 160 with you.
Yeah, just a little little something. You know, volatility is kind of on the higher end. 40 IV rank, 38 IV rank, 70 kind of down where we're chopping around.
Boulder's got a strangle in DAL. July, 45, 57 and a half. So
557. That'd be a good.
I mean, yeah, you're trading total credit $1.29. I would just close it.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw a big move against you today. How much did this increase in July?
Probably
so yeah, this was trading for 30 cents yesterday. So it should have been taken off yesterday or days before that.
Yeah.
But if you were trying to hold on for max profit, this is the thing that can happen. So yeah, it's up. You're still net profitable, so I might just get out. If you're trying to extend the duration of the trade, you can roll to August and just recenter it. You could roll it to the 52.5, 60, something like that, pick up some premium, and then you'd be in the strangle going forward. But I'm not sure I love keeping the strangle on with low implied volatility into an 11% stock price move.
Yeah.
Like the current move right now is exceeding the implied move over the next 50 days. So that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
But you're still net profitable. I might just take it off.
Next time I would, as Mike said, 30-cent option going into earnings. Not a lot of upside in that with a lot of tail risk. And not, there's still an out of the money option. So if the stock were to stay here over the next week, you'll make your money back. But keeping 30 cents, you always got to think about, is it worth the tail risk?
Right.
And what is that tail?
How about a long oil trade?
I have no futures on right now, which is very crazy for me. So receptive.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to buy the micro crude.
Okay.
And I'm going to sell the 7-day 68 against it for 65 cents. Okay. Just a little like short-term covered call type position.
Yep.
I have an iron condor in oil futures. CL.
I might try to do like a broken wing butterfly.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Let's see what I can do here.
Something like that. Yeah, I bought the micro crude contract, the Q, and I sold the 7-day 68 against it for 66 cents. So short-term covered call.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to mess with like either a broken wing butterfly or something. Yeah, nibbling a little bit long. See what I can get done here. Cool. Thank you, Chris.
Bullish ETH A. August 21.19 Zebra for 411.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an Ethereum ETF.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I would go to an out of the money call. Just give yourself a little bit more room. 23.19. Could do $5, basically.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the call skew, you can see the call skew stays a little bit up there. So give up some premium, give yourself another $200 of max profit.
You could also just buy an in the money call because it's a cheap underlying. So, and by cheap, it's trading at 21. That's what I mean. It's cheap versus buying shares.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. But we're at highs, so I don't know if I can do that right this second, but I like it.
Yeah. See a little sell off, maybe. Maybe we get into that. Brandon's got an AMD inverted strangle, 130, 140 for August. After many rolls, I collected 1042.
Okay.
Any adjustments yet?
Right there.
Yeah. You can roll it out to September. You're right where you want to be ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
If you roll the 130, 140 out to September, you pick up another $5 almost. But you could give up some of that premium to remove the inversion. So you could go to a 140 straddle. You pay $1.42. You'd maintain a $9 credit on a 140 straddle. Could do something like that.
Too much time, I think. 71 days.
71 days is at the peak of what I would do for a two-sided risk short premium trade.
I think you got to chill.
Yeah.
Couple weeks and then
earnings are coming out, so you have to be comfortable holding through earnings. But yeah, you ultimately have an earnings inverted strangle on.
Yeah.
LE?
Lean live cattle?
Live cattle.
Okay.
Sell the 230 call for September 5th.
230.
420 in premium, nice. $1,400 in buying power.
The big boy.
Yeah.
I'll move it into. I only want to put like $1,000 in risk.
Yeah.
So like the 225, 228.
Defining risk.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's an $80,000 product, so.
Big boy.
The buying power does not reflect, not even close, how much your actual risk is. So I think defined risk is the way to go there. Agreed.
It's 625 is what I got working at.
Mm-hmm. Are diagonals, like long September, short August, okay for high volatility bullish trades as alternatives to more expensive leap trades? Yeah. Diagonals are okay for any environment. It solves a lot of things. It keeps your risk defined. It gives you a nice return on capital if you're directionally right. You're selling premium that has more implied volatility exposure than the premium you're buying further out in time. That's more time-based. It's a lot of check marks.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we do diagonal spreads in all environments. Ultimately, they're just cheaper if you have a low IV.
Steven Adams is H. Montero.
Steven Adams is an NBA player.
Australian. Isn't he Aussie? Or is he from New Zealand?
I think he's New Zealand. Yeah.
One of them places down under.
He looks like Jason Momoa.
Oh, speaking.
We saw him. Steven Adams was in the airport when we were leaving one of the Tasty Live events. And I said, that's Steven Adams over there. And I think only David was like, yeah, it is.
Oh.
No, I was with you.
Oh, you saw him?
Don't remember.
He was a large man walking through the airport hallway.
Was I violently not well after drinking the night before?
Potentially.
Oh, was that the weekend?
I don't know.
Potentially.
I think it was.
F-Cell.
F-Cell.
Making some moves off its lows.
CEL. What is that?
I remember one of these. This was
Fuel Cell Energy.
This was like in the plug power.
The plug days.
Yeah. So.
Got some bad info.
Risk reward looks easy. I mean, yeah, these $6 stocks, we usually just buy the stock. I mean, the $600 is basically a call option, but you have unlimited time if you just take the shares.
Yeah.
If you're looking to do something cheap, maybe you buy a leap.
Yeah, or an in the money call.
Yeah. Like I would just buy the Jan 2027, you buy the 7 strike for $1.50. If you're looking for some kind of move.
Yeah. If you want the synthetic stock, you can buy the 4 strike or the 3 strike, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not for me.
Stewie, I watched your 12 Things Traders Should Do vid, and you kept a DraftKings position that was profitable for a whole year. Tasty recommends taking profits and closing at 21 days. What was the play there? So yeah, we do a year-long trade every year to just emphasize how over time collecting premium can really widen your break-evens and offset intrinsic value moves against you. If you search for anatomy of a trade on tastylive.com, you will see plenty of videos with visuals showing those break-evens moving, including the DraftKings one. Yeah. So right now I have an IBIT strangle. Started with $5 in premium. I have $2,000 in premium now in the August cycle with a 60-70 strangle. So this position will likely be a winner because my break-evens are down at 40 and 90. So the power of premium collection over time is really what we're just emphasizing with year-long trades. But yeah, normally we are in and out 45-day cycle or around there, and then getting out around 21 days.
But those are new trades.
Yeah.
Like when you're rolling, you're closing and opening a new position.
Yeah.
You look at it as a continuation because it's the same amount of risk, it's the same underlying, that it is synthetically a close and an open of a new position. So rolling is the same thing as closing at 21 days or managing at 21 days. It's all the same. If you're closing and reestablishing that capital, you're going into a new position. It's further out in time. Yeah. So it's all the same. It's just semantics.
Mm-hmm. Bitcoin gunning for new all-time highs. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just got up to, I think it did get all new. Let's see.
So I think it's a couple hundred short. Yeah. A couple hundred short.
You can tell Mikey's been through a lot. I want to know.
112,454 was the high today. What is this?
Just a general observation.
Been through a lot. I think Mikey looks great.
Thank you.
I was actually admiring your skin.
Thank you. My glow?
Yeah, you've got a glow.
It's moist. You put moisturizer on that skin every day, and it stays.
It puts the lotion on its skin.
Yeah. It's all that moisturizer.
It's the hose.
Oh, it gets the hose again.
Yeah.
I think you look good, Mikey.
Thank you.
And you
Appreciate
too,
it.
Nick.
Thank you. Welcome. Katie, you are.
A little salt and pepper going on. It's a good look.
You look good.
The girls love it.
I think they do. Like, you want to look like you don't want to look like a
You're
child.
seasoned.
Yeah.
The salt and pepper.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you're
Yeah.
experienced. All right, let's steer away from this conversation.
A friend new to trading has started a strategy with covered calls I hadn't considered before. When the strike hits, he buys back the calls, sells the stock, and then slips to selling one or two puts. Sometimes he waits a day.
Yeah.
Sort
of wheel type trade. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. There's not much of a difference there. I mean, if you have a covered call and
they're going to out of the money puts.
Yeah.
One to long stock, one call. Stock rallies. You close that position. You sell two puts.
Right.
Lower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just
It's the same synthetically as if when the call strikes hit, you just roll the call down. Like that's ultimately the strategy if you're trying to keep the shares. But an in the money short put is the same as a covered call from a risk profile standpoint.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of what you're trying to do. But if you're trying to hold shares for long-term capital gains taxation implications, then manipulating the short call is what we would do. So like maybe Jeffrey, if you show your friend offensively rolling covered calls, the video we've done on Tasty Live, where when the call is hit, you roll it out in time and you move it up for a small credit, that maintains your upside exposure and doesn't cost you anything.
I'll drop the link in the chat.
So David does have several calendars and diagonals on. So yes, that is the solution there.
Yeah.
For the negative extrinsic
And that'll
positive
flip.
theta over time. Yeah.
Your theta will flip. That's like the mulligan time frame that we talk about. Like when you do a diagonal or crab or calendar, you have like a small amount of time where you don't need that directional move. At some point, you lose that extrinsic value and then your theta flips against you and you do need that directional move. So with the diagonal spread, you get, if you're doing a 60-30 setup for long versus short, you probably have like 2 weeks of buffer, a mulligan.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the covered call stuff, check out offensively rolling covered calls. I think that's an interesting one.
I have a Tesla calendar, 325, short July, long August. Sweating the July expiration. How should I manage this?
Oh.
325.
Nothing to sweat. You're probably making a good chunk of change back today. Let's see. 275 on this one, 80 cents. So you made back $200 today. Might be a close.
Sweating the July expiration. Yeah, I mean, there's not really the only adjustment you can make here is into this rally. If you are planning on holding this through earnings, you could buy back the 8-day 325 and move it to the next week cycle, which would encompass the earnings announcement, and you will
335. 335 or something like that.
Yeah.
Directional.
You can turn this into a 325, 335 diagonal spread and still pick up another $3 premium. So I might consider that. If you're planning on holding through earnings and you think it's going to go up through earnings, buying back the 8-day 325, rolling it out to the 15-day 335 gets you a $3 credit, and now you have no risk to the upside.
I'm sure had the stock been down $20 more from where it was a couple days ago, you'd be asking, what should I do with this position?
Yeah.
You know, like you can't, like you're leaning long, so you've got that position on. You know, you can't worry about the upside. You're playing the upside.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
MP Strangle, 16 deltas.
Oh yeah, this stock is going nuts today.
MP
Materials on the tariff headlines. What are you looking for? What?
16 delta Strangle.
I would.
Ooh.
Toughy just based on today's move.
Yeah.
To me, but.
What's the tariff news on this?
It's just that they do rare earths.
Can you even get the 16 on the 36-day call?
No.
You just have to go to the 55.
Yeah.
$12 away on or less than 12 on the put side, but.
Has face ripper potential.
Yeah, I'm gonna steer away from this one for. Well, I would do something maybe like defined risk, but.
Or like a ratio spread or something like that.
And the 20-cent markets are kind of tough too for a $40 stock. Just something to keep in mind.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like on something that's up 40, 50, 60% on the day.
Yeah.
The madness. Other opportunities.
Fair enough.
I get it. You see a move like that and you're like, I got to do something.
Yeah.
Do the 45-50 call ratio spread in July. 8 days. 27 cents.
Think you'll get filled there? I mean, maybe if you walk it down a couple
Yeah,
pennies.
you probably get 10, 15 cents maybe. Yeah, just a lot of risk to, I don't know, not my cup of tea.
Jade Lizard and OXY.
Let's see. Okay.
30 put and a 45-50 call spread.
30 put?
30 put, 45-50 call spread. So you already had this on.
Oh.
I mean, this is what you want. I always buy the calls back, then sell again later, but like to roll and not right away. Yeah, I mean, you want this up move if you have a Jade Lizard. Unless you didn't have enough credit up front to cover the $5 width of the spread. That might be something that's happening here, but I mean, this is basically where you want it.
Yeah. I mean, I would imagine you're up money on this. Price.
When do you use a diagonal versus zebra?
I mean, I never really use diagonals unless I'm following.
Unless we get you in one of our losing diagonals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
There's gonna be a couple.
yeah. Zebras have a static delta.
Yeah.
Diagonals do not.
Yeah.
So I would say I'm almost always going to go with a zebra in a really low IV product, like 20% or 20 to 30%. That opens the door for a zebra because it's not as expensive. If you have implied volatility over 30%, it makes sense to have a diagonal on and have some short premium against it because you're getting paid premium to cap that risk. But in the case of like TLT is a good example. Like I will only do zebras in there.
Yeah. Or poor man's cover call or something where you, I just got filled on my live cattle.
Nice.
Something where you can participate in the actual stock move.
Yeah.
Rather than the options, because the options don't have enough juice.
But yeah, low IV, gonna lean towards a zebra because it's cheap to get the delta that's static. Higher IV, diagonal spread. because it's more about keeping the risk low. How do I set up a short delta diagonal in Unity?
Thomas's trade from this morning. He just sold the naked calls. Silly boy.
Hasn't been slapped yet for doing that.
Tried to get him to do the strangle. He didn't. It's all or nothing, these kids, you know? These
Well, and I keep getting confused because, like, I just think of Thomas Westmore.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, who are we talking about?
No.
Yeah.
Or other Thomas.
They
Harsha.
spell it the same?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just like long September, short August is what I would do. Long the 30 in September, short the 25 in August. Keep it simple. $3 debit for 5-point wide spread. Something like that.
Yeah. 25. I think I could dabble. 97, small. Small little shot.
Small.
Outside, we'll see what happens.
We're reaching the bottom of the chat, but we have one more Netflix. Wow, Netflix down $30.
It was down.
What's going on?
50 earlier this morning.
Venkata's got a 1340, 1300, 1260 butterfly for July 18th.
July 18th, 1340.
So it's upside. 1260, 1300,
1340.
1340. Straight up butterfly.
Wait. Long the 1260.
Yep, short
Yeah.
the 1300s. Long the 1340s.
Trading for $5. Any adjustments needed? Nope.
Yeah, I mean, this one is just...
shot.
Yeah.
This is perfect. This is what you want. Your max profit is $3,000 and change if you pin that 1300 at expiration.
Got earnings coming up next week too.
Yeah. So yeah, this is gonna basically stay trading at what it's at until after earnings. But you need an inside up move for this earnings announcement. So yeah, not much adjustment to do there, unless you just want to get out of it. If you paid like $2 for this and it's trading for $5 almost, maybe you just get out of it.
Certainly.
Unless you want to take a shot.
Wide butterfly into earnings.
Yeah, that's the bottom of the chat.
Cool.
Awesome. Want to go eat some chicken?
Yeah.
I'd love to.
Cool.
I got some tendies.
I gotta run over to the other office and clear out my whatever's there.
I walked by there yesterday.
Did you?
Yep.
You think they leave the cherry on the front?
Yeah.
No. I think it's probably already peeling off, if I'm being honest.
Probably.
It looks fine. The front door is a little. That's
Well,
a
I
little rough.
currently have a photo of me and Pete sitting under my desk that Tom bequeathed me. And I'm
I
like,
think my
thanks.
dad grabbed ours. The bat for spat days.
Yeah, I just don't have anywhere to put it, so I've got to find a spot for it.
R.I.P. to the glory days.
Those are good. Those are good basement things. You know, those metal with the shows. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Put it in a. Well, who has a basement? Your dad.
Yeah.
That's it.
If you see one of those, if you see one of mine left over there, grab it for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I would take that.
All right, well, that wraps up this edition of Options Trading Concepts Live. If you want to see anything in future episodes, just tweet at us. I'm at Trader Katie. Mike is at Trader Mikey B. Nick is at Trader Nicky Bat. What's Ferda? We're calling him Ferda. That's
Ferda Boys.
Does Ferda have a handle?
Who, Thomas?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll have to ask him.
All right. Well, we'll get him on here. Give Gus a follow.
Yeah.
Gus
Yeah.
has been, carrying the social team on his
Yes.
back.
I think he's Gains by Gus
Gains by Gus.
on the Twitters.
Everybody, just go check out Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it these days, and give us all a follow.
Yes.
In the meantime, good luck, good trading. Let's go eat some chicken.
Peace.
Peace.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Well, he's more public in his mentality.
I'm a believer. I believe that the world is good.
And I know that the world is not good. That questioning yourself and questioning yourself in dialogue with someone you respect is both pleasant and sometimes extremely insightful and useful sometimes.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events. Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and Tasty Live web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Regulation time may have expired, but the conversation is just getting started. This is Overtime, the post-market scrimmage for market junkies. Join Chris Vecchio, Ilya Spivak, and me, Dylan Radigan, as we analyze the X's and O's for everything from earnings to politics to macro events and more. Nothing's out of bounds on Overtime. We break down the news to provide you a playbook for your trades. Watch Overtime Monday through Thursday only on Tasty Live.
Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Tasty Trade. Download today. The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Well, he's more public in his mentality.
I'm a believer. I believe that the world is good.
And I know that the world is not good. That questioning yourself and questioning yourself in dialogue with someone you respect is both pleasant and sometimes extremely insightful and useful sometimes.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Regulation time may have expired, but the conversation is just getting started. This is Overtime, the post-market scrimmage for market junkies. Join Chris Vecchio, Ilya Spivak, and me, Dylan Radigan, as we analyze the X's and O's for everything from earnings to politics to macro events and more. Nothing's out of bounds on Overtime. We break down the news to provide you a playbook for your trades. Watch Overtime Monday through Thursday only on Tasty Live.
Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Tasty Trade. Download today.
We're back. It's still Thursday, July 10th, 2025. This is Futures Power Hour, sponsored by CME Group. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio. He's Jamal Chandler. Jamal, meet Thursday. Feels like it's the same as Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean, I said on Tuesday this would probably be one of the more boring weeks, and sure enough, it's living up to that. But it's what you would expect in a week when there's really not a whole lot of macro news. I guess we need these weeks every now and again.
Need them every now and again. This is, it's been a boring week. Suppose I'll call you a prophet, Jamal, but right, you read the tea leaves correctly. There's not much by way of earnings yet. That really kicks off next week. Economic data, jobless claims today move the needle somewhat, but it's a period in which you have a holiday. So do you take a holiday week jobless claims report seriously? No. And then you have three Fed speakers who aren't named Jerome Powell. So today's not really the day, and really this hasn't been the week for much of anything. And it's been that summer float, that low volume, low volatility, maybe a little bit of jostling and sector rotation afoot. But it's really been more of the same. I guess we're all going to float on, right? As Modest Mouse might put it. It's a float higher. Yeah, we're searching for titles here. Figured we'll reach into the back catalog now and again.
Look, the people who are suffering the most on a week like this are you and me, Chris. We got to create content on weeks like this. It's tough. People don't know. They have no idea about the lemons that you have just squeezed to make this lemonade that you're about to give us right now.
Let's talk about some Federal Reserve GDP tracker lemonade then, if that's the case. The economy, we had an update yesterday. We briefly touched on it, but economy seems to be decelerating a little bit. We're going to have positive growth, as is typically a rule of thumb or heuristic that I like to follow. You don't pay much attention to the actual numbers you see on the screen here until you're 2 or 3 weeks away from that actual GDP release. And we're now in the thrall of that gravity well. So the economy probably had positive growth for the second quarter. A recession, this is not 2 quarters in a row of negative growth we're unlikely to see. But it's uneven, and the direction of these GDP trackers has been to the downside. Right now, it's easy to stay on long. Tactically, you got to be long in a market where it's low volume. But as we get past the second quarter and whatever tariff-induced accounting effects there are through the data, because again, huge imports in Q1 are basically the reason why we had a negative print. I think this is good for our bonds, Jamal. And I think that we should be thinking about the bond market here, even with today's move lower. Even with what's happening in gold and silver, what do the precious metals and bonds like? They like a slower economy. They like a Fed that has to cut for recession reasons. We're not there, but we're tilting. And I think that's good news for some of the things that you and I like to play with.
Yeah, we've seen the fluctuations in GDP. Like you said, the number is kind of like, it's really a reflection of whatever the market, or I should say the economy, thinks is going to happen. We've heard a lot of different things throughout the year, whether it was tariff related or whether it was bill related, that obviously goes into this. But at the end of the day, I think the big thing to always remember about GDP, it's 2/3 of it is consumer spending. And as long as consumers still have power to spend, I think GDP will be just fine.
GDP needs consumer spending, and consumers right now seem to be spending a ton. Look at some of the airline stocks today. Delta's had a fantastic day. because people are traveling again. And what's remarkable about some of the airlines, right? And you look at Delta, it's not like corporate travel has been through the roof recently. Companies have really scaled back on it. It's consumers who are doing the purchasing right now. And we've seen it in the CPI data, right? When you see rentals, car rentals, hotel, and airfare fall all at the same time during the winter months, it's a sign that corporate travel could be falling, right? When you look at the seasonals for the data. But now here into the summer, it's vacation time and everyone is afoot. So I guess the economy is resilient, dynamic. Maybe we've solved the problem of recession, Jamal. Oh gosh, don't say that out loud. Where are stocks today? Climbing. S&P is up near the highs, 63.25, 8.7 IBR. Volume's abysmal, 576,000 contracts traded. It's a summer Thursday, but I guess you could call it a summer Tuesday or Monday because it's all been the same thing this week. Low volume, float up. What do you do differently here, Mr. Chandler? Just continue to ride the bull wave despite the naysayers of GDP data and truthers around inflation?
I definitely think you can ride the bull wave. Again, I think the biggest thing that took us down earlier this year was the worry about tariffs, right? And then now I think people have been buying markets higher because of the idea of the acronym of TACO, right? Trump always chickens out, meaning that these threats of tariffs have been thrown at other countries more as a way of the negotiation tactic, right? It would seem that that's the idea that the market has come around to, and so markets have generally been drifting higher. I will say I did decide to release my two long exposures, whether it was Russell 2000 or NASDAQ, not because I think the market is going to tank or anything like that, or we're going to get a repeat of April. It's just more of I can find other ways to deploy capital, and I can also just wait until maybe in the next dip to get long again. I mean, why not? And it's not because and again, this is more of my medium term sort of feeling, right? Like I have a longer term account where I still have long exposure to market, and I feel like market's going higher. But in the medium term, why bother have an August or SEP long equity expiration? SEP or August expiration equity position when I can just sort of wait for another drop. And I guess it became more of a situation of some of the plays I didn't really make sense to me. For example, I was long the 2300, 2400 and Russell, right? And that trade was working really well. Obviously, even as you can see it today, we're almost at 2300. And then it became apparent like, well, maybe I should just roll this further out and up. But do I really want to roll out to the 2400? I mean, that's a solid 10% higher almost from here. Not to say that it can't happen, but now it's just more of like that's more of a hope, even at all-time highs for a near term, right? Like I just don't know if that's going to happen to come August expiration, and maybe it's going to take a little longer. So that's the only reason why I took off those, because of just the term where we're in. I feel like there's a lot that's about to happen, and maybe that creates better opportunities. Again, we're going through earnings. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities potentially in there, a lot more stories, a lot more tariff threats at some point or another that create these small incremental dips where you can pick markets up then. So that's the only reason why I decided to take those off. It's not for any reason that I think the market's going to tank. Not at all. I don't think we're going to see April again. Again, market often rhymes. It doesn't necessarily repeat. And so I think, maybe whatever, if we do fall, I don't think it's going to be on the scale of what we saw earlier this year.
I'm very much with you there. I mean, like if you're riding it long, right, it still makes sense to stay long. But if you're laying out new capital and thinking like, okay, well, we had those NASDAQ 23,000 calls, the call spreads up there. Are we going to go to 24K? Are we going to go to 25K? Looking at the pricing in this market, I'm going to have to reach a little bit more after a significant rally in order to get the same type of risk to reward setups where I can lay out one and make five. And, July is a very good month. Find me a red July recently. You're not going to see it in the past decade. But you get into the second half of the month and you look into August and September. And if this market follows any sort of similar path, volatility historically likes to rise as you end summer and go into fall. We've seen it how many years in a row, Jamal?
Countless.
I'm just not going to bet against that happening again.
Countless.
So, yeah, right now look, Russell's up at a new high. You and I have been talking about the Russell continuous here. When you get the break of that 2200 level, it looks like this beautiful inverse head and shoulders pattern, left, head, right, clean break against a level where for many months, October through February, it was support. And that cues you up for a move up to about 2,300, a little bit north of there, because that's where you find resistance in January and going into February. But once you get into that like 2,300, 2,330 area, this thing looks like it's gone a little far, a little fast. And the metric I would use to determine that, really with any of these markets, how far away are they from their 1 month moving average? We've seen over the past several years, particularly post 2022, when the S&P, for example, gets more than 3% away from its 1 month moving average, it tends to stall. Doesn't mean the rally's over, but it tends to stall for a few days. For the NASDAQ, it's about 4.2%. For the Russell, it's about 2.5%. And we're getting into the teeth of that zone with really bad breadth, right? This is not a widespread participation. While the S&P and the NASDAQ are pressing their highs, the median S&P 500 stock is still about 14% below its all-time high. So this is a very top-heavy move right now for the indexes. And vol's really cheap, and I think we all think that there's a taco trade afoot. So everything is priced for perfection right now is what I'm saying from my view. I'm with you. I think we need to, if you're pressing long here, just be aware that everything is going right. You can't get much more right than this.
That's exactly it. Like just that idea of being XYZ amount over X% over the 1 month moving average. I mean, it's something that I've been looking at on some of the charts. And again, I'm not saying the markets can't continue to go higher, but I know a lot of it is going to be sort of this drifting at this point, and that sort of tends to test my patience a bit, holding these long positions. And so I'd rather have a situation where if we do, I mean, how many times have we seen the little dips that come that eventually get bought? I'd rather be long on that. And honestly, if there is one that I'm going to do, it will probably be the Russell 2000 at that point. I mean, the Russell actually starts to look strong. The chart's looking good. So I'll just wait if there is a dip. If not, well, then I'm wrong. And I guess, whoever is long will completely be right and be celebrating. But for the time being, I just decided to take some exposure off the table and go into cash on a couple of things. And those two were it. My long call spread in NASDAQ and my long call spread in Russell, I just decided to close those just yesterday after the close.
Sure. If only to put a little bit more meat, you talk about the 1 month, and I need to see if we can get this onto the platform. So forgive me for showing something otherwise, but I'm going to bring TradingView on here for a quick second, because one way to just demonstrate this about the distance from the 1 month moving average, what I have here in the lower panel, right? We look at previous instances. We're more than 3% above our 1 month here going into middle of May. And what happened middle of May onwards? S&P stalled out for a few weeks. You get to that 3% neighborhood in September of last year, and the S&P 500 chops around for a few weeks. It's not atypical. Last June, 3.5% at its peak above the 1 month. And then we stall for 2 weeks. We're only 2.44% there right now for the ES, but we're getting into the teeth of it, where you get to push up to like 6,350, 6,400, and then you're in that atmosphere where this thing has run. And if you're sitting at like 22 or 21 DTE, maybe just take profit and not roll it, because you're rolling it then into August when we know volatility likes to start moving up the chain. Do you have any opinions here on volatility, though, which is now at a new cycle low post-Liberation Day?
No surprises, especially when you have a week like this, especially when you're heading into earnings. I always consider this time, unless there was a huge issue like within the weeks heading into earnings, which in this case, there really wasn't a huge one. I know it's been tariffs mentioned again, but again, that's a fairly old story, if you will. So it's not like we're heading into earnings with this big concern about what's going to happen with the market or the economy, something new. These are the same concerns we've had since the beginning of the year. And so I say all that because volatility is kind of quiet, obviously getting lower. Front month volatility is under 17 now. And it's not a surprise, especially when you have a week like this that's fairly quiet. Next week is going to be options expiration. There's going to be a few more things going on, earnings starting up and inflation reports. But I think right now the market is telling you that there's really not much to fear, and that's what we're seeing in volatility. So really not much surprise there.
You're right. I mean, really not much surprise there in the short term. VIX is at 15.75. Gotta love a 15 handle on the VIX during the summer months, which is to say that if you're going to have the low volume, the low volatility like this, the market demands, at least by historical standards, that you just press on in the short term with a long directional trade. If it's, we've shown the studies before. I think we should update these to bring them back on air. But what happens if you're just simply long futures versus short a strangle or short an iron condor, and a 15 handle on volatility in the VIX, the best possible outcome by historical measures in terms of average daily returns and standard deviation of those returns, it's highest just by simply being long the market. Not a lot of premium to squeeze here. Structurally, it still looks good though. So can't really justify getting off the ride just yet, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, again, I just decided to close longs. I'm not looking to get short here or anything like that. Like, it's not like I think, oh, this market is toast. I don't think that at all. I just decided to sort of pack it in for the time being. And again, if a new regime of market presents itself where technicals look good and we're going higher, I wouldn't be opposed to getting back in. But for now, I'm just closing and going to watch from the sideline. Sometimes it's a little easier to do that.
Yeah, so I don't have any exposure here in the follow account on the NASDAQ right now, in part because I closed it out last week after non-farm payrolls, in a sense that I didn't want to go into a long weekend with something that was basically sitting a few days from expiration, and we're pressing right up against the long strike, right? So I got out. We're still basically where we were when I got out. I'm looking at this 4-hour chart here for the NASDAQ. I don't want to miss the rally if it keeps going, is my point. And so short term, what I want to do this, how would we do this? We could go a little bit further out, like along the 23,250, 23,500 call spread with a shorter term expiry, 36, 29 DTE. If we start to see a breakout, we could simply buy MNQ. I'm not going to get back in long until I see this directional move above 23,100 break to the upside. So this is just a lot of chop here as far as I'm concerned. But if it were to go up more, right, tactically, low volume, low volatility, I'm happy to hop back onto that train, even if it feels like we're losing some momentum and some steam here. But that's, market in front of us. Consistent with that though, Jamal, if we do get one more push higher, I have been eyeing these long put spreads, right? You go out to 21,500, 250, risking one to make 7, to have a little insurance in our pocket for the month of August. And if we still want to press higher tactically on the long side in the short term, feels like it's pretty good balance.
I mean, I don't hate that. Again, I don't blame you. I mean, I personally haven't put on any shorts. I haven't yet, but you're right. It would take a little move higher, a little bit of a squeeze, if you will, for me to really consider like getting short. I mean, just to, say we do 1,000 points within like 3 days. I mean, that would probably get my interest on the idea of doing a short. But unless we get some type of squeeze like that, and I'm not interested. If we continue to grind higher, I don't think I'm jumping. I want to see a squeeze for me to entertain the idea of getting short, whether it's a put spread or whether it's a future. Outside of that, and again, if that happens, if we get the squeeze like that, I consider going short, and I'm probably going the way I roll, I'm probably going a little more in the money. Like I probably do a little closer, right? Like, I would probably do on the order of something that's like 40% pop because I'm waiting for the big quick turnaround after we've gotten higher. So that's the only way I ever really think about doing shorts these days. When things seem to be quite a bit overstretched, then I'm able to sort of take advantage of the downside move because the panic sets in really quick, albeit brief, and you just have to be willing to take it off.
That makes a great deal of sense. I mentioned rotation here earlier today being a hallmark of the market. XLK is down by 0.22%. Outside of GDXJ, junior gold miners, the other 23 sector ETFs that we track here on Futures Power Hour and on Overtime, they're all in the green. It's a pretty good session here. You can see it on the left-hand side of the screen right now. So tech off, but everything else up, taking some profit and winners, moving over to some sectors that probably haven't received as much love.
Oh, you know what? And I'd be remiss in saying this, and I know it's a future show, but I still got to mention it because you mentioned XLK. There's some names that are down today. I think this is an interesting time where if you want to look at sort of a few pre-earnings trades, if you want to look at, I always mention it from the side of calendar calls, right? I talk about this a lot. I trade a lot of earnings that way because I like trading earnings for moves. It's a good time to get long that expiration that contains earnings, and maybe there's the expiration prior to it that does not. You could sell that, by, the earnings expiration. And then you can feel comfortable if you do want to get short one of these, say NASDAQ, for example, because you feel like it's been a little overstretched, but for whatever reason, you're long these calendar calls and names for earnings, then that's another way to sort of have an offsetting hedge, if you will. If those names move big to the upside on earnings, you can capitalize on those. You still have the short on the NASDAQ. It's one way to do, sort of a trade if you want to put something on. If that cash on the sideline is burning a hole in your pocket, that's something you can do.
In terms of tech today, it being a step backwards, the structure here still looks pretty good, right? We've been riding the rails of that 1 week moving average for some time. Today, we hit it and then bounce off of it as the session moves forward. So it's not like there's significant weakness here. It's just people are shuffling some money around, and why not? There's an opportunity to pick up names like an XME, the miners here, given how the metals are performing with the tariffs and now with gold and silver performing the way that they are today, which we're going to touch on shortly. But first, we need to take a brief reprieve over into the world of bonds, which there were jobless claims today, better than expected, which granted, I think one would take with a grain of salt, even though treasuries do fall thereafter. One may say that because it's a holiday week. And holiday weeks really don't mean anything. It's incomplete data series. I'm much more interested in the 30-year bond auction that just came out, and I wouldn't call it good. I wouldn't call it bad. You may say that's Goldilocks, but I don't know if it's even Goldilocks. It's certainly not telling us what the 10-year told us yesterday. So the bid to cover ratio is 2.38, which is just below the 6-month average of 2.43. That's not fantastic. We're looking to see for foreign demand, though, at these auctions. So we're looking for indirect bidders. Indirect bidders, the 6-month average are 63%. This auction was 59.78%. So it was good on the price, but the demand, it stopped through by 0.1 basis points. But it wasn't a great auction internally otherwise. So 3s were bad this week, 10s were good. This is mixed. Is it doing anything here for our bond market today? I'm a little surprised that it's not. 6.3 IVR, I would expect a little bit more juice coming out of this turmoil. But I suppose it's really a question of where we close. We reestablished ourselves back above the 1 week and the 1 month yesterday with that Morningstar candlestick cluster. Today, that 113.29 figure is your 1 month as well as the 1 week. And we're currently sitting in at 113 and 30 ticks. So as someone who wants to lean long deltas right now, if we can find that follow through from yesterday with sustaining our closes above those momentum levels, I'm going to press on. Otherwise, failure here, this still has the contours of that bearish rising wedge. And I can't ignore that.
I know. I mean, this is one of the longest bear markets ever. If not, I think it's the longest bear market ever in bonds. And we keep trying to find dips to buy, right? I mean, it still intrigues us. Look, big move yesterday to the upside after several days down in a row. I think it's because of those dips. I'm continuing to stay long. Again, I'm just trying to give myself some duration in this one. Still long that 115, 118 call spread in September. I mean, this really boils down to, fiscal responsibility in the government and if and when eventually the Fed does cut. So it's a showdown. And until that showdown really shows some shifting on any one side, I don't know if we're going to get the huge moves that we're looking for, or we just need some more rhetoric like we had back in April to make things change. Until then, I mean, this is just kind of a hope and a dream, but it's an easy hope and a dream to do with 6 IVR. I mean, what are you going to do? It's one of the more interesting trades out there. We just need a catalyst, really.
You go back, I'm looking at the ZB continuous contract here, going back to the mid 2000s. The swing lows that you have in 2006, not that far from here. We're going to a weekly chart now away from the monthly. And you can see how we're continuing to just winnow down into a triangle.
Yeah.
It feels like something's got to happen sometime soon with the bond market. But if we do really see a break here below 110, I understand the appeal of trying to buy the dips right now. I mean, that's why I'm doing it. This chart starts to look really ugly by historical standards. TLT is already there on that monthly chart for what it's worth, bounding around those all-time lows. And I know it's different construction and this is a future show, but you look at these charts, and if we can't stage a rally down here at the lowest levels that we've seen in 20 years, basically, what do we have going for us? It's really not fantastic.
I know, man. I mean, it's interesting. It's moved around a lot this year, though, Chris. That's the crazy part about it. When you look back, even just back, in February, you had a pretty big move over multiple days. Same thing in April. Same thing in early April. Early April. Same thing in late April. I mean, we've seen some moves in bonds, and it's actually been a good trading vehicle, despite the fact that bonds typically don't really move this much. So I think you're right. I think we're all looking for the bounce off the lows. I feel like the best way to do it right now is and the upside call spread in September further out, or even October, if you will. I mean, sooner or later, I feel like if we've had 3 or 4 big moves this year, it's really trying. It just needs a catalyst, and it'll probably have another big move again.
Very much with you. Hopefully we get a big move. Hopefully we get a big move here. Although I suppose we want bonds to be
the best part about it, though, dude, the reason why I like having the long call spreads is because bond vol is already fairly low. It's not like most of the time when I'm losing on the position, it's just because of an adverse move in the opposite direction. It's not because of vol. I mean,
are you reading my mind? Do you know what I'm looking up right now?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So it's one of the more, it's one of the easier trades to deal with. Again, a trade in the NASDAQ, the long call spread in NASDAQ, long call spread in the Russell, those are fantastic. They're great, and it's low vol. But then, you get a tariff mention, and you drop 75 handles like we did on Monday. And it's like, who wants to deal with that?
You talk about bond vol being low. This is the MOVE index. And so we're looking at options in the Treasury market, which, for what it's worth, UB doesn't have listed options. And so you're not going to see that part of this computation. I digress. As we look to this, we're basically at the lowest level of volatility that we've seen all year in the bond market, going back to the lows that we saw last May in the bond market. And now you're talking about effectively getting out of the volatility regime that's defined the bond market since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That's really what these lows are. You see the breakout higher here in early February 22. That's when bond vol kicks up. So this is a really interesting area. Are we near cycle lows, or is this regime finished? And are we going back to the boring world of bonds that was the case of the 2010s? I don't think we're going back to the boring bond world of the 2010s.
Yeah, I don't see how we could. I mean, especially since at that point in time, things were basically zero, right? And that's one of the things the Fed has been holding on to, this lever to pull at any given time with bonds. And so I think even if the lever is eventually pulled and we do start to cut rates, it's still going to create quite a bit of fluctuation. Obviously, we raise rates, it'd create even more fluctuation. So I agree with you. I don't think we're going back to the boring world of bonds just yet.
Not just yet. Now, more volatility, why does it arise? We've got a lot of volatility in April, didn't help bonds. Got a lot of volatility during COVID, it did help bonds. So let's see what kind of volatility it brings. And hope, Jamal, for you and I, hopefully it's volatility that ultimately means some upside in the bond market. But that might not be good for stocks if bonds are rallying. Today, though, gold, silver, they're doing well. We're seeing a little bit of a perking up here, despite those higher yields marginally, and a stronger US dollar in some places. But versus the euro, the yen, and the pound, that's 82% of the dollar index. Moving away from that for a quick second here, though, silver price is up 1.87% right now, Jamal. That makes me a happy boy. We see a move up to the top side of the trading range here, and it looks like this is about to burst. Symmetrical triangle, we can call it a parallel channel, or maybe even a pennant. But this consolidation above the October 24 and March 25 highs, there's a reason why we've been leaning long, because this looks like a breakout cup and handle, as you might say, cup handle, or rather cup handle. We're silver bulls around here, 22.2 IVR. Got to stay long right now.
First of all, I love how you're talking to me, okay? Because this is exactly what I've been looking for quite some time. As you know, I got long the silver train on that initial breakout, about a month ago. So it's been a long month, man. And this is what happens, right? I mean, this is exactly how things go a lot of times technically. There's a breakout, there's a consolidation, and potential breakout higher. This is kind of what I'm getting at with the Russell and the NASDAQ trades. Again, I think they're great trades. I think the market's generally going higher. But do you want to sit through the consolidation is the real thing. In the medium term, again, this is not like we're not talking about a long-term trade. We're talking about something that you have on and it's about 50 days long and you have to sit through a lot of this. And so again, I just rolled a silver call spread the other day while we were on the show to give myself more time. Glad to see this is starting maybe the next leg of the breakout, which I hope means much higher prices, at least $3 in silver here. But yeah, big move today. We needed it.
Isn't it funny how we're saying like, oh yeah, like looking for 2,400 in the Russell, that's crazy talk, 10% higher. But $3 in silver, like that's.
Well, I mean, it's a commodity. It can happen. It can explode higher, right? I mean, it's possible. It's possible. Like it can do an
Fortunes
outlandish
are built
move.
on dreams, Jamal. We have to dream.
Commodities do outlandish moves all the time. I mean, look at silver, copper the other day, right? So again, that was on a mention, but. Yeah, I am looking for that. I am willing to be greedy. If there's things you want to be greedy in, it's commodities.
Gold hasn't quite made the turn just yet. And it's that one little thing that you can't help ignore. Is this a change in behavior in the gold market? I see this year where we hit that 50-day boing, 50-day bounce.
Yep.
This time around, we're really struggling to get back through. We maybe had that morning star, but this is... feel a lot better about silver than gold at this juncture for whatever reason. Not to say that the dream is finished here either, but the reality is that right now metals have a different story going on in the short term, and it does not seem to favor gold.
Yeah, this again, both of these two are the reason they did kind of factor a little bit into the reason I decided to pitch the long equity call spreads, because again, I got call spreads here in both of these. And trying to have patience and 4 things at once was just too much for me, Chris. So I needed to pitch the 2 equities. I'm held on to the gold call spread, held on to the silver call spread. And yeah, I mean, gold is having a little bit more trouble this time around trying to bounce strongly off the 50-day, but it's been right there. It really hasn't wavered too much from the line, and that's the only reason why I've held on to it. And again, if I see a serious breakdown between either one of these two, then they're going to have to go as well. But as long as they're still holding on, I rolled both silver and gold call spread out to 77 days now. September did that on Tuesday, and so that's what I'm holding on to.
Let's assume that someone wanted to get in here and trade the gold market and go $50 wide. They wanted to do this in a typical tasty way, even though it's a 17.5 IVR, right? You just got to take what the market gives you. Going out around the 1 standard deviation move to get in that neighborhood of a 60 to 70% probability of profit, 61% risking a little bit more than 2 to make 1. It's not fantastic. It's workable. And if we think that commodities are going to do more of the same, we kind of got to give gold credit for the sense that as a range trade, if you've been saying, gold's just going to be pinned up here near 3,300, and I'm happy to sell on either side of it, you've done much better than I have as a blind gold bull in recent months. So maybe that's the prudent thing to do while we work this out. Maybe give it a little bit of a downside tilt to account for the loss of momentum here. But there are more than one ways to skin the cat. Directionally, silver feels the best, as it were, and it doesn't have the margin problems that copper affords at this juncture. So I'm going to lean long gold right now. I got to tell you, this is like the least comfortable I've been being a gold bull in quite some time.
It's understandable. It's understandable.
Sucks.
I mean, again, the way it's just sitting here, it could easily break down from here, right? Like it's having trouble, like we've said, it is having trouble trying to stay above and break through and bounce off of that 50-day. So it's understandable. It doesn't look as bullish as it has in the past. I mean, I was having a discussion with myself on my way in this morning with this very idea, like, do I still want to be long? Because again, it's all boils down to evaluating your portfolio every now and again. And I was like, do I still want to be long gold? Do I just get out, or do I wait to see if it breaks down before I get out? Am I going to let it take me out of the position, or am I going to hold on to it? So that's really been my decision too, because yeah, it's taken some time to get out of there, but I don't know. Like I think I just ultimately decided I'll see if it breaks down and then move, but for now I'm not going to let it shake me out.
Yeah, not going to let it shake you out. That's how I feel. Not yet. Jamal, how are you handling copper now? Tuesday when we were on the show, obviously the tariff news hit, and that threw a wrench into everyone's best laid plans. The it's not like people were actively trading the market. The volumes dried up. The bid-ask spreads blew out. Even people who were sitting long were running into trouble. We saw the comments coming in. How did you handle things in the copper market after Tuesday?
Yeah, so I have the 530, 540 call spread. I haven't done anything. I haven't moved it. I haven't changed anything. I haven't sold more, although I've thought about selling more. I haven't. I'm just not doing anything for the time being, and just going to see if eventually there's a fade like we've seen for a lot of different asset classes when there was some type of news this past year, I should say. I mean, again, we saw a big fade in bonds at some point. We saw a big fade in the dollar at some point in time throughout the year after there was significant news that moved them. And so I'm just going to wait it out to see if that happens with copper here. I'm in the August, 47 days. Again, I think that's plenty of time. Maybe if I'm lucky, maybe within the next 10 to 15 days, maybe there's a pullback. If not, I mean, I'm not at max loss. I'm about half of my max loss right now with the position, even though it's fairly in the money. So, from here, it just continues to go. If it stays at these levels higher, it's going to eventually get more and more to max loss P&L. But I'm not going to change anything as of now.
I'm curious because I think it's instructive for people listening. And how do you make the decision when a trade goes against you like that? And I've been there too, right? How do you make the decision whether or not to get out of the way or let it ride? Is that a function of how much time you have left in the trade? Is it a function of the rationale for being short still existing or having that particular trade on? What's the line in the sand that you have to cross to go from riding out something that's working against you versus just folding shop and looking for another opportunity?
In this case, a lot of the decision centers around the fact that this was a huge one-day move, and it's still some jitters around that. Obviously, there's still some damage that has been done. It's a commodity. It's a huge one-day move on speculation more than anything, if you will, right? I mean, yes, Trump said he's going to give a 50% copper tariff, but it hasn't been enacted yet as far as I know. And even then, I mean, I don't know the implications of this on the actual metal. So there's still a lot of uncertainty what it boils down to. It'd be different if the market, stock market just went higher over these last couple of weeks here like we just saw, and you were short a call spread and you rode that out and you're trying to decide what you want to do. Well, the move has already happened against you. In this, it was a really strong one-day move more than anything. And so as a result, because I do have 47 days, I'm going to wait at least a solid week to see if there's going to be some pullback and some rationale. I should say some cooler heads prevailing after the big trade. So that really is what it boils down to. Because it was just a one-day move on somewhat of speculative news, there's no reason for me to overreact as of yet.
When we think about how we can't do this here on this platform, right? But if you are an institutional trader, you have the opportunity to arbitrage this market right now. You can buy copper in London, sell it in New York. It makes sense right now to buy copper in London and then put it on a boat and sell it here in the United States. That differential, which is, I think it's $4.40 a pound right now in London, or $4.50 a pound. We're looking at $5.59 here. There's probably going to be convergence. How can we take advantage of that as a retail trader? I think the only insight that affords is perhaps what you're going through, Jamal. If I was sitting short this market right now, short deltas, and I still have 47 days to expiration, there are some factors here that make me think this is actually something worth sticking through and perhaps being able to get out at a better price. The reality is that if Trump says we're trying to put these on to incentivize copper production in the United States, we shared the research from S&P Global yesterday showing that it takes about 17.9 years on average to get a copper mine open. And so having 50% tariffs right now doesn't exactly solve the problem up front. It's going to hurt our automobile industry, semiconductors, home building, basically everything. Mm-hmm. And you're not going to see the results for many, many years from now. My kid, who is not yet born, will be in college by the time the mine opens, if everything goes according to plan. So will this stick around? I don't know. Operating in the market, though, the liquidity is the primary concern. So if you're out at 47 days, this is really the rub. You're looking at the round number expiries, but there's not a ton of volume or open interest in these contracts. Like the 580, yeah, there's 481 contracts open, 16 trades pushed through today at this strike. So you could end up Hotel California yourself here. You get in, you can't get out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's been like that with copper for most of the time. I know we always talk about how easy it is to get trades off, but it's always kind of been somewhat of a low volume instrument, if you will. And the one positive thing you can say, at least the markets are back, is again, these markets went really wide the other day when we were on the show, and everything went down. So at least the markets aren't as wide as they used to be. But I'm just going to hold on to my trade, Chris, because like I said, it was a really big sort of one-day move, and I feel like I should be able to get out with better prices within the next week to 10 days, but only time will tell.
The buying power in here, man, it's better than it was a few days ago.
Yeah.
Right. You don't need to lay out $6,000 to put on a position, but it's still, depending upon your risk profile, right? Selling the 575, 565 call spread up here, it's nearly a 1-to-1 risk to reward. It takes up a bit of buying power now, but there are opportunities in this market, which just saw a crazy blow off top. The closing high on Tuesday.
That said, when I look at some volume today, though, I mean, you could see some volume in that August expiration, the 6 calls, big volume in there. Like, you don't usually see prints like this in silver, 1,300 of those traded. For whatever direction, who knows? But yeah,
no, there's certainly some imbalance. The fact that it's like twice the amount of trading volume versus open interest, clearly I think a lot of people are selling those $6 calls up here.
Yeah, for sure. I know, right? That's what I was going to say. I don't want to say it, but it's pretty obvious to me they're selling those 6 calls. This made me want to put on another call spread, $1 penny wide, but I decided not to. Trying to be prudent. But it's good opportunity.
Oil down, nat gas up today. Oh, nat gas, you son of a gun. Yeah, you just.
Did you get out like me the other day? I closed my spread while we were on the show. I don't know if I tell you.
Yeah. No, I didn't get it out on Tuesday. I got out yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And of course, we bounced back here. Yeah, our lovely commodity guy, Mr. Westwater, points out that the natural gas inventory build was only 53 billion cubic feet, which was 8 billion cubic feet less than this time last year. We just need some weather support now to keep the rally going, which makes sense. We do have a bounce back to the 1-week moving average today, and that really has been the story here since late June, but for that brief bounce on June 27th, we've been closing below there. Momentum's negative. Stochastics oversold. MACD trending lower, right? I don't like being long markets where the momentum profile is that negative without having some signs of a turn. But it's a 45.7 IVR. So let's just entertain something here, Jamal. If we can poke our head back above 3.4, the short put spread then becomes appealing against this pivot low. Maybe something perhaps directionally neutral here in natural gas, because we have to just go to where the volatility is. And you could size something up that's still decent, right? I love trades where the max profit is greater than the buying power used, and it's still a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 risk to reward. That's great. And you could do it right around the 1 standard deviation move, which happens to coincide with, well, the range highs up here near 4.2 and the low that we had in November down near 3. That's something to work with. There's actually a trade here that you can bracket this around and make something good. I just don't think I'm going to play it directional the next time I dip my toes in here, because this most recent iteration was painful and pointless, and natural gas is making me look like a damn fool today, as it typically does.
I agree with you. I think that's probably the best way to play it right now, the traditional kind of tasty way. I mean, I'm looking at a spread that the $4, $4.20. I'm not sure which one I thought you did a little different one, but $4, $4.20, $2.90, $2.70, right? Again, the $4 is up against well, not even highs, but not something that we didn't see not too long ago. But just having that iron condor, I think, is probably a little bit easier way to play it. Agree with you. I'm probably not going to play this directionally, at least for a while. I want to see some real, maybe it's interesting to play this directionally. It's always tough to play this directionally, though, no matter what. I mean, as soon as you think you found a bottom, it finds another little bit of a floor. So iron condor is probably the best way to go right now if you play it.
You know the expression of the market, Jamal, like the market's going to do whatever's most painful to market participants. It's going to frustrate the most people. Natural gas has that down to a T.
It does.
It
knows how to frustrate us.
It's such a son of a gun. But that is literally, one of our former coworkers had a funny story how he was looking at the weather forecast to go to Chicago, and he's like, "Oh God, I gotta get long natural gas here." And he's walking through the streets of Chicago to get to the Tasty office, and it's like -6 degrees out on his phone, and natural gas is down 12%. He's like, "What the, how does that make any sense?" It just doesn't, it does its own thing.
No, it does what it wants. What do you call it? You call it the honey badger, right?
Honey badger. Here's the good news about crude oil's drop today, down 2.5%. It's basically a recentering of where we've been over the past 3 months. We've been watching this range in oil post Israel-Iran 12-day war. We go to the post-Liberation Day low. We go to the Israel-Iran war high. 50% mark is basically $66. Our 1-month moving average today in this market comes in at 66.35. So as people who have been leaning directionally neutral here in oil, this is the best of all worlds. We're staying pinned right around the midpoint of the trading range. It's only a 24.4 IVR though, which makes things a little bit less appealing here, Jamal. But if we wanted to work in a trade around these levels, you could go 36, maybe you go out to 69. I'm currently sitting in 36. Go 53, 51. We'll blast this up here to the other side. We'll go 73, 75. That's a 77% probability of profit. Maybe you tighten that up a little bit more, given the trading range we've seen that's resolved itself after June 23rd. But there's something to do, and it's not going to be a home run, right? This is one of those slap hits. This is one of those little like maintenance trades. I can put something on that's highly probabilistic, may not be the best risk to reward, but it's working. And that's how I feel about the notes, right? Neutral and notes has been working for basically the entire year. And that has always worked here for oil, at least for you and me, as far as I can recall. If you're outside of geopolitical risk periods, the best bet to make on oil prices is that oil prices will stay exactly where they are. And that's working now outside of this geopolitical risk window. So we should embrace it. We should forget the noise.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where I think we talked about it in the last week or so, that we felt like oil was going to normalize and have a new sort of level that it's trading, and it's been around here. It's been like 66 and change. And so if you can find an iron condor that takes advantage of that area, that's the best thing to do. Like you said, though, the only issue is 24 IVR. Do you wait until vol picks back up again, or do you put this one on with the volatility of one of the big things I think is volatility. We talked about VIX and what's going on, and I think obviously that pertains to the S&P 500, but we've also seen a lot of things calm down, whether it's bond vol, it's been oil vol, like this gold vol. We haven't seen all of these this low in quite some time, and I just think that speaks to the current environment that we're in. This one does have a little bit vol left to it, so you can take advantage, but again, it is a low vol environment.
You may have to go a little bit tighter, and that's why looking at the recent swing low that we have after the Israel-Iran war ceases, thinking about the former swing levels that we have right around 63, support in March, resistance in April, May, recent high that we just had this week, just north of 69. Going here, that gives us a 60, 62 short call side. We'll call it, a short put spread side, 71, 73 short call spread side.
Yeah.
It's a 50% probability of profit. It's risking a little bit less than 2 to make 1. And you still get your max profit in excess of your buying power. So there are ways to skin this right now. You might have to go a little bit tighter than you would otherwise. But betting on the same for oil outside of geopolitical risk windows is a trade that is, it has been effective. And it's a well that I'm happy to dig back into.
I couldn't agree more. I think that's it. And I think that's the area too, like somewhere around 71 to 72 with your upside, and somewhere around 62, 63 with your downside, I think is the way to go.
Now, as for me, I have similar trades on when volatility was higher. So I'm not going to add another oil trade to the book right now. But if I was going to, if today was like roll day, would I put back on this short iron condor that's been working? I'd have to change the strikes, but I'd be absolutely going back in with the short iron condor. And that's my intention in 2 weeks' time, when ultimately roll day is here. Let's move over to the dollar, which for the past 2 sessions feels like it's twirling towards freedom. Not really doing much of anything, actually. We had a doji yesterday. Today's trying to be a little bit better. Yesterday's high comes in at 97.75, which is why I want to see how we close We're currently at 97.67. Through 97.75, bullish reversal, bullish engulfing bar here at the high, and it would push us through our 1 month moving average, which is currently 97.74. It's the scantest sign of a bottom coming together here in the dollar, Jamal, but we really have not seen any sort of acceleration north of our 1 month, this kind of effort in some time. The components that are driving the dollar today, the euro, the largest component, is off and is looking at that bearish engulfing bar already, signaling that there could be a sign of a, again, continuation lower. The yen rallied back to its 1 week and immediately sold off. And then you have your British pound. We're struggling to get back above our 1 week and 1 month right now, despite those areas having been support for how many of the past several weeks and months. You and I are both looking for a bounce here in the dollar for positioning reasons, for sentiment reasons, as we've discussed for several days in a row now. This is perhaps the trade I'm most comfortable with riding out as we think about going into a Friday session and then ultimately a weekend. All of these tariff headlines have been bad news for the dollar previously, and it just kind of feels like it's priced in. So still leaning short deltas in 6J. I really like those 0068 puts. I think the IVR here at 5.2 is remarkably low. It's cheap to express a view right now in the FX futures.
This is a trade we've been talking about since last week, Tuesday. That was the day we got on and we started talking about possibly finding ways to get long the dollar. We said it might take some time. This is actually not what I'm talking about when I think the dollar's going to bounce. Honestly, this has been 6 days in a row, but this is really not what I'm trading for. I'm trading for like a 3-day huge big move in the dollar. But you can see, I think what you're seeing here is people starting to cover their shorts. I think that's why you're seeing those 6 days in a row of green candles here in the dollar, because you're starting to see those people do it. So again, I'm using, like as you have up the euro, I'm using the euro put spread as my vehicle for being long the dollar. But sooner or later, again, 6 months in a row is a very long time for something to get depressed. Of course, doesn't mean it can't go longer like we've seen in bonds, but it's a long time for something to get pushed down. And I think sooner or later, you're going to see some type of bounce.
Even something like, I think the euro is going to fall back to its 50-day moving average, where it was at the end of February, beginning of March, right, where we were in May. That's effectively the swing low that you have here on June 20th. We're talking about returning to a level we were at 2.5-3 weeks ago. Looking at a trade like long a put spread, 57 days, 2 months basically, to get down to 115. Long the 115, short the 114, 18% pop, risking 237 to make over 1,000. 4-1, a little bit more than 4-1 on the risk to reward for a pullback to a level that we were at 3 weeks ago, and we have 2 months to accomplish that. Again, taking shots at these, the dollar is oversold, the positioning is really stretched. It's not because people like the dollars, because they want to actually just take profit on their positions, and so you get the covering move. That's not an unreasonable place to look, as far as I'm concerned. I'd like to see a little bit more because I did take my short euro stab back here in the middle of June near 117. It obviously didn't work out. I abandoned it immediately. But I see a move back below, we'll call it 116.75 here. We lose the uptrend from the last few months. We lose our 1 month. There is your move down to 115 or so. And then we could really have conversations about, is this the top for the euro for the year? Is this the bottom for the dollar for the year, for maybe longer? Should we press our advantage and really pile in? Because once this thing starts going and people cover, the narrative changes. Is this just short covering, or are people getting bullish on the dollar? Mm-hmm. And like, that's a sentiment wave that I think you and I would love to ride. So hopefully the greenback's not dead.
Hopefully it's not. And again, it's a little strange to see it too. I'm not going to lie, there's a little positivity in the dollar with silver and gold also being positive today. So something's definitely happening under the hood here, I would say.
Gold up, dollar up.
Market up.
What's next on the market up? Everything up? Why not? We looked at the calendar for tomorrow. Today was light, just claims and those Fed speakers. Tomorrow picks up a little bit more, but in terms of things that we as American traders care about, if you're not trading currency markets, I'm not sure this really interests you. Canadian employment data is tomorrow morning, Jamal. Perhaps that's of interest for the EWC and FXC traders out there, maybe even the 6C traders. Likewise, British pound, they have GDP data in the morning or the overnight hours, 2 Eastern, 1 Central time. So if you're trading 6B, that's something likewise to have on your radar. Other than that, though, we're winding down a fairly quiet week. I thought that was a prescient insight you had a few days ago, Jamal. Not much here. So the light volume, the light volatility, it continues until we get a new theme to work with. You'll be back in a little bit, though. Engineering the Trades up in about 45 minutes time. Before then, we got Dr. Jim coming on. He's here with From Theory to Practice. I'll see everyone later today for overtime. Good luck trading. More Tasty Live coming at you shortly.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Twitter versus Facebook. A rap battle. First up, Facebook.
Twitter, I'll snuff you out like I did to MySpace. I'ma have to erase your little Twitter face. Warm it up, Facebook, I'm about to. Did they make an Oscar-nominated movie about you? Check my school out, I'm at the top of my class. My main interest is listed as kicking your ass. I help dictators get thrown over. You help the cast of Jersey Shore get overexposure, I'm too Titanic for you Twitter and twist. You bird-ass tweets, stick to the branches. I'm root deep, universal expansive. Twitter better get lost before you get poked. What? What?
Yeah, this is Twitter. Check it.
At Facebook, can I attack you? Yes, and I could do it in 140 characters or less. Brevity's the soul of wit. I'll make this quick. Hash mark. Facebook is a dick. Retweet. Yeah, I'm backing that ass, and I'm young and I'm brash, and I'm packing that cash. Stick with the kid, I'm an early adapter. Your old Facebook played out like Napster. I make it real easy for family to talk. I make ex-girlfriends real easy to stalk. I show you life in real time that's completely amazing. I show you which celebrities are totally crazy. From Blitzer to Sheen to Kanye to Rom. I run with stars. Facebook is a place for your mom. What's the matter, Zuckerberg? Don't like how that sounds? I got 1 million customizable backgrounds. You're so totally boring. My card's on the table. Hash mark. Facebook is disabled.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Jim Schultz, and this is From Theory to Practice. A little false start there on the show. Welcome to the Thursday edition of the program, man. We are back, And man, I straight up just disappeared on y'all there for like 2 days. I just straight up ghosted y'all. Didn't say I was leaving. Didn't give you guys a goodbye. I was just kind of gone. And again, if I'm ever like gone, that's exactly how I'm going to do it. So that was just a little test run there on Monday and Tuesday. But Monday, I had a doctor's appointment in the afternoon, so that's why I was with Tom and Tony in the morning. But then Tuesday, so this would be 2 days ago. So Autumn left me. She straight up just left, went to Charlotte for a little 1-day deal with her sister, and she left me with all 3 children. And you know what's hilarious? So she gets back, and so she gets back on like Tuesday night or whatever, and we're all hanging out in the den, and like she's asking the kids like what we did and whatever, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, Mom, it was so much fun. It was this, that, and the other. Like we had so much fun with Dad. Like it was incredible, right?" Well, then she says, "All right," she's like, "Now you guys got to clean up." And Eli, who's my son, obviously, Eli's like, he's like, "Mom, why do we have to clean? Because Dad doesn't make us do any of this." And I'm sitting over in the corner, I'm dying laughing. And so I actually got kind of in trouble with my wife, and because I'm the more fun one. And so she is kind of the warden. I'm kind of like, "Hey, let's break out of the prison." That's basically the setup that we have here at the house. But anyway, it is so good to be back with you all here to have some adult conversations. I'm very, very excited about that. But speaking of adult conversations that I'm excited about, so Sunday, we are now 3 days away from Boston. Sunday at the Sinclair. I'm going to be there. I hope that you are going to be there. Man, this is going to be absolutely amazing. So Sunday, the Boston event, Options Crash Course Live. You can still sign up. There's still plenty of seats left. We need bodies in the seats. We need heartbeats in the room. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And so that's in 3 days. Go to tastylive.com/events. Sign up, and I really hope to see you guys there. It's going to be an absolutely amazing time. If you are a beginner trader, this is for you. If you are an intermediate trader, this is for you. If you are an advanced trader and you feel like, man, you have nothing left to learn, this is for you. If for no other reason, simply because Tom is counting the heartbeats in the room. So Sunday, I hope to see you all there. I am very, very excited. So, all right, so John, bring us into the market here. Let's take a look and see what's going on. All right, you guys did a good job, man. You know, you guys kept it above zero in my short little absence there. You got EMI S&P's up 25 on the day. You got the risk-free instrument actually down 16. So a little bit of a mixed bag here. You got EMI S&P's up. You got the NASDAQ down. I mean, that's a little bit unusual. That's kind of like doing like quads and delts. Like you should do quads and hams. You should do delts and arms. You shouldn't do quads and delts. But that's kind of what you have when you have EMI S&P's up and the risk-free instrument, i.e. the NASDAQ futures, i.e. a very high-risk product, actually down on the day. Got the boomers doing boomer things, up 294. And then you've got the Russell 2000 futures index up 20 on the day. And so, man, you know, is it Taco Thursday? Is it Taco Tuesday? Is it Taco Friday? I mean, every day is Taco Day, man. So market is all-time highs. Everybody's happy. Not a care in the world. You got notes are actually down. You got oil down $1.62 or $1.72, I should say. UB40 up a little bit. Gold up 6 points. Today got the British pound is down. Got the euro is down. Got volatility futures down 20 cents. I mean, the market is, yeah, that makes sense. Market up, volatility down. You've got the VIX. The old VIX spot volatility down 12 cents on the day. So as irrelevant as it is, we are going to continue to mention it because, as I've mentioned many, many times before on the show, my very first research project in my PhD program at the University of Memphis was on the VIX. I know I've shared this story even just recently, but I'm going to do it again because this kind of feels like the first day with y'all again. Like I kind of feel like we're starting over from scratch. And so it's like, man, we got to tell the VIX story. Have I told you guys how I met Autumn? Man, we got to tell that story. Like, I'm not sure we're going to get to any finance today, but that's good. That would be kind of like a normal show. So the VIX. So when I was at the University of Memphis, you know, I mean, when you do a PhD program, you do coursework, then you have to do your exams in the middle, and then you have to do your dissertation. Like, it's basically like a 3-stage process, and it gets harder and harder as you move through the stages. The dissertation, of course, is the hardest piece of the whole puzzle. Anyway, to start that process, like, you know, my professors were like, hey, we've got to get you guys doing research. We've got to get you guys doing high-level research, and you got to get used to that and, you know, computer coding and just all kinds of crazy stuff. So one of my professors was like, hey, he's like, Jim, I want you to go find something in finance that you don't think anyone has found before. He just left it super open-ended, right? And he knew that was kind of like a, you know, like a crazy thing to ask somebody because so many things have been discovered. And I was just a new grad student, whatever. So anyway, so the thing that I found So I went down and went to Yahoo Finance, downloaded a bunch of price data, and I was like, all right, let me try to find something that no one's ever found before. And let me tell y'all something. I downloaded S&P 500 prices and VIX prices, and I found that they were negatively correlated to the tune of like 95%. I swear I thought I found gold. I swear, I'm like, man, we just struck oil in the backyard. Like, how can anyone no one's ever seen this before? People are going to be blown away at my research abilities to download prices off of Yahoo Finance and run a very, very simple correlation between two assets. And so I took that to my professor. He's like, yeah, everybody knows that. He's like, literally, he's like, I'm shocked you didn't know that. And so it was a bit disheartening, but still, it has a special place in my heart, the VIX. So anyway, I digress. So what I'm going to do today is we're going to go through a couple of positions here in the portfolio. We've got a few things that are happening in the portfolio. We've got a couple of winners, got some huge losers. We still have Oracle, of course, and so we're going to have to potentially wave the white flag on Oracle since it is taking all of our money. We are hemorrhaging cash on Oracle. Oracle up to 237. That is brutal, brutal, brutal. So we're going to talk about that in a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to get to you all. Man, look at you guys. And so look at you guys. I see you guys. Emmett Morrison's in the house. Brian Dowdy's in the house. Man, look at Gregor V. Dub's in the house. Michael Foster's in the house. Man, I appreciate you. Michael Foster says, Jim, never cut your hair. It's amazingly beautiful. Man, I appreciate you. I'm actually fresh off of a cut. And so she actually cut it a little shorter than I would have liked. And so I went in there, and I mean, I've been seeing her for like 4 or 5 years. She's amazing. But I was like, hey, I don't want to do anything too crazy. Like, I want to keep kind of the bro flow intact, and like, let's just do some layers. Let's just do whatever. And so, I mean, I think it looks all right, but it's a little shorter than I would have liked it to be, because I kind of wanted to bring the bro flow with me to Boston, but maybe next time. And so, all right, let's go ahead, though. I'm going to get to you guys. I'm going to get to at least 2 of you guys here in a couple of minutes. Let's see here. Let's go down the list. We've only got, 1, 2, 3, 7 positions on, so we should be able to – I'll get you guys out the door in no less than 48 minutes. So if we look at Best Buy up at $1.92 on the day. We've got our 100 shares. This was a leftover trade from a busted earnings that we had in Best Buy. This was a little while ago. And so if I bring up the chains here, it's been a while, but that's the great thing about the chains, man. They haven't changed. They haven't changed in 30 years. Like, the Rooster is still the Rooster. Nobody's remixing the Rooster. Like, if you hear a remix on the Rooster, like, something's gone very, very wrong in your playlist. And so you've got 30 days, 60 days. I think 180 days should do it. And so, yeah, so here you go. So we did an earnings trade in Best Buy on March 3rd. You can see this was our ratio spread that we did in Best Buy. And so that is why you can see the trade price here of 85. We were assigned on one of those 85 puts, which you can see right there. And so I don't really want to go through. I mean, I don't think you guys want me to go through like a breakdown on the basis like the Nike thing that we did last week. I mean, I got so many emails about that. People like, Jim, never do that again. Like, Jim, seriously, you did. You took 25 minutes of my life that I'm never going to get back, and I'm not sure that I can forgive you for it. And that's fair. Like, that's absolutely fair because, man, that thing was something. It was quite a circus here on the show. But I don't want to do that today for Best Buy. And so we're just going to kind of let's sit tight with our 100 shares and see if we can't play a little more upside in little old Best Buy there. And so March 3rd is when this project began. And at some point when I deem it to be necessary and appropriate, we will go ahead and work through the basis in Best Buy, but I don't want to do that today. So Best Buy, today's a good day. GDXJ. So this was a strangle that we put on. Let me bring up my change. This was a couple weeks ago, I think. Not super long ago. So, oh, wow. June 23rd. Wow, so that was like 3 weeks ago. Okay. I mean, we are actually right at 50% of max profit. Like, we are just a titch above 50% of max profit. But again, if it's good enough for government work, man, it is good enough for us. And so I think let's go ahead and take this guy off. It's about 50% of max profit. And yeah, I think we call it a day. So let's go ahead and yeah, is that gonna be it? Is that all I'm gonna say about this victory lap? Is that all I'm gonna say about the Red Sox having won 6 in a row? Right, 8 out of 9? Like, I don't think that's all I'm gonna say, but it might be all I'm gonna say for right now. And so GDXJ, strangle stock at 67. Yeah, let's just close it down because I do want to get to some more things. I want to make sure to get to as many of you all as I possibly can, of course. And so let's see if we can actually get to more than 2, maybe 2.5 of you. The expected move is some number between 2 and 2.5. So we'll have to wait and see where we actually land. So $1.37 on the mid price. Yeah, let's see if we can do it. So no takers at $1.37. Let's try maybe $1. Yeah, we'll try $1.39. That's fine. Man, this market is strong, man. This market is super, super strong. It's pretty amazing, actually. So GDXJ, that was a winning trade. That was a nice trade. I mean, that's basically how you want all of your strangles to go. If you're brand new to the show, hey, welcome aboard. We never took any heat on the GDXJ trade. You know, that's how you draw it up. Like, that's what the X's and O's are supposed to give you every single time. Now, sadly, there is a bit of a journey that you have to take when you go from theory to practice. And so it doesn't always pan out that way. But that's essentially what you want. You want to sell your out of money strikes. You want time to go by. You want the stock or the entity to just, exist. And then you're able to buy that thing back for 50% of max profit or thereabouts and just kind of call it a day. But man, if you look at this market, let's look at this for a second. So if I bring up, man, look at that. That's crazy. Are these daily sticks? Yeah, daily sticks, daily candles, whatever. And so, man, if I go back 1 year, man, look at that. That is some crazy, crazy stuff. Man, I mean, I remember Liberation Day like it was yesterday. Because it basically was yesterday. I mean, here's Liberation Day, where we were all liberated from our P&Ls, which was kind of nice in an odd type of way. And now, I mean, this is like the COVID pattern, man. Like COVID kind of did this. I mean, COVID did it even more aggressively than it's doing it now. But man, it's similar. I mean, this is like, I mean, look at that. What is that? Like a 70-degree line? I mean, that's crazy, man. Like that's not 45 degrees. That's not 30 degrees. That's not even 60 degrees. I mean, that's not even like a steep incline. Like you're into straight shoulder press territory now. Like this is a straight overhead press. There is no upper pec anymore. This is straight up and down. I mean, that's crazy stuff. And so, wow, I'm really, really, really shocked. And so, but man, the market, I mean, that's what it does, right? It just, it lives to shock you and it lives to shock me too. And so I'm curious what you guys think. Let me know in the chat. Do you guys, so we're at 63, it's 63.30. Let's just call it 6,300 just to keep the numbers nice and easy. Do you think we're going to 6,000 or 6,600? Like, what do you think we're going to see first? I mean, it's really hard to, I mean, the momentum right now is crazy. I mean, every little downtick just gets scooped up. Every little kind of, glitch in the matrix just gets kind of ironed out. And then, we're right back into, Keanu Reeves doing whatever he did in the Matrix. I've actually never seen the Matrix. And so maybe I should do that on the flight to Boston on Saturday. But, yeah, let me know what you guys think. 6,000. Or 6,600. I actually think now, I think we're going to hit 6,600. Like, I think, like, I'm not flipping totally bullish, but I think the next 300 points, I mean, why not, man? Like, why not? Why not just do them to the upside? Why not just iron out all the last shorts? Why not just take them all out behind the woodshed? And then obviously, we can get to work on the downside. And so I think, your next 4 ticks are going to be, 64.05. Obviously, it's a big, fib level. 65, 19. Then we'll go, 66.06, right? And then 53.75. These are going to be your next 4. These are going to be your next 4 ticks. And again, it's all there in the charts, man. It's all the technical bros have assured me. It's all there. It's all there. It's all your pivots, right? It's all your, your opening ranges and your closing ranges and, your fair value gaps. I mean, it's all there. It's all very, very obvious. And so I'm not giving you guys any new information. You guys already knew this. But all right, so ES looking strong, NASDAQ looking, I mean, not quite as strong because, well, yeah, I mean, I guess you have kind of a similar deal. I feel like the NASDAQ was higher than 23,043. Was it not? And so I guess not. I guess we're all-time high on the NASDAQ. Wow. I feel, for some reason, I thought it went to 23.3 for some reason. I don't know why I felt that way. It could just be the simple fact that my brain is still a jumbled mess from being with 3 small children for like 36 hours straight. Like that, man, I'll tell you what, for you moms out there, and dads too, of course, but this is more traditionally going to be, the mother's role. For you moms out there, stay-at-home moms that are caring for the children all the time, I mean, that's what Autumn does. I don't know how she does it. I really, truly don't. I don't know how she does it. I don't know how she gets anything else done at all, ever. I don't know how she communicates with the outside world. I don't know how she does, like, personal hygiene things like brush her teeth. like shower, like things, because that's all out the window, man. Daddy daycare, that's gone. I'm like, man, I can't even think straight. This is crazy stuff. So my hat's off to all of you, man, all the moms out there, all the dads out there that have to do it. Like, that's hard stuff, man. That is some hard stuff. So, all right, so Best Buy, IWM, this is a strangle where, we're feeling a little bit of pain. It's nothing crazy. I mean, this is like, this is a set of laterals where you still got 7 or 8 in the tank, but you're feeling some lactic acid kind of build up there. And so nothing to do yet. Just finish the set. There's no reason to stop it at that point. And so for IWM, we're going to sit tight and do nothing. You've got the stock at 225. Strikes are 199 and 235. So we sit tight. We do nothing, which, again, that's our go-to move. That's our best move, because oftentimes when we do things, we run into oracles. Like when we do things, we run into, stacks of cash that we will light on fire with a quickness you've probably not seen before. And so IWM, there you go. Okay, so Oracle. I'm going to come back to Oracle in a second, because maybe I can kind of I can circle back. I can forget about it. We can live this another day. I don't know. Oracle. So Oracle, let's see. SB Starbucks. I'm going to do XLE really quick, because XLE is an 82 put. You've got the stock at 88.5. So this was another trade that, you can see it for yourself. This has actually worked out pretty well. I didn't want to let this one kind of slip by the radar. And so I wanted to make sure to get this guy off too, because if you sell a put and the stock skyrockets, that's essentially what you want. Like, that's the best case scenario. Now, of course, you can get into a situation where like, man, I should have just bought the stock. Like, man, I should have just bought some calls. Like, man, I should have just bought some out of the money calls, if I'm going really that far into it. But it's like, man, beggars can't be choosers. You sell a put and the stock rallies, just, take your win and move on. Like, you sell a put and the stock skyrockets, like, take your win and move on. Right. And so 82 put, 88.5 is your stock price. 49 cents. I don't even think we have to say too much more about this. I'll find some more commentary. It won't be that difficult to do. But I think, let's close this guy down, because I would like to get to you guys. And I'm already about halfway through the show, which is crazy. Crazy. Wow, that's so crazy. It goes so fast. And so, all right, so Starbucks, Starbucks, man, I don't know why I ever doubted Starbucks. Look at this, man. We bought the stock at 92. Like, take a look at this. So we bought the stock at 92. And if I go to, let's see, I bought the stock at 92. And you've got the stock now at 95 and some change. And then if we go to, let me bring up, let's go kind of old school here. Let's do the activity tab for Starbucks. So if I go symbol filter, I go Starbucks. We go, basically the whole year. Hold on. Let's do the custom until, let's do December of last year, so you guys can see the actual share purchase, because I think I bought it like at the end of December. Yeah, here you go. So this is the beautiful thing about these investment style covered calls. I say these, we only have one on, right? But you guys might have some out there, so it kind of makes it feel a bit more plural from my vantage point. But we bought the shares, and then this is what you want to do. You just want to be somewhat thoughtful. Not that we ever are trying to not be thoughtful. I guess maybe you should do that most of the time, not necessarily only for investment style covered calls, but here too. So you want to be a little bit thoughtful. You want to be strategic. You want to understand what you're signing up for. You want to remember that this is a long-term play. You want to remember that this is not an in at 45, out at 21 type of thing. And so that's why, if you've been following the show, since December, and you've been following on a regular basis, you have seen me talk about this on a fairly regular basis. Now, of course, I've definitely talked about it on any of the days you see here where I actually did a trade, because I do all the trades on the show. And so if you're brand new and you kind of want to see it's a 6 or 7 month case study now on an investment style covered call. I know this is something that a lot of you guys out there are doing. I know this is something that a lot of you guys out there are wanting more content on. And so that's why, at the beginning of the year, and I have to give Josh credit for this, and I don't like to give Josh credit for anything, but I have to give him credit for this. He said, hey, let's get a little bit more stock in the portfolio. Let's do some different things, with what you're doing. I think there's an opportunity there to kind of reach some more people kind of outside of just a pure derivatives landscape. And I 100% agree. And so kudos to Josh, because, this was kind of his idea. And this has been really, really fun, because we've essentially, I was going to say especially or essentially, and I went with essentially. what we've especially done is we've experienced all the different parts of a covered call that you would experience. The stock goes down a lot. The stock goes up a lot. The stock goes nowhere. We've done that all along the way here. And so you could go back and you could watch these shows if you've missed these the first go around. But man, this is the beautiful thing. I mean, you sell a call for 93 cents, you buy it back for 16. You sell a call for $1.60, you buy it back for 31. These were some earnings trades that are kind of in here. But even just recently, right? We sell a call for $1.33. We buy it back for 29 cents. So it's like we bought the stock for $92, but it's not anywhere near 92 from a basis standpoint. Like we are well under 90 now. So we've just been able to kind of muster up some additional gains on Starbucks. So what I want to do here, so Starbucks has earnings on July 29th, but when you have like an investment style covered call, I wouldn't really try to trade like, at earnings or around earnings or even avoid earnings. Like I would just kind of not even really think about earnings because this is a long-term thing. It's not a short-term play. It's not an ANA 45. It's not a volatility play. It's completely different. It's just kind of like it's a supplement to your longer-term holding. It's a supplement to, the kind of the longer-term stock that you plan on holding potentially for a very, very long time. And so what I'm going to do here is let's go. Yeah, let's really kind of see if we can get Sosnoff kind of stirring in his seat there. So 71 days away. Let's sell a call 71 days away. So again, investment style covered call, like all bets are off, man. Like you can kind of do whatever you want. Again, you're not in a 45 out of 21. This is a long-term holding. So I'm kind of thinking, man, let's go 71 days away. And what if we let's sell like this 105 call right here. I mean, that's $10 above where the stock is. So we're still leaving ourselves $10 of runway on the stock appreciation. It's only a 26 delta. So we're only going to trim our directional bias by, 26%. We're going to be able to collect another $1.90, it looks like. I mean, everything about this trade just makes a ton of sense. Now, what's the downside? What's the drawback? Well, the big gotcha here, as they say, whoever they are, they're some smart people, man. The gimmies and gotchas, that's a nice little jingle. The gotcha here is if Starbucks goes above 105, you're not going to be able to enjoy any of those gains. You're not going to be able to enjoy any of the appreciation above 105. Now, you can always go to Starbucks and enjoy some B-, maybe C+ quality coffee, but you won't be able to enjoy any stock price appreciation over 105. And so that's what you're giving up here. But I like it. Let's go. Let's sell the 105 call. We'll do it for $1.90. I think we'll be all right. So we got filled for $1.90. And so, okay, I want to get to you guys, man. Look at that. We ran out of time. We can't wave the white flag on Oracle, but maybe tomorrow. Although I have a sneaking suspicion we may run out of time tomorrow too. All right, let's see. Let me go ahead and let's see here. Let's surprise and delight somebody in the middle. Let's see. Oh, Brian Dowdy. Oh, this is funny. Brian Dowdy, and this one just caught my eye. Brian Dowdy says, I'll put on a covered call when we get to 6,600. Yeah, there you go. And so that's pretty funny. I've essentially cemented the 6,000 is going to be your next print now. The fact that I am now on record as having said like what's basically a 50-50 shot, I guess it's slightly skewed to the upside, I guess. But, that essentially guarantees that we're going down to 6,000 pretty much in a straight line. And so I don't know what's going to take us there. Maybe it's the budget. They got a budget statement tomorrow at 2 o'clock? Like that's the big market mover. Like this is what, man, we have fallen on hard times. This is what things have come to, guys. Like when you are now, forget about CPIs, forget about PPIs. It's all eyes on the monthly budget statement tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Like tomorrow at 2 o'clock, there has never been a more important monthly budget statement coming out of the U.S. And all they're going to say, like they're not even going to be a conversation. There's not even going to be any talk. They're just going to put the infinity symbol like on the screen, right? They spend, they print, they do all that stuff to an infinite degree. Like that's all we need to see. Like there is no, but come on, budget. Are we serious? Come on, man. We talking about practice. Like we're not talking about the game. Like we're not talking about the things that matter. Like, man, we talking about practice, talking about monthly budgets. That's some crazy stuff. But that's tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And so let's see, Brian. I hope you get to 6,600 to sell that call, since you're gonna wait to do that. So all right, let me go back to the beginning though. Let's see. Emmett Morrison's in the house. What's going on there, Emmett? Dr. Jim, is that really you or just a bad AI impersonator? Well, if it's right around the B- quality, then you can't be sure. Like, it could be me. It could be AI, right? The hair looks a little bit different, so maybe AI kind of messed up. Maybe should I show my hands? Like, do I have 7, 8 fingers? Because I know AI kind of struggles with the fingers. And so, yeah, but it is me. It is me in the flesh. And so Emma says, it's been nearly 2 weeks since I was in class. Please don't dock my grade. I won't. You, my friend, have a B-, just like the rest of us. And so thank you so much for being here there, Emma. I appreciate you. David Gallimore is in the house. Says, Dr. Jim, I will not be able to go to your show on Boston on Sunday. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'll be on my way to the Philippines. Oh, there you go. And the same for your Monday, 2 p.m. Live YouTube show. Yes, and so Monday, well, I'll be traveling back on Monday. And so let me let you guys know this right on the front. I have to check my flight. I actually don't know what time I get back on Monday. I could check right now. Now, I don't want to waste time doing that, but I'll look it up and I'll let you guys know tomorrow. I know I won't be able to do the Monday morning show with Tom and Tony because I will be in transit at that time. But I might get back to the Tampa airport in time for the show. Maybe we'll just live stream it from the terminal. Like, maybe we can set that up to where I'm just kind of doing a FaceTime deal, and we can do that. And so let's see. Sam L's in the house. Doc, Wolf rose from the dead. No way. Oh wait, no. Actually, I know this because of Errol yesterday. Wolf, it's unbelievable. Oh, it's getting smashed today, down 42 cents. Yeah, that makes sense. Wolf down to $1.59. Let's see, but it didn't stay alive for long. Oh, there you go. And then BMNR, Tom Lee's stock, went from 5 to 160 and then back to the shadow realm. What are we even doing here? Man, I don't even know. Are we trading or binge watching Netflix? Plot twist. BMNR, Bitmine Immersion, down $15 today. Down 22%. Wow, look at that. Yeah, that's crazy stuff, man. Wow, look at this. Tom Lee's shilling this thing? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, you know, it's just like they say. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. I mean, Andrew Huberman's shilling products now, right? Your boy Chris Wilcox is shilling products now. Like, everybody's shilling products now. I got nothing. Man, I got absolutely nothing. Right? I mean, you think I get paid by Ghost? Man, Ghost doesn't even know I exist. Like, you think I get paid by Diet Pepsi? Man, Pepsi does not even know I exist. Man, I got to get something to shill, though, man. I mean, if Tom Lee gets a Bitmine Immersion Technologies, can I get something? Like, can I get Wolf? Can I get on the Wolf board, maybe? I'm going to send out some emails when the show's over. I got to be able to do something. But I appreciate you, Sam L. So Orgdenu's in the house. Greetings from Italy, Dr. Jim. I hope you liked Boston. I haven't been there yet. And so I'll let you know after the weekend. It's going to be this weekend. So it's coming up this weekend there, Orgdenu. And so I appreciate you, my friend. Yeah, Sunday. I can't wait. I'm getting ready, getting my ducks in a row. And it's going to be amazing. I cannot wait. And so there's just something special. So for me, I love the show. I mean, I tell you guys this all the time, but it really is true. This is the highlight of my day. Don't tell Autumn that. Don't tell my kids that. But I mean, this is the most fun for me in any given day. And so it's very fun. I feel like there's a tremendous amount of purpose in what we do and what I'm trying to do here. And so it's really awesome. Like, I look forward to it so much, and it's great. But there's just something really special about the face-to-face interaction and something really special about the face-to-face type of learning environment, which is what I was in for, almost 7 years before I joined Tasty Trade, at the university setting. And so that's amazing. I love that so much. And so it's going to be really, really, really fun. And so let's see. Brian Dowdy, glad to have you back. But you were here yesterday for today's assignment. I was, yes. And so I was back yesterday. But again, just being back in this, today is going to be our first day back. And so let's see. Emma says, "Did Autumn pick out your shirt this morning?" No, she doesn't. She doesn't pick out my shirts because I got my stable over here. We've already talked about this, Emma, and I know that you know this. But I only have 4 shirts, which you guys all know that. They're all right over there. It's this one and then the other 3. They're right hanging. I'm looking at them right now. Like the public shirt, it's right there, which of course I have to change when the show is over because I got a shift in the cheese department tonight. So I've got the public shirts over there. The navy polo is over there, and then my Moji black T-shirt is also over there, and that's it. That's the whole roster, right there. And so let's see. Oh, Brian says, "I'm pretty sure Dr. J picked out that pink shirt." Yes, this is my go-to. This is 100% my go-to. I might actually wear this Sunday in Boston. I'm gonna bring it. I don't think it's gonna be the go-to, but I got to bring it as a backup, I think. So let's see. Paul Heyman says, what is the delta that Brittany gives you a black eye this weekend? Man, I hope it's pretty close to 0 because me and Brittany are like BFFs, man. Like me and Brittany are on the same page. Brittany's amazing. Like she's going to get all the stuff ready to go on Sunday. Like all the logistical stuff. She basically handles all of that. She is, I don't know how she does it. I mean, speaking of, talking about, I don't know how you do it, talking about moms and caretakers and whatever. But Brittany, I don't know how she does it. Like corralling us, that's way harder than small children. Way harder than small children. But she does it, and she does it extremely, extremely well. And so Rancher's in the house. What's going on there, Rancher? Brian Dowdy. Brian Dowdy says, if we don't live on the East Coast, can we see the show on the Tasty Archives? Your live show that's coming up to specify. I don't know. You mean Sunday? I don't think so. I don't think we're going to broadcast these. I know Tom doesn't typically like to do that. And so he's kind of giving you like an MLB blackout type of deal where it's like, man, the game's blacked out in your area, so you got to go to the game type of thing. I think it's kind of that little that experience. So Edward Lon says, hair looks good today, Dr. J. Man, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. Yes, got it cut. We got it trimmed up a little bit. It's a little bit shorter than I would have liked, but that's okay. That's the beautiful thing about hair is it'll grow back. And so Brian says that Oracle looks painful. It certainly does. In fact, now that you brought it back up, Brian, so we're down about 3x, a little over 3x, about almost 3.5x on the trade. That's a pretty big loss. Like that's a sizable little something, right? Like you're going to notice that. I do think it is time to wave the white flag on this. I do. And, one of the things that I do is, I don't typically have a predetermined exit point on my positions. And I've talked about this many times before on the show, but if you haven't heard me say this recently or at all, then I don't typically have a predetermined exit point. I know that the Tasty Research has looked at a lot of different things. They've looked at no predetermined exit point. They've looked at 2x of credit received. They've looked at 3x of credit received. And what they have found is there's not a big statistical significance between any of them. And so my thing is you need to choose what makes the most sense to you. For me, I personally like to treat everything on a case-by-case basis. My own personal trading, my anecdata, as they say, for all my Andrew Huberman fans that might still be watching the show, I have found that if you give positions a lot of rope, if you give them a nice big rubber band and let it stretch, a lot of them will come back to you. Doesn't mean they'll come back and make money, and it doesn't mean it will always work, certainly. So let me be clear. There will be times when the rope breaks, the rubber band snaps, and you're left with just an absolute mess on your hands. That's going to happen. That's trading. That's what you're signing up for if you're going to do that. But I have just found that enough of the time, it comes back and relieves a ton of tension and relieves a ton of pressure that it's like, man, you can get out at some pretty, sometimes they're better than others in terms of the exit ramps. But I just think that if waiting and being small enough to give yourself the flexibility is a viable strategy. Now, some of you are like, Jim, I like to sleep at night. Like, Jim, I like to rest easy. Like, hey, that makes sense. And again, it's 100% going to be your call. I prefer to just go with Ghost at night too. So we're just kind of going around the clock type of deal. And so, but if you want to do that, then go 2x or 3x of credit received. That's totally fine. I think that's a good way to do it too. For me here, I don't really want to hold this anymore. Just because, Oracle's just, nobody knows what's going to happen. And I wish I knew. I wish I could say, man, Oracle is going to be 210 in a couple of weeks. I should just wait until it's going to be at that point to close it down. But I think let's go ahead and wave the white flag on Oracle. We're still having a decent year. And, let's wait. Because in the coming weeks, we're going to have plenty of stacks of cash to light on fire. Like, they're going to come so quick, we're not going to be able to count them. And so I'd rather redeploy some capital to some other opportunities. And so, but if you wanted to stay in this position, I obviously wouldn't necessarily fault you. Now, some of you, of course, are saying, Jim, not only do I not want to stay in that position, but how did you ever let it get to that point? Well, I just kind of described that from the standpoint of not having a predetermined exit point. So sometimes it gets you, and sometimes you just got to tip your cap. Not to the Rockies because we swept the Rockies, right? Not to the Nationals because we swept the Nationals, and not even to the Reds because we took 2 out of 3 and really should have swept that series too. But sometimes you got to tip your cap, to like the White Sox who beat the Blue Jays last night. Thank you there, John McGloin, to, help us pick up a game there on first place. And so let's see. So we did Oracle. I think that's good. Let's see. Gregor V. Dub in the house. What's going on there, Gregor? Dr. J, I am super pumped for you to drop some knowledge on Sunday at the Sinclair. Yes, I know you're going to be there, Gregor. That's amazing. Like, I can't wait. Can't wait to, shoot the breeze. Can't wait to do the whole thing. It's going to be really, really awesome. And so, yeah, I'm really excited. I think we got a good little thing that we're getting ready for you guys. And it's going to be good. It's going to be jam-packed with knowledge. It's going to be jam-packed with information. Like, bring your LMNTs, bring your ghosts, like, bring it all, because you are going to need it for this event. And so, there's Michael Foster again with the never cut your hair comment. So I'll bring that up again. So thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Let's see. Doc, you're looking fascia bro today. Fresh cut, pink shirt popping, like you're about to crush some new trade and PR your bench in the same hour. No PRs on the bench today. Today was delts and arms on a Thursday. So that's allowed, of course. And so, yes, but thank you, my friend. I appreciate you very much. So let's see. Grumpy Mike, I definitely need to hear about the luxury vinyl. Man, and the lawnmower blade and the broken toe too. Broken toe, I couldn't even tell you which toe was broken. My broken toe is doing so well. It's just like all the other toes. It's like a super toe now. And so I don't even know, was it my right big toe? Was it my left big toe? Was it a pinky toe? Like, I'm not even sure anymore. Like, broken toe swimmingly. Luxury vinyl, amazing. Doesn't scratch. Like, it's pretty incredible, honestly. And so I'm very happy with that too. And then the lawnmower blade, did I change the lawnmower blade? I think I did. That was like a year ago. Man, you have an amazing memory. And so, yeah, lawnmower blade has seen better days. Grass has seen better days. I had to come to the very stark realization, the very cold, hard reality that I'm not a grass guy. I thought I was. Like, I had a really strong hankering to become a grass guy. But I'm like, man, this is like... You can't be half pregnant if you're going to be a grass guy. You got to go all the way in. Like, you are either pregnant or you're not. You're either a grass guy or you're not. There is no little bit in, little bit out. Because if you try to play that game, which is essentially what I did, especially in Florida, like, it is going to beat you down. Like, the grass is going to die and you are going to be very, very disappointed and discouraged. And so I just basically let it go. And I just said, yeah, I'm not a grass guy. And so, but I appreciate you. Let's see. Oh, Rancher says it's actually Maine. Now here, it's not really Maine anymore. That's what I was kind of frustrated at a little bit, maybe. She kind of took a little too much of the Maine away. Now, again, thankfully it'll grow back. And so, just give me about 2.5 months and we'll be right back to where we were. But yeah. Grumpy Mike, I assumed his barber was deported. No, definitely not. No, I've had the same girl. She's great. Alicia at the Shave Cave. I mean, she's really, really great. And so she really does a great job. Just a little shorter than I would have liked this time. Scramble Everything says, hey, it's Dr. Jim. He's finally here. Man, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Yes, we are here, unless it's the AI version of me, which, I mean, if you're not sure today, in 9 months, you are definitely not going to be sure because the deep fake quality is going to increase probably 3 to 10x between now and then. And so let's see. O'Brien says 6,000, I hope. Okay, maybe so. I know you wanted to do the covered call, though. Theta Trader says 6,600, then 4,600. That's what I'm saying. Theta Trader knows. Again, it's all there, guys. It's all there. It's all in the order blocks. It's all there in the dark pools. It's all there for my DOM bros. Like, it's all there. Like, it's all 100% there. And so Scramble Everything says, unfortunately, there's too much money in the system, and it's going to keep climbing. As foretold by Lawrence Fishburne. Yes. Yes, that great economist of our day, Lawrence Fishburne. 100%. Isn't he an actor? I think he's an actor. Am I thinking of somebody else? Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. But is Lawrence Fishburne? Wait a minute. So I'm thinking of like Larry Summers, which is obviously very different than Lawrence Fishburne. But I'm giving you guys the real, authentic experience of what I'm trying to process in my mind. I'm like, all right, you've got Larry Summers, who is you've got Larry Summers, who's the economist. You've got the late Larry King, right, who is obviously great on CNN for so many years. And then you got Lawrence Fishburne, who I'm pretty sure, wasn't he in Snakes on a Plane? He's the Snakes on a Plane guy, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's who that is. And so let's see. Edward Lon says my third quarter guess is 65.50. It could be a good guess, man. So you mean you're in the tasty pool? They don't let us be in the pool. Tom doesn't let me get in the pool. I think he knows I'm too good at those games, so he doesn't let me play. But 65.40, yeah, that would really, man. Wow, you think 63.30 is something? 65.40, wow, that would really, really be something. Let's see. MP, I need to work on my push press trajectory. Yeah, I mean, just look at the EMA S&P chart. Like, that's the angle you should follow. Pretty much 90, like maybe 85, 80 to 85 is kind of where you want to live there. Let's see. Scramble Everything says that's like a rolled back DEI type comment. No, it definitely wasn't that if you're referring to my comment about childcare and mothers and stuff. No, it's typically, I mean, obviously the mothers typically do it, but I have there's a lot of single dads out there that have to do it. And so I just got so much respect for people that have to do that. And so Sunflower says, it was difficult when the kids were little. And so, but now they're older and I miss them needing me all the time. You know, everybody keeps saying that. Everybody keeps saying that, you know, that is the pathway that I'm on. That is the, you know, pathway forward through the forest. I'm going to miss all this when I'm older, and we're going to miss all this and whatever. And I think that's probably true. But sometimes it's hard to forget, or it's hard to remember that in the moment, because I'm just kind of like, yeah, I really just would like a little quiet. Like I really would just like a little bit of peace and quiet. I actually stole something from my father-in-law, the Tesla guy who owns a bunch of Tesla shares. He told me he used to do this. This is Autumn's dad. He used to do this to Autumn and her sister and her brother when they were little. When it would be really, really loud in the house, and I do this to my kids all the time. When it'd be really, really loud in the house, he would go, "Hey," he would go, "Shh, shh. Do you hear that? Silence." And so I do that to my kids now too. It buys me like 5 or 6 seconds. It's amazing. I mean, I can't do it now. They're on to me. But it worked for a couple times there. And so it was pretty fun. But man, look at you guys. We're done. I can't believe this. Man, look at you guys. I see you guys though. Giancarlo's in the house, man. Griffin's in the house. Andrew Cortado's in the house. Big Deal Donuts in the house. Joe's in the house. Bill Buchanan is in the house. I did not get fired. No, unfortunately, you guys are stuck with me for some time further into the future. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. If I can ever help you guys in any way, please shoot me an email. I'm jschultz@tastylive.com, or we can connect on Twitter. I'm at jschultzf3. I would love to hear from you guys on there as well. But stay tuned. We do have Jamal coming up next with Engineering the Trade. In the meantime, guys, trade them small, trade them heavy, and stay generous. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Twitter versus Facebook. A rap battle. First up, Facebook.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex. It adapts to your style. And speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Airlines completely took off today. Great earnings from Delta pushed the others up. We'll talk about what's going on there. There was a deal today. Kellogg's was bought. It's the second time a Kellogg-like company has been bought. Why it might be interesting for other companies going forward. And then, of course, the big mover in the markets today, this MP. It's a very fascinating story. So we'll talk about those three things and more. Very quiet out here in markets, but you know what? Maybe you guys can convince me to do a trade or two. We'll see. After all, this is a trading show, so maybe I'll be interested in doing something. But first, welcome to the most dangerous show on the Tasty Live Network. Folks, it's Engineering the Trade. I'm your host, Jamal Chandler. And I meant to mention this the other day, but I look in the YouTube chat now, and we have the leaderboard. I'm looking at the leaderboard. It's fascinating to me. I'm seeing Grumpy Mike is number one. He's got the number one spot in the leaderboard in the YouTube chat. What? Scramble Everything is second, and Sunflowers, Pumpkins is third. This is a kind of cool feature, right? I know some of you loved it. I meant to mention it the other day, but I totally forgot. But it's pretty dope. How do you guys get points? I don't remember exactly. I don't remember how you guys get points, but it's kind of dope. Can we make a Jets trade on the fade? The Simply Airlines, if you're considering going long. You know what? That's a good question. Let's talk about things real quick, and then we'll get to the platform. I'm going to zoom through some slides here. Let's pull up the slides. I'm going to zoom through some slides, and then Scramble Everything. Number 2, I want you to ask that question again. Airlines, big move today, man. Nothing more than Delta's earnings pushing them higher. This seems to be a little bit much, and so I actually don't blame you on this idea of doing a fade. I mean, 12%, like, whoa, dude. Like, I mean, this is big moves. I know they gave full year guidance. Clearly, they said I didn't even really read what they said. I don't really need most of these earnings. But this is a huge move in earnings in airlines names. And the fact that the one that got me to notice it was UAL. I mean, UAL moving in sympathy, 15%. That's pretty wild. They do have earnings coming up. So maybe it's a Jets trade, or maybe it's a UAL trade. I'm not exactly sure yet, but both of them seem somewhat appealing to me. Maybe you convince me to do it. I should probably just sell a straight-up call in here. That's probably the more interesting thing to do, right? I don't know. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but I am definitely interested in doing a trade to fade these moves in some of these. Maybe Jets is the one. We'll take a look at it in a little bit. But yeah, nothing more than that. I just feel like it's probably possible fade. You know, I mean, we always want to fade things when we see an outlandish move. A name moving 15% on another name's earnings, UAL moving the way they're doing it seems a little outlandish to me. So I don't know. I might do it. I might fade that. Ferrero is buying Kellogg, and I had to remind myself of the situation here. There's KLG, which is what Kellogg is now. Remember, this used to just be K. And it was all one-to-one thing, and it was the cereals, it was the snacks, and all that. And in order to sort of grow their business, if you will, they split it off. And they did the split, I think it was about a year ago, and they did Kellanova, which was the old Kellogg, just in general. They made that K, and that was the snack food and stuff. And then, like, not long after that, somebody came and bought them. I think it was M&M Mars came and bought them for $30 billion. I'm sure I talked about it on the show that day, that they came and bought them, and the fact that they were looking to sort of take advantage of a time where interest rates are high, people are maybe possibly struggling, and maybe eventually go after a crowd of people who are mostly going after snacks, et cetera. I don't know. It seems to be a big thing. It seems what M&M Mars was doing. But now you have an overseas company buying what's left of Kellogg and KLG. This is really kind of an interesting deal in a way, just because, well, it's a much younger company, and Ferrero buying I think they're from like 1946. They're buying Kellogg, which is like 1876, much older company. And maybe it tells you it's a younger company buying a company from a time gone by, right? So there's that. But I think it's interesting. At a time like this, you got to really have a lot of cash to do any deal if you're a company. And either they have cash, which they possibly do, but they also have a little bit of, sort of a little bit what we see with currencies on their side. I mean, they have that on their side, given that the dollar is lower right now, and cocoa prices are higher. And a lot of what Ferrero do is based off of cocoa prices, because that's a lot of their products. So they're rich in terms of cocoa prices, and the fact that they've made their products go higher, they made money from that, and the fact that they can buy a U.S. company and take advantage of a depressed dollar is something interesting. And maybe you're going to see more of. Maybe some foreign companies are trying to buy some U.S. companies right now with the dollar being so low. So something to keep in mind. But finally, U.S. companies are buying U.S. companies, or I should say U.S. government is buying U.S. companies. That's right. The Pentagon is now the largest shareholder of this MP Materials, which is a rare earth manufacturer. They have one of the, if not the only largest mine of rare earth materials in California. And we all know what's been going on between the U.S. and China. China's been long accused of hoarding rare earth materials. I remember when rare earth materials became like a huge thing in the markets. About 2010, there was these rare earth companies that used to trade like crazy, man. They were wild. They were almost like kind of like AI stocks at the time, or like Bitcoin stocks when they first started. Stocks that would say, oh, we do XYZ in Bitcoin. It was boom. It was like that with these rare earth companies in 2010, 2011. It was like, oh, we're a rare earth company. And then boom, the stock would take off. And at the time, the biggest talk about rare earth metals was that they were using LCD TVs, et cetera, which were becoming a big thing at the time. But I think they're used in a lot of different things along with a lot of electronics. And of course, since China's largely had them, the US clearly with this acquisition is trying to make sure that China doesn't have all of them. And they're committed to building a new mine with this MP. I think the Department of Defense / Pentagon is only going to own 15% of the stock, but you couldn't tell the stock completely took off today. 50% move. I'm not sure if this is one I want to fade or not. This is one I was looking at, but I haven't made a decision. Maybe it's worth selling and calling here. I'm not sure. I don't know. Sometimes you just never know with a deal, and you don't know how much more they're going to do with the deal. Like, is there more to come? I'm not sure. There's a lot of option volume in here, so I don't know. Maybe we'll take a look at this name too. Well, we will take a look at it. Leftovers. Do you order anything else besides pizza from a pizzeria? We ordered pizza the other day from one of our favorite spots. And I feel like every time we order pizza, we end up ordering a little bit of something else too. Let's move to that next slide. Leftover slide. There we go. Which of the following best describes you? Do you only order pizza? About 48% of the people say they do. I order pizza and bread side. See, this is the one that I don't get. Why do you order pizza and a bread side? Why? Oh, cheesy sticks, breadsticks, cheesy bread. Like, why? There's a lot of bread on pizza as it is. You need more bread on top of that? Okay. The one I do understand is the chicken side. I think a lot of people end up ordering some type of wings or, chicken nuggets or chicken strips. I think that's pretty common, but clearly not as common as I thought. Only 17% of people do. That's what we did the other day. Nobody really orders like pizza and fries, or pizza and like, I don't know. A salad maybe is another thing, I guess. It's not on this list. Or I order pizza with a dessert, cookie, ice cream, 3%. I am not a huge, look, I love desserts, but I need space between my meal and my dessert. Like I need like a solid 30 minutes to an hour. I just do. Desserts for me are almost synonymous with bedtime. Like when I have a dessert, it's kaput. It's out. It's a wrap. It's game over. It really is. I mostly order menu items other than pizza, 6%. Well, see that right there? See that number? The people who mostly order from the menu other than pizza, they don't order pizza at a pizzeria. Same people who go to steakhouse and order fish, vice versa, go to a seafood place and order steak. You people, 6%. Yeah, those people are psychopaths. That's what I'm talking about right there. Let's move to the next slide. There's no other way to put it. There's no other way to put it. Vol is pretty low. When you look at the July fixed futures compared to August fixed futures, there is about $2.20 difference between the two of them. That is quite a bit. I don't know the last time we've seen that much of a difference between front month and second month, but lo and behold, that's where it is right about now. July 9th, that's the blue line right here. It's the lowest line here on this chart with all these. These are the last 4 weeks of volatility. You can see between June 2nd and July 25th, they were about the same. June 18th, of course, was the last time we had a decent amount of volatility and markets were still a little bit nervous. And yeah, this is where we are now. Vol is low. Markets are creeping higher. I actually have no problem with it. I talked about this today on Futures Power Hour. I had a long NASDAQ call spread. I had a long Russell call spread. And sometimes I rolled those up. it all stemmed from buying a call spread in the NASDAQ around the middle of May. And I had that for quite some time. And then I eventually started trying to lessen my exposure to the market. And then I rolled up and out a NASDAQ call spread. And I also put on a Russell call spread. And both of them were further upside. The NASDAQ call spread was 24,000, 25,000. The Russell's call spread more recently was 2,300 to 2,400. And it came because I was starting to be like, okay, we're at 2,300 almost in a Russell. Maybe I should roll this up and out. And then I said, you know what? I'm not. It's not because I don't believe in the market's going higher. Again, you got volatility lower, so I think the market is going to continue to drift higher. I just figured, what's the point of having these August and September call spreads when I feel like there's always some type of pullback? Why not just wait on the pullback? And so that's exactly what I decided to do. So I took those two equity call spreads out. And I do still have equity exposure through a couple of names, which I'll show you in the platform. But with vol here and markets drifting higher, I expect that to continue for a little bit until obviously some weird headline comes out of nowhere. Let's move to the next slide. That's the only thing that eventually derails us. This is what's happened since the April 8th bottom. This is what we've seen in equity markets from the different sectors. XLK is leading the way, over 40% gain from April 8th. Industrials, almost 30% gain from April 8th. You see equity markets are about 26%. Then you see communication and the financial sector, the XLF. You also see the energy sector. They're all around 17 to 25% gain since the bottom on April 8th. Utilities have been kind of slow, as utilities should be. For a while there, we were seeing some moves in utilities, especially with NRG, but utilities should tend to be like, they don't really outperform like that, neither does the real estate sector. And consumer staples are all, those, you expect those to be the bottom. When you have a huge bull market, the names you have expected to outperform over the last several years are the very ones you're seeing right now: consumer discretionary, tech, and communication services. Industrial sector, that's just an interesting one, I think, in general to me, that's up there, but it happens. Who is even in the industrial sector? I don't even remember. Who's the top one? Wow, UNP, UPS, Honeywell. It's really been a lot of consumer defense names. And I guess you could say America-related names. If you talk about Caterpillar, Deere, FedEx. So kind of fascinating that is number 2 up here. But yeah, it's been obviously a huge bounce from the bottom here. And so, yeah, it's a good time to take a breather. You know what I mean? Like, chill out. Maybe have a few more iron condor collecting situations to sell as we consolidate sideways. It's probably a good time for a lot of those. If there's any trade maybe to look at, it's that. But just know it could all end up being derailed by some weird, comment out of nowhere on tariffs and make a big move, right? Let's move to the next slide. Tell you what, since the dollar really isn't moving, this is what you've seen out of bonds. Bonds have barely treading water, but look at gold and look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin just touched a new all-time high today, and it's up 80% year over year. This is going back to July of 2024. This is what these asset classes have done. Gold up 40% year over year. Bitcoin up 80% year over year. Meanwhile, bonds have barely moved, which I guess you would expect from bonds, but bonds are in the midst of the longest drought that they've ever had. And then the dollar has been down, is negative. It's been in the dumps. And that's one of the reasons why we're looking at possible turnaround in dollar at some point in time. You can't depress something for so long. It only eventually turns around a little bit. Let's move to the last slide. Levi's, WD-40, PriceSmart, none of them I'm interested in trading. Earnings and CPI report on Tuesday next week, PPI Wednesday, so we get some inflation reports where they'll try to make a case for cuts. That's essentially what this is going to be. So those are the ones where you want to trade bonds on. Retail sales on Thursday. It's another way of trading bonds. I guess retail sales gets into consumer spending, which gets into GDP. So, you can back your way into it. And then you got July options expiration on Friday. Number of S&P 500 stocks above the 50-day moving average, 370. Let's move to the platform. XLP is pretty liquid for trading. Actually, I don't think it is sometimes. Sometimes it's not. It's all right, It's just all right. Oh, MP. We got some MP selling, huh? I know, I'm looking at this thing. I tell you, MP, it's interesting. Has earnings coming up? I don't know if earnings matter that much in a situation where this name comes along. I don't. Wait, what'd you sell? You sold the 31 put? What? Did you really? Wait, you sold the 31 strike put in MP with 36 days to go? There's really no meat on that bone, my friend. I don't know how you could do it. I can't do it. I'm really tempted to sell upside in here. I don't know if that's a good decision or not. Really don't. Just being honest. Ooh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. It is. I'm telling you, because normally, I just don't know if I know enough about the deal. Downside is probably the safer play after this situation. So usually when you have a deal, what you want to look at is the implied volatility. You can see that the implied vol is up. Sometimes when there's a deal, like if it's a buyout, I'm sure you guys have seen this before. If it's a buyout, which the stock is getting, like for example, let's go to KLG, right? This KLG is a buyout. So you can see right here, see this with 8 days to go, the buyout this is essentially sitting at buyout price. This is effectively telling you that it's $22.90 is the buyout price, right? That's what we're seeing here. And you can tell by the fact that this is a 14, almost 12, like implied volatility. It's basically going to zero. There's nothing else on it, right? Everything, all the options prices are telling you that this buyout price is pretty much here and it's going to stay here and it's not going to change. It's not going to be a higher bidder, at least as it knows right now. It's going to be in this range. MP is not a buyout, right? It's an investment. And so as a result, that's why you see all of this upside trading still here, 20, 50, 55. You didn't see any upside trading in that KLG. That doesn't necessarily mean there's a higher bidder coming in. I don't know the answer. I don't think there is, but it's hard to sell a call spread in here. Although this is not bad, honestly. The 150, 55, 150. We usually would want $1.50 on that call spread, but that's not terrible. I just don't know if there's going to be more. I'm afraid to sell upside. I'm not going to lie to you because I just don't know if there's going to be more news. You know, again, this is an area where the government is trying to, I mean, I don't want to say they're not trying to corner the market, but they're definitely trying to get a handle on the amount of supply of rare earth metals out there. And so it's funny. On the one hand, I am, the old Jamal comes in and says, what if there is more upside coming here? Why not buy upside? And this would be the way to do it. If I thought for a fact that this thing was going higher, maybe to $75, this would be my trade, but I don't know that. So, is it worth selling downside in here? I mean, that might be the way to go. I wish this were $2 though, at least. I need like at least a solid $2 on this thing. I can't sell. Just can't, I just can't do it. Maybe here. But then why am I selling 71 days? That's a long ways away. Geez. That is a big move. Boy, what is an enormous move today. I want to sell downside in here. I just don't see the strikes that I like. They're a little weird in here. I don't like the way it looks fully, honestly. The other one you could do trade. Actually, you know what, Mikos, that's a good idea. You could sell, you could do the buy one, sell two. That is another potential trade to do. Your max profit. I mean, but again, it's as if it fades. You're only collecting 22 cents here, so it's not like a major thing. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Where does Tesla go from here? I've been of the mind that Tesla is due for a big move up. That's kind of how I feel. I don't know if it happens as a result of earnings or anything like that. This is probably one where I should be putting on calendar call spreads, maybe. Let's see. Let's see what the moving averages are. 50-day moving average is 320. You could put on one that's 330. 330, 320. Let's see how that looks. 320. God, these options are so expensive sometimes. and this name, good Lord. Let's see. The 320, 330 strike, $5 and change. I mean, I think it's going higher. I just haven't decided to put on any move. I'm not selling vol in here right now. IV rank is fairly low, so I'm not doing anything in there. But let's see. Just sell the 31, 36 strikes. MP, plenty of time to bail if you have to. 31, 36 strikes, huh? Boop, 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 boop. What I really want to do is kind of sell a strangle in here. Tell you what, that's what I really want to do. That's what I'm really feeling, folks. I think that's what I'm going to do. Sell a strangle in here. See if I can get that off. That's what I'm trying to do. Any other questions? Did I miss anybody's questions? Don't mean to. Don't mean to. If I did, sorry. Any other, what else was I looking at today? The airlines. That's what we talked about. Jets trade. A lot of you like trading the ETFs. I would fade this, but not with Jets. It's just not enough meat on the bone for me. So I'm just gonna go straight to the source. UAL. It's an expensive call, but 97.5. Big move here. You could see. Sorry, that's in July. I'm gonna go out to August. I'm gonna sell this call here. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's not gonna give me a fill, is it? Is this near the highs of the day? Oh, it's actually faded some. I'm gonna. Sometimes I get like that. Sometimes I got filled. Bam! Look at that. Okay. In the UAL trade. Publish the follow feed. Yes, sir. I'm going to publish this right away because sometimes I forget, and I know time goes by before you know it. I don't publish the trade. Yeah, I just feel like that's a huge move that we've seen, and I just decided I want to sell some upside. The margin account, it's not too bad. I know it's an earnings expiration. I usually don't do that. But after this big move, I expect some type of fade, and what I don't expect is for the continuation of it, even into earnings. So I feel like it's a good fade. And we're in. Trade is published, all of that. Just so I do that quickly so I don't forget about you guys. Do you have positions in IBIT? I do not. I do not have any positions in IBIT. I've had people ask me about that. Somebody asked about it the other day. There's been a big move. I'm just not chasing. I'm not going to chase this right now. I do own some Bitcoin personally. I don't have it in this account, but I'm not trading anything in here. And I would say if there's one way you could trade it, if you really feel like it's FOMO and you're missing out. Clearly, you're asking me because you want to participate in this rally. I mean, if you're worried about, again, you got an IVR of 19.3 at this point, you could just take advantage of, probably the easiest way to do it is something like this, really, where you have little to no extrinsic. This is where the classic tasty buying a call spread, put spread, et cetera, comes into play. It is making moves. Before, I think a lot of these Bitcoin names didn't make the moves that we thought was appropriate to reflect what we would see from the future. But now you're seeing like names like IBIT, it's making a decent move. So again, what Bitcoin's up MBT's up 1.75%. This thing is up 1.79%. That shows you. So really, this is probably one of your moves. I mean, to get long call spread, you got a 48% pop, 0 extrinsic. That's probably, I would say, the best way to go about it. There's really no vol. So selling this put doesn't necessarily make sense. Besides, that's a decent buying power to go ahead and be playing. So I don't necessarily know if you want to be doing that. Honestly, I think the call spread is probably the easiest way to play it. No other way to call it. Donald talking about Hertz has been running up. This has been one of your names. I haven't. Interesting move in here. I don't really know what the news is. I'm not really sure what's going on. again, this is one where it's so easy. If you're really interested in a name, I mean, you can easily, buy stock in this thing if you're seriously interested in it. Why not? It's just that cheap. Even if you don't want to buy stock, if I assume you want to play the upside, calls are pretty cheap-ish, I guess. I don't know. They're not pretty cheap. Now that I look at it, no, they're not. I don't love those. I'd rather see these trading pennies, like these near terms, but this is only 8 days. This is one where you want to give yourself a little time on the idea, but man, these are not exactly cheap to buy, but you can see people are trading them. And whatever. MP, did I get filled? I did not. Not yet. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the strangle off. I think that's one that I'm going to try and trade. You know what would be funny would be trading the inverse strangle. How about that? Trading the inverse strangle, 1820. Yeah, that would be funny. I don't necessarily know. It is mind bending, right? You can do that. You can trade the inverse strangle. It works in a mysterious way. The whole thing would have to calm down, of course. But if you trade the inverse strangle, really these are worth 10. It's just to say stock were to go down to 43. These are worth 12. That's worth 3. It's still 15. You still can gain some money on it. I know I should trade the inverse strangle just to do it. Just because, not even any other reason, but just to do it. It's essentially the same type of price, right? And I'm betting that stock calms down some. I'm gonna do it just to be funny. I'll show you guys sort of the way there's really not. It has to sit. Really, I don't know how much the stock was sitting beforehand. The stock was kind of crazy beforehand when you look at it. That's one reason not to. But I'm going to trade the regular strangle. I'm going to trade the out of money stuff. That's the better way to go about it. But you can sometimes, if it makes sense, trade one of those. It's just, do you really want to do it? Really, I can't get the prices I want on this thing. I wanted to trade more than 4. Come on, give it to me. Yeah, folks, it's kind of a quiet environment here. And, oh, sweet, you got filled in UAL spread? Yeah, hopefully it works for all of us. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully this calms down a little bit. I like trading higher dollar names, UAL. I might trade a little bit. DAL, I wish this were trading $2. I would sell this too, probably, but it's not. Earnings are up in here. I could sell this one, but I don't necessarily know if I want to do that. Big moves. Folks, thanks for watching the show. As always, be smart, be patient, trade them small, and trade them often. We'll see you.
Forbes called us best.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with 0 commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Hello, everybody. Tonight, happy Thursday to you. And we are getting close to things getting exciting again with earnings next week. That'll be a nice change. We've got still kind of a mixed bag. On the whole, the market is up, got lifetime highs here and there. The NQ is down a little bit right now. So tech stocks aren't really fully participating in this mega rally, whereas the small caps are leading the way higher today. I've got the charts preloaded and ready to go, so let's jump in. Starting off with the spider, yet another lifetime high. Basically, we bought them, of course, on the 7th, and we had one last little spurt of volatility, and that pretty much ended on April 21, and it's been by and large up ever since. And the VIX is about a quarter of what it was in the mayhem of early April. We've gone from around 60 to 15, so quite the sea change in the environment out there. It's still a very narrow rally, more and more narrow all the time. Here's the equally weighted S&P divided by the normal S&P, and as you can see, this continues to degrade, meaning that the equally weighted, all across 500 stocks is weaker and weaker compared to the Metas and the Googles and so forth. So it's not stopping lifetime highs, but under the surface, basically fewer and fewer stocks are doing all the heavy lifting. The diamonds, DIA, is up about 0.2% and getting close to a lifetime high there. We had a little dip a couple of days and then shook that off, and it's now back to challenging the lifetime highs. And as I said, small caps leading the way. IWM, which until about here was a really cool analog, that is long past. We've just been a straight shot higher, all this pent up energy being released, blasting higher, deep into this pattern and not really caring about the overhead supply. So this is up not quite 1%, and not near lifetime highs, but contemplating them. At least we're in the same zip code now, whereas we were vastly below them a few months back. Semiconductors also having a pretty good day. SMH looking to a lifetime high close there and a lifetime high on an intraday basis. It tends to be still concentrated into the likes of NVIDIA. There are some stocks which, unlike NVIDIA, aren't at lifetime highs and are still mildly interesting setups. I'm still hanging on to the AMD and will continue to do so provided it is up across above 147.75, that red dashed line that I put down there. It's having a good day, and the Micron up just a little bit compared to the rest of them. And it has, let me show this gap. Bang, there's the gap right there. It sealed that gap a little bit more about 8-9 days ago, and we're hanging out below that zone. So this was the big gap that happened way back in almost exactly a year ago. Now, ARK, the lead fund of Kathy D. Wood, is doing pretty well today, up about 1.5%. As you can see, it is like this sawtooth pattern. Higher lows, higher highs. This does seem rather lofty. You can kind of in your mind's eye just sort of trace a line. It seems to be getting near what is, even if this is a steady cycle higher until the end of time, this is about as high as it tends to get before it eases back again. But I will say, if you look at the ratio chart of ARK versus the cubes, that is, how is ARK doing versus the NASDAQ 100, it's doing better and better. It had been doing just wretched for a while, but ever since here, back in about 2.5 years ago, 2.25 years ago, it's been hammering out the space, which means nothing more than it stopped underperforming the NASDAQ. It really kind of bottomed out with its awfulness about a year ago, and it's been kind of making it for lost time since then. So ARK is definitely basing relative to the cubes in terms of its own performance. Got a little bit of a scare yesterday because Costco, I was short, and it went zipping higher after the close. And since we're not in earnings season, I was wondering what that was all about. They came out with some of their latest sales data, which was very, very strong. And the stock blasted higher by 15, 20 points, something. That eased back all night. And for whatever reason, although the data hasn't changed, it's actually down. Costco's down right now. And we'll see if it can ultimately break the support level. It's been kind of chipping away at that for some weeks now. Costco, is far from a sure thing. Sometimes these rounded tops work out in terms of a drop. Sometimes they don't, like all along here. So we'll see what happens in this respect. But I'm still in the position, did not get stopped out because I really only trade, daytime hours. So that turned out to be a nothing burger. DG, Dollar General, speaking of retail, still with this one. Got a stop loss right along there. As I think I mentioned yesterday, the stop loss could be more generous and be a whip at that gap. Especially as horribly as things have been going for the bears since April 7, I'm very conservative these days, very conservative. And so I'm keeping stops tight. So that's why that line's lower than it might normally be. I will say that I got bounced out of Dollar Tree. They also went zipping higher yesterday, and it held on to that gain. Nothing positive about the company per se. It's just they announced they'll buy back their own stock in the open market, which I would remind you was illegal until 1982 for companies. But since then, companies have bought literally trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of their own stock back. And that has been a aid to Dollar Tree. So still with DG, no longer with DLTR. Another item I'm short to good effect so far is FMC Corporation. This is down just about 2% right now. You can see how it's hammered out its own top there. Stop on this one, round about where that dash line is, 44.68 is the level above which I would scamper out of that. But that's behaving itself. And another one also down about 2%, HIMS, which is Hims and Hers Health. I think the PE on this is like 70 or so. Yeah, 69.8 close. And this is another good example of how the gap is much, much higher than I'm comfortable having any sort of stop loss. So there's the gap way up there. I've kept it pretty tight down in this zone, like so. So that's HIMS. Now, just about the only asset I've been very comfortably and enthusiastically bullish about in this very rich market is palladium. Now, I've been, generally speaking, a precious metals fan for a long time. Love my gold, love my silver. And then some weeks ago, I sort of stumbled upon something I'd never bothered looking at before, which is palladium. And it's having a very good day. We're up over 6% on the futures right now. So let's look at a couple of palladium charts. There's PA itself, /PA. And even from this distance, you can see we're having a very good run here. This is our third basing pattern in this long-term chart. We got 1, 2, and 3. This is a thinly traded market. It can be pretty wiggly and wobbly. We could easily see this fall for the next couple of weeks. Who knows? It doesn't necessarily just blast above the base and never look back, because if we zoom in here, you can see, and it's harder with this. Like I said, it's a very thin market. Let's change this to a line chart. It's a dynamic little instrument, moves all over the place. But generally speaking, you can see this is a very good looking base. And I first started talking about this with you, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks ago or so, when it really caught my eye. So this is having a good day, and I expect long term it'll continue to do nicely. One angle we could look at this is taking that same chart and dividing it by the US dollar index, PA divided by UUP, to see how is it doing relative to the dollar. And as you can see, it's doing quite well there too, basing there also. The instrument of choice here, really kind of the only thing running, is PALL, if you don't want to change trade the futures itself. This data doesn't go back as far, which is why that first base doesn't exist on this chart. This thing came about only around 2010. But here was the second base, and here's the present one, right like so. And as you can see, to my point earlier about how wiggly this creature can be, we've really been banging around this range since October 2023. But in recent days, particularly here, we had a nice base form here, and there have been this whole series of gaps formed to the upside. First here, and then up here, and then most recently just yesterday. So between yesterday and today, there's a nice price gap higher. Yesterday's high being that new price gap at 101.41. So palladium looking good. One other metal we haven't looked at in a while, but also is cruising right along, is silver. This was sort of my earlier love affair, SLV. We had based on this one nicely, but it too can do some head fakes here. You know, it dipped back into its pattern here, turned out really not to matter at all in the end. And we've been pushing above that lovely base like so. So, you know, where will this stuff be in a week? You got me. But in a year, I think metals will continue to do just fine. On the subject of commodities, and I haven't figured out why on this one. This is a real puzzle to me today. Oil is weak today. The crude oil contract's down over 2% right now. USO's down about 2% naturally, like so. So oil not having a good day. In spite of that, XOP it's up about 1%. Usually those move more or less in line because oil and gas exploration companies own a lot of the stuff. And if the commodity goes up, they go up. If the commodity goes down, they go down. But for whatever reason, this is being strong today. So XOP and I think also XLE up today, even though USO is down. But in the midst of all this bullishness, there's definitely a lot of supporting sectors that continue to feed the fire. Financials, here's XLF, looking at not a lifetime high, but the little bout of weakness we saw seems to have been shaken off. So 52.14, I would say, is the base on that ETF, short-term support. XLU, utilities, looking at a lifetime high close on this, and it's just a penny or two, but we are sneaking above this this little breakout zone. So fewer and fewer items having any passing resemblance to anything bearish looking. I would say, though, in passing, that this ratio chart here, I think, continues to be important. This is the spider divided by the TLT, that is, equities divided by bonds. And its failure here, I think, still counts, even though we're near lifetime highs now. This is some pretty bad damage here. I think we need to respect the fact that this uptrend, which goes back for years, did, in fact, get broken. So the damage is done. One last little mention in the few moments we got left. I don't hardly any of you probably watched the Rock 4 rollout last night. I watched it. But it was interesting, and Grok 4 is very powerful. And the cool news is that they've already said it's coming to Tesla vehicles. That is the AI itself. I don't know if that has much to do with Tesla's strength today. Maybe it does, because I think Grok 4 has been pretty well received. And in a way, anything in Elon's world gets reflected in Tesla stock, even though he also is Neuralink and SpaceX and XAI and the Boring Company and all the rest of it. But Tesla having a good day, up about $13, over 4%, which probably has something to do with Kathy's success today, too. All right. Well, we'll wrap up the week tomorrow. Thanks, as always, for stopping by, and I will see you Friday. Bye-bye.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Question for you guys.
Yes.
Vanetta this morning was giving me a little flack. It was lighthearted. She meant well.
Okay.
For my particular baby face.
Yes. You are
just question for you guys, because I look up to you both. How much of your success, I don't know, financially with the ladies, do you attribute to having facial hair? Is it something I should work on actively?
Ooh. See, the thing, I can hear John laughing out there. See, the thing is that, you either have it or you don't have it. And
all right.
You just don't.
I could put together a pretty gnarly neck beard.
It's a manly thing.
The last time I shaved my face, it was to dress up as Sting for Halloween. Like Sting the wrestler.
Every time I leave Tasty, I miss it. Even like when I go home after work, I think about Tasty. I'm like, I wish I was really in the office.
No, you don't.
I don't.
You just went abroad. Were you able to just fully disconnect?
Fully.
Yeah.
We saw several artisans, but the sword maker. 3 months to make a sword.
Yeah.
That's
when does yours get delivered?
50,
you didn't do the sword?
50 grand. And there's
but that's,
and a 2-year wait list.
It's a couple spoons.
Yeah, that's, come on.
You're going to Rockford for a wedding. It's going to be a very fun wedding.
Your friend that's getting married, or is it your girlfriend's friend?
Girlfriend's friend.
Do you want your girl to catch the bouquet?
No. That never ends well. Like in movies, that happens. The guy's like,
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Got the need for speed? No problem. At Tasty Trade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tasty Trade, make your move.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here. And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast. Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon, every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bat.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Ring the alarm, hey, ring the alarm, boys. Turn up the charm. Listen up, y'all. Get out the damn stall. It's the last call. Hey, the last call. The last call. The last call.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means? Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with the closing bell. Sosnoff, last call. I don't know if they've already had the last call on the E-mini S&Ps. Yeah, they're up 23 handles. And it did look like the NASDAQ was going to be very weak today, although it came back so nicely. It's basically unchanged. And the Russell is the leader in the clubhouse. I know you like that sometimes to the upside. I think it's a little bit weaker the upside when the Russell is the big leader and the Dow up 260. But look at how much E-mini S&Ps have traded. 738,000 E-mini S&Ps. I mean, at this time, 900 is usually low. I mean, I'd love to see 1.2 at this time of the day. Volatility down 27 cents. Look at the last 3 days in volatility, just contraction after contraction. Your bonds caught a little bit of a bid, helping the market today after trading under 114 at 114.07, but very low volume across the board, just about every place. I mean, the big talk of the town these days, even though we've had stocks like UAL move 10 or 15%, is Bitcoin trading 113.7. Sosnoff, new high in there, 114.38 on the futures. Oil down $1.47. America, go fill up your gas tanks. Gold up $12, but there's a new bug in town. It's called silver, Sosnoff. It's up almost 3%, a full point, trying to make new highs. What say you?
I don't have a silver position on, but I like that gold-silver ratio. It's still I wouldn't fade it. I think it's under 90 right now, actually, or very close to it.
You have to get into what, 105 or 106 or something?
Yeah, something like that. But it doesn't matter when you don't have it on; it doesn't make a difference.
I agree, but what is it? Is it $1,000 a point? The ratio
on the big contract, it's $1,000 a point.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to give the magnitude of the move, a $16,000 move Let's just call it a 16% move in a ratio like that. That's a big move in a very short period of time.
Yeah. That's if you did it 1-to-1. If you did it 2-to-1, it's a little bit less, but doesn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah, the Bitcoin move, that's not really tradable unless you're doing something weird like
MSTR is tradable. It traded up to 422. It's 420 right now at $5. Definitely
I wouldn't trade MSTR if I wanted to trade Bitcoin, but if you wanted to, I would trade, IBIT.
Sure.
That's probably your best bet. That's your purest play. Coinbase.
You had Ethereum up 1% today too. I mean, I know it only moves $32, but it's only $2,800 product. You got Ethereum up too. That's been another big mover, and it got all the way. I mean, it was another almost what was it 32? I mean, a big move in Ethereum today.
Yeah, that's our biggest digital asset long personally. So I'm not complaining, but I'm not touching it. I'm just sitting back, relax, and we'll see where it gets to some point in my lifetime. I mean, that's definitely not something I even consider touching.
Really? I'm surprised.
Yeah, not touching it. Let's see, what else today I thought was interesting. I thought, only because it's my biggest loser today, I thought United Airlines moving up $12.
I knew you were going to go there. I mentioned it in my little speech, up $12. I knew you were going to go there because you didn't expect anything from the little United Airlines.
Well, I had a crappy little position.
The culprit to the crash, Sosnoff. Remember that.
So I had a crappy little position on in United, and when Delta had earnings, I never even thought of any risk in United. Like, I just never even occurred to me that United would have Delta risk. Like, it just doesn't work that way usually.
Well, it didn't have any more risk, Sosnoff. It's up 12%, Delta Airlines, and so is United Airlines. So it didn't have any more risk.
I never thought that United would have a move of any magnitude today. So United, and I rolled up puts in United. Let's see how many times today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. So I have 5 put rolls up today. That's a lot of put rolls in United Airlines. And we're still a little bit short. It's not that bad, but that's probably our worst loser. Delta a little bit, and other than that, man, there's nothing. If you're a premium seller today, and this is about the 3rd or 4th straight day, you had no risk. The only underlying that I trade that had premium expansion today was natural gas.
Yeah, you're 100% right. To the upside, almost 4% move after making lows. Volatility 45. Yeah, I agree.
Little vol expansion in natural gas. That's about it. Everything else was no bueno. And the biggest down move today, but I don't have a position. At least let me check real quickly. I was going to say I don't have a position in Netflix, but I actually did one yesterday, that broken wing butterfly. It was a small winner today, but Netflix down $35. That's the biggest down move percentage.
I mean, it's a big down move. I mean, on a percentage basis, it's only 3% or so. You had others that ZS is down big. CRWV is down. App Lovin's down 11. Costco's down 6 and change. It traded down to $9.70, another $5 lower than it is right now. Meta down 6. But yeah, Netflix with a big move, down $34. That's one of the bigger moves. Sure.
Yeah, we don't trade a lot of core weave down. Yeah,
down 10%. It's a big move.
Yeah. I was thinking of the other stock, Circle, but that's different. We don't really trade a lot of core weave, so can't really say that I didn't really miss it.
The Nasdaq tried to take the market down today, Sosnoff. It was weak until it caught a little bit of a bid this afternoon. Now it's basically unchanged. I mean, I guess it caught a good sized bid. Maybe even the S&Ps kept the market on its back today, but Nasdaq was willing to roll over, but not
bonds
now.
Bonds were heavy all day, and then a couple of the Nasdaq stocks just held their ground. Tesla held its ground. BABA bounced up a little bit today. There were a few. Nvidia bounced up. Apple turned around after being kind of weak on the opening, and that kind of held the market in there. But you know what? Really, today was just an absence of any kind of. Nobody wanted to take a stand. Yeah, nobody wanted to take a stand today. Today was just one of those days where, like I'm a perfect example. I didn't trade as much as I usually do. You sit back, you're a premium seller. You sit back, you just say, listen, I'm not going to butcher this. I don't have to chase it. I will say I do have a couple takeaways from today. My takeaways from today are, believe it or not, I'm going to say this. I like the action in the bond market because they could have hit the bonds today because they were so weak this morning after a rally yesterday, and they didn't. I like that. I am going to reiterate for the 10th time, this is going to be a very difficult earnings cycle. So don't get all excited because not only was Delta outside the range, but the move in United off of Delta's earnings is more scary than the move in Delta.
Yeah.
And so I put that out there because if a correlated underlying without the vol pop can move as much as United did, then Delta, on the other hand, like Delta's move of, was it almost 15%? Whatever it is in Delta. Yeah. Delta's move of almost 15%.
12%, about the same, but whatever.
12%,
yeah,
whatever. Okay, Delta's move of almost 12% was priced into the options. 10% of it was.
Right.
So it wasn't that bad. If you're a premium seller, like I'm a premium seller.
But you got AAL also up 12 or 14%. You've got.
This is my point. This is my point.
You got Love. Love is up the same thing, 9%. I mean, new highs, 37 and change.
This is my point. So my point is, you're getting those are not moves that were priced in. The Delta move is priced. Those moves in American, Love, United, those are not priced. So you have a situation now where if that carries over into other stocks, you're going to have a very interesting earnings cycle because everything's priced too cheap volatility-wise, in my opinion. This is the fear. And I was worried about those correlated things, but I wanted to see what happened. And now I have legit reason to be worried in some of these. Other than that, this was a vol crush. If you look at your positions today, I don't care what you had on, everything got crushed. And by the way, the euro down 300, that's good for the good kids. And the yen up a little bit. That's good for the good kids. So generally speaking,
what's not good for you, Sadno? If your world is your oyster,
what's not good? The S&Ps. I'm a little short them. So I'm going into Friday. I don't consider this day much of anything, but going into Friday tomorrow, we're a little bit short, but our positions are tiny. We put a couple of new opening trades on this morning. We are doing fast market tomorrow. So we'll be doing fast market at 8:40 tomorrow morning. So if you have a trade you want to send in to us, if you want to test it out with us.
You want to test Tom's patience?
You want to test your trade out with us? Yeah, you want to
test his patience? You come up with something that's not liquid. Okay, that's what you do.
No, don't do that.
Test his patience.
Don't do that. I won't even look at it. But if you come up with something liquid and you want to see us put it on, we'll do that. And we'll take a shot. Hey, your guess is as good as ours right here. We don't know what's going to happen next. So we are very happy to be the scout here. We'll take you down that path.
tastylive.com/fast market. All you got to do is submit your fast market trades there. See how good you are, boo.
Yeah, we'll see how good you are. Well, the VIX in the 15 handle, and we still have a week to go before expiration. It could, I mean, if we continue this pace through next week, you could see the VIX in the 14 handle easy.
Easy. Tell me it's summer without telling me it's summer. VIX under 15.
Well, I don't want to see the VIX in the 14 handle, but I'm saying with next week, with the tendency for the market to go up into July expiration and the tendency for, this the VIX to kind of crap out into the into expiration week, doesn't bode that well, but we'll see. S&P's at 6330, definitely in that area where, just 2 days ago, I'm thinking,
in that area of new highs. What do you mean in that area? What do you mean like
in that area?
It doesn't have any significance other than it's in that area of new highs.
It has significance to me because 2 days ago, I thought 6,200 was a real possibility. When we opened down 50 a couple days ago, I thought 6,200 we could easily test that, and I thought it would be healthy. 2 or 3% decline. I thought it would be kind of healthy. 6330 again. What's the old high, by the way?
old high. I'll call it closing high. I don't know, somewhere around 63.24, 63.24.25. So about 5 handles away.
Well, we're 63.30 right now.
Okay, that's what I said. 5 handles away from.
Oh, 63.
Over 5 handles over. Sorry.
Oh, 5 handles over. Yeah.
We're making
So
a new high by 5 handles. We're right there. I mean,
perfect.
5 handles is nothing.
So this is an interesting range to me because every time it gets a new high, I kind of like it. Because if you're looking for a spot to, maybe take a little shot, here you go. I'd be careful
on buying them high and selling them higher.
No, the exact opposite. I wouldn't short the Russell here, but the S&Ps, cheap risk reward. I don't mind it here. I might sell a few S&Ps here into the close if they goose them up. They let me remember yesterday. Didn't they goose them up a little bit yesterday into the close?
Oh, who remembers? You're going to talk about what, 3 or 5 handles? I mean, come on, it's not a goose up. I mean, that's just a ain't.
Yeah. All right. Well, whatever. We're at record highs.
I told you we need volatility up, market up. We haven't gotten it yet. Today looked like it was going to be that day. Even the S&Ps are up 20. Actually, just sold a 3 handle Sosnoff, and volatility's in by 26 cents.
Yeah, S&P's up. S&P's up about 25 or 26, and I'll sell a few on the close tonight. Right here, I'll probably do nothing. I like to do something for the close, so just to have something on for tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
But because our positions are small, but I'm looking through my watch list and I don't see stuff that I'm not going to force it. I don't see anything I really love here, so we'll just see what happens. Like I said, if they goose them a couple of points, we'll sell into it. And but generally speaking, selling Thursday night into Friday morning has never been a great play.
Nah. Into new highs, going into the weekend. Yeah, I agree with you there. I agree with you there.
So we have Fast Market tomorrow. We got a full packed set of shows. Don't forget Dr. Jim on Sunday. And Dr. Jim is going to be competing with our Sunday night show. First call, 4:55 Central Time. So that would be on the East Coast, 6 o'clock. That's when Dr. Jim's show kicks off. And so if you can't make Dr. Jim's show, you can watch our first call. If you can make Dr. Jim's show, go live. It's important to show up at our live events because in order for us to finance them and make them worthwhile, people have to show up.
Totally agree.
That way we can keep them all free.
And all this programming going. Sadov, I lied to you. There is one stock that has that has earnings. If you want to look at it, it's Levi Strauss & Company. Sadov, been doing really well ever since you stopped wearing their product. Levi hasn't had a downtick in about 25 sessions or so. IV ranks 52, and not a big expected move. Only $1.60 with no weekly options. You're probably not going to want to do anything, but Levi does say thank you for not wearing their clothes anymore.
Well, I will tell you that to be totally fair, I don't think I've traded. I don't even know the symbol. Is it LEVI? I don't know.
Yes, it is. Yeah. There's nothing to do there, sad enough. I was just making a silly joke at your expense, and I apologize.
Well, it wasn't really. It wasn't really a good joke, but
I said silly. I didn't say good. I said silly joke.
That was almost as bad as Jacob's math joke yesterday.
Nothing. It was worse than his math joke. That was the lamest. It wasn't a joke. I don't even know. It was just. I don't even know what he did. It was horrible.
But I don't think I've actually. Thinking of all the public companies out there, I don't know that I've ever traded Levi Strauss.
Nah, you never traded it. I've never traded it. I'm sure you haven't traded it.
I do buy Levi's though. I do like the it's one of my brands.
Sure you do. You love a good boot cut. All right, Sadnov.
I do love a good boot cut.
And their skirts are very nice too. You love it. Even the S&Ps at 15. Sadnov, some deep hands just came in the market.
It's basically a crash and burn right now.
We're
looking at it. I mean, this 10-point sell off from up 25 to up 15 is the biggest move we've had all day.
It is. It is. It really is. And it's
Yeah, I mean, we
coming in the
went from
last-
unchanged up 25, but now we're going from up 25 to only up 15. And it's so funny. Like when you go back and you think about the moves in August, we're moving 150 points at a crack, right? And you're thinking to yourself, oh my God, this is insane. We're literally moving 150 points at a crack. Now we're back to 14, 15% vol, and you're moving 10 points. You're going, whoo, boy.
Oh, man, this is good.
It's like a freaking roller coaster. By the way, I don't know if you've seen some of the new roller coasters that are out there now, but people are pushing it to the limits. That's insane.
Laying down backwards, I saw one. I mean, it's stupid.
They got some now that basically they're straight up. Literally at 90 degrees. 90 degrees.
Yeah.
And you're like hanging on for dear life. You're thinking you're going to fall. It's crazy.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree.
I couldn't do that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you could do it. I couldn't do it.
No. I saw that a similar ride, and I said, my riding days are over. I'm sorry.
My riding days are over. I just like watching the TikTok videos of the people that faint on those things.
I like watching the TikTok videos of the ones that like have the motion of the ocean going with them on the rides. That's the ones I like to watch. I could say that. I admit it.
Yeah, they're not that good. All right, we got Vecchio waiting in the wings. Let's bring him on for an outside opinion.
Ah, the Vecchio. I miss him. Hello, Vecchio.
Tom, you remember Ride Playland?
Not only do I remember Ride Playland, I was there the night. I did not own it. I was there in 1977. I was there the night of the blackout.
Say that you talk about dangerous roller coasters. I'm pretty sure our local amusement park here has killed several people over the years.
What was the name of the wooden? They had a wooden roller coaster there.
Nothing beats the Cyclone.
No, nothing beats the Cyclone. But they had a crazy roller coaster at Ride Playland, and me and my buddies were there the night of the blackout, and I actually had a date with me. It was like our second or third date.
The Dragon Coaster. The Dragon Coaster.
Was it the Dragon Coaster? Yeah.
Sold you were on the third date. That's bullcrap. You might have snuck one in for a first date. I'll take you on some rides. Third date, no way. The consummation night, no freaking way. No freaking way.
I never would have gone on a first date with my friends. Okay, and there was a bunch of us.
Oh my God, you took her on a consummation date with your friends? You sick son of a... What is wrong with you? Would you want them to watch?
How do we end up here?
What?
I mean, come on. Everybody knows that third date's the one. I'm going to bring my friends. No wonder she went with you. She knew she was safe. Unbelievable.
Oh, God. Anyway, I didn't say it was. I said it was around that. I don't remember exactly. Anyway, we were at Ride Playland, and that was the night of the blackout. And then I was at, we used to go to, do you remember the pool? They had a saltwater pool there.
Mm-hmm. I was just there a few weeks ago.
They used to have a saltwater pool. This is like 40 years ago, 50 years ago. We would go to the saltwater pool and hang out and then run down to the beach. I don't know what it's like anymore.
Yeah, we had a saltwater pool. It's called the Atlantic Ocean, off by Coney Island. I don't know what you guys were doing. What saltwater pool did you have in the 70s? You know what? Seriously.
This was not exactly a beautiful, back then, it was not exactly something.
The Long Island Sound.
Yeah, it was the Long Island Sound that just washed into a pool.
Yeah, it's...
It was a little nasty.
Whatever you say.
Good for the immune system.
Yeah, but we used to love Ride Playland because it meant we didn't have to go to Coney Island.
That was
I'm not kidding.
That was cool.
Yeah. They got boardwalks and everything. Games, beaches, restaurants.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I haven't been there in 50 years.
No, it's great now. They really developed it. We were just there like 2 weeks ago.
1977 was my last time there.
Last time you got any either.
That was my last time there.
Is that what we talk about when there's less than, we just crossed 800,000 contracts traded on ES today? Woo!
Yeah, yes.
Oh, were the markets open today? Oh, okay.
There you go. That's right. You're not kidding.
Well, it's going to be a pretty, I mean, yeah, anything that's going to happen today has already happened. Do you guys, we talked about some of the things that we saw today, with the, just kind of the crazy move in the airline stocks after the Delta news and not really much else out there. NASDAQ a little weak because of Netflix, but you see anything else today that jumps off the screen at you guys?
Bitcoin and silver.
Yeah, but Bitcoin
I
doesn't mean
think,
anything.
finally did what Chris has been talking about. I've been fighting him on whether Bitcoin actually has any legs because it hasn't clearly done what stocks have done over the past couple of weeks. It's been more stuck, but I think I think you got it now, Chris. I think that this looks like it's attempting some kind of a something.
Yeah, but who cares? Bitcoin is the same price. Just say it's like the same price as, I don't know, Netflix. It moves less than Netflix moves. You know what I mean? It's not. Who cares? Like, you don't trade it.
I agree. That's not what I'm excited about. Like,
yeah,
I'm excited about the bonds. I'm excited that the bonds attempted to retreat and couldn't, and came back. I kind of want them to.
I agree with you.
Have momentum here.
Now you're just sucking up to Sosnoff after.
No, I'm long.
Food and Bitcoin. Don't let him do that to you, Becky.
My own exposure.
Don't let him do that to you.
No, I agree with you,
It's okay.
Ilya. And that's a Spivak. If you want a Vecchio, you have to go the other direction. But I agree with you. This was one of those days where I thought the tape action of the bonds, this is one of those days where they could have hit them. They had a couple chances. They got them down to whatever, 13.22, 13.24. Yeah. And they couldn't. So I agree with you there.
I like the dollar here as well.
I agree with you there.
It's holding up impressively well also. Despite kind of a risk-on environment, despite all kinds of reasons why you might say the dollar has no business being up. It's down against the Aussie, but that looks like a one-off. That's not anywhere else. But the euro is down, the pound is down, the yen is down. I like all of that.
Okay, I agree with you. Chris, any last words?
Scared. You're starting to sound like Sosnoff.
Well, the yen's actually up. The yen's actually up today, but any other last words?
Who's it? Rin Tin Tin? What did he used to say? Hi ho silver? That's a little before my time.
Was that Rin Tin Tin? I don't remember.
I think so. Oh.
I thought Rin Tin Tin was the dog or something.
I'm trying to pitch to the audience here.
I think you mean the Lone Ranger, but I know nothing of American culture before 1990.
I think you do mean the Lone Ranger.
Yeah. Don't take my word for anything before 1993.
I thought Rin Tin Tin was a dog and the Lone Ranger was the horse.
Yeah, right. Okay, sure. Either way, silver's the place to be.
We finally found a topic that we could potentially stump the Vecchio on.
Silent era movies and TV shows.
Yeah, to anybody that thinks they missed anything in the silent movie era, you didn't.
I like it.
All right.
Even the S&P said if they just rallied 6 handles, what do you say now?
I don't say anything. I don't say anything. I think this is the close we were all dreaming about, Tony. Down up 15.
This is
NASDAQ down 40. This is the close that heroes are made from.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'm gonna have to let my heroes go for the day, Sosnoff. That's my 2 gentlemen at the bottom of the screen. Not you, Sosnoff. You got more work to do. We'll take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this with some overtime action. Peace.
Ciao, boys.
Dear Kaylee, hats off to you for being such a culinary genius. I don't think it has ever dawned on our kitchen staff to serve gazpacho hot. Sincerely, Bob.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
I don't want to fact check you with my vagina, but I will.
From the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
I want to play a game. It's a relationship game. So I'm going to ask you each a question to your partner.
Who loves the hardest?
Yes. So are you ready? Who's more stubborn? Who's more public? And who do you think takes longer to get ready?
Oh. He's got to do his hair.
Who's a better driver?
I mean, for sure. Yeah. Like, I live in Italy. Yeah. Like we drive like. I drove a truck in New York City. I drove a tractor on a farm. I can fly an airplane.
Who loves the Fed the most?
Who is more spoiled?
It's not even close. Like, you got buildings full of people. What do you want, Mr. Sosnoff? I have nothing.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
What's one thing that traders obsess over that you think doesn't really matter?
Oh man, technical indicators. You can get pretty far in the weeds with those. They're important historical context, but most are backwards looking, and so you got a new picture every day. Every day's a new day, so can't put too much reliance on those.
Maybe it's because I was born and raised by trading the tasty way, but I just can't always wrap my head around like levels and indicators and breakouts and charts and patterns. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I just don't think for my style of trading it really speaks to me. So that's what I'm going to go with.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions: Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and Tasty Live web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
Tom, when you're scooping the offer, what are you doing?
That means when you're scooping the offer, you are buying whatever you can get your hands on at the best available price.
What does it mean when something trades by appointment?
Trading by appointment is when like you're in a pit back in the day that had like one or two market makers in it, and if they were having lunch, you had to make an appointment to make a trade with them.
In the pit, if you said, I'm going to buy your book, what did you mean?
If you're going to buy the book, that means you're going to buy everything that is posted
in an electronic book. So every resting order that's posted in the book up until a certain amount.
If you say take a fill, what's happening?
If I'm taking a fill, that means I'm a broker. And if I'm a broker, that means I did something horribly wrong because I'm a market maker.
Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Tasty Trade. Download today.
I'm just gonna wait for the stock to dip, then I'm a buyer. Buying into weakness is a phrase used to describe the action of getting long a stock into a down move. It's a contrarian trade. Most people want to buy what's hot, the stuff making huge upside moves, the chart line moving up and to the right. Nobody wants the stock at lows. But it's hard to buy high and sell higher, rather than buy low and sell high. There's a phrase for this. When the time comes to buy, you won't want to. Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade. If you say way to go out on a ledge, what are you doing?
Way to go out on a ledge is just another expression when you make fun of another trader who's not willing to take any risk, who's very risk averse. So when somebody's very risk averse and doesn't want to do anything risky, you say, "Hey, way to go out on the ledge."
When you say you're going to whack the bid, what are you doing?
When you whack the bid, that means you're selling at the best available price.
A scoopy.
Scoopy! That's one of my favorite. That's when you're just like scooping something at the bottom, like, you know, you bought something and it never goes lower. Scoopy.
Back in the pits, you guys call them teenies. What are teenies?
A teeny is a 16th. So before we went to decimalization, we used fractions. And we used 16ths under a certain dollar amount.
Do you want the penny or the position?
Well, that's always something. The penny or the position is, do you want the trade? Then just pay up to get the trade. But do you want to squeeze it for a penny? That means you're just going to wait until you get filled.
When you say Omaha, what happened?
When I hear Omaha, I know I've gone too far.
Having trouble understanding what your trader buddies are saying? Here's what a scalp is. We love those quick profits. A scalp is a trade opened and then closed in a short period of time, usually minutes or hours. A scalp is usually done for a small profit and is typically a very directional position. Scalps are most commonly done with future products because of the liquidity and added leverage they provide. But you gotta be careful. It's not always a profit.
The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. You know, that's what I do.
Here's what your buddies mean when they say to catching that falling knife. But you gotta be careful trying to catch those falling knives.
Stocks keep going. It's Thursday, July 10th, 2025. This is Overtime. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio in New York, Ilya Spivak in San Francisco, Thomas Westwater in studio in Chicago. Maybe Radigan today? We'll see. We're here for the next hour as we take you to the futures market close, 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 Central. If you're joining us on the platform, tastytrade.com, on the website, tastylive.com, welcome. Come over to YouTube, join the chat. Tell us what you think of this low volume, low volatility melt up here in stocks. It's a day of rotation where the NASDAQ is down, but basically everything else is up on a sector rotation basis of the ETFs that we track here, the 25, 24, we're in the positive territory for the session. S&P 500 technically puts in a new closing high up near 6320 or so. We find the NASDAQ off by 0.22%. But it's modest gains all around. The Dow's up by 0.36. The Russell's up by 0.48 or so. The attention in today's session really goes to Bitcoin, which clocks in a fresh all-time high here on the other side of what may be the early days of a breakout we've been monitoring here on Overtime. We likewise have silver prices bounding up to a fresh closing high for the year. It's a 2.74% gain, actually up at 37.64, as it were. Maybe we're finally getting some legs. In the world of yields, weaker bonds earlier in the day run into a 30-year auction that, quite frankly, it didn't look that good. Foreign buyers were down a little bit. Bid to cover ratio was a little bit lower. It stopped through. That's the silver lining. Bonds do ultimately trade higher into the end of the session as well. So you get a mixed day for the dollar. Okay, there are some odd headlines out here. We're going to have to talk about this letter that the administration sent to Chair Powell about misappropriating funds for renovations to the Mariner Eccles building, perhaps as a rationale to fire Powell with cause.
Oh, good Lord.
Ilya, before we get there, though, talk to me a little bit about this equity market rally. ES keeps going. We say it's a light day. It's not even 1 million contracts traded, 876,000.
Yeah.
Do we just chalk this up to being a day that ends in Y during the summer?
I mean, we're at the previous high. So if you're not long already, the risk reward to getting long here as a trade, right? Let's very clearly anchor ourselves. We're talking about not the long-term positive drift of equities here. We're talking about, would you allocate the incremental dollar to a, let's say, 45 DTE type of a trade cycle here? No, in my mind. Very clearly not. You're at resistance. You need a break of it to have something actionable on that kind of a window. So does it make sense to go long here now? Obviously, we're in the after hours, but I suppose there's always futures markets. No, it doesn't. So in my mind, if you're going to do anything here, and I don't think you have a clear sell signal, but from a risk-reward perspective, and this is how I end up in my exposure, it makes more sense to be short than long. Because if you're wrong fast. You get a breakout, you get out. If you're right, you have asymmetric upside because there's a lot of room to fall. So in my mind, it makes sense to be tactically and in a risk-defined way with full knowledge of the fact that you're fighting a market that wants to go higher. It makes more sense to look for a pullback than it does for a breakout. But it's not telling you anything new today versus yesterday versus the day before.
Thomas, that is a fair point. We've had these ranges drawn on the 4-hour charts here on ES and NQ for the past few sessions, more or less. We haven't made any significant progress here within those ranges. It's just closer to the top. Why wouldn't we end the week with a bang where the NASDAQ gets up to 23,250 or so? What's a 1% more higher between friends?
Yeah, it's like what's the impetus for that? All the economic data is out of the way for the week, pretty much. Yeah, the bond auction. I think the focus is going to be on next week, the inflation numbers. I don't like getting long here either, and I haven't been for the whole week. I'm waiting for a pullback to get long, and volatility came down today. I mean, you could say the NASDAQ's down, ES is up a little bit. So what do you take away from that? It just looks like a market that is complacent somewhat, and that's not really a time where I want to go long. So I'm keeping my exposure mostly out of the equity market for now.
I think this thing is going to chase higher. So just continuing with the chase mindset, I don't think 45 and 21 out is the right way to go. But I'll tell you guys, these things look like they're ready to pop. NASDAQ, S&P, Russell's even edging up. So I'm playing for another swing higher here tactically in the short term. 4 days to expiration, long the 23,300, short the 23,350. It's a 10-to-1 risk to reward. Risking $90, $92 technically to make over 900. It'd be a nice little swing trade here. I think we can get another pop. This thing's going. It hasn't stopped. The volume low, the volatility low. Of course, if the volatility and volume come back, a lot of people are off sides. And we're still in the seasonally positive window. This market tends to run through expiration. Some might not call that seasonality. I would call talking about expiration seasonality. And
sure sounds seasonality adjacent, though, doesn't it?
And we find ourselves, when you get through expiration next week, it happens to coincide with the average. If you look back to 1950, when do markets tend to peak in the summer? They tend to peak around July 18th. So you have expiration on the 16th. You have the seasonal peak for markets for a few weeks on July 18th. We get one more push higher here. That's a week from now. I could play a.
Also, it's right before I go on vacation, so that would be absolutely perfect.
Well, it's also my birthday. So, like, if this market wants to run up into the highs, that's a welcome gift. And so I'm going to treat myself
Give you a birthday gift, roll over and give and give me a vacation gift. Let's go. I'm with it.
Sticking with stocks here for a minute, we talked about the sector performance earlier, where it was a pretty decent session. In fact, it's only XLK minus 0.32%. That's lower today. Everything else is in the green, led higher by the metals, XME. I suppose that means we really should just talk about what's happening here in the metals. Elia, while we were going through some technical difficulties here before the show started, we did start off a little late. You were mentioning that there was this notable divergence in performances at the start of the year. You know, if we told you that, you were mentioning if stocks are up, if bond yields are lower, the dollar's getting crushed, silver, gold, Bitcoin doing what they're doing, you would think that there's some sort of anti-dollar, anti-fiat trade making its way through the system.
Yeah.
Because after all, even adjusted for, when you adjust for FX, the S&P 500 is negative on the year.
That's right.
Silver here today is 2.77% higher. It's the high close of the year for the metal. Is this part of that thesis?
It certainly seems like it. I think when we look at kind of noise aside, and just completely turn off headline this, war that, whatever. And we are going to delve into all of this with charts on Macro Money right after this, so definitely hang out. But it's really unmistakable. Stocks really haven't had a really big move in the first 6 months of the year. It's been a little bit greater than average, but only a little. The 25-year average for a 6-month move in the S&P 500 is 3.7%. We moved 5.4% in the first 6 months of this year. It's not exactly a screamer in relative terms. But when you look at what gold did, which is a 25.2% rally in the first 6 months of this year, and its historical average is 5.7, that's the move. So there's a definite sell America vibe to all of this. But for, incidentally, what we saw in the treasuries, because yields are in. So it's not like people are shunning U.S. securities. The other thing in the first 6 months of this year is the 2-year yield is down 12.1%. That's not that crazy. The historical average for a 6-month move is 13%. But more importantly, the 10-year yield in the first 6 months is down 7.5%. And that is offsides. The historical average is 3.7% over a similar period of time. So it's not like people aren't buying long-term U.S. bonds. They are. So what does all of this tell us? That the market is convinced the Fed is going to have to cut, that is going to have to cut more than anybody, including the Fed, expects. You're already seeing it in Fed funds futures. You're seeing it in break-even rates. The question is, well, if it's not a collapse, if it's not sell America, we're going to cut off our nose to spite our face kind of a situation, the dollar is absolutely crushed. Gold is surging, but people are buying bonds. What is that? It's a recession.
Bonds are up. Gold bounces back a little bit today, Thomas. You said that you were operating in the metals like I have been, and you're thinking about making some changes to your silver positioning to account for today's move. What have you decided to do here, assuming you're still keeping your long exposure?
Yeah, I'm still keeping my long exposure. Up until today, the silver trade wasn't working. It came back. So I was at the 18 days out with my call spread for silver, rolling it out to the 47 day, I believe. So still want to keep the exposure on there. I think this move, clears some technical boundaries. I think silver could definitely run higher. And like Ilya said, if this is a sell America thing, silver and gold, they're going to do well if these recession fears become more prominent. I think that's where you at least want to have some of your money.
The one thing that gets in my way about silver that kind of like sticks in my craw, and this isn't the case about gold right now, but silver positioning is getting really stretched in the futures market, which granted, not the end all be all, but it's really high. I have to run the numbers again, but I think I saw like the Z-score is somewhere north of like 1.8, which is, we're chasing a little bit here. It's interesting because if you look at positioning outside of silver futures and you go to like SLV, you're looking at open interest in the options market. It's not exactly a market that's skewed to the upside. In fact, most of net positioning is actually a little bit still bearish in SLV. So I don't know if that helps us one way or the other. There's no real agreement there, but I'm with you. I'm in at 47 days still. We've been articulating this for some time and like pushing on a string, buying the call at the top of the range, and it falls back, and then just watching gains go away. It's been a little frustrating, particularly with gold. Silver here is working though, so sticking along the 38.39 right now in the SIU 5 contract, I think makes a good deal of sense. And Ilya, you mentioned it in last call because I think you were trying to get away from a little bit of a conversation here on this, but we are going to bring it up. Bitcoin doesn't look like it's topping, my friend.
No, it
looks like it's breaking.
Not
up.
today. Today we confirmed it. And there's no reason to get away from it. I'm still not going to buy it for obvious reasons, sort of thematically. But the price action today confirms it. If yesterday we were at the highs, much like we are today in the S&P or NASDAQ, yesterday we were at the high and saying, okay, if it's going to break, it's going to break, but it hasn't yet. And what it's been doing is getting stuck in a range at a time when other risk-on assets have been rallying up a storm. So what's wrong with this thing? The dollar is down a lot. It can't rally. Stocks go up a lot at the same time. It can't rally. Today it can. So it finally takes out the high here. We have a breakout. Let's see what this is. I think if you were going to be a buyer of an anti-dollar asset, I wouldn't look here, because if you, like me, expect that stocks are a better bet lower than they are higher, then you probably don't go looking for higher beta, higher volatility exposure to risk sentiment. But ticker agnostic, asset agnostic, if you just look at the price action and the chart, this is a bullish breakout.
Thomas, what can I do to entice you to join this trade and get on board with an IBIT breakout or a Bitcoin breakout equivalent to $135,000 a coin?
I think the Bitcoin story kind of plays into fears on the fiscal deficit. I think it's a place where traders kind of see, getting away from the U.S., perhaps getting away from those worries with reckless spending, if you want to call it that. But all these crypto ETFs that have come online have really opened the door to a lot more capital via retail and things coming in. And, in a speculative backdrop where you're going to have, chasing gains, Bitcoin makes perhaps the most sense if you're taking, those kind of tail risk bets where you can increase the alpha in your portfolio. So I think it's going to keep going up. I mean, there's been a lot of naysayers along the way for the past year or two. I mean, all the way back, but especially the past couple of years. And it just keeps proving people wrong. So, I mean, it's not something I would short.
One of these naysayers.
Yeah, it's not something I'm going to short anytime soon.
No.
I think IBIT is a good way. Bitcoin futures are pretty large, but, if your account supports it.
So if we think about Bitcoin issuance per day right now, I think we're looking at something around 144 coins unlocked every single day. So multiply that by 7, you're looking at 1,000 coins a week. Put this in perspective. According to the website AI Invest Coin World posting on there, the data that they have available from their proprietary feed suggests that the institutional investors, the 54 entities that they track over that same period where a little under 1,000 Bitcoin were mined, institutional investors have mopped up 8,434 Bitcoin. So there's a little bit of a buy, sell, demand, supply imbalance right now, whereas more companies are taking this onto their balance sheet as more people have access, Thomas, as you pointed out, right? I remember the first time I tried buying Bitcoin, I had to go out to a pharmacy in Red Hook and stand by some phone and wait for instructions. It was really shady. And now it's just like I can buy it like I'm buying SPY. I just punch an IBIT. So it's a lot easier. And of course, when we say institutional, that could be like BlackRock buying Bitcoin for IBIT. But this thing looks great to me. The fact that we have this, it's ticker agnostic, Ilya, misgivings aside, if things are going to get silly and stupid and we're just going to pump assets and the Fed's going to cut rates and we're going to run the deficit up, I mean, that's all inflationary.
Yep.
So what's like the single anti-inflation asset that's outperformed everything else since its inception? Bitcoin's preserved purchasing power better than basically anything else since 2009.
I mean, this is the whole issue. It's either inflationary or the market is right. And we say this because when we look at the number of rate cuts that the markets have priced in, and we look at what the bond market's inflation expectations priced into it, not anybody's opinion. What that says, it says we're not in an inflationary risk. It says we are at risk of some sort of a disinflationary outcome. And so when you look at all of that and you go, okay, well, obviously stocks don't see it yet. They're at the highs. Obviously the Fed doesn't see it yet. They don't want to lift up their rate cut expectations. They're resisting at every chance they get. But the bond market and the cash market clearly see it. Because the dollar has been getting absolutely shellacked. Yields have been falling all year. So with that, then, do you justify your Bitcoin long on purely the price action? That makes sense. It's a perfectly valid way of doing it. And you're absolutely right. From a ticker agnostic perspective, it's a breakout. There's no question. Or do you look at this and you say, all right, well, obviously, something here is wrong. Someone here is wrong. Either it's we're going into a more inflationary environment or a less inflationary environment, but clearly the bond market is at odds with both stocks and the Fed on what this is. This is going to resolve somehow. So am I going to take my bet on how this resolves by essentially saying stocks are so right that I'm going to buy Bitcoin and lever up?
Yes.
I'm not going to do that.
Yes. No, I mean, like, think about how Bitcoin did, though. I mean, Thomas, what did Bitcoin do in 2021, 2022? Like, the asset came in when inflation was raging the most, right?
Well, yeah,
that's when
the Fed was aggressively hiking rates and stocks were falling all year.
I would just point out that when you get back to a world where real returns aren't being eroded because of inflation, and you can then say, well, you know, they're pumping the deficit and the debt and they're pointing rates lower. What do you do in that situation? That's asset inflationary. It may not help the real economy by any stretch of the imagination, but it pumps asset prices. And Bitcoin is something that's been one of those magnets for the pump. So I don't think we should ignore the signal here, right? People are clearly reaching for risk right now if they're going out into Bitcoin to this degree. But I would posit, and I've been banging this drum for a while now, Ilya, where are the yacht parties? Where are the videos from Miami? They're still not here yet. This is not a market that I think, you know, it's gonna take another $10,000 or $20,000 to run before people start going, oh.
I just don't think this is a Bitcoin bubble. So I'm not looking for yacht parties. What in my mind you've seen in Bitcoin since late December 2024 is basically exactly the same as what you saw in the S&P 500. You reach a top in late December, you idle into the second half of February, you get a growth scare. Risk assets fall, stocks fall, Bitcoin falls. You get a crescendo in early April, you find a bottom, you bounce. You retrace all the way back. Stocks do that, S&P does it, NASDAQ does it, Bitcoin does it. Stocks have been breaking out to record highs over the past, let's call it, several weeks. Bitcoin finally decided to catch up today. So it's an underperforming asset.
You must really hit Ethereum then.
Yeah. Ethereum, the Russell 2000 of the crypto world.
It's doubled since April. Give it some credit. But look, if Ethereum's rallying, who's stopping this
one,
trade?
by the way, is actually at its high. So I don't know how well technical analysis works on this illiquid nonsense, but for what it's worth, this one hasn't broken resistance.
Thomas, you've been someone, you know, switching its attention to
this
something
is working,
else here.
though, by the way.
Yeah, you guys, we've had this conversation in recent weeks. I just haven't put anything on here in Tesla, but I know that you guys have had discussions. Thomas, you've been fading weakness in Tesla. You did it back in early June. Dylan's been doing it, and it's been working out. This 50% mark. Forget 50% being a number, right? Just go to the platform, you click on tool, click H once to get horizontal. Just draw a straight line right around.
Horizontal line through chart, yeah.
Right, like
as we were saying, even I was looking at this as a buying opportunity. I just didn't do it because of size, but the setup was, I thought, a no-brainer. We talked about it on the show earlier this week.
There's news that XAI is putting Grok in Teslas, as Musk said. Now, there's no guaranteed timeline for it.
Oh, good. It's had a real great run this week. That Grok.
Thomas, what are you doing in Tesla?
Right now, I have a put spread on at 300, 295, so pretty much right around the line you drawn is where my put spread is. You know, it's lagged the market. It's had some of its own, you know, independent things dragging on it. Elon Musk, you know, political controversy taking away focus from the company, et cetera, et cetera. You know, we saw back when he officially left the White House, Tesla rallied. And then, you know, he kind of waded back into the political atmosphere. And I think some investors are concerned about that. But, I mean, what's been driving all of it isn't how many vehicles they deliver and stuff. It's, the potential as a tech company for the future. So I think it'll get back on track there. But this play right now is just pretty much to fade the weakness and holding to kind of that technical level you drew out there. So I have 36 days left in it. I'll wait a couple weeks, until it gets down to 21, 22, and hopefully take it off for some money there.
Yeah, the news that we're maybe seeing XAI put into Teslas as of next week is obviously very interesting. It's part of Elon Musk's longer-term plan to just maintain control over Tesla, because if they were to buy XAI, that's Elon Musk's company, so he would it would help him out monetarily significantly, as well as in terms of governance. It'd be quite impossible to get him out of Tesla in any form or function. So I think that's the direction that they're pushing. And yeah, I don't own a Tesla, so I'm not worried about. Ilya, what was Grok calling itself earlier this week?
It was calling itself Mecha Hitler.
Right.
And responding to messages in a very, to coin a word, Mein Kampfian way.
I would, this is one of the great tweets that's going around about Grok and its engine right now. Part of its chain of thought process is actually referencing what Elon Musk thinks on the Israel-Palestine-Gaza conflict when it's formulating its stuff. So, Twitter is a really interesting business, right? Because if that's the type of content that's going to be proliferating on the platform, obviously it's a dead end for advertisers. But Twitter then just becomes the data pool from which XAI trains its models on. Which again, if you looked at the model this week, you might say that's a faulty data set, right? You're not going to train your AI on 4chan, I hope.
I mean, what did they train Grok on then? Because it sure sounds like that's exactly what they did.
Okay,
that and Daily Stormer.
Okay. All right. So I would point out the website that we referenced previously. They are an independent group that indexes and benchmarks these AIs over time. And this is why this is actually an important story here. Their independent analysis of Grok 4 puts Grok at the top of the pack in terms of AI modeling right now.
Shocking.
So, Thomas, when you think about your Tesla trade here, Tesla doesn't have Grok itself, but it does use rudimentary AI, obviously, for self-piloting. This is something that's really, Grok is something that can help Tesla despite this week's malfeasance, I suppose. But this is a good-looking chart. The chart's looking better and better. It's a series of higher lows, right? We're beginning to funnel into something that's looking a little bit more like a triangle here off the lows. It's a compelling chart setup. I can't shake that. Above 350, guys, I think then this stock all of a sudden becomes a very different conversation for being directional. And likewise, if you're below 275, 260 again, you have to think this thing's in a lot of trouble. So there's a lot of optionality right now in terms of how this plays out, but we could be getting ready for the breakout sometime soon. Ilya, if Tesla isn't the company that we're paying attention to, I'm still trying to wrap my head around why no one except for Jim Cramer is talking about NVIDIA right now. Granted, this is probably Jim Cramer's best pick. Going back to his first mention, as it's been talked about in the media today, NVIDIA's up 42,000% since he first recommended buying it.
Yeah.
That papers over a lot of the other Jim Cramerisms over the years. But this stock, all-time highs. Yeah. Why aren't we talking about AI the way that we were back in January or February?
I think this speaks to the kind of conversation that we have been having about wars in the Middle East or tariffs from the White House. We've just had half a year where we were barraged with everything you could possibly imagine. It seems like a lot of it is in the sauce now. And as you know, my whole perspective on all of this, as we've been looking at sort of the normalization of NVIDIA's earnings surprises over time, where they were surprising in the double digits and then the low single digits and now the very low single digits. The market is benchmarked to kind of a level of status quo. And there comes a time in the adoption of any new revolutionary technology. We saw this with railroads. We saw this with the transformation of the American colonies into a nation. We saw this with telecoms, famously, of course, in the .com crash. The technology appears, there's a hype cycle about its possibilities as you're sort of in the picks and shovels phase. You start building things and people start to mentally extrapolate what it could mean, well ahead of when anything actually exists to justify those kinds of valuations. And when you get to sort of peak wishful thinking, and everybody that's had the wishful thinking to go long has, for the most part, there's a washout. It happened with railroads again, it happened with telecoms, on and on and on and on and on. We're getting, let's say, closer to that kind of a thing for AI as opposed to the alternative. You can't just extrapolate endless capacity forever, is what history teaches us. You at some point need to have the point where hype meets reality. There is a valuations reset, and then the great and promising future actually builds out. I mean, certainly the .com crash didn't say anything about what the internet would ultimately mean and how revolutionary it was. The collapse of the railroads stocks didn't tell us anything about what railroads would ultimately mean for turning America into an industrial superpower, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It just feels like we've gotten to a place where that which we need to know about AI and sort of the pie in the sky version of the future, we know those things. And the market is going to get less and less sensitive to things that it knows, that it's benchmarked. The real question now is either can you go from strength to strength because you find something new in this story, or is this kind of acquiescence to the obvious tell you that you're running out of steam and some kind of a reset in valuations is on the horizon?
Thomas, you haven't had trouble trading the semiconductors higher here in recent weeks. Is this something that's still going to keep going up in your view? It's a 9.7 IVR, so low volume, low volatility. Why not run to 300?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's no reason to derail this rally right now. The semiconductors have been pretty resistant to, the broader rotation we've seen in the stock market. So, there's some enthusiasm that's more baked in here than it is elsewhere in the market. And like Ilya said, you hit a saturation point, but there's still, you see investment headlines every week, if not more, into data centers and collaborations with energy providers to fuel these data centers. And although some short-term projections have leveled off for some of the more enthusiastic targets for investment, the long-range forecast for, getting all these chips is still pretty high. And, even Bloomberg had a story. China is building a bunch of these data centers that they should not have enough chips for. So they're building data centers that, they can't get the chips for because they can't get the H100s, the H200s, or the newer models from NVIDIA. So, they can't produce them themselves. So why are they building these data centers? But you're seeing the same thing happen in the U.S. There's still plans for massive data center expansions, plans for, how to power these data centers. I think the enthusiasm is going to persist through anything except, more than a mild recession. So I like the chips
Agreed.
here a lot. Yeah.
I agree with that.
And the China story, it's not necessarily bullish for chips alone, because China has embarked on a lot of enthusiastic projects before that ultimately end up going nowhere. And it's more of a case of regional or provincial leadership trying to impress the central government. And then, they end up, not being able to follow through. But maybe there's something there. Maybe they're expecting some kind of easement in these chip restrictions eventually.
I mean, obviously, the story of China for the past few decades has been of wanton overbuild only for the sake of putting people in jobs. The history there is not lost on anyone. When a Chinese emperor is incapable of providing jobs and sustenance, the Middle Kingdom comes apart. We've seen this happen time and time again. And so if you look at the current kind of environment in China as essentially just not dissimilar, by the way, from what's going on in Russia. I mean, in Russia, you've historically had a czar, then you had a commissar, and now you have a corporatist czar, but a czar is a czar. And what you have in China is basically a red emperorship, as it were. And they understand, I think, very clearly what they need to do and how politics in the country works. Now and for all time, it would seem. So for decades, they've been building ghost cities and industrial capacity for which there is no demand, and EVs that they're now going to dump on any market that hasn't already passed some sort of barriers to prevent the dumping, because there are no Chinese consumers to buy these EVs. Any number of things. I mean, this just goes. The chips thing is just another thing that they've overbuilt. So sure, they'll keep going until the house of cards caves in eventually. They haven't had growth in 2 years, really. So they're pulling out all the stops to kind of stay afloat. We have second quarter GDP numbers out of China next week, and chances are for 9 consecutive quarters after the inflation numbers we saw this week, we're going to get a situation where nominal GDP is going to be lower than real GDP, which tells you that for 9 consecutive quarters, so far 8, China has been in economy-wide deflation. That is the definition of overbuild. When demand outpaces supply, people compete on price. The price goes up. There's inflation. When demand is inadequate to absorb the supply, prices fall. All of China's economy is essentially in the discount bin for 8 consecutive quarters, probably 9 when we get next week's data. It's overbuild textbook.
And it's hard to stimulate your way out of it when the demand side isn't there as well.
That's right. Lord knows they're trying. They've thrown every which version of monetary and other forms of easing at this thing, but for creating government demand, as, for example, the West did during COVID, and forcing it through the economy. And what do we see? People have even started to take out loans. They're just not spending the money. The spread between time deposits and demand deposits in China is the biggest it has been on record for as long as we have data. So yeah, lending is perking up. For the past 2 months, we finally saw, looking at the Bloomberg Credit Impulse Index, that in China you've had a positive increase in the share of new loans in GDP. Finally. But is anybody spending the money? No. There is no demand.
Ilya, yesterday we got the news that Trump's putting 50% tariffs on Brazil for political reasons, which I suppose is kind of like putting sanctions on a country, right? America sanctions countries when we don't like their internal politics, but this seems to be done through we have a trade surplus with Brazil, so slapping a tariff on them makes little sense. Brazilian stocks down 1.53%. This has been a place that you've been bullish this year, and granted, Brazilian stocks have done well so far, but hasn't been a good turnaround this far in July. Do you still have a proclivity for overseas equities relative to their U.S. counterparts?
Certainly in Brazil, largely because I think what we're doing in Brazil and what is happening in Brazil is it's pulling closer and closer to China. Now, Lula, in his political comeback, Brazil's leader, he's pretty unpopular this time around. And what the president is doing is largely aimed at what he believes is an unfair attack on Brazil's former right-wing leader, Jair Bolsonaro. But all of that is kind of noise. What's actually occurring here is Brazil, from a policy perspective, under Lula, is pulling closer and closer to China and offering them up, for example, beef, which China tends to import up from either Australia or the US, and saying, hey, we have all the beef you need. We have all the soy you need. So if the world is going multipolar and if it's splintering, then for all its protests of being neutral, Brazil is very clearly in the Russia, China, Iran camp based on how it's behaving. Now, maybe what this means, given how unpopular Lula has become, is that you're going to have a backlash. They have elections coming up next year. You have a backlash, some sort of a Malay type character swoops in, like Javier Milei in Argentina, right next door. And you have that kind of a hard change in Brazil. That's good for Brazilian stocks. Or you don't. And instead, Brazil emerges as a key backstop for China for all of these things. Well, that's not bad for Brazilian stocks either. Might be worse for Brazil, the country, but certainly not bad for Brazilian suppliers of all these things. And so if you look at a chart of EWZ over a longer term, what you see is that it's breaking out. In fact, it has broken out of a very long-term decline. If you go to a monthly chart or a weekly chart, you can see that this year has marked a very clear departure from a long-term decline, because I think the market has recognized that you're looking at something where, at the very least, equity valuations in Brazil probably have some kind of upside. So with that in mind, I'm still long. I think we've had a nice little pull back to retest former resistance as support, and I actually bought a little bit more.
Thomas, Brazil's game is soybeans, and you're a resident soft ag guy around here. We spoke a few days ago about what was happening with corn and with wheat. Is there anything interesting on the board here? Just, I know it's not the typical topic we talk about, but when volatility is this low, you have to go sniff it out. And the IVRs in corn, soybean, wheat, they're sizable enough. Do you got anything doing in this much maligned, unloved sector?
Yeah, so I mean, Brazil actually has been exporting a lot of soybeans to China, right? Brazil displaced the U.S. as the largest exporter of soybeans to China. China's still importing a lot of soybeans from China. But now corn, Brazil's also looking at a 10% increase in their corn crop from last year, and they're harvesting soon. They're competing with U.S. corn. So U.S. corn exports have actually strengthened over the past few weeks, and we're above the USDA's yearly projection to the tune of around, we're 3% over it. So there's a lot of corn on this global market. That's driven prices really low. We're trading right under 400. When we went under 400 in corn, I bought a micro corn contract to the long side. I think this is, a lot of the supply, the oversupply is now priced in, and we're going to look for a bounce soon. Of course, this is a very speculative trade if you're trying to get long corn here after, an extended downtrend, somewhat of a risky trade. But I think, the upside, if we do get, through this harvest and you see that the competition for U.S. corn stays elevated, which exports are showing right now, I think we could clear some of this old corn crop in the U.S. and, make way for this new crop to have higher prices. So yeah, I'm long corn. There's good volatility in the product compared to especially a couple months ago. So, the volatility is there if you want to take defined risk trades on it.
The one thing I'm looking at in wheat here today, just for something I'm going to chew on for tomorrow, we did set a new low in wheat relative to yesterday, but we closed above yesterday's high. That's a bullish engulfing bar. We did close above the 1 week, the 1 month, and the 50-day moving average. So potential bottom here. In any event, we're out of time for overtime here for this Thursday, July 10th. We'll be back on Monday, as we are every Monday through Thursday here on Tasty Live, 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 Central, right after last call. So for Ilya Spivak in San Francisco, Thomas Westwater in Chicago, I've been Chris Vecchio in New York. Good luck trading. After a brief break, more Tasty Live. Ilya's here with Macro Money. See you there.
See you there, everybody.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're number 1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Your crypto needs a wallet. And crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. We're proud to offer a self-custody wallet for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon. Transfer your digital tokens directly in-app and access thousands of tokens available only on-chain. Your wallet is your key to decentralized finance. Download the Tasty Crypto app and get started today.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
All right, Tom.
All right, Glenn.
All righty, Julia. What's one stock or trade strategy that everybody's really hyped on right now that you think is all smoke and mirrors?
I feel like the hype is changing a lot. Like it was quantum stocks. Tesla's obviously like in and out of being hyped. The dollar now is like a big hype trade. I think quantum stocks are going to come back, right? Like I think that in the AI hype's not over yet. So any like AI heavy stocks, any like, you know, Microsoft, IBM in there a little bit. Yeah, I feel like the AI hype's still going.
Well, I mean, if it's trading there, it's probably not smoke and mirrors, but I do think that there are certain sectors that have blown up to kind of like somewhat ridiculous levels. You know, I think that some of the digital asset, the crypto stocks, are trading at a huge premium to the price of spot crypto.
I think following the taco trade, the Trump always chickens out, that's a dangerous one because even if it's played out 9 times out of 10, those have been the biggest movers. So if he doesn't chicken out, I'd watch out.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
So I studied economics and international relations, and I wanted to do the hands-on rather than the academic version of that, and the most natural thing was global macro investing. I begin with a sense of where I think the overall direction is for the macro theme for the next 6 to 12 months, and then look at some basic response from the price action to see how it's going. I think the price itself is the purest of indicator. It subsumes within it the collective emotions of the market. One of my favorite mottos, if you will, comes from the always great Ira Harris, who said, if you're right at the wrong time, you're wrong. And so, for me, every macro narrative begins with what's the price action saying, rather than this or that economic indicator or some such thing.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Coming up on Bad Money with Jim Blamer. Blamer's hot stock tip of the day.
Trade ideas? Trade ideas? You're coming to me for trade ideas? I'll give you a trade idea. Trade me for tastytrade.com. Those guys are great. I love those guys.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
It's another quiet day on what has been a quiet week for financial markets. Not a whole lot on the economic calendar this week, so not surprising that we're idling across the major assets. But we'll take this as an opportunity. It is, of course, the beginning of the second half of the year. So what we'll do is we'll take stock of what happened in the first and go asset by asset of the majors and see, never mind what the data says, never mind what the headlines say, what does the price action say about what macro narrative and what macro story we need to be telling ourselves as we get into the second half of the year. This is Macro Money. I'm Ilya Spivak, head of global macro here at Tasty Live. And we'll start by taking stock of what has actually occurred. We'll look at just hard performance, no economic indicators on our show today, just looking at the price action. And what we'll do then is we'll look at where all of these moves leave each one of these major assets, and we'll see how it goes for the setups that present themselves for the rest of 2025. So let's start here with this, and I'm looking at it as kind of a scoreboard. In the first column here, we have the second half of the year to date, so call it first half of July so far, essentially. The next column here is what we did in the first 6 months of the year. And for reference, there's a 25-year average. Now, one thing to keep in mind here is that, of course, Bitcoin doesn't have a 25-year average. It hasn't been around that long. And so what we have here instead, looking at that, is a 7-year average. I tried to single it out as far as color coding here to make sure that we're not looking for this as apples to apples comparisons to, let's say, the S&P or the dollar, because, of course, this is not an asset that's had that kind of a track record. And so we wouldn't be saying exactly the same thing about it when we compare its recent performance to a kind of historical norm. So let's go down the list here. What did we see in the first half of this year? S&P 500 was up 5.4%. Now, for all the fire and fury of wars in the Middle East, and the rollout of the tariffs and the apparent sell America kerfuffle where stocks, bonds, and the dollar were falling in tandem toward the beginning of April, end of the first quarter going into the second. For all that, the S&P 500 has only gone up a touch more than an average 6-month period over the past 25 years. 3.7% is the average, 5.4 is the gain that we have. Solid, but nothing off the charts. NASDAQ is a similar story, 7.9% gain for it, 5% is the norm, so not exactly soggy, but also not crazy or standout. Certainly good, but not amazingly shocking. No, to go for amazingly shocking, you'd have to look at yields, gold, or the dollar. And of course, there's a special spot here for crude oil, which we'll get to in just a second. In particular, the most interesting thing on the yields front is just how volatile the long-term interest rate structure in the U.S. has been relative to history. The 10-year yield down 7.5% here in the first 6 months of the year, and the normal run is 3.7. So this is almost double the usual move. And interestingly, for all the screaming about sell America and everybody is fleeing our markets and nobody wants to own dollar-denominated assets, they certainly seem to be willing buyers of U.S. bonds. Because, of course, when yields fall, what that means is that bonds are being bought. Bonds are up in the first 6 months of the year. Now, again, it's not anything crazy, but There it is. The swing at the front end, where the sensitivity is less to, let us say, longer-term fiscal viability concerns and more so to near-term monetary policy concerns, the story is about easing. And despite the Fed's resistance, we have about a standard size move, 12.1% decline in the 2-year rate so far this year. The average is a 13.1% swing, and it's to the upside. So this is certainly a move out of step with the norm, both in terms of direction and perhaps a little bit in terms of magnitude, but not much there. Certainly that for the 10-year, though. It is almost double the average move and in the wrong direction relative to the average. So there's a clear story in the bonds here suggesting we're not positioning for higher rates or for some sort of sovereign collapse. The Treasury market is being bought, and the markets are betting on Fed rate cuts. We'll put a pin in crude oil for just a second because that is possibly one of the more magical of these numbers, given what the news would have us thinking. But what is certainly a part of a sell America type of narrative is the US dollar. The major alternatives to the US dollar seeing blistering gains in the first 6 months of the year. Gold up 25%. That's huge relative to the average. Euro up almost 14%. Again, huge relative to the average. Yen up 9.1%. On average, the yen barely moves at all. So we have a very clear sell dollars narrative here. Now, Bitcoin is up 15%. Again, asterisk, this is only a 7-year average. A 6-month run for Bitcoin that is normal is 42% over that average. Obviously, it's a very young asset, and this includes periods of immense volatility as a function just of illiquidity alone. Obviously, that liquidity issue has been diminishing with time. Bitcoin has become more and more liquid with the introduction first of futures, then of ETFs. So there's been a significant maturation in these markets. Nevertheless, a drop from 42 to 15 is a significant decline. I just wouldn't necessarily say that you can chalk this up easily to Bitcoin looking soggy, and instead look at this as some combination of momentum cooling and of the asset just becoming more liquid and more mature. And so its up and down swings have, thanks to there being more buyers and more sellers at every level, they've just calmed down some. But there is a story in these numbers, Bitcoin aside. If we take a look at, and before we get into it, we'll look at crude oil here as a last bit. But if you look across all of these assets, one by one, there is a narrative to be extracted. And it isn't the narrative that you might expect if headline reading is your pastime. So, and we save crude oil for last because it really makes this disparity very, very clear cut. We have had all the reasons in the world for crude oil to be surging if you were to read the headlines. The situation in the Middle East has only become more acrimonious. We had Israel strike Iran directly. We had the U.S. join them in striking Iran directly. The situation in Gaza seems no closer to any kind of unwind. And the situation in Russia and Ukraine isn't getting any closer to a resolution either, it would seem. In fact, just this week, the president was bemoaning what Russia is doing, and ostensibly his attempts at peacemaking have been rebuffed. Supposedly he had a good relationship with the Russian president and thought he could be a vector for some kind of a settlement. Well, that's not occurring. So all of the disruptions that you might have expected to be so worrying for crude deliveries, they give us a net out to a 9.2% decline, which is obviously way off what the historical average of a 5.6% gain is. And that really is a kind of avatar for how one might read this data more generally and say, well, if we ignore the headlines and see what capital is actually signaling with where it's going, what do we need to think about? What do we need to worry about? What is the macro story really if we listen to the price action? Well, crude oil is down when the headlines might think it's up. At the same time, the dollar is down and yields are down across the curve. Okay, if yields are down and the dollar is down, that seems to suggest that the dollar is expected, or the markets are positioning for the dollar to be less attractive as a thing to hold. Okay, that is sort of Forex markets 101. When a currency loses yield advantage, it becomes less attractive relative to other currencies. But is this a kind of sell America, everything in the US should be sold that's not nailed down kind of a move? Well, clearly not, because 10-year bonds are being bought. That is to say, the markets are signaling confidence in the U.S. as a long-term borrower, Moody's downgrade, belated though it was, notwithstanding. We're also seeing that at the front end of the curve, as we were just saying, rate cuts are on the menu. And in that context, crude oil being down comes together to say, well, if yields are going to come down, but not for catastrophic reasons, why would they be going down? And why would a cyclical asset like crude oil be going down with them? Why would anti-fiat alternatives that tend to thrive in low interest rate environments like gold be outperforming? Why is the euro and yen looking so strong when their interest rates are lower than that of the US? Well, all of this seems not to paint a sell America story, but a recessionary one. There's some kind of economic downturn in the works. But stocks are up, you might say. Sure, but in dollar terms, they're not, because the dollar is down more. The dollar is down more than stocks are up. So if you were an investor in U.S. equities, sure, if you are a U.S. investor, then the dollar is your currency in which you operate, and you don't see the exchange rate difference. But if you're a foreign investor, let's say, in U.S. markets, you're actually down money because stocks have gone up less, let's say for the S&P, 5.4%, then the dollar has fallen 13.9%. So if you made 5.4% on your US dollar denominated stocks, you're actually out money on the exchange rate. So is this exuberant risk appetite? Doesn't look like it. in an environment where the net is for the dollar to fall a little on an average quarter, and for stocks to go up 3.7% on an average, or not quarter, 6-month range, and for stocks to go up almost 4% on the same scale, well, yeah, that makes sense. That makes U.S. markets attractive. This is not that story. Now let's take a look then where all of this leaves us. If the markets are positioning for some sort of economic downturn, where are we across the major assets as we head into the second half of the year? Here's the S&P 500. Despite kind of low percent change values, it is at a record high, nominally, of course, because the way you get those narrow percent changes is you get this wild wick on April's candle. But also what you clearly see is negative divergence in momentum studies. And this is the relative strength index, which is just a basic oscillator here. And what you see is that although you're setting higher highs on the price, you are not setting it on this oscillator, which in pure arithmetic terms, not technical analysis, voodoo, not anything like that, just pure arithmetic. The way that RSI is constructed is it's a ratio of average closes up versus average closes down. So all it's really telling you is whether the price has a propensity to close up relative to down. And you can see that in a normal situation, as the price rallies, it also has the momentum behind it, as it were, to have the propensity to then keep closing up relative to down. So as the price goes up, RSI goes up. Until it doesn't. You can see these divergences, for example, in 2022, where this precedes a loss of momentum that leads into a top. It's a similar story in 2007. It's a similar story in 2000. And so we've seen this movie before. When it happens on a monthly chart, this kind of a loss of momentum can be toppy. We haven't seen it confirmed yet, certainly, but does look like we're getting into some rarefied air as momentum is drifting out of the market. Same story in the NASDAQ. Again, record highs, but we're not matching it, again, in just pure arithmetic terms in momentum studies. So again, looks like despite what the price action is doing, this market looks like it's feeling toppy and losing steam. After all, this also in 2022 was a record high. But because we set it with momentum fading, only a matter of time before it turned into a year-long sell-off. The situation in bonds is a little bit more nuanced because, of course, we just saw that yields have been going down. And indeed, you can see that here. But the move so far has been relatively modest. And in fact, things have been broadly range-bound after the rate hike cycle that ended at the end of 2022. So as the Fed has idled, so too have yields to a large extent. But certainly there is no sell America panic here. And indeed, since the beginning of the year, yields have come in. This is the 10-year yield future, not the bond. And you can see we're a little bit lower. Not catastrophically so, but what that tells us is, of course, that if the Fed really does start to cut rates, then we have all kinds of room to go. But all of what the headlines would tell us is a reason why bonds should be collapsing and yields should be soaring because confidence in American credit has been lost. None of that is on this chart. It is the same thing with the 2-year yield. Here you can see actually the dovish implications of what the markets think of the Fed are a little bit more obvious. Not surprising. This is more sensitive to immediate Fed policy. And you can see yields are in from the beginning of the year, but they've actually been coming in since the beginning of 2024. And indeed, we got some rate cuts last year to show for it. 100 basis points of them, as a matter of fact. And so we've had a level change in yields. People are buying these bonds. They're expecting easing. The Fed only sees 25 basis points in rate cuts next year. The markets see closer to 70. Again, this is smelling of some sort of an economic downshift that the markets are envisioning, that the Fed is going to have to respond to. Crude oil, for all of the fire and fury on the geopolitical front, has been steadily declining since 2022. So far this year, the net effect of what we've seen is just more downside. Now, we've kind of anchored near what is essentially the former support in this range here, and these long wicks on the monthly chart suggest we tried rallying through them and failed, which again tells you if there's kind of a geopolitical concern here, we'd be seeing something else. In fact, this long wick is a picture of that geopolitical concern failing to be a longer run motivator of price action. So what do we see instead? Well, this is a cyclical asset. If it is sensitive to supply and demand for energy, which is what you might expect, then what this is telling you is that's the thing that matters, because otherwise it'd be rallying, which is yet another little bit in your get ready for recession argument. Gold seems to have the most of its run up at the start of the year and is now idling, but very tellingly is holding its ground, whether the geopolitics improves or doesn't. Obviously, crude oil here has been a story where the geopolitics are being shrugged off. So that gold is holding up here, very clearly not a story about that. If it were, it'd be falling. But it is holding up. What's holding it up here? Falling yields and a falling US dollar could certainly do it. And so again, we get to a place of expectation of a downturn. If surging stocks were a story of reflation and buoyant growth, it might be going higher. But that's not what we're seeing either. This looks more like the standstill that you've seen in bonds in the most recent months, and the upshift leading into it to expectations of a more dovish stance. And of course, this is the US dollar, the dollar index here as a catch-all. We've very clearly shifted out of the range that was there after the rate hike cycle in 2022 that gave the dollar a massive yield advantage, and so it was rallying. We've clearly shifted into a lower setting here. We've broken out, giving us more room to keep going down, it would seem, in general terms. No sign yet of a turn, though certainly if there were a tactical bounce here to retest the underside of this range, that wouldn't be anything shocking. We've seen a pause here. When we initially took out this range, there was an attempted rally that ultimately stalled. Now we've got another leg lower. Maybe we could see another retest and failure here, but the direction seems unmistakable. And in the context of what we're seeing in the yields and them going down and bonds being bought, it isn't a loss of confidence in the dollar as such, but just a bet on relative rates. And of course, here's Bitcoin. And like stocks, we're setting higher highs, but momentum is fading. So if you were going to get some sort of a washout and stocks were telling you that, this seems to be telling you a very similar thing and pointing you into a risk-off concern type of a direction. Now, these are, of course, monthly charts, and the performance we've looked at is 6 months of performance. So actionable this may not be, but it is a useful exercise because it suggests through prices what macro narrative is likely to prevail, at least at this point, going into the second half of the year. It's not necessarily what the news might suggest or even what the data might be whispering at us. And that perhaps makes it the most likely to play out because the markets haven't priced this in to nearly the extent that perhaps they could. That is Macro Money for today. As ever, we are here Monday through Thursday, right after Overtime, a show I co-host with Dylan Radigan and Chris Vecchio, looking at the Wall Street close and where things may go therefrom. I am likewise here Mondays and Fridays, including tomorrow, for Futures Power Hour with Chris. Tuesdays for The Price of Truth with Victor Jones. Sunday for First Call with Tom and Victor, writing for the news and insights portion of tastylive.com and commenting at Ilya Spivak on former Twitter and on Blue Sky. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. Macro Money's back next week. Happy trading.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
At Tasty Live, we live and breathe the markets. But when the live show's over, are we out of breath? If you want to inhale the latest breaking market news, we've got you covered. The Tasty Live research team and on-air personalities post refreshing content updated daily covering earnings, economic reports, trade ideas, and much more. If you want a breath of fresh air and not stale takes, visit the News and Insights tab at tastylive.com.
Zach, South Carolina, how are you, my friend?
Hey, I'm good, guys. I just wanted to let you guys know and Tasty Nation know that I've been following you guys for 3 years. Where else can you call two real traders? They pick up the phone and answer your question. There's so many so-called traders out there that give you vague strategies and want you to buy their course to learn more, but you guys at Tasty put all your info out for free, and all you ask in return is for us to use your platform. Thanks as always for what you guys do.
Love it, man. Thanks.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Very kind word.
The beauty of Thinkorswim was that we were different. From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. You know, that's what I do.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with 0 commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another always wonderful installment of Risk and Reward. We have a unfamiliar face here with me today. Errol is moving up to our wonderful Chicagoland, and so I am joined by Thomas. You may have seen Thomas on Trades from the Research Team a few of these mornings the past couple weeks. Thomas, how we doing? What's going on?
Gus, I'm doing fantastic. It's so nice, the change of pace from the research segment where I got to be overly professional, talking to Tom and Tony. I got to be careful with my words here. Now I feel like I can unbutton. I have no buttons on my shirt, but I would unbutton another button, chill out, and just hang out with the audience and talk to you.
Hell yeah, love to hear it. Yeah, we like to keep things light here. You know, it's it's nice. We can just we can riff on this a little bit. Thomas Zabarenko, how did you discover Tasty? Tell us a little bit about yourself. Let the viewers get to know you a little bit.
Sure. You know what? I discovered Tasty. I was a thinkorswim user for a while, and then I wanted to trade options, but I was 18, and so the only place that would allow me to trade options was Tasty Trade, and so that's how I discovered the platform. And then when I realized that the creators of thinkorswim were also the creators of Tasty Trade, it made me grow a relationship with Tasty itself and the creators like Tom. And I was watching their shows since I was 17, but started trading on their platform when I was 18. And so to be here now after a few years of watching is super cool. Very full circle moment. And once again, I'm just glad to be here in front of the Tasty audience.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas and I have very similar arcs with how we found this company and how we our course of getting here. It's funny. What got you into I suppose entrepreneurship in the first place or hustling? What made you what led you to trading?
The hustler grind set starts with a $9 salary per hour at Ace Hardware. That's where I first worked when I was 15 because my parents are immigrants, and so I was told to be working. I was working since I was 13 years old as a house league umpire, and so with these small hourly salaries, I just wanted to make more money. It was just obvious. $9 an hour was not cutting it. I wanted more snacks, more sunflower seeds, the Taco Bell Supreme, of course.
Taco Bell Supreme.
Yeah. And so
you guys haven't tried Big's Taco Supreme sunflower seeds. Go out there and get you a bag. Thank me later.
That's right. Those are good.
Go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but trading, I just say like my style of trading really is very directional. I love risk actually. I propose obviously great trades with a lot of research and quantitative background to it, but in my free time, I do have several smaller accounts that I just go ballistic and, just long calls, long puts.
Oh, yeah?
That's just my style of trading.
Yeah, that's just risk and reward here, baby. That's what we're here to do. You guys are making me laugh and chat. I can only see hair. It is a lot of hair. It's certainly more hair than when we have Errol in here. We both got the mop going on. I like it. Anyway, we have some lovely content for you guys today. We are going to go all sorts of off the walls here shortly. We're going to talk childhood illiteracy, Chinese content farms. We're covering the topics that the people really want to hear about. Clearly, so yeah, we can go ahead and jump into these slides. Beautiful. Gen Z dystopia. That's the world that we're living in right now. Chinese TikTok farms, rising illiteracy rates. Technology is making its mark on the next generation, and it's a bad mark. I'm not gonna lie to you. So we can dive straight in here. So, Thomas, tell me about how this idea came to be. You came to me yesterday and said, "Have you ever seen these Chinese TikTok farms?"
That is exactly right. My desk is like 3 desks to the left of Gus and Nikki and right next to Mike as well. And so I always kind of just like scoop my chair over there every few hours and just come to you guys with garbage. I'm joking, but I come to you guys with amazing information.
He's not joking.
I got this YouTube video and it was on just how the Chinese influencers, it's just growing and growing. There's so many of them. There's like 15 million streamers that they're on the streets lined up in like the same style an office would be set up, dystopian as hell. And they're just filming TikToks. I'm not filming TikToks. They're live streaming on their platforms in China. And they use a ring light and their phones are in the middle of the ring light. It is the same. It is copy paste all over the street. I thought that was so crazy. I just had to let the boys know because I'm Ferda. right? I'm Ferda.
All right, we made it 5 minutes before a Ferda got worked into this somehow. Yes, but yeah, exactly. And that led us to a conversation about the way that children really want to be streamers these days. The number of streamers is ever growing because there's a few very prominent ones who have managed to make very affluent and successful careers out of streaming that act as motivation for all the others. And streaming is sort of a bubble. This led us into a conversation about literacy rates and what this could mean for children, how streaming has exploded since COVID. We're going to cover all these things today. So yeah, we can go first slide. So yeah. Social media, obviously rapidly growing since the early 2010s. I believe I opened my first social media account in it's fourth grade, so that's I think 2011 for me, something like that. Got on Instagram for the first time. But the COVID lockdowns in 2020 accelerated the growth of social media itself, as well as the amount of time and visits that people were giving to social media. This chart we have on the slide here is social media visits from 2019 to 2023. You can see that 2020 is obviously an inflection point in this graph. Projections indicate that 6 billion people are going to be using social media by 2030, just 5 years from now. Numbers are currently at just under 5 billion users worldwide. And currently, 75% of social media's users are younger than 45, but obviously this is going to shift. People aren't just going to turn 45 and say, guess I'm done with social media and delete all their accounts. This is a trend that we do expect to continue through time. How old were you when you opened your first social media account?
You know what? Fourth grade sounds about right. I remember my first phone was the iPhone 5C. It was blue. I remember that vividly.
Those were fire.
Yeah.
The 5Cs, oh yeah.
So I remember Instagram had like this brown logo on it with the camera, and I had Snapchat. So yeah, fourth grade sounds about right. I opened up my first Twitch account probably a little bit before COVID, so like 2018, 2019. Yeah. Streaming Valorant, CS:GO. Yeah, it was a fun time.
All right, well, awesome. Yeah, we can go next slide here. Let's So live streaming, as Thomas just beautifully led us into, has also exploded since 2020. But what's different about live streaming compared to social media is that this was not some steady growth since 2010 that just suddenly exploded in 2020. You can see that the growth was steady, but 2020, these numbers just about double. All of a sudden, everybody and their mom is streaming on Twitch. And so the number of viewers also exploded around that time. Everybody had a lot of time on their hands with COVID, but at a disproportionate rate. And the ratio of live viewers to live streamers has fallen from 33.6 to 22.8 in the last 10 years. This graph that we have on the bottom of this chart, the line graph, the blue line represents the number of Twitch channels. The green line represents the number of Twitch viewers, and this gray line in the back represents the ratio between those two things. And as you can see, that has sharply fallen pretty much since the inception of the platform. What are your thoughts on this? You had aspirations to be a streamer sometime. What drew you to that? You were kind of ahead of the curve too. You're in our lower number section.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like a lot of parents. But here's the thing: why is streaming in the first place blowing up in China? Well, it's because you're seeing people like Kai Cenat, especially recently, getting on Time Magazine. They're making a lot of money. Streaming is clearly a successful career, and you could really make a lot of money with streaming. And so that's what really got me into streaming as well. I mean, but I'm young, right? I was raised with my phone. I was watching YouTube since I was probably in second, third grade, right? So naturally, I wanted to be a YouTuber all my time. So being here and being able to do a show, it kind of fulfills that dream, right? But something that's really interesting about this graph that I really like is that after COVID, you can notice that the viewers and the streamers, they kind of retain to the platform, right? It's unlike other streaming platforms where you saw a big rise, a sharp rise.
Yes, and unlike other COVID trends like Peloton as well, where everybody buys in and then it goes away as soon as COVID ends. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see clearly just how sticky Twitch is as a platform. Viewers are staying on. People like the experience, right? There is no alternative that's much better, right? Like, I know YouTube created streaming as well, but you can notice that these streaming numbers and viewer numbers haven't really gone down significantly. So clearly Twitch is a great platform, not only for creators, but for the viewers themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's very interesting, the grip that these streamers have come to have on society and culture, and they're real like A-list legit celebrities now. The number of streamers that I can name, Kai Cenat, Duke Dennis, Aiden Ross, iShowSpeed, the list goes on. I don't watch any of those people, nor do I follow them on any social media platform, but they are unavoidable. It is an unavoidable part of culture. As much as I did not want to know about the Kendrick and Drake beef, I do not care what Kai Cenat is doing at the AMP house this weekend, but I hear about it. And so, yeah, it's this really interesting thing where we have slowly been on this arc especially with YouTubers, where they slowly are getting closer and closer to A-list celebrities. But it feels like this is something that has just finally exploded, and we're seeing Kai Cenat and Aiden Ross at what's the all-white party? No Diddy. What's the all-white party?
That is the one run by
it's the fan
Rubin something.
Yeah, Rubin,
right?
Michael Rubin. Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, these guys they're at Michael Rubin's all-white party taking pictures with Lil Baby and Drake and all these famous athletes, real A-list people. So it's been a cultural shift to where these people are respected as legitimate creators now, as opposed to just somebody doing some funny thing on YouTube. As rich as the YouTubers may have been before this explosion. But yeah, we can go next slide here. Yeah, Chinese content farms. Now, if you guys aren't privy to this is really crazy, and you can look up if you search this Chinese content farms keyword on the internet, and you can find lots of examples of this. But live streaming has grown to such prominence in China that these content farms have begun to arise. It's a centralized location where streamers can rent spaces, at least the indoor ones. That's nice. That's a primo content farm. But there's also numerous impromptu content farms that have popped up on major streets in China. And I would like to say that this is not an issue that is purely isolated to China. There was certainly all types of videos, especially during COVID, of people, on the streets of New York doing NPC TikTok live streams. But it was nowhere near the caliber that we're seeing in China today. So it seems like this is a bubble, as Thomas alluded to earlier. There's currently over 15 million active live streamers in China, and it doesn't feel like there's going to be enough people to watch all of those streamers. The analogy I gave the other day when we were initially formulating this idea was, if everybody's selling apples, nobody needs to buy apples. And it seems like that's the way that we're moving here. So I put this here just to illustrate the gravity of this situation and how much it really is taking over some people's lives. Yeah, well, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, let me add to this. So this is a key distinction I want people to understand, is that these streaming platforms here in America, like Twitch, right, they share with their creators the ad revenue. And so creators aren't really as incentivized to, I guess, beg for money from their viewers, because they're still getting paid for their viewers just simply being on their app, right? So in China, these platforms, they don't provide ad revenue. They don't split the ad revenue. So these streamers, these creators are reliant only on the viewers. And so pretty much you have these beggars, like they're begging on these streams, which is very different to what we have in America here. Also, the platforms, with more creators, you have less of a pie. Streaming is a zero-sum game. If you have viewers, that means somebody else doesn't.
Precisely. Nobody's watching two streams at once. Nobody's donating to two streams at once. And really, this is sort of just a modern, almost dystopian version of the homeless man playing a bucket turned upside down in the subway, except now you have the ability to reach this bigger audience through streaming. But that's essentially what these people are doing, as you said, is just begging for donations. So it's really quite something. Kyle in chat, dare I say it, read a book. Thomas, would you like to tell the people how you get your news?
Guys, I get my news by watching a Twitch streamer react to the news. Any of you who like Asmongold, that is who I watch for my news streams. I hope that does not bash me. Trust me, when it comes to trading, that is separate. But Asmongold, watching his streams is how me watching somebody else watch the news and watching the chat is how I come up with conclusions.
Yeah, so there you go. You heard it here first-hand account. And this is a 21-year-old man, so you can imagine how people 5 and 6 years younger than him are going about getting their news. Anyway, we can go next slide. Literacy rates. This is where this all starts to get a bit more serious. The rise of social media and streamers and all of this has led to children spending a lot less time reading things and a lot more time watching things. When I was a kid, I read Harry Potter books for fun. Like, I ripped through that whole series, Divergent, you name it. I was reading books. It was something I did. I watched TV too, but books were interesting to me, as they were to a lot of children, and that seems to be going away. All these streamers, the rise of social media, also all these kids lost a year of education with COVID, a lot of them at a very, very critical turning point in their life in terms of education, has led to declines in literacy rates. 2022 is the last year where we have good data on nationwide literacy rates. But as you can see here on this slide, nationwide literacy rate for third graders was 7% lower in, I should say, this is illiteracy rates, I guess, but the illiteracy rate of third graders was 7% higher in 2022 than it was in 2019. And 7% in 3 years is really something. Social media has only continued to grow. All these kids are using ChatGPT to do all their assignments in school now in the last 3 years since then. So it's hard to imagine that this issue has gotten any better.
I can definitely comment. It is not. It is not getting better. Seeing my peers in college, it definitely is not getting better out here. This is crazy that illiteracy rate is going down. It makes sense, right? You're constantly listening stuff, like how people get their information, news, whether it's health news, right? They're all getting it through these audio channels, right? So you're constantly listening to things. So naturally, if I stop practicing golf, I'm gonna start sucking at golf. Same way with reading, right? If I'm getting force-fed content and information through audio channels, such as short videos, yeah, I'm gonna start to lose my ability to read.
Exactly, and you'll find as well, I think a good analogy for this is a lot of times when people speak a foreign language, they'll say, oh, I can speak it, but I can't read it or write it. And that is a very real phenomenon. You know, if you grow up, say, in an ESL household where you're speaking, say, Spanish to your parents on a day-to-day basis, but you never have to read or write anything in Spanish, suddenly you're an adult and you can speak and understand Spanish very fluently, but you might not know really how to read it or write it at all. Really stumbled there, huh? But you might not know how to read or write. Yeah, right? Look at me, brain rot, guys. I'm falling apart. We're cooked. But yeah, and then the rise of AI chatbots just compiles on top of this. These kids do not need to think or read or write anymore. Teachers are going to have to start shifting to everything handwritten. That's the only way to combat this. And yeah, it's just it's a scary thing. And even if you do that, what's stopping kids from just doing it on ChatGPT and then copying it down by hand? You know, nothing. It's a really hard issue to circumvent. So let's go next slide here. We got. Trying to think of what even comes next. Yes. Now, of course, as all of you are wondering, how does this tie back into the market? Let me tell you. If schools can't keep up, these kids are going to become adults and realize they are illiterate and probably need to turn to these third-party literacy services like Duolingo, Coursera, companies that are publicly traded to fill that void. However, these results have been mixed. Obviously, the illiteracy rates have been rising for some time, and it hasn't really turned into anything tangible in terms of profit for these companies. And Duolingo especially trades like a gamified tech company, as I said here in the slide. But at some point, the actual educational efficacy of the app has to become, you know, what we're looking at and what investors are looking at. So if these apps are able to increase literacy rates for people and they are able to show a causal representation in that regard, that would do great things. But there is also the other side of the world where these kids come out of school and they say, I have ChatGPT for everything. I don't care if I'm literate. And that could work out negatively for these companies. So what are your thoughts there?
My thoughts are this. Duolingo, I currently actually use Duolingo and I'm learning Italian at the moment. Can I speak to you in Italian after a 236-day streak? Absolutely not. So I do think what Duolingo does have, they have a great platform, great UI, great experience. But they do have the ability to be able to take advantage of the fan base they already have, the stickiness of their app, and really make, I guess, better courses. I think they really have this new generation of new possible users that they can really take advantage of and make just a better education app. I guess that's my opinion.
We got Carvana popping up in here. I thought it said Canva initially, which would have made sense, but Carvana popping off in chat here. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. And also, especially in the case of Duolingo, nobody thinks to themselves, man, I can't do English well enough. I need Duolingo, you know? Like, no, that's not happening. I don't know that Duolingo even has the facilities to help you in that regard. So I think that would maybe be a wise move for Duolingo as well, just to offer something broader, educational. Hey, you can't read. let's rectify that situation. But anyway, we can go next slide here, and we'll bring things home. So the TLDR here, we're a little off on our formatting. It's okay. Nobody comment about this. It looks fine, damn it. TLDR here is that America is becoming dumber and more chronically online, and childhood literacy rates are dropping rapidly since 2020. So there's essentially two worlds here. You can look at this information and you can say, man, these kids are going to need literacy. I'm going to get long these companies. But there's another angle where you say, man, these kids are never going to be literate. I'm going to get short these companies. Duolingo's going to zero. And both of those are viable opinions. It's up to you to decide which camp you buy into here. But yeah, through a little classic American tweet on here to really bring this one home. But yeah, what are your thoughts? How do you think this extrapolates out?
How do I think this extrapolates out? I think everybody should try to stream. Is that crazy to say after all this?
That's our takeaway.
That's our takeaway for today. Open up a Twitch channel and start streaming. All right.
Go to a content farm near you.
Yeah. Buy a ring light.
6 by 6 foot square and a ring light.
Buy a ring
Set it
light,
up.
put your phone up, and go, by the way, go outside because apparently the retention is better outside, which is hence the reason why all these Chinese influencers are outside when they film these TikToks, because apparently it's true.
Yes.
You're outside.
Yes, there is very good research and statistics that back that up. You retain viewers better when there is stimulus in the background, and the easiest way to get stimulus in the background of your video, if you're just one person, is to go stand on a city street and let things happen behind you.
Absolutely. We should be filming these Tasty Live, Live broadcasts just outside.
Yeah, guys, everybody email Tom and say start filming Tasty outside. We could do that. But anyway, yeah, that concludes the presentation for today. It's looking rough out here for these kids. But we'll pop over here real quick, and we can do a little tour to market before we go. Here's the portfolio. Fine day for me today. Creeping towards expiration on a lot of my positions, and they're all sitting pretty for the most part, which I'm happy about. I'm happy to be rid of half of the positions on this portfolio. I've been spread a little bit too thin for a little bit too long, and I feel like I'm really starting to push the envelope with this long delta, as much as I do buy into the until proven otherwise theory. But is there anything that caught your eye today? Any trades you put on? Anything?
Yeah. So this morning I presented a Unity software trade. It was a short call at the 36 strike. The reason being, it had you can see, just a very sharp price action recently. And so I don't believe there's really much of a reason besides the overweight signals that big banks have put on for this, for the company, for the underlying. So I went with the 36 strike put because the call, because it just gives you a bunch of space as well to be slightly wrong, right? You can go up a little bit, all the way up to like $34, $35, and you're still making some money, right? So that $36 short call was the one I recommended this morning. It has 96% IV on the contract itself. The company's underlying IVR is at 50%. So this was just a great play. With VIX being so low, this company having a high implied volatility, it was a simple trade.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like it. I don't think I added anything new myself today. I certainly did not. I'll tell you what I'm having a sweat on, though, is this CNC. I outlined this position with Errol on a Tuesday, but I am short a 3250 put on CNC here. Huge fall off, and I joked about this with Errol. I sold this put because it went down. I don't know what this company is. I don't know what they do. I don't know their fundamentals. I know they lost a lawsuit and they tanked 35%, and that seemed a little. Usually people tend to overreact to breaking news like that. So jumped in on the short 3250 put. It closed at 3249 today. And I'm 8 DTE on that, so really hoping we can get some recovery out of that one. Additionally, I sold a 30 for this coming December. I have no concerns about that one at all. But I'm starting to feel a little bit tight on that one. Maybe there's a better TA to be had than because it went down.
I'm wishing you the best. You know what? I do like trading price action, especially recent price action. I do think a lot of the time there's overreactions to things. So yeah, I'm wishing you the best with this trade.
Yeah, I think in the age of 24-hour news and everybody being online all the time and the market trying to, literally instantly price in this information, the efficient market hypothesis didn't hold up as well when you had to wait for a newspaper the next morning, that there tends to be overreactions, and those overreactions compounded as well. Somebody who said, oh man, they lost this lawsuit, it'll go to 40 and then I'll be fine. All of a sudden it's at 37 and they're panic selling, and it only exacerbates that issue. Yeah, it's just, I felt like it was going to be an overreaction. It turns out this might just be the correct price, but we'll see. It's a game of sense that we play. But anyway, that's going to be about all the time that we got for today. You have any closing remarks for the people?
I got one thing to say for the Tasty Nation. Trade small, trade often. See ya.
Good job. All right, well, that's going to be all we have for today. Be sure to stay around for more wonderful episodes coming on after this. I will be back here with Errol on Tuesday for Risk and Reward at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, as usual. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We love you all. You guys are making me laugh and chat. I haven't been able to acknowledge as much as I would have liked to, but this has been great. Thomas, thanks so much for coming on today.
Thanks, Gus.
Really appreciate you. Everybody at home, you guys take care, and we'll see you next time.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Alrighty, Julia. All right, Jamal. All right, Tom. What's a recent news reporter earnings story that completely changed your view on a stock, if there is one?
News reporter earnings story that changed my view on a stock. Like, you're assuming that I've watched a news reporter. I don't think I have. I have nobody.
I mean, Facebook, back when it was Facebook, before it was Meta, like that was the first time I saw like a blue chip company dump 25%. That's like your bank account selling off by 25%. That's crazy. And I remember that was back in, I don't remember exactly the date, I think like 2019, maybe 2020 or something like that. And that just like completely changed how I viewed earnings and tech companies, especially on the pure social media side, yeah.
I don't know if I have one that has changed my view on a company, but I do know that more recently I traded Nike earnings. There was very negative sentiment around the company and the stock heading into earnings, and I took the other side.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
I tend to call myself a lonely options trader because I really don't have a lot of people that I can share stories of wins and losses with. Like Tasty Live plays the whole day at my house. I love that they've made everything really easy to digest and take in. I love that you can easily send an email if you have any questions and Tom will be quick to respond to you, or if somebody else, Nick, Tony. I really enjoy that it's a customer focused and it's a customer centric system that you guys have here. And Tasty Live has definitely changed my life financially because I'm able to determine how and where I can make my gains and not be a passive investor where you're just relying on the markets to do something for you. You could actually go out there and do it yourself.
Calling all traders. Are you using Tasty Live mechanics and enjoying awesome results? Are you an up-and-coming options savant? We're looking for you. For over a decade, Tasty Live has shared the most inspiring stories of traders teaching themselves a new skill, using probabilities and experiencing new levels of success. If you think your trading journey should be shared with Tasty Nation, we'd love to hear from you. We are always on the lookout for the next class of rising stars. Email us at risingstars@tastylive.com if you'd like a chance to share your trading journey and inspire others.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at tastytrade.
The beauty of Thinkorswim was that we were different. From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on tastytrade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on tastytrade.
Look who's back testing. tastytrade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at tastytrade.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. tastytrade. Make your move.
All right, Tom. All right, Glenn. All right, Julia. What's one stock or trade strategy that everybody's really hyped on right now that you think is all smoke and mirrors?
I feel like the hype is changing a lot. Like it was quantum stocks. Tesla's obviously like in and out of being hype. The dollar now is like a big hype trade. I think quantum stocks are going to come back, right? Like I think that in the AI hype's not over yet. So any like AI heavy stocks, any like, you know, Microsoft, IBM in there a little bit. Yeah, I feel like the AI hype's still going.
Well, I mean, if it's trading there, it's probably not smoke and mirrors, but I do think that there are certain sectors that have blown up to kind of like somewhat ridiculous levels. You know, I think that some of the digital asset, the crypto stocks, are trading at a huge premium to the price of spot crypto.
I think following the taco trade, the Trump boys chickens out, that's a dangerous one because even if it's played out 9 times out of 10, those have been the biggest movers. So if he doesn't chicken out, I'd watch out.
If you say way to go out on a ledge, what are you doing?
Way to go out on a ledge is just another expression when you make fun of another trader who's not willing to take any risk, who's very risk averse. So when somebody's very risk averse and doesn't want to do anything risky, you say, "Hey, way to go out on the ledge."
When you say you're going to whack the bid, what are you doing?
When you whack the bid, that means you're selling at the best available price.
A scoopy.
Scoopy Scoopy! That's one of my favorite. That's when you're just like scooping something at the bottom, like, you know, you bought something and it never goes lower. Scoopy Scoopy.
Back in the pits, you guys call them teenies. What are teenies?
A teeny is a 16th. So before we went to decimalization, we used fractions. And we used 16ths under a certain dollar amount.
Do you want the penny or the position?
Well, that's always something. The penny or the position is, do you want the trade? Then just pay up to get the trade. But do you want to squeeze it for a penny? That means you're just going to wait until you get filled.
When you say Omaha, what happened?
When I hear Omaha, I know I've gone too far.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Question for you guys.
Yes.
Vanetta this morning was giving me a little flack. It was lighthearted. She meant well.
for my particular baby face.
Yes. You are young.
Just
young
question for you guys, because I look up to you both. How much of your success, I don't know, financially with the ladies, do you attribute to having facial hair? Is it something I should work on actively?
Ooh. See, the thing I can hear John laughing out there. See, the thing is that you either have it or you don't have it, and
All right.
you just don't.
I could put together a pretty gnarly neck beard.
It's a manly thing.
The last time I shaved my face, it was to dress up as Sting for Halloween. Like Sting the wrestler.
Every time I leave Tasty, I miss it. Even like when I go home after work, I think about Tasty. I'm like, I wish I was really in the office.
No, you don't.
I don't.
You just went abroad. Were you able to just fully disconnect?
Fully.
Yeah.
We saw several artisans, but the sword maker. 3 months to make a sword.
Yeah.
That's
when does yours get delivered?
50,
you didn't do the sword?
50 grand. And there's
but that's,
and a 2-year wait list.
It's a couple spoons.
Yeah, that's, come on.
I'm going to Rockford for a wedding. It's going to be a very fun wedding.
Your friend that's getting married or is your girlfriend's friend?
Girlfriend's friend.
Do you want your girl to catch the bouquet?
No. That never ends well. Like in movies, that happens. The guy's like,
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
All right, Katie, what is the Widowmaker?
The Widowmaker can be any spread that is volatile that might dink you if you're on the wrong side of it, but at Tasty Live, the Widowmaker historically has referred to a spread in natural gas futures and the seasonality of injection season and the storage around that. So it's typically a calendar spread that has the propensity to move between the March and April natural gas futures contracts.
What does tendies mean?
Tendies refers to ordering chicken nuggets at a restaurant when you're out watching the game with your boys or your girls, but tendies in the options trading world or the trading world refers to profits that you are taking on a position. What is an offer?
So the offer price is the price at which you can buy an option at, the bid being the price to sell at.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
My first concert was when I was very young. It's quite embarrassing.
Anson.
How'd you know that?
I mean, I feel like everybody.
How did you know that?
Because who else was popular then in like the late 90s?
Oh my God,
that's amazing.
That was cringe. There it is, the song. Yes.
Yes. All right. Good luck. Good trading. Let's go eat some roost.
Peace.
What happens when two titans of trading come together to harness the power of their prowess? Yes, let's watch these two dominate this popper shop. Wait a minute, I thought these guys were traders, not contractors. They're putting up a lot of bricks. Well, lucky for us, Tom and TP are better at writing than they are almost anything else. Subscribe to Tasty Live Cherry Bomb to get piping hot takes on the market delivered right to your inbox. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and Tasty Live web store is now live. New merch, bold designs.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
We're live. Yep. Oh, yeah, it's Thursday, July 10th, a little bit after 5 p.m. A little bit after 5 p.m. Central Time, the best time. You know what that means? It's time for Jason Live's GT Show, a little podcast. You're a little podcast called The Price of Truth, the show where we like to explore the incentives that govern our world. More on that in just a bit. For now, shout out to everybody watching on tastylive.com. Shout out to everybody watching on Tasty Trade desktop and mobile applications. If you don't already have both, go get them. If you don't already have both, go get them. Just make your life a little bit easier. It's just easier with Tasty Trade desktop and mobile applications. Speaking of the people, we should say what's up to the people. Shout out to everybody already in the chat. Let's say what's up. Emmett, how are you? Mark, great to see you. Katan, how are you? Lone, Brian, what is up? Brian Watson, the YouTube goat, how are you? Crying in my popsicle. Okay. No black shirt equals AI Victor. You guys keep doing this. I've seen that a few times. You guys going back and forth about whether it's AI Victor or real Victor. I guess you know you've made it when. What's up, Brian? Showing some skin. Victor's like a philosophical drone. He just loiters overhead. You may or may not know he's there, but his presence is appreciated. A philosophical drone. I'm trying to figure out if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't want to be a drone. You know what I mean? I don't want to be a drone. AI Victor, not AI Victor. It's black shirt. This is not AI. Let's see here. Let's keep going. Good morning, Victor. Yeah, it is morning here. Bitcoin to the moon. It is at 115. That is about as moonish as it gets. Victor was wearing his gray and changed back to his black shirt. I don't know. Did you guys see? When I put on my headphones, somebody said we're live. So you may or may not have seen me change my shirt. I'm not sure. All right, let's keep going. What's going on, everybody? All right, S&P 500, my babies, up about a quarter of a percent, or a little bit less than 20 points. The NASDAQ down about 16 basis points. The Dow Jones up 0.2%. The Russell up about 0.5%. A whole bunch of nothing. You know, I feel like most of you summoned this. You beckoned this. All of you big old scaredy cats that were scared of the S&P 500 moving around a little bit, afraid of a president who was just going to make policy by tweeting. All of you big old scaredy cats, you summoned a 15 VIX. You summoned an S&P 500 that was moving 0.25% each day. You summoned this. And I hate all of you, you know. I don't hate you. I love you. But part of me hates you. Part of me hates that you were scared in April. Part of me hates that you were just like, you did a deal with the devil. Just please stop moving. Just let the S&P 500 rest for a while, and I'll be good. That's what you said. You made a deal with the devil. And here we are, moving 0.25 basis point in the 15 handle in the VIX, and it's all your fault because you couldn't handle it. You couldn't handle a little volatility, a little uncertainty. You couldn't handle a little uncertainty, and then you asked for this, and now here we are. ZB, the bonds, the long end of the curve at 114. We basically retraced about, last week's move. Last week's move, we went from 114 to 113. On the chart, it looks like we did something. We moved basically 2 points to the downside. And in the last 2 days, we moved about 1.5 points to the upside. We're at 114 and change, my babies. A whole bunch of nothing. So the people, we're a little bit scared of that sell-off in the bond market. You're able to sell the opposite this week. Bond yields. I don't know. Let's show the curve. The nice curve is we've been at like 50 basis points between the 2s and the 10s for forever. So 49 basis points between the 2s and the 10s. A whole bunch of nothing. There is just no movement in the curve. So yields are moving. Yields are moving slightly lower, but the difference between the 2s and the 10s are staying exactly the same. Yeah, man, exactly the same. 49 basis points now. I think yesterday we were 48 basis points. At one point, that number was like 67 basis points. We said we'd get a little bit of flattening into 45 basis points. It did come into 45. If I could be honest, I didn't think we'd stay here. I didn't think we'd plant at 49 basis points and never ever move. What's that? That line, and is it Tommy Boy? Black Sheep, I think it is. Where he talks about playing checkers and you never move your back row. That's basically what the U.S. economy is right now. It's a game of checkers. In the movie Black Sheep, somebody who's never moving your back row. Brian says Victor Smurfs. That'd be awesome. Victor just escaped the Matrix. I didn't. I wish I did. I think about that all the time. I wish I did escape the Matrix. I wish I had the keys and the secrets. I talk to my wife all the time. But I don't. I didn't escape the Matrix. I just found a society with a little bit less crime and a little bit less civil liberties. So, you gotta make what does Thomas Sowell say? There are no solutions. There are just trade-offs. That's kind of what I found. I found a trade-off over here. Anyways, the 210s, 49 basis points, not going anywhere for a while. And and I don't think there's much of a trade there. Long end of the curve is at 114. Just take a bet, up or down, a couple of points. I'm still betting 117, but to be quite honest, at 114, we could go anywhere. It's a 50-50 market. If we got down to 112, I like the odds of us going higher than lower. If we get to 117, I like the odds that we go lower versus higher. 114 is no man's land. I don't think you have any edge here, but that's where we are. And then in ZT, I guess that's the long end of the curve, and the short end of the curve in ZT, which I keep talking about. Just betting the over and the under. When the market gets to about one cut, you kind of bet the under, that it's priced too hawkishly. When the market gets to about 4 cuts in the next year or the next 6 months, you can bet that it's probably a bit too dovish. Right now, you're probably on the dovish side. Which means if you were going to take a bet, it probably makes a lot more sense to sell ZTs and bet that the short end of the curve comes up a little bit higher. That said, I don't know that you make that bet yet. I do think we're going to start the cutting cycle in September. I think only a super hot inflation number can keep us from cutting in September. I think that's not out of the cards. It's a live probability. Maybe I put that at about I put it at about 30% probability. But I like the odds that the market is priced here, that we get going in September. I think it'd be crazy for Jerome Powell. I think he is going to go past September. He's going to go past July. He's not going to cut. I would imagine that the Federal Reserve Board, the FOMC, is going to show a little bit of deviation. So some people are going to say we should be cutting now in July. That will signal to the market that they're ready. But they're not going to go in July, unfortunately, for all you doves out there. Let's talk housing, says Mark. I almost don't. It's almost like there's no need. You guys know. D.R. Horton moved to the upside. Lennar moved to the upside. KB Homes, Pulte Homes, it all moved to the upside. And I don't really need to talk about it. I spent a month talking about it, hoping for it, and putting my entire career on the line on that bet. And it moved to the upside, so I'm good. But I do appreciate the opportunity to talk about it, Mark. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's just getting started too. All of you. Here's the thing. It's not a good thing. If I could say that, it's not a good thing. If housing goes dumb to the upside, it's not a good thing. It means the administration has abandoned fiscal responsibility, which they are in the process of doing. It means the Federal Reserve has also abandoned any attempt at fiscal responsibility, which they pretend to, be some like dual mandate institution. But the reality is they've long forgot about one aspect of their dual mandate. Yeah, man, you're not gonna like. I don't think you're gonna like what comes next. I don't think you're gonna like what. If you're a homeowner, maybe you will. You have a scarce asset that's going to appreciate. The only problem is, and this is what I thought about, you can't sell to anybody. So your homeowner and your home is going to appreciate in value, and you can't sell to anybody. The only thing you can do is cash in your home equity with a bank. So a lot of people are going to cash in their home equity. A lot of people are going to cash in. They're just going to be leveraging themselves because you can't sell at prevailing prices, but you can take out equity at your existing home price. And I think that's the choice that people are going to choose versus get realistic about their home price. But that's neither here nor there. We'll talk about that a little bit. 115,000. We love HELOCs. Exactly, Katan. 100%. I thought about this about a year ago. I go, okay, if the pool of people who can buy a home shrinks, what happens? Because that's clearly the environment that we're in. I thought unemployment would go up. And I thought like, what happens in a world where unemployment goes up, but we are also borrowing more money? What would happen in that world? I thought, okay, well, you're going to have home prices that oddly appreciate, even though nobody can afford them. So they're going up, but nobody's buying the homes at those appreciating prices, which means the pool of people who can afford a home is shrinking, and the only way you can actually tap into the equity or the value of a home is to basically borrow against that home to increase leverage. And I was like, bro, I don't like that world. I do not like that. I do not like that world at all. And it's wild enough. It's kind of the world we're headed to. Home affordability is getting worse. Less people can afford that home. More people are selling than buying because less people can afford it. However, homes are not really depreciating very quickly yet. And at some point, we're going to have to build more of these things. Bitcoin at 115,600. Congratulations, everybody. We had a new all-time high in Bitcoin, up about 4% or so. And I'm not mad at that at all. I'll carry the sign 68, no cash for homies. Defense Department buying up shares of MP. I saw that. So MP. So here's the thing. In the little 12 days war, if any of you follow our good friend, what's his name? I'm going to blank out on his name. Anyways, if any of you follow our good friend Luke Roman, thank you. He was talking about during that 12 days war, effectively like we can't go to war because we need rare earth magnets, and China threatened and effectively did shut them off to us, and we ran low on some aspects of our artillery, and we need China to supply us with rare earth magnets, and they were not at one point during this war. And we sort of we figured out we needed rare earths desperately. If you were following Luke Roman, that was his point of view. And I don't want to say hilarious, not hilarious. The interesting thing is, after Luke Roman had made this point, it was his takeaway from that 12 days war. The Department of Defense invests $400 million, I think it was, in MP materials. This is one of the only functioning mines in America. And this thing was up like 30 or 40% in pre-market today. Mind you, China controls about 90% of mines. So a couple of things. One, Luke Groman was 100% accurate about our need for rare earth magnets. Number two, the fact that this is the only functioning mine in America should have put us on notice. You know, I kick myself for not looking at this as an opportunity ahead of time. It is what it is. This thing is up 51% today and closed at 45.23. I'm not so sure it's done. I wouldn't buy it here. I'd like to see it cool off a little bit. But the point is, China owns 90% of this stuff, rare earth processing. 90%. And we found out we are being held so far over the barrel that our Department of Defense, the Pentagon, had to become like a 50% owner in the only rare earth mine in America. Wild. There are no such thing as rare earth magnets. It's fugazi. Okay, interesting point of view, Katan. Or is that? There's Mark. China must own a percentage of MP. To say it says, is that what a strategic reserve is for, rather than buying equity in a public company? Luke was on Danny Moses' podcast the other day. It's on YouTube if you're interested. Yes, he was. He was with the guys. Oh man, I'm really blanking. On the tape. Thank you very much. Katan says later. All Chinese biotechs were up 500%. Kind of. Adam Green says 90% is misleading. Australia has huge fines but isn't producing or exporting. Government incompetence. SLG says, I told you, Victor, about you. You did, actually. USAR, which is a vertical magnet plate. You did. I remember that. 100% you did. And they're up, what, 10, 12% today? So, nice call. You didn't call the right one, in fairness, SLG. You didn't call the right one, but I do agree with you. You did call that. I remember. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane move. 51% move to the upside. Oh, I hate myself sometimes. I hate myself for not calling that one. The dollar continues, sort of. The dollar, a little bit of a reversal over the last week. You know, this has been a one-way trade, short dollar trade, weakening dollar trade. It's been sort of this one-way trade. You've got a little bit of a counter trend move over the last week. And perhaps the interesting thing here is that you have a Bitcoin move to the upside, Bitcoin hitting all-time highs, while the dollar is doing a bit of a counter trend move. So a bit interesting in the short, very, very short term. Though I do think this will ultimately just be a counter trend move for the dollar. I think, as weird as it seems, I think I wouldn't bet on dollar strengthening just yet. I think it continues to weaken. But, I think we're getting close. SLG says, I think USAR is better. What do you mean better? It doesn't matter if you think it's better. If one is up 50% and the other is up 11%, it doesn't matter if you think the other one's better. Catan says, Victor, all we talked about are metals and housing. I think that's all you have to talk about. Like the whole, I love the Mag 7 just as much as the next guy. But I think the whole story, what is the S&P 500? It's up 5%. The S&P 500 is up maybe 5% year to date, and the dollar's down. As a basket, it's down like 10, 12%, something like this. So I think there's going to be a lagged effect to the dollar weakness. I don't think we've felt the entirety of the dollar weakening move. Kept my MP, but sold my FCX. Really? Why? I still think there's upside room in Freeport. This is my move. I love these moves. So when the underlying Freeport makes 70% of its revenue off of copper. And what you have right now is copper making all-time highs. Meanwhile, FCX or Freeport has not made an all-time high. You can make very good reasons as to why that is. But I kind of would just sit on Freeport for another $5 or something like this. I think it will make all-time highs. Desade says, I'm going to sell MP naked calls. Wish me luck. I'm not mad at that in the short term. I'm not mad at that. Yeah, I'm really not. Let's look at the skew here. They don't even have any more upside options. You can't get any more upside options than the 55s. I don't know that I'd sell upside calls yet until they give you more strikes. You literally can't get any more upside calls than the 55s. Victor, I'd like to introduce you to a commodity that might be of actionable use to you, coffee. Kyle, I'm telling you, I could use a cup. I could definitely use a cup of coffee. Make metals great again. Oh my gosh. You know what's funny? I don't know how hilarious it is, but I'm fascinated by this like back and forth between Jerome Powell and the White House. It's as if the exact same the exact same playbook that you could have used back in 2016 to 2020. The playbook in 2016 was ultra low vol. After like crazy high vol, we transitioned to ultra low vol, no vol at all. And then the president basically browbeat or jawboned the Federal Reserve Chairman into lowering rates, even though the Federal Reserve Chairman said he wanted to raise rates. And then we had a trade war with China, which ultimately got resolved a year and a half in. It's like they're playing the same thing. Excuse me. They're playing the same thing back to the market. I'm looking at the CNBC article. White House accuses Powell of mismanaging Federal Reserve, citing headquarters renovation. That is wild. If you know, it is kind of wild. They're spending like $1 billion on renovating the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve has like 25,000 employees. Did I read that? Did I read that correctly? Somebody grok that for me. I think I read that correctly. The Federal Reserve has 25,000 employees. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Because if I'm wrong, I'm off by a magnitude of like 10. But how insane. You know, we're cutting SNAP benefits. We are cutting Medicare and Medicaid. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve has 25,000 PhDs and is renovating a wing of the Eccles building. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, let's see what you guys have to say real quick before I move on. Powell equals lame duck. Yeah, there's a lot of lame duck. I'm most terrified of the lame duck, honestly. The lame duck is the one you got to be afraid of, you know, because you don't. Their incentive structure is harder to understand. I would much rather prefer somebody who's running for office in a few months or years, because I understand their incentive structure. A person who's going to ride off into the sunset, they'll do anything. They're liable to do anything. And that is terrifying. He needs a good black eye. Then he will lower rates 50 basis points in July. Not happening. Mark, 100. I'll bet any of you guys, they're not moving in July. But you know what's wild? If they did cut by 50 basis points in July, you guys would be so scared. You'd be like, what do they know that I don't? You'd be wrong for thinking that because they don't know anything. But you guys would be terrified. Catan says, the Fed needs one tech, one admin, and one dog to watch the tech and admin. Bro, they don't even need that. Fed Reserve has 2,500 employees. Yeah, I knew I was off by a factor of 10. Thank you, Emmett. 2,500, not 25,000. My apologies. But it's insane. 2,500 employees at that institution. 2,500 PhDs to tell you what the bond market will tell you for free. Insane. Nicholas says Grok says 24,000 employees. So now we got a bit of a problem. Emmett says 2,500. Grok says 24,000. I thought I saw the number as 25,000. We'll keep going. Silver up to 37.80, baby boys and girls. I love everything about this silver move. Somebody was heckling me on, I think, somebody was heckling me on Twitter saying, I hope you're short silver or something like that. I'm like, no way. What are you, crazy? Big move in silver, up more than 1%. And I love everything about it. If silver's not careful, it's going to establish a new range. So we had some consolidation between 36 and 38. And if we're not careful here, you're gonna get a little bit of a breakout and establish a new range. You know, we had this range between 32 and 34 that we didn't break out for like 2 months, then instantly establish a new range between 36 and 38. And I would love a nice little move up to 39 and establish a new range between 38 and 40. I would really love it. Donisky says it's 24,000. I told you, 25,000. Can you believe that? Okay, don't just throw the number out there. Really, like, think about this idea that the Federal Reserve has 25,000 employees. Think about that. There's 25,000 people making horrible choices. There's 25,000 PhDs who don't understand the concept of money. How can there be 25,000 smart people who lit your money on fire and increased M2 27,000 or 27% in 1 year? How can there be that many people with that many bad ideas? All right. I don't know. Maybe they'll come around one of these days. Energy, the third most performing sector on the day. Yes, Catan. Bitcoin at 116,000 because there are 25,000 people at the Federal Reserve who are lighting your purchasing power. Okay. This cannot be overstated. This cannot, let me say this. Okay. The Federal Reserve has two mandates. Two: maximum employment and stable prices. And unemployment is going up. Okay? Unemployment claims, everything, all that stuff's going up. And it's going to head up until we get to 5%. And when we get there, the Federal Reserve is going to say, oh, you know, we have this new natural rate of unemployment, which is higher than it was previously. They'll justify it, but make no mistake about it. Unemployment is going higher. And also, your prices are not stable. And it took 25,000 people to not make good on any of those two mandates. 25,000. Took 25,000 people to light your purchasing power on fire. It took 25,000 people to get the dollar weaker by 10% year to date. It took 25,000 people to double the price of the median price of a home. It took 25,000 people to increase the price of eggs. I mean, it was avian flu, and maybe I should really be blaming some other portion of the government, but we just never talk about that stuff. How bad are you allowed to be at your job? Anyway, Ethereum up 6.5% on a close-over-close basis. Got up to 3,200 before falling to 29. And I still think some weird part of me I'm dumb long silver. I'm glad I'm dumb long silver, and some part of me thinks it's still not the right moment to get short gold. All right, let's see what you guys. The regional Fed offices handle money transfers, ACH processing, and enforcement and supervision activities. Yes, correct. When tulips, bro, chill. The Federal Reserve is trying to solve unemployment on their own. That's true. If basically if Microsoft fires you, the Federal Reserve will hire you, is what they say. Which is another thing that's absolutely wild. Unemployment ticking up. We're not really adding jobs to the economy. Microsoft laying off 9,000 people because they created an HR bot that took all their jobs. But I'm supposed to believe that AI is going to be additive. It's going to add jobs. So many more jobs. I don't know what's wrong with people. They can't see the evidence that's staring them in the face, And when I tell people that this is clearly going to lead to less people in the labor force, they say, Victor, you're a pessimist, and when we invented the car, that it put a lot of people out, the horse and carriage, put a lot of those people out of business, but it created a lot more new jobs. And I go, yeah. But this is very different. AI can learn, and AI is learning, and it can learn at a faster rate than a human being. And that's a problem. So it's just which coin are we buying to try to save ourselves? Palantir caught an upgrade, I think, today by Dan Ives' company. They moved, if I'm not mistaken, they moved their target from 140 to 160, something like this, their price target, up to 160, which you kind of have to do after the stock already eclipsed your 140 price target. Why can't these guys ever be bold? Dan Ives wears crazy stuff. I'd love for him to be like, you know what? I'm moving my price target to 110. Be a trader. Then wait for it to come down, then move your price target up to 160. That's what I'd like to see. Isn't it wild? Isn't it wild that I was actually joking when I talked to Nick about buying the dip? This basically it was down 9% in one day on a Friday, and I asked Nick, would you be buying the dip here? And it was like a tongue-in-cheek thing, but I was halfway serious that they're not going to give you a gigantic dip in Palantir. This might be the only thing you get. And it was. That was the low. That 9.5% dip to 130 was effectively the low, and it's been up almost every day since. All right, give me a second. Victor, your nose is growing. Peter Schiff be like gold, oh well. Yeah. Tulip NFTs. Just say it says I should apply for a job at the Fed so I can get paid for being bad at economics instead of doing it for free. Let's do this. Let's have a little fun here. Recession or no recession in 2025? I want all of you to answer. Recession or no recession in 2025? And while you guys are answering, I'll give you my thoughts. And my point of view is that it doesn't matter. I think trying to call the recession in 2025 is it's a loser's game. And I'll tell you why. Because if you're wrong and there's not a recession, well, you're going to be wrong on everything. And if you're right that there is a recession, I do not know that means lower asset prices. I think a lot of people convince themselves of an old playbook. And some part of me believes that like post-COVID response, we're sort of in this completely new world. And so you can go back and you can use the last 30 or 40 or 100 years worth of data. Some part of me thinks there is some correlation back to like the 30s or 40s, some correlation back to the 70s and 80s. But I think we're in this whole new world now. And when you're running 7% deficits, if you go into a recession, what ends up happening is like the government actually has to increase their spend. They have to increase the amount of money that's going in from getting transferred from straight money printing into the private sector. And I don't think that's fully appreciated. So I think like even if you get a recession, which I think at best is, let's call it 50-50, if you get a recession, then there's only a 50-50 chance in that world, I think, that you get lower asset prices. Which means the betting on the recession plus betting on lower asset prices is like a 25% bet at best. I think it's a sucker's bet. Let's see what you guys are saying in here. Fiscal dominance, exactly. Bunch of people saying no, no, no. And the thing is, all of you guys betting no recession, which I actually think is the more likely scenario. I think we're slowing down. I don't think we'll see a recession, and I think they are going to print an ungodly amount of money and already have. They're telling you and showing you what their plan is. And I think if you don't understand, like betting on a recession and like asset prices going down, like do I think 6,300 is extended? Probably. Could we use a 5 to 10% correction? Sure. But because most people probably think that way, you're probably not going to get a 5 to 10% correction. You get like a 2 to 5% sell off in like a few days, and then people will buy it up. And I think that's the environment we're in. And I think in that environment, real assets are going to do really well. I'm not selling silver. I wouldn't fade gold, which is why I didn't play the gold-silver ratio. Like, if you wanted to play the gold-silver ratio, what you would have done is you would have bought silver and you would have sold gold. But I don't like the idea of fading gold at all, so I just bought silver. And I'm long silver for that reason. I bought, a couple of months ago, I told all you guys, I liked the miners, I liked Freeport McMoran, I liked anything that tracked a hard asset. because I thought we were in a position where we're just going to have to create funny money. And in that world, your hard assets become more valuable. So I liked energy stocks. I liked utilities. I like nuclear. And I like the miners and metals. All that stuff's doing well, man. Could I have saved myself a lot of pain and just bought NVIDIA? Sure. Sure. Catan says, just pay attention to SOFR spreads. If they turn negative, it's not going to happen. Soul Train says, a tax break with Medicare cuts is the answer. Is the answer to what? I'm very disappointed in that bill. I cannot believe it passed. As soon as it passed the House, I knew it was going to pass, and I said it on the show. I said, I think I was talking to Chris Vecchio, and I said, this is going to pass. They're going to tinker around the edges, but you can expect something that adds about $3 to $4 trillion to the deficit. And that's exactly what we got. $3 trillion added to the deficit, $4 trillion if you count interest. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. And you know what's wild is there's going to be less inflation there's going to be more monetary or asset inflation, but there's going to be less like grocery prices go up type inflation. And it's going to take a while for people to like realize that. I don't know why people don't understand how money works and how debt works and how prices work, you know? If you send out checks to everybody, if you send $2,000 to everybody, guess what they're going to do with that money? They're going to bid prices higher because they're going to spend it. But if you don't send money out to people, you send it out to capital, guess what they're going to do with it? They're going to bid up assets. So we just went $4 trillion in the hole, and we weakened our currency by 10%. And I just think people they haven't fully appreciated what that means yet. They will, but they don't currently fully appreciate what it means. And you got these like fear mongers out there that are talking about recessions. It's like, bro, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. If you just depreciated your currency by 10%, you know, I don't want to hear about your recession, your slowing growth talk. Get out of my face with that. It's because, and this has been my argument the entire time. The entire time, my argument has been nominal prices. Okay? You want to have a talk about recession? Okay, then let's talk nominal versus real. The real price of an asset. Because nominal prices are going higher. When you're devaluing your currency, nominal prices are going higher. And I think that's really tough concept for people to wrap their minds around. But they're going to get it eventually. All right, let's look at a couple of these. I think labor force this is what Kilgore, how are you? New name in the chat. I think labor force participation drops off a cliff. Everything gets tokenized, dollar crashes, and we get a dual scenario of depression at the low end of the class curve and a boom, except for real. Yeah, I think what happens, it's like this wild thing that's happening. which is how far can you stress the K? So the K is the working class in America are really already in recession, but an asset owning sort of like upper 30% of the country is doing well, really well. The prices of their assets are going higher at all-time highs. Their S&P 500, their Bitcoin, their real estate prices, prime real estate I'm talking about. All that stuff is doing relatively well. On paper. Labor force participation drops off a cliff. I think that's true, but I don't know how well labor force participation is tracking like gig work. A couple of people, I've brought up labor force participation to a handful of people, and every time they throw back the gig work in my face, and I don't really have a good argument back to them. Brian says, I thought their goal was to reduce the deficit. Honestly, Brian, what I think happened, I think they had a couple of different paths. And if you go back to some of the shows that we were talking about in early April, my question was like, what is the out? That's what I kept asking myself. What is the out here? And eventually I sort of, there's a moment on air where I realized the out is just spend. It's devalue and spend. So you try to go the route of, I'm going to tax or I'm going to tariff. You try to go that route and the market just wouldn't allow it. And so you pivot into something that the market is seemingly going to allow, which is to cut taxes, to spend, and to grow our way out. Such a big joke. I can't believe we allow that saying, we're going to grow our way out. Theta Trader says, and all this stuff, I think eventually has led to inflation. We might get a rate cut, but years out, the base rate is higher. Staying out of ZB and TLT for that reason. I don't think you're wrong, Theta. But I don't know why I think this. I think the spookies, the scariness about being long, the long end of the curve, I think that's over. And I think the administration pivoting into the Genius Act, I think the whole stablecoin thing, I think it's an attempt to create new artificial but ultimately new demand for the long end. I think they're going to adjust the supplemental liquidity ratios, so the SLRs, to allow banks to hold more of this stuff because they need banks to hold more of this stuff. So they're going to, and Besson has already talked about doing it. So I think they've got a lot of things that they can pull, a lot of levers that they can pull. So do I agree that we're going to issue a bunch of new debt? Yes. But I also think we're going to change the game to allow banks to acquire more debt, to hold more debt on their balance sheets without penalizing them. And I also think we're going to create new innovations in private stablecoin markets, which will create artificial demand for the short end of treasuries, probably not long end, but like the short end treasuries. So I'm not as bearish. I'm not as bearish on the long end. I actually think rates are going to go lower. And that's one of the biggest reasons for like the home, why I think home builders are a really interesting bet. And for some reason, I don't know if I'm wrong, and I could be really wrong here and misreading what's happening in the home builders. That could just be short covering, like rapid short covering right now, and then you're going to get new shorts at higher prices, and then home builders could go lower. Totally could be what's happening right now, and I'm misreading it. But I actually think the worst case scenarios in the long end, I think they're being covered right now. Yeah, I think they're being covered. All right, my friends. That's gonna do it for my pontificating. But I still like silver at 37.80. I don't think it's a great buy here, but it does look like it wants to plumb higher to a new range. I wouldn't put an incremental dollar into silver, but I am letting all my silver chips. I'm letting it ride here. Same with Bitcoin. I think this is going to find 200,000 before it's all said and done. I'm in IBIT, dumb, out of the money, upside calls, which are now almost all in the money. I was long out of the money 60s, 65s, and 70s, and I'm going to have to go find some even more out of the monies here, because IBIT is basically my 60s are $5 in the money, my 65s are at the money, and my 70s are knocking on the door of being in the money. All right, everybody. If you want to follow me on Twitter, you can do so at Victor Jones. The Owen Jones is 0 because I like to be difficult. This is Synthetic Friday, as you know, which means we won't have a show tomorrow, but I will be tweeting up a storm, so follow me on Twitter if you want to, not just tomorrow, but over the weekend as well. I'll see you back here next week, sorry. Same time, same place, same great network, only on Tasty Live. Until then, I'll see you next time. Peace.